My dad is a poor guy, yet he found the richest woman in the country to be my stepmother. I thought I would have to work like a slave at my stepmother's house. But to my surprise, my stepmother gave me a red envelope with 1 million inside as soon as we met. She even wants me to marry all 9 of her daughters. But this is almost an impossible task. Because among my sisters, there is not only a female CEO worth billions, but also a superstar with tens of millions of fans. And even a world-class martial arts master, who is also one of my sisters. However, that day, I saw with my own eyes, my girlfriend, who was only interested in money, getting into a Mercedes owned by a rich, spoiled guy. As she left, she mocked me for not having money or power in my family. My dad is just a bricklayer. What right do I have to pursue her? Thinking about how I pursued her for 3 months, just to buy her a new phone, makes me shake with anger. Just as I was about to step forward and deal with this materialistic couple, a red Ferrari pulled up. A top beauty stepped out, dressed in a burgundy coat. Her tight thighs were wrapped in black stockings, mature and sexy, even more beautiful than a celebrity. And this stunning beauty walked up to me. After looking me up and down, she took my arm and authoritatively commanded me to call her sister. I was stunned. We don't even know each other. Why call me so affectionately? The green tea girl and the chubby guy next to us were also shocked. The poor boy actually has such a goddess sister, in front of such a stunning beauty. The green tea girl, as a woman, felt ashamed. Now she feels like an old sow on the roadside. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were all overshadowed, just about to nestle into the chubby guy's arms for comfort. Who knew she was kicked out of the car by him? Because now the chubby guy found a new target. He trotted over like a happy dog, wanting to strike up a conversation with the sister. But then heard 2 slaps, his pig face swelled up. The sister, with a disgusted look, threw away her gloves, hitting a pig like you, dirtying my hands. The beaten chubby guy got angry, shouting fiercely about who his father is, a senior executive in the local Shao Corporation. He could crush me with just 1 finger. But the sister was not afraid at all, instead, full of mockery, an executive of the Shao Corporation. Believe it or not, 1 call from me and I'll make him roll. Then she picked up her phone, gave a few instructions, and didn't even glance at those 2 scoundrels. She pulled me into the Ferrari, showing a gentle big sister smile. Let's go, little brother, everyone is waiting for you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Luyu, from the Shao family's enterprise, Shao Group. The fat guy who was about to act tough froze when he heard this, and the next moment, he received a call from his father. You little troublemaker, what mess did you get into? You offended Miss Shao from the Shao family, and now I've been fired because of you. In an instant, the fat guy's expression turned ashen. The green tea girl wanted to act coy, but she was slapped across the face by his huge arm. Watching this pair of bickering lovers, I felt a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. How did the heiress of the Shao Group become a part of my family? My sister smiled helplessly and told me to go home and see for myself. Soon, the car arrived at the most luxurious villa area in the bustling city. And here, I unexpectedly encountered my dad, who used to work as a laborer at construction sites. He was now sitting on the sofa in a high-end suit. If not for his grimy face, I almost wouldn't have recognized him. And beside my dad sat an elegant and dignified beauty. As I approached, they both warmly stood up to greet me. Let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Xiao. You should know her. She's the chairwoman of the Shao Group. I looked at my dad in disbelief. A laborer actually hooked up with a super rich woman. But what shocked me more was, they were actually planning to get married. They called me here to ask for my opinion. At that moment, I was speechless. Dad, you're unbelievable. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. Dad, on the other hand, said they were each other's first love, and they reunited by fate. After he finished, he nervously looked at me. What could I say? Naturally, it's 8 million words of support. Aunt Xiao was very delighted. She casually gave me a 1 million yuan red envelope as a token of her appreciation, then announced that the whole family would gather tonight. By the way, he introduced me to his 9 foster mothers. Soon, evening arrived. A total of 8 luxury cars drove into the estate one after another, and from each car emerged an incredibly beautiful and stunning lady. They each had different temperaments, some gentle, some aloof, but once inside, their gaze unanimously fell upon me. During this process, 4th sister Xiao Muyu was also observing silently. Xiao Muyu has always been strong-willed since she was young, fond of martial arts and combat. She's been following her master, learning martial arts and close combat. It's usually easy for her to defeat a few tough guys, so when trouble arises. After that, she basically stayed by Aunt Zhao's side and became her personal bodyguard. I was initially somewhat worried about Dad's marriage, but then I suddenly heard a ding, congratulating the host on receiving a newbie gift pack. Would you like to claim your god-level medical skills now? I can't believe there's still a newbie gift pack. I was instantly overjoyed. Upon claiming it, a warm flow filled my whole body. Incredibly comfortable. My mind was filled with brand new knowledge, all related to medicine, blending Eastern and Western practices. These knowledge were ingrained in me, like that of a seasoned professor, immersed for years. Just then, the noise of an argument outside the room could be heard. Despite the good soundproofing in the villa, the loud argument outside couldn't be ignored. Opening the door to investigate, I saw a remarkable, beautiful woman in the first-floor living room quarreling with Aunt Xiao. The fair-skinned beauty had long, wavy hair, peach blossom eyes, and wore a small suit jacket. She exuded an air of a professional queen, not inferior to Aunt Xiao in the slightest. Listening to their argument, it was clear the beauty was also Aunt Xiao's daughter, vehemently opposing her parents being together. Aunt Xiao was rebuked by her daughter, causing her to faint in anger on the sofa. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyu called the doctor and ordered them to come immediately. I quickly asked a servant for some sewing needles, then approached the sofa to examine Aunt Xiao. "It's all your fault, if it weren't for you too." Fourth sister glared fiercely at the eldest sister, then pulled her away. With my divine medical skills, I immediately diagnosed Aunt Xiao's condition as a heart attack due to anger. If not treated promptly, her life could be in danger. The eldest sister became even angrier upon hearing this. "How dare you curse and scold me?" Ignoring everything else, I immediately started acupuncture to save Aunt Xiao, skillfully inserting the needles. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with surprise and curiosity that I still possessed medical skills. Coincidentally, Dr. Qin was also invited, and upon witnessing my techniques, he stood frozen in place. Dr. Qin immediately noticed that my techniques were more precise than his, and the speed at which I administered acupuncture left him feeling inferior. With my treatment, Aunt Xiao's flushed face quickly subsided, and she gradually regained consciousness. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, praising me for stepping up at a critical moment. Only the eldest sister glared at me indignantly, huffed, and remained silent. Dr. Qin approached me, bowed respectfully, and with tears in his eyes, praised my true skills as the legendary gatekeeper of the 13th. He truly wished to become my disciple, and as he was about to kneel down, I quickly helped him up, feeling it was inappropriate for someone of his age to bow to me. I quickly helped him up, saying, "You are too courteous, let's just have a chat." The sisters were all stunned to see the renowned traditional Chinese medicine professor from the city acting so deferentially towards a young and inexperienced person like me. After the deep emotions subsided, the atmosphere at home became much more relaxed. Aunt Xiao formally introduced me to the eldest sister, Xiao Nishang, mentioning that although she is good in every way, she can be a bit domineering. In reality, she appears cold on the outside but warm inside. Reluctantly, the eldest sister shook hands with me and then retired to her room after dinner. Aunt Xiao and the fourth sister followed suit, engaging in a private conversation as the three women left together. Aunt Xiao seems to like me more and more now, even planning to encourage her daughter to make more effort, getting closer, since we are not siblings. He fully supports it. Xiao and Shang and Xiao Muyu were speechless for a moment, but when they remembered how handsome I looked today, they both blushed a bit. Then she said, "Mom, don't worry about us. The 9 of us once said that men are unreliable. We have to rely on ourselves, and even if we get married, we will marry the same person." This time it was Aunt Xiao's turn to be shocked. "You young girls dare to say anything." Slept in the villa room for a night. Woke up the next day and saw Xiao Mingyu practicing boxing from the balcony on the second floor. This girl's figure was already beautiful. When she performed the martial arts movements, her curves became more pronounced, making people daydream. The host obtained God-level martial arts. Would you like to receive it now? I didn't expect to gain something like this from watching someone dance. As I silently accepted it, a warm stream instantly spread throughout my body. An unprecedented sense of comfort caused a qualitative change in my bones. My flabby stomach unexpectedly turned into an 8-pack, and my whole body felt like it had been through rigorous training. Muscles firm up. At the same time, Li Mu's mind was filled with various combat knowledge. "Do you want to come down and exchange a few moves?" While digesting this brand new martial arts knowledge, I unexpectedly agreed. I didn't think much and instinctively jumped from the second floor outdoor balcony to the front yard without taking the stairs. Soon, the two of them engaged in a bare-handed fight, exchanging blows back and forth for over a dozen rounds. Xiao Muyu was quite tired, yet he didn't falter. This surprised him and made him realize that he was indeed a knowledgeable expert. Ordinary people usually get knocked down by him in just a few rounds, but Li Mu managed to hold on for so long. Just then, seeing fourth sister distracted, I took the opportunity to attack. In the end, fourth sister took a few steps back and almost fell. I quickly stepped forward and caught her around the waist, preventing her from falling. However, in this close contact, fourth sister's eyes seemed a bit dazed. Thinking about this, Xiao Muyu couldn't help but blush. Let's end it here today. You win today, we'll have another match tomorrow. She hurriedly stood up and broke free from my embrace, while Xiao Muyu swung his fists. Then she ran back to her room. However, eldest sister Xiaonakang thought that my son and I had impure intentions. She regarded me as a schemer trying to fight for the family property. I shocked eldest sister with my extraordinary medical skills, and she was willing to temporarily set aside suspicions to observe me for a few days. To my surprise, the next day, I almost got kicked out by eldest sister for being a weirdo. At that time, I had just finished morning exercises with fourth sister, covered in sweat. After showering, I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see who it was. Elder sister Xiao Nishon was standing outside the door. She immediately screamed when she saw me wrapped in a garment. I quickly hid behind the door, hastily put on some clothes, and then asked elder sister what the matter was. Elder sister blushed for a while, then took a deep breath to calm down and said she wanted to give me a gift. She then took out a packet of silver needles, specially made by someone after seeing me practice medicine yesterday. After she explained hastily, she was about to leave, but I grabbed her. Elder sister looked at me in fear. What are you going to do? Let go of me. I quickly apologized, saying I was just curious if there were any antique shops nearby and wanted to escape for a bit, to give a gift when father and Aunt Xiao get married. After elder sister listened, her expression softened a bit and she asked me to go with her. Then she took me to the garage and opened the door to take a look. Various luxury cars like Maserati, Ferrari, and others were all there. Elder sister assertively asked me to choose one. These cars are all part of her private collection. She said I could drive any of them, but I shook my head, saying these cars are too expensive, and if I damaged them, I couldn't afford to pay. Seeing me say that, elder sister nodded inwardly, thinking I was sensible and not someone who coveted vanity. Then she got into a steady black Mercedes, rolled down the window, beckoned me with her finger, and said, "I'll take you there." In the antique street, I rely on the appraisal function of the system. I only spent 800 and found a pair of jade thumb rings from the Qianlong Emperor era. I bought a jade bracelet worth 10 billion for 2,000. Boss, I plan to give it to my father as a wedding gift. And the jade bracelet is a return gift for my older sister. Also, thank you for giving me the silver needle this morning. This jade bracelet is my gift to you. Can I help you put it on? The clear jade bracelet paired with my older sister's delicate jade hand, the scene is simply beautiful. And my older sister's cold expression instantly softened, she smiled gently and nodded at me. Just as I was putting the bracelet on my older sister's wrist, a man smoking a cigar walked over. Where did this brat come from, daring to touch even my woman? As he spoke, he pulled a chair and sat next to me, sarcastically mocking my older sister for finding a young man. I immediately understood that this guy is pursuing my sister, and I was about to get angry. But my older sister patted my hand, stood up, and was about to leave. But two bodyguards in black suddenly blocked the door. "Chu Liang, what do you want to do?" My older sister turned her head and glared. The other party, Chu Liang, showed an evil smile. He wanted the bodyguards to teach me a lesson, but he hadn't given the order yet. The two bodyguards fell to the ground unconscious with a thud. Seeing my astonishing combat skills, Chu Liang panicked and stuttered while talking tough. I wanted to go up and deal with him, but my sister stopped me, because the Chu family is not easy to deal with on the road. And just at that moment, a voice from the system suddenly came into my mind, congratulating the host on obtaining the younger brother card. You can choose to bind a target, and the bound person will become the host's younger brother, listening to and relying on the host. I immediately used the younger brother card on Chu Liang, and the grumbling Chu Liang instantly fell silent. His gaze towards me turned into admiration. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness. I'm willing to serve you as a younger brother." Looking like he's about to kneel down and lick my shoes, the eager Chu Liang. Big sister was amazed. Our younger brother is so capable, not only skilled in medicine and martial arts, but can even easily handle a clingy pursuer like a piece of cake. Seeing my eyes gradually filled with interest, "Little brother, thank you for today. In the future, just tell sister whatever you want, sister will do her best to fulfill your wishes." Listening to the gentle tone by my ear, I can hardly believe this is still me, the icy and aloof big sister. Soon, we returned home, and big sister coquettishly said she wanted to eat the dish I cooked. I then busied myself in the kitchen. To my surprise, when I turned around, the plates on the table were already empty. A beautiful woman in a tight black outfit was burying her head, crazily stealing the braised pork from my bowl. I hurriedly shouted, "Wait, that's for big sister." Seeing that she was caught, she swiftly ran away. It wasn't until later, from the steward, that I learned this sexy foodie was my seventh sister, Xiaozi. I was speechless for a moment. Sis, if you want to eat, just tell me. Why steal? Later, after getting ready, I went to the company to deliver lunch to Big Sister. But the receptionist stopped me, mistaking me for a wealthy second generation trying to show off. Helpless, I had to call Big Sister and ask her to greet the receptionist. To my surprise, Big Sister personally came downstairs to greet me. She warmly linked her arm with mine and we took the elevator together. The surrounding employees looked on, surprised. Could it be that the aloof and icy Mr. Xiao was actually being so close with a stranger? Were they dating? But Big Sister completely disregarded the gossip from the employees. After tasting my cooking, a happy smile spread across her face. Then she sat next to me, took out her phone, opened the group chat with her sisters, and started sharing photos of the delicious food we had for lunch. After finishing her meal, Big Sister relaxed comfortably in the boss's chair. She carelessly crossed her legs, resting them on the boss's desk. Her tight, long legs wrapped in black stockings gleamed in the sunlight. After seeing the eldest sister's sweet post in the sister group, everyone started teasing her. The eldest sister smiled knowingly, put down her phone, and immersed herself back into work, looking overwhelmed as she sat in the boss's chair. I quickly asked what had happened. The eldest sister sighed, the company's cosmetics project has been consistently losing money. Some shareholders are even starting to make moves, wanting to remove the eldest sister from her position as CEO. Upon hearing this, I immediately thought of using traditional Chinese medicine beauty methods, gathering herbs to experiment with. The eldest sister smiled bitterly, although I believe in your medical skills. But this thing looks so unattractive. I smiled mysteriously, suggesting that the eldest sister should try it first. A volunteer with long freckles stepped up to try it, but didn't expect that after using the cream I developed, not only did the freckles disappear, even the dark complexion became fair and smooth. With such miraculous effects, the eldest sister was extremely surprised and immediately went into production. Upon learning that I wanted to name this cream Nishan, her heart raced with excitement. When there were only the two of us left in the office, the eldest sister unexpectedly pinned me against the wall, looking at me with seductive eyes, saying, "Little brother, you've helped me so much, how should I thank you?" I quickly shook my head, saying it was just a small favor, and that thanks were unnecessary. Miska stubbornly shook her head, then suddenly leaned in, unexpectedly kissed me on the face, and tidied up the loose hair at my temples, looking at me with slightly flushed cheeks. Then she hugged my arm and rubbed against it. "Although you may not care, but this prescription is really important. Sister must express her gratitude properly." Then she let me go back first, as she needs to continue promoting products at the company. After I return, I plan to go for a swim in the pool behind the villa. To my surprise, Sister 7, Xiao Ziyin, was also there. Sister 7 has a well-proportioned figure. Because she had just come out of the water, all wet, she looked very alluring. "Hey, have you seen enough?" Looking at my expression, Sister 7 blushed slightly. There was no good atmosphere. I quickly looked away. "Men are all clumsy," Xiao Ziyin said indignantly. This left me momentarily unsure how to respond. "Li Mu will accompany Sister out for a while, we are going to the airport to pick someone up." Sister 7 didn't respond when she saw me, so she changed the subject. Soon, the two of them drove straight to the Magic City airport. As plane after plane slowly landed, a young woman walked out, wearing a black mask and frog-eyed glasses, along with a large black coat. She almost wrapped herself up in full armor, making it hard to see her specific features. Judging from the fair skin on her cheeks, she must be a beauty. Moreover, she exudes an indescribable elegance in her every move. Over here, Xiaomei, 7th sister, is waving to this lady. Upon seeing 7th sister, the lady quickly walked over. This lady has a pair of peach blossom eyes, lively and beautiful, with long eyelashes that enhance her charm. "I am your 8th sister, Xiao Yuqing." The elegant lady smiled and spoke. At that moment, suddenly in the crowd at the airport, someone shouted, "It's the big star Xiao Jiwei." The people at the airport were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the source of the voice, a petite girl. As the girl shouted and pointed towards Li Mu, the crowd at the airport erupted in excitement. In an instant, Xiao Yuqing was surrounded by a variety of people. It wasn't until now that she finally understood. So, the 8th sister is Xiao Yuqing, who happens to be the top female star in the country, Xiao Ziwei. It seems that Xiao Ziwei is Xiao Yuqing's daughter. No wonder she looked so familiar. More and more people gathered at the airport. Xiao Ziwei was starting to feel overwhelmed. Even the airport security had to come over to maintain order. It's evident how popular Xiao Ziwei is. Finally breaking free from the fans, she ran to the airport parking lot. Sitting in the car, the two sisters sat in the back seat, giggling and chatting secretly. Upon returning home, I immediately headed to the kitchen. At this moment, 7th sister in the villa, smelling the aroma, appeared in front of me immediately. She asked me with a slightly resentful tone, "Are you going to cook something delicious for eldest sister again?" I shook my head and said to seventh sister, "This is for you." Upon hearing this, seventh sister's eyes instantly lit up. "Really? Are you willing to cook for me?" I nodded and was about to ask seventh sister about her hobbies when I looked up and saw her taking another step away. Surprisingly, seventh sister actually hid back in her room, her fair face blushing. It turns out that as a foodie, her lifelong dream is to marry a man who was willing to cook for his wife. At that moment, I unknowingly hit the nail on the head of seventh sister's desire in the luxurious villa. Eighth sister took a shower, changed into a white t-shirt, touched up her makeup, and then walked out of the room. Watching this famous sister walk down from the upstairs room, she had the appearance of a sweet girl next door, and my eyes couldn't help but stare. In the evening, Xiaoni Shang, who had been working overtime for several days in a row, finally returned. Upon seeing Xiao Yuqing, Xiaoni Shang gave her a big hug. "Yuqing, you've really been a great help this time." Although Xiaoni Shang looked tired, seeing Xiao Yuqing, whom I haven't seen for a long time, still brings me great joy. "Nonsense, since your company has developed new cosmetics, it's only natural for me to come back and endorse them for my own company." Xiao Yuqing smiled openly and happily. "By the way, you mentioned the new product developed by your company. It's really impressive. I wonder if I could try it out in advance." Afterward, Ba Jie joyfully used it and couldn't help but exclaim, "This facial cream is amazing." Knowing that I formulated this facial cream, Ba Jie's interest was piqued as she looked at me. "This younger brother is incredibly handsome. I didn't expect him to be able to develop cosmetics." Just then, the system's voice rang out again with a ding, congratulating the host on obtaining the divine level musical talent. Upon receiving the divine level musical talent, I felt overjoyed. It's like getting just what I needed. It feels amazing to receive this. Having a system is really cool. Back in my room, listening to the music of this world, I took out pen and paper, pondered for a while, and before long, a song was born from my writing and drawing. Afterward, I presented the song to Ba Jie. Ba Jie looked at me incredulously. "You can still write songs?" She looked at the score I handed her, not paying much attention at first, but the more she looked, the more excited she became. Eventually, she even hummed along, expressing her excitement. "You really wrote this song?" Li Mu was curious. "So, what does this rising star of the music industry think? It's possible to become a classic," Xiao Yuqing pondered. He gave an objective evaluation, saying the song has great potential, maybe it could further his singing career. "I finished writing it last night, it's just that I didn't find the right time to give it to you." "This is what you wrote last night," Xiao Yuqing exclaimed again, as if what was happening before him wasn't quite real. After all, how could one casually write a song that could potentially become a classic? "If you don't believe me, I'll play the piano for you again." As soon as the melody started, I saw the grand piano in the center and couldn't wait to try. I got up and walked towards the piano as I spoke. Sitting down at the piano, I played a few notes casually to get a feel for it. After a brief warm-up, I closed my eyes and cleared my mind. With my thoughts and emotions brewing and flowing, a beautiful melody suddenly filled the air. Aunt Ba looked towards the piano, instantly halting her movements as if turned into a statue. Just then, I received a system notification. It congratulated me on receiving a special reward. Documents related to the 5-star luxury hotel Xanadu Hotel have been saved to the system space and can be claimed at any time. However, at that moment, a message suddenly came in from the class group chat, announcing a class reunion tonight, and the venue happened to be the hotel I had just acquired. Initially, I wasn't planning on going, but Chi Jia persuaded me to go. "No problem," 8th sister, upon hearing that I was going to the party, quickly took out a set of car keys from her pocket and said with a smile that it was her gift to me. A stylish silver supercar, limited to 50 cars globally. I really liked the handsome design, then drove the luxury car to the hotel. After a brief exchange with General Manager Sun, I arrived at the class reunion venue. And my ex-girlfriend Lin Yusin is also here, holding hands with her new boyfriend, proudly boasting that her dad is a hotel manager. Without this connection, we couldn't even reserve a table or taste their authentic signature dishes. With that said, Lin Yusin and her boyfriend became the center of attention. Everyone raised their glasses to Lin Yusin to express their gratitude. This attention-grabbing feeling made Lin Yusin's heart flutter, and she proudly looked over at me. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in, his name tag on his chest reading Restaurant Manager Su Deshang. "Dad, why are you here?" Lin Yusin's boyfriend Su Ming stood up excitedly. However, Su Deshang just nodded at his son and then walked straight to me. Bowing respectfully, with a pleasing expression, he said, "Boss, we are honored to have you dining here. This table is on the house, and we would like to offer you a bottle of 1982 Lafite as well." Everyone looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Yusen and her boyfriend were stunned. How could he be the boss here? Is there a mistake? Su Deshang immediately glared at the two of them. Manager Sun personally instructed me. Can this be fake? Now, Lin Yusen's face no longer had a triumphant look. Her complexion turned very ugly, and she seemed a bit confused. She actually asked me to do all this, not to get her attention, and then she rushed towards me. With a charming look, she shook my arm, asking for forgiveness. Please forgive me, I will be devoted to you in the future. I couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. How could there be such a shameless woman who, upon seeing I have money, abandons her boyfriend and then tries to please me? Get lost. I don't want to see you again. At this moment, I have lost my appetite. Drove back home, getting ready to rest early. Elder sister suddenly walked in blushing. Younger brother. Sister came to apologize to you. If you hadn't helped, maybe there wouldn't even be a place for me to speak in the company now. Sister said and then sat on my bed. But at this moment, there was the voice of Sister 7 outside the door. Younger brother, can I come in? I quickly made elder sister hide, and she just concealed herself in the wardrobe. Sister 7 entered the room. Younger brother, you're not asleep yet? My leg feels a bit uncomfortable. Can you massage it for me? I nodded, about to agree, when the sound of footsteps was heard outside the door again. This time, it was actually Sister 8. I could only urge 7's sister to find a place to hide quickly, and he abruptly pulled open the wardrobe. To my surprise, I found Big Sister was also there, but without much time to ponder, I closed the door and hid inside. I was completely flustered. Why were my sisters, one by one, not sleeping and coming to find me in the middle of the night? Luckily, 8th sister was just curious about where 7th sister had gone. She had just seen 7th sister sneak out of the room. Driven by curiosity, she followed behind. Coming to me, she just wanted to ask if I had seen 7th sister. I quickly shook my head. 8th sister, you must have seen wrong. Suddenly, the cabinet behind me made a noise, and two figures fell to the floor. 7th sister, Big Sister, how come you're here? 8th sister exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Li Chen kicked Lin Yusen out with one foot. Lin Yusen fell to the ground with a smack, looking disheveled like a madwoman. Sir, can we switch to a quieter room? Restaurant manager Su Deshang quickly suggested. Alright. Li Chen stood up, then turned to the other classmates in the restaurant, saying, everyone, we are all classmates. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Let's all take care of ourselves from now on. Li Chen left the restaurant. Originally, He Lingling wanted to follow him. But Li Chen didn't call her, and if she followed him rashly, she might upset Li Chen. Everyone watched Li Chen leave, feeling that they were now living in two different worlds from him. On the top floor of the hotel, in the VVIP presidential suite, Li Chen sat alone at the dining table, enjoying delicious food while admiring the beautiful scenery of Huangpu River through the window. At this moment, 7th sister Xiao Ziyin called. Hey, Li Chen, are you not at home? I want to eat the food you cook. Ziyin, you're back home. You're always elusive. I don't know what you're up to all day. If you want to eat well, come to Xanadu Hotel? Xanadu Hotel? Are you there? Of course. I'll send you some pictures on WeChat. Wow! So much delicious food? Xiao Ziyin opened WeChat, looking at the table full of delicious food pictures sent by Li Chen, feeling extremely excited. Send me the address. I'll be right there. Okay. After hanging up, Li Chen sent the address of the top floor suite at Xanadu Hotel to Xiao Ziyin. This 7th sister Xiao Ziyin was always elusive, even giving him an ancient token as a gift when they met. He didn't know what it was, and he seemed to have not returned the favor yet. However, the 7th sister loved to eat, so when she arrived later, he would have the chef make her a delicious meal to treat her. Before long, Xiao Ziyin hurriedly arrived. Wow, Li Chen, you're amazing. You can eat here. Xiao Ziyin looked around the presidential suite, left and right. Although she had stayed in a presidential suite before, it was only for a day or two. Ziyin, see if you like it. I had the chef prepare another table. Li Chen pointed to the table of food in front of him. I love it. Xiao Ziyin looked at the table full of dishes, salivating. After a hearty meal and drinks, Xiao Ziyin let out a satisfied burp. Seeing Xiao Ziyin finish eating, Li Chen snapped his fingers. Immediately, the dedicated service staff of the suite handed over a black card. Ziyin, from now on, you can come over here to eat. With this black card, your meals are completely free. Li Chen took the black card and handed it to Xiao Ziyin. He hadn't found a suitable gift for Xiao Ziyin, but now he had seized the opportunity. Wow, Li Chen, you're doing well? Xiao Ziyin knew Li Chen was capable, but the black card from Xanadu Hotel was not something easily obtained, right? It's okay, sis. Just take it. Alright, Xiao Ziying took it without asking more. She loved food the most, and if she could eat such delicious food every day, she would be ecstatic. After finishing their meal, they went to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, Li Chen's university classmates had just finished eating as well, and they were quite satisfied with the meal, especially the bottle of 1982 Lafite, which they praised endlessly. The classmates gathered outside the glass door of the hotel lobby. Wow, class monitor, you're doing great. I didn't expect you to drive an Audi. Everyone was surprised to see Lu Qiaofei driving over from the hotel's underground parking lot in an Audi. No, it's nothing special. Anyone want a ride? There's still room for a few people in my car. Today, Lu Qiaofei also borrowed his dad's car. After all, they had just finished their internships, and most classmates didn't have cars yet. Just getting praised by everyone, his vanity was extremely satisfied. At this moment, Li Chen and Xiao Ziying also walked into the hotel lobby. As if on a diplomatic mission to another country, all the hotel staff were standing on both sides of the red carpet leading to the hotel entrance, bowing 90 degrees and saying, "Sending off the boss, have a safe journey, boss." Xiao Ziying's mouth opened wide, as if it could fit an egg. The students outside the hotel lobby were even more amazed. This display was too impressive. A girl noticed the beautiful woman next to Li Chen and couldn't help but feel inferior. This girl was wearing a tight-fitting long dress, with exquisite curves and outstanding temperament. Even the campus belle He Lingling couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Li Chen held Xiao Ziying's arm and waved with a smile. When they reached the hotel entrance, the doorman had already brought the Pagani Huayra to the front door. Li Chen thanked him and then got into the car with Xiao Ziying. The silver sports car slowly started and then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wow, that's the Pagani Huayra, limited to 50 units worldwide. Someone who recognized the car exclaimed, "What? That's so cool? More than cool. This car must cost at least 60 to 70 million. Wow." The crowd exclaimed in surprise again. Class monitor Lu Qiaofei suddenly felt that Audi cars were no longer appealing. He Lingling, the campus belle, had wanted to pursue Li Chen, but she clearly saw that the woman next to Li Chen completely surpassed her in terms of looks, whether in figure or face. How could she compete? Outside the lobby of the Xanadu Hotel on the first floor, Li Chen's classmates couldn't help but sigh. Why is the gap between people so big? Many of them didn't even have a car yet, but Li Chen was already driving a limited edition top sports car. Some are born at the finish line, while others start from the starting point. Humph, I bet he's hooked up with a rich woman. Didn't you see the beauty next to him? Lin Yusen, who had been secretly observing from the side, suddenly realized. Although she had been beaten by Li Chen and humiliated, this woman's cunning nature remained. And what puzzled her the most was that Li Chen was clearly the son of a migrant worker in college, with no background at all. How could he suddenly own a hotel? When she saw Li Chen holding Xiao Ziying's hand, Lin Yusen finally understood. Li Chen must have hooked up with a rich woman. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become so wealthy? Yes, it must be like this. Are you saying that Li Chen hooked up with a rich woman? That's really possible. Damn, is the beauty who was holding Li Chen's arm just now a rich woman? If I had such a rich woman, I wouldn't want to strive anymore. The classmates were discussing one after another. On the streets of the Magic City, Li Chen was driving his sports car and stopped at a traffic light. At this moment, a red Ferrari sports car also stopped next to Li Chen's car. Hey, it's the Pagani Huayra. A beautiful girl sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari sports car exclaimed in surprise. This girl was wearing a JK Lolita dress, with a bun hairstyle, delicate makeup, very much like a two-dimensional character. It seems so. It's a global limited edition of 50 units. I didn't expect to encounter it here. The boy in the driver's seat glanced at Li Chen's silver sports car and also marveled. This boy had a handsome appearance, a puppy-like look, with a shiny earring on his ear, shining brightly, and matched well with the two-dimensional girl in the passenger seat. Handsome guy, interested in going for a ride? The beautiful girl in the Ferrari said to Li Chen sitting in the car. Since both sides had rolled down the windows and were close to each other, they could hear each other's conversation. Go for a ride? Li Chen also noticed the Ferrari sports car next to him. Yes, we have an amateur racing competition tonight, right at Sheta Mountain. If you're interested, you can come along. The beautiful anime girl invited enthusiastically. After all, the limited edition Pagani son of the Win sports car would be very cool to see. Li Chen was immediately intrigued. After all, what do men like? Besides beautiful women, it's luxury cars, right? The intense racing competition, with adrenaline rushing, is probably loved by every man. Ziying, do you want to go? Li Chen turned to ask Xiao Ziying in the passenger seat. Sure, why not? I have nothing to do at home anyway, Xiao Ziying replied after some thought. Great, then let's go check it out, Li Chen said to the beautiful girl in the Ferrari. Okay, just follow us. Soon, the two cars drove one after the other and arrived at Sheta Mountain. Sheta Mountain is a famous circular mountain road in the city, with winding roads built around the mountain, resembling Mount Akina. It is said that many accidents happen here every year, but it has attracted many people to come for racing. Of course, this kind of racing is also organized spontaneously by the public, somewhat like underground boxing. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Weiwei, and this is my brother, He-Run. The beautiful girl who brought Li Chen and the others to Sheta Mountain introduced herself as they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Hello, I'm Li Chen, and this is my sister, Xiao Ziying. Li Chen didn't hide anything, as they were here to have fun, and the other party seemed open. By this time, more than a dozen luxury cars had gathered at the foot of Sheta Mountain. Ferraris, Koenigseggs, Bentleys, Bugattis. These cars were worth millions, some even tens of millions. However, when Li Chen's silver sports car arrived, it caused quite a stir. Wow! It's the Pagani Son of the Wind. So cool! This car is amazing. It's a limited edition, worth at least 60 to 70 million. The men and women who came in luxury cars were discussing animatedly. However, soon an unpleasant voice was heard. Humph. So what? Is my Bugatti not impressive? The speaker was a young man with a somewhat rogue look. This person was Hua Fei, also the organizer of this race, and he held a high reputation among these young people. Brother Fei's Bugatti is naturally on par with the Pagani Son of the Wind. I think Brother Fei's Bugatti is more impressive. Not necessarily. The Son of the Wind is also very impressive. Don't argue, we'll find out soon when we race, won't we? Hua Fei smiled confidently, as he almost always won every race. This time would be no exception. Besides the envy-inducing sports cars, Li Chen and Xiao Ziying's good looks also caught everyone's attention, leaving them amazed. Shortly after getting out of the car, many people came over to greet them. And when Hua Fei saw Xiao Ziying getting out of Li Chen's car, he was even more excited. His gaze towards Li Chen was somewhat fierce. Ziying, I didn't expect to see you here. Hua Fei came up to Li Chen and Xiao Ziying, flattering Xiao Ziying. Hua Fei, I didn't expect to see you here either. Xiao Ziying frowned slightly. She and Hua Fei were high school classmates, and he had pursued her before, but she had rejected him. This brother is here for the first time, right? Hua Fei also patted Li Chen on the shoulder, but his eyes kept glancing at Xiao Ziying. Xiao Ziying was wearing a tight-fitting long dress today, showing off her curves, and her beautiful face attracted the attention of the boys present. Yes, Fei, we met them on the road today. He-Ren and Su Weiwei, who drove the red Ferrari, quickly introduced. Great! Since you are all here, we are friends. But every time we compete, we must have a bet. Hua Fei warmly introduced Li Chen. Bet? Li Chen was somewhat puzzled. Brotherly, it means a wager. Usually starting at 1 million, of course, you can also add other jewelry or equivalent items. He-Ren explained when he saw Li Chen's confusion. Obviously, He-Ren and Su Weiwei had participated in many such competitions before and were very familiar with them. The rules of the competition are simple: drive from the foot of the mountain to the mountaintop, then drive back down. Whoever finishes first wins. How about it? Shall we have a round to try it out? Hua Fei was eager to try. He not only wanted to defeat Li Chen but also wanted to show off in front of his former goddess to win her favor. Sure, Li Chen was equally excited. And just at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained god-level driving skills. Would you like to claim them now? Li Chen smiled inwardly. The system was indeed timely. Claim, Li Chen silently thought. Instantly, various knowledge about racing and driving skills filled Li Chen's mind, and his muscles seemed to have memories of driving. This knowledge and muscle memory made Li Chen feel like an experienced driver. Li Chen even felt that even if the car god came, with his current strength, he could also compete. I'll bet 1 million, Li Chen, what will you wager? Hua Fei boldly wrote a check and handed it to a hot woman on the field. The woman wore a tube top on top and hot pants below, with a curvaceous figure. She took Hua Fei's check and placed it in an exquisite square box. As for me, I'll also bet 1 million. But, I don't have a check, so I can only promise verbally. Li Chen answered after some thought. Good. Straightforward. Verbal promises count too. Hua Fei chuckled. Soon, more than a dozen people who were going to participate in the race placed their bets, each contributing 1 million, totaling over 10 million. The winner would take all the money. A race lasting only a few minutes could win over 10 million. Li Chen could only say that these rich second-generation kids were indeed living carefreely. Throughout the race, there were people guarding both up and down the mountain. After confirming that the entire mountain road was clear, the participants began to drive around the track to familiarize themselves with the road conditions. Li Chen drove casually for a lap. For now, the higher the mountain road, the more winding it became, with no particularly special features. After familiarizing themselves with the track, the participants drew lots to determine the starting positions for the race. Because the track was not wide enough for more than 3 cars side by side, the starting position became crucial. Li Chen's luck in drawing lots was average, only getting a middle position. However, he was not upset about it, as the starting position was not the final position. The race was about to begin. Li Chen, how about adding some more bets? Huo Fei came to Li Chen in Shaoxing, grinning. Oh, what bet do you want to add? Li Chen frowned. Huo Fei, with a smile on his face, seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. If I win this race, how about Shaoxing accompanies me for a night? Huo Fei grinned at Shaoxing. Get lost. Upon hearing Huo Fei's words, Li Chen gave him 2 slaps. Shaoxing already had a high combat power, and at this moment, her temper flared up, kicking Huo Fei twice, sending him flying. This scene, seen by everyone, immediately caused laughter. Humph. You all wait. I must win this race this time. Huo Fei got up from the ground in a sorry state, dusted himself off, looking fierce. Sis, let me teach this kid a lesson in this race. Li Chen talked to Shaoxing. Alright, it's all up to your performance. I'll help you press the car. Shaoxing sat in the passenger seat. Soon, each car took its place. The hot and spicy beauty who had just collected the bets walked onto the starting track. She raised 2 checkered flags with both hands, and as she vigorously waved the flags down, the race began. Suddenly, more than 10 luxury cars burst out like wild beasts. The engines roared incessantly. Vroom 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 vroom, car after car shot out like arrows leaving a bow, even causing the ground to tremble faintly. Li Chen, not to be outdone, skillfully drove the sports car forward. In no time, the silver sports car arrived at the winding mountain road. With a beautiful drift, Li Chen left 2 cars behind. His movements were skillful, without any hesitation, even a professional racer would be amazed. So cool, little brother. Shaoxing couldn't help but praise. This little brother really surprised her. She didn't expect Li Chen to be so skilled. Soon, Li Chen passed several more cars and was about to reach the mountaintop, the steepest part. There was still 1 car ahead to overtake. The driver of this car was none other than Huo Fei. Seeing Li Chen's car getting closer through the rearview mirror, Huo Fei showed a surprised expression, as he didn't expect Li Chen to catch up to him. Kid, I'll show you this time. Huo Fei stepped on the gas, speeding up to block Li Chen's path. The road ahead became even more winding, but Huo Fei, with his skill and courage, had raced on this mountain road in no less than 100 matches, making his technique even more proficient. Li Chen, what should we do now? Shaoxing frowned. The road was getting narrower, making it impossible to drift side by side. In the next turn, we'll make a concerted effort to shake him off. Li Chen calmly controlled the steering wheel. Soon, the road became even more winding. This would be the last bend uphill. Li Chen quickly turned the steering wheel. The silver Pagani Wind Sun swiftly tried to pass the car ahead, but the road was too narrow. As Li Chen was driving fast, the front wheels of the silver sports car had already crossed, and in a split second on the bend, the rear wheels were thrown off the road surface. Shaoxing's heart almost jumped to her throat. If one wrong move, the car would probably fall off the mountain and shatter into pieces. However, at the moment the rear wheels were thrown off the road, Li Chen simultaneously increased the throttle, executing a beautiful drift, leaving Huo Fei's car behind. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Everyone was amazed. This was so thrilling. Who knew such maneuvers were possible? This beautiful drift was like a textbook example. Huo Fei's car almost collided with Li Chen's car. However, in the end, Li Chen firmly held off Huo Fei and became the first. Wow! Li Chen is so cool, so handsome. Fei Ji's 10 consecutive wins are about to be broken. This technique is amazing. Playing drift on such a steep mountain road, a slight mistake could lead to falling into the valley. Everyone was amazed by the exciting duel on the mountain. Huo Fei, seeing Li Chen's skillful overtaking, was dumbfounded. Damn! How is this possible? Originally, Huo Fei thought he would easily win the race, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Li Chen drove all the way to the mountaintop, then swiftly headed back down the mountain. Huo Fei wanted to catch up, but Li Chen's driving was both steady and fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen drove back to the starting point. Wow! Wind Sun wins! Li Chen is the first place. Wow! So cool! So cool! Broke the record directly. This time only took 3 minutes and 55 seconds. The crowd cheered. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Chen won first place in the competition. At the same time, the spicy girl who had just collected the gambling money also handed all the gambling money to Li Chen. Even while handing it to Li Chen, she secretly slipped in a note, clearly showing the spicy girl's phone number. Other girls present also eagerly saw Li Chen's WeChat and contact information. For a moment, Li Chen became the center of attention for everyone. However, it can be understood that most of these peripheral women came here to hook up with rich second-generation men. Li Chen was incredibly handsome, drove a top-notch sports car, and had just won over 10 million, naturally making him highly sought after by the women. However, Li Chen rejected all these women. It's not that Li Chen doesn't like beautiful women, but his taste has long been spoiled. His sisters are all extremely beautiful and have amazing figures, far surpassing these flashy women. With better options available, he naturally looks down on other women. Li Chen, you're quite popular. Xiao Ziying watched as one girl after another approached Li Chen, feeling a bit jealous in her heart. Brother, I'm not interested in them. Li Chen shrugged. Who can catch your eye then? Xiao Ziying curiously asked. Li Chen didn't answer, but in his heart, he thought, of course, it's you, the Xiao sisters. Just then, Huo Fei finally got out of his sports car. He walked up to Li Chen with a dark expression on his face. He never expected Li Chen to win, and in such a thrilling way. If Li Chen had made a slight mistake just now, his car would probably have fallen off the cliff, and Li Chen would have been crushed. So Huo Fei analyzed in the car. He believed that Li Chen was able to win just now purely due to luck. Li Chen, dare to compete with me again? Huo Fei stared at Li Chen fiercely. He really wanted to regain the scene just now. He was confident that if they competed again, he would definitely win against Li Chen. After all, he was extremely familiar with the track, and Li Chen's victory was just luck. Alright, how do you want to compete? Li Chen looked interestedly at Huo Fei. This guy is like a sticky plaster. If you don't beat him a few times, he won't be completely convinced. Just our two cars racing, same route as before, but this time we raced to complete 8 laps. What do you say? Huo Fei believed that if the race duration was extended, he would definitely win. Running back and forth 8 times? Interesting. Li Chen understood Huo Fei's intention as soon as he heard it. He wanted to win steadily based on his familiarity with the track and experience. So, what will be the bet? Li Chen asked playfully. In less than 4 minutes just now, he had won over 10 million in gambling money, which was simply too easy to earn. Since Huo Fei was willing to be a scapegoat, Li Chen naturally didn't mind. My Bugatti sports car as the bet. If I lose, the Bugatti will be yours, how about that? Huo Fei pointed to his Bugatti sports car. When the crowd heard the conversation between the two, they were shocked. Huo Fei's Bugatti was an even rarer model, not only limited globally but also cost around 70 to 80 million, comparable to Li Chen's Pagani Huayra, and even slightly superior. Deal. If I lose, my Pagani Huayra will be yours. Li Chen chuckled and said. Since Huo Fei wanted to bet with his own car, Li Chen naturally wouldn't back down. Great. Refreshing. Hearing Li Chen's response, Huo Fei burst into laughter. It seemed as if he had never thought he would lose. After watching the game just now, the audience, who were still quite excited, had their emotions stirred up again. Wow! Using their own sports cars as stakes directly. The Bugatti and Pagani win sum probably add up to nearly 2 billion. Oh my god. That's right. The stakes add up to 2 billion. So exciting. Who do you think will win? The onlookers were discussing animatedly. It's no wonder they were so excited. After all, such a large stake had never appeared on the circular track of Sheta Mountain. And most luxury cars cost only 1 or 2 million. Top-notch sports cars like Bugatti and Pagani Winsun were extremely rare. Li Chen, you need to be careful of Huo Fei. This guy was a troublemaker back in school. Xiao Ziying reminded in a timely manner. I'm not afraid. Sister Ziying, I am confident in my driving skills. Li Chen smiled faintly, looking very charming. Xiao Ziying looked at Li Chen's smile, feeling a bit overwhelmed by his handsomeness, and even thought that this younger brother was too confident. However, since Li Chen entered their family, it seemed that Li Chen had never encountered any setbacks. Soon, the track was cleared again. At the starting point, the black Bugatti and the silver Pagani Winsun were side by side. Li Chen, how about adding some more stakes? Huo Fei opened the car window, grinned, revealing a gold tooth. Add what? As I said before, if I win, let Ziying accompany me for a night. If you win, I'll let the beauty sitting in my co-pilot seat accompany you for a night. What do you think? Huo Fei pointed to the red-dressed beauty sitting next to him, persistently saying. The beauty in the red dress sitting in Huo Fei's co-pilot seat was also quite beautiful, with a great figure, but compared to Xiao Ziying, she was slightly inferior. However, if the full score was 100 points, she'd probably scored 89 points, already very beautiful. What's even more intriguing was that when the red-dressed beauty heard this, she not only didn't show any displeasure, but even looked at Li Chen with some anticipation. Get lost. Upon hearing Huo Fei's words, Li Chen and Xiao Ziying said in unison, "Ha ha, ha ha." Huo Fei laughed heartily, looking like a victorious general. Soon, at the starting point, the hot girl raised the checkered flag in her hand high, then swiftly waved it down, and the race began. The two top sports cars, amidst the roar of the engines, shot out almost simultaneously. The race began. Amidst cheers, Li Chen's Pagani Winsun and Huo Fei's Bugatti were like fierce beasts released from their cages. The throttle was pressed to the maximum, the engine almost fully engaged. Buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two cars shot out with astonishing momentum, even causing the road surface to tremble slightly. Obviously, this race was even more eye-catching. After all, it was a showdown between luxury cars, with stakes of nearly 2 billion, and both sides had stunning beauties sitting in the co-pilot seats. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. In an instant, Li Chen's Pagani Winsun slightly gained the upper hand, suppressing Huo Fei's Bugatti. The Pagani Winsun, like a silver lightning bolt, was swift and agile. After entering the mountain road bends, Li Chen's sports car widened the gap with Bugatti. Since he wanted to beat Huo Fei thoroughly, Li Chen naturally put in more effort than the first time, and this time, because there were no other competitors, Li Chen almost completely let loose. At every bend on the mountain road, Li Chen almost performed perfect drifts, maximizing the speed of the sports car. The 23 steep bends on the mountain road had completely become Li Chen's personal stage. Li Chen did not decrease the speed of the car at all, even as the bends became narrower. Wow! Can this be done? Amazing! This is so pleasing to the eye. Oh my goodness! The driving is simply incredible. How is this possible? How is this possible? The onlookers exclaimed in shock. Is this guy even human? Even professional race car drivers probably can't do this, right? No! In these 23 turns, Li Chen's racing car smoothly passed through at almost maximum speed without any hesitation, almost perfectly. This is no longer professional, but rather insane. Xiao Ziying, sitting in the co-pilot seat, was also extremely shocked. As a dark guard of the Dragon Kingdom, she has also undergone professional driving training, and her driving skills are also outstanding. She just didn't expect Li Chen to be even more insane, driving through these turns without any deceleration or buffering. This made Xiao Ziying feel that Li Chen was becoming more powerful and mysterious. At the same time, it also made Xiao Ziying consider whether to recruit Li Chen into the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guards. After all, Li Chen's martial arts are powerful, his skills are extraordinary, and he also possesses such incredible driving skills. If he could join the Dark Guards, he would definitely be a great asset. Damn it! How is this possible? How is this possible? Huo Fei was initially full of confidence, but reality hit him hard. Li Chen's every drift was extremely pleasing to the eye, while his own drifting was clumsy and awkward in comparison. The more perfect Li Chen's driving was, the more Huo Fei felt like he was being greatly humiliated. What's more infuriating is that Li Chen's Pagani Winsun had already left his Bugatti behind by several car lengths. Huo Fei thought he would win the race easily, but if Li Chen continued like this, it would definitely be him, Huo Fei, who would lose. And the beautiful woman in the red dress sitting in the co-pilot seat of Huo Fei was increasingly impressed by Li Chen's perfect drifting in every turn. She looked at the Pagani Winsun's racing car with admiration, and under the surge of adrenaline, she tightly closed her long and beautiful legs. After one lap, Li Chen had already left Huo Fei more than 10 meters behind. I was too careless. Since you're so good, I don't mind giving you a little extra, Huo Fei said maliciously in his heart. Finally, in the last lap, on the mountain road, Huo Fei activated a special red button under his steering wheel. Roar! Huo Fei's car was like a rocket, with flames shooting out from behind. With powerful propulsion, Huo Fei's Bugatti sped up rapidly. Soon, the black Bugatti caught up to Li Chen's car from behind. Wow! Is this Fei's new modification? No way! Is this considered cheating? This modification is so cool. Rich kids playing with cars. It's all about having fun. Huo Fei's rocket launcher system was his secret weapon. Originally meant to be used as a last resort, he didn't expect to use it today. But Huo Fei's Bugatti wasn't done yet. Two long steel spikes suddenly appeared in front of the Bugatti. Kid, take this. Huo Fei was very proud of these two modifications and drove his car towards Li Chen's car. This modified Bugatti, with rocket propulsion for acceleration at the rear and steel spikes clearing the way at the front, was truly a weapon on the road. Seeing Li Chen's car right in front of him, about to collide directly. Damn! Fei's car is so powerful. If it gets hit, Li Chen's car will probably be knocked off the cliff. Is there anyone? Quickly call an ambulance. This is too cruel. The sudden change on the mountain road surprised everyone. This is getting dangerous. Some frightened girls directly covered their eyes. Li Chen, get out of the way quickly, his car. His car has transformed. Xiao Ziying was also shocked by the sudden movement of the Bugatti behind her. Cold sweat ran down her back. This is on a cliff. If hit, I estimate that not only the car will be wrecked, but the person will also be wrecked. Ziying, sit tight. Li Chen chuckled, his blood boiling. I saw him firmly steering the wheel, suddenly accelerating to the maximum. Just as the steel spike in front of the Bugatti was about to collide, the car suddenly drifted sideways towards the inside of the mountain, achieving a lateral drift. At this time, Huo Fei's Bugatti had already driven side by side with Li Chen's Pagani Wind Sun. After these actions, Li Chen did not stop, but directly hit the Bugatti on the outside of the mountain road. Dang! There were sparks faintly appearing on both cars. The Bugatti suddenly exerted force, crashing into the roadside guardrail. Ah! Huo Fei was shocked and quickly slowed down, but his Bugatti still hit the guardrail of the mountain road. The impact did not decrease, and the guardrail was barely broken, only then did it stop. Just a little bit, the Bugatti could have been hit off the cliff. Huo Fei was sweating coldly. The woman in the red dress in the passenger seat was even more stunned. This scene happened in a few moments. Everyone was at a loss for this scene. It was almost a fatal accident. However, what they didn't know was that Li Chen was actually showing mercy. Just now, he controlled the force of the impact. Otherwise, Huo Fei would probably have fallen off the cliff. At this time on the track, Huo Fei had no more desire to race. His Bugatti crashed on the edge of the cliff. Li Chen's car had already turned after the last bend uphill, speeding down towards the finish line. 8 laps completed. In the end, Li Chen won. The people on the starting point field exclaimed repeatedly. They were either still shocked by the thrilling scene just now or amazed by Li Chen's superb driving skills. With the help of a few of Huo Fei's henchmen, the Bugatti was finally able to drive down smoothly. Damn it! Li Chen! You almost took my life just now. Huo Fei pointed angrily at Li Chen. Oh, are you talking to me? Li Chen dismissed him. Wasn't it Huo Fei who initially tried to drive his own car off the cliff? Damn it! Huo Fei swung his fist towards Li Chen in anger. Li Chen launched a kick with his long legs. Before Huo Fei's fist reached him, he was kicked to the ground by Li Chen. Before Huo Fei's fist reached him, Li Chen ruthlessly kicked him in the crotch. Faced with this thunderous blow, Huo Fei immediately covered his crotch, fell to the ground, and let out a miserable cry. Ah! This scream echoed through the night sky, making everyone present feel a chill. With this kick, Huo Fei was probably completely finished. He probably won't be able to stand up again in the future. However, thinking of Huo Fei's family background, some people couldn't help but feel a bit worried. But at the same time, some felt a bit pleased because Huo Fei usually bullied them, acting arrogantly. Unexpectedly, karma eventually catches up. Retribution is always unsparing. Seeing Li Chen's ruthless actions, everyone understood that Li Chen was not someone to mess with. Ha! Huo Fei struggled to cover his crotch with both hands, trying to say something, but the pain in his crotch almost made him faint. The 2 big black-clad men who were following behind Huo Fei were even more furious at this moment. Because everything happened too fast just now, they didn't have time to act before Huo Fei fell to the ground. Damn it! The young master of the Huo family suffered this blow. As their bodyguards, they probably will be dismissed for failing to protect the master. Kid, how dare you lay a hand on our young master Huo? I see you're tired of living. The 2 black-clad bodyguards were furious, their veins bulging, muscles tensed, fists the size of bowls swiftly attacking left and right, directly towards Li Chen's face. If hit, it would probably be fatal. However, just as the 2 huge fists were about to hit Li Chen, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Li Chen's elusive figure flashed behind 2 black-clad bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards felt a sense of danger and broke out in a cold sweat. They wanted to turn around to respond, but it was already too late. Li Chen's fist heavily struck them from behind in an instant. Crack! Crack! The 2 big men felt a sharp pain on their backs, as if they had been hit by a 1,000-pound millstone, their faces contorted in pain, uncontrollably falling to the ground. Both spat out blood, wanting to stand up again, but their bodies felt as if their internal organs had shifted, unable to exert any strength. Almost instantly, the 2 big men lost their combat effectiveness. Damn! This skill! Too fast! I didn't expect him to be a skilled fighter. This is too cool! Onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They had thought Li Chen would be at a disadvantage, but they didn't expect the 2 big men to be so vulnerable. Even Xiao Ziying beside them couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, unsure if she was excited or astonished. Li Chen's reaction just now was too quick, reminding her of the general and the secret guard. Who would be stronger in a face-off between the general and Li Chen? Hua Fei had originally wanted to beat up Li Chen to vent his anger, but seeing how capable Li Chen was, he was left speechless. Was the enemy too strong? Or was he too weak? Seeing Hua Fei lying on the ground in a painful and frustrated manner, Li Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, smirked. Give me the Bugatti key? Li Chen reached out to Hua Fei on the ground, stating without doubt. Despite feeling frustrated, Hua Fei obeyed, tremblingly took out the Bugatti key from his pocket, and handed it to Li Chen. Come on, let's record a video, saying you voluntarily give me the car for free. Li Chen took the key, chuckled, and picked up his phone to aim at Hua Fei. Hua Fei was extremely frustrated. He never expected to end up like this. He had never thought of losing, let alone losing so miserably. After recording the video, Li Chen smiled happily. With this video, Hua Fei probably wouldn't go back on his word. However, Li Chen, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, didn't want to drive the car that Hua Fei had driven. But this Bugatti was worth 70 to 80 million, and if sold, he might make a good profit. Although the Bugatti and Pagani's son had collided on the mountain during the race, leaving some scratches and dents, the car's interior was undamaged and could be easily repaired to look brand new. Congratulations, brotherly! The race just now was so exciting. At this moment, Haren and Su Weiwei walked over, congratulating Li Chen. They had never expected to encounter Li Chen on the road, who turned out to be so skilled at racing and effortlessly defeated Hua Fei's bodyguards. They believed Li Chen's identity was extraordinary, so they were eager to make friends with him. It's just winning this Bugatti, not sure what to do with it. Li Chen shook the Bugatti key in his hand, pursing his lips. Brotherly, do you want to sell the Bugatti? Harun stared at Li Chen like a shrewd person. Yes. I don't want a car that others have driven. Li Chen replied. In that case, our family runs a 4S dealership. If Brotherly doesn't mind, our dealership is willing to buy back this Bugatti at a high price. Harun was overjoyed. This Bugatti was a limited edition globally, and they had many high-quality customers who loved collecting luxury cars. Harun believed that after some minor repairs, this Bugatti would definitely fetch a good price. It was a deal that was sure to make a profit. Great! Since that's the case, then I'll sell this Bugatti to you. Li Chen was also pleased to have it settled. After discussing, Harun bought the Bugatti for 80 million. With the previous earnings of over 10 million, Li Chen almost won $1 billion that night. People around were shocked to hear the price Li Chen sold the Bugatti for. Damn, is this how rich people live? At this moment, the red-dressed beauty who helped Hua Fei park twisted her waist and walked over. Her figure was curvy, with long fair legs under the red short skirt. She smoothed her long hair and coquettishly said to Li Chen, Brother, do you have time tonight? I admire you so much. Her eyes were seductive and full of charm. The implication couldn't be clearer. He, my brother is not someone casual. Before Li Chen could reply, Xiao Ziying took Li Chen's arm. The red-dressed beauty, seeing Xiao Ziying's explosive figure and stunning looks, lost her confidence and dared not speak to Li Chen again. On the way back to the villa, Xiao Ziying occasionally glanced at Li Chen. Sis, is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at me? Li Chen asked. No way. Focus on driving. Xiao Ziying quickly turned away. She didn't realize her cheeks were slightly blushing. Back at the villa, Xiao Ziying lay on the bed and shared the video of Li Chen's racing in the sisters' WeChat group, causing a stir. On Chitu Mountain, the video of Li Chen's race was recorded by the audience and posted online, attracting attention and discussion. Due to his explosive driving skills, the video quickly gained popularity online, even making it to the front page of Bilibili. People speculated about the mysterious driver of the Pagani Huayra. However, Li Chen left only a young and handsome figure. On the night of the race, chaos erupted in the Hua family in Modu. When a group of men carried Hua Fei into the operating room, relatives gathered outside. Sir, are you going to make the decision for Fei? A noble lady cried outside the ward. Humph. Indulging him all the time led to this mess. The middle-aged man seemed angry. Sir, Fei is the only heir of our family for 3 generations. If this surgery... The lady wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but pause, his face becoming serious. These two are none other than Hua Fei's parents, the middle-aged man named Hua Tianzheng, and the noblewoman named Qining. The Hua family and the Qin family have great influence in the entire Jianghai region. With a stomp of their feet, the entire Jianghai region would tremble. As a prestigious family, Hua Fei, being the only son of 3 generations, naturally received much love since childhood. Just at this moment, the lights in the operating room went out. Doctor, how is Fei? Just as the doctor in a white coat came out of the operating room, Qining nervously asked. The patient's life has been saved. But, The doctor in the white coat hesitated. But what? Hua Tianjung also asked anxiously. But it seems that Hua Xiao may not live a humane life in the future. What? The doctor's answer shocked everyone. If that's the case, wouldn't the Hua family end with him? Can't it be cured? Hua Tianjung asked anxiously. I'm afraid it's beyond help, the doctor said helplessly. Soon, inside the Hua family. Lao Lu, find out who injured Hua Fei. No matter who it is, I want him dead. Hua Tianjung gritted his teeth. As the head of a century-old family, the single line of descent being cut off was something he couldn't bear. Yes, Lord Hua, Lao Lu said solemnly. As the personal bodyguard of the Hua family, Lao Lu was highly skilled in martial arts, reaching the peak. He hadn't made a move in many years, but tonight his hands would be stained with blood again. In the villa, Li Chen took a hot bath and was about to go to bed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his room. Is it Ziyin again? Li Chen was puzzled. Did Ziyin like to peep on people sleeping? But as the figure approached, Li Chen saw that it was a man. The man was dressed in black, tall, and holding a sharp dagger aimed at Li Chen lying on the bed. Who sent you? Li Chen asked leisurely. The man in black was visibly startled. He didn't expect Li Chen to be awake and to have discovered him hiding in the bedroom. He was in a dilemma, but he had been exposed. Even if he died tonight, he would avenge the young master. The man in black swiftly stabbed towards Li Chen with the dagger. Li Chen moved forward instead of retreating, his hand faster, grabbing the hand holding the dagger. The man in black was surprised. He didn't anticipate Li Chen's swift reaction. Just as he was about to break free from Li Chen's grip, Li Chen's other hand quietly arrived. The man in black felt a sense of danger. But Li Chen's speed was too fast, and he had already grabbed one of his arms, leaving him no time to dodge. With a bang, Li Chen's fist, carrying a fierce force, struck the man in black's face. The man in black saw stars and his nose was in pain. When he regained his composure, Li Chen was looking at him with interest, as if playing with a monkey. The man in black was furious. As a master of the Hua family, he had never suffered such humiliation before. In his anger, the man in black launched multiple attacks. However, his attacks were all defused by Li Chen as if a child was fighting an adult. At this point, the man in black understood that it wasn't that he was weak, but the opponent was too strong. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage, the man in black hurriedly jumped out of the window and fled. Li Chen smiled faintly and chased after him. Xiao Ziyin heard the commotion and saw Li Chen running towards the window, so she put on her black clothes and followed. The man in black fled the villa area, rode a motorcycle in circles, and finally arrived at the Hua family headquarters. Lord Hua. I failed. As soon as he entered, Hua Lao Lu spoke to the waiting Hua Tianjung. What? Hua Tianjung was stunned. The fact that Lao Lu, the top expert of the Hua family, had made a mistake was something Hua Tianjung had not expected. And at that moment, so you were trying to assassinate me? Li Chen emerged from the darkness of the room. Immediately, both Hua Tianjung and Lao Lu were shocked. The headquarters of the Hua family in the Magic City. As a well-known family in Jianhai province, the Hua family naturally had layers of bodyguards. However, neither Hua Tianjung nor Hua Lao Lu had expected that someone would easily break in. Damn, how did this person get in? How skilled was he? However, Li Chen paid no attention to the astonishment of the two, as he casually sat in a chair in the middle of the room, not treating himself as an outsider. Speak, why did you want to kill me? Li Chen glanced at the two who were still shocked. This. Hua Tianjung and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. Lord Hua. It was him who injured Hua Xiao. Lao Lu hurriedly explained. He still had lingering fear of Li Chen's skills. He considered himself experienced in battles, with martial arts reaching a profound level, having reached the realm of a martial arts master several years ago. He could easily defeat a dozen people and even disdain so-called experts. But what he hadn't expected was that Li Chen was even more formidable than him. So it's you. What do you think of my Hua family? You can just come as you please? Hua Tianjung's eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at Li Chen. He had disabled his own son and now this person had brazenly entered his home. It was simply intolerable. So you're Hua Fei's father? Li Chen chuckled. Initially, he was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the assassin. Now it all made sense. Although Li Chen was like a salted fish, he was not a fool. Since others wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't give up easily. Men! There's an assassin! Capture him! With Hua Tianjung's roar, the Hua family bodyguards rushed into the room and surrounded Li Chen. And at that moment, ding! Host, beat up the Hua family, defeat the Hua family members. Upon completing this task, the host will gain divine-level stock market operation experience. The system had issued a mission? Looking at the fierce-looking crowd, Li Chen remained calm and smiled. If you surrender now, disable your own arms, and forever submit to me, I will overlook the past. If you refuse, I will have to take action myself." Hearing Li Chen's words, the crowd found it to be the most ridiculous joke. Hua Tianzheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He looked at Li Chen as if he were dealing with a lunatic. Damn, there were so many of them, and he wanted them to surrender? He wanted them to disable their own arms? He wanted them to submit to him? Damn it! You have some nerve. Although Huo Laolu had failed to assassinate Li Chen, he also felt that Li Chen's words were too arrogant. This was the Hua family headquarters villa, with 50 to 60 bodyguards, almost all of them top-notch. Li Chen would either die or be disabled when he came here, so why boast so much? Even Xiao Ziyin, who was hiding in the shadows and secretly tracking Li Chen, couldn't help but frown and sweat in her palms. The bodyguards here were all tall and sturdy, all looking like martial arts experts. If they were to confront Li Chen, he would probably suffer. However, Li Chen boldly exposed himself in front of everyone and spoke without restraint. She thought to herself that if Li Chen couldn't withstand the siege, she would intervene to save him, ensuring he wouldn't get hurt. At this moment, Hua Tianzheng gritted his teeth and roared, "Get him! Beat him to death! There will be a hefty reward for a good job." The 50 to 60 people who had surrounded Li Chen now fiercely attacked him. They punched, kicked, wielded knives, and carried sticks. Each one looked fierce and ruthless. They were all experts trained by the Hua family since childhood, naturally possessing extraordinary strength. Martial arts are meant for killing, not for show. If an ordinary person were to be hit by any of them, their arms and legs would probably be broken, and they would lose half their life. However, with the blessing of God-level martial arts, Li Chen's physique had long surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, in Li Chen's eyes, the speed of everyone's moves seemed to slow down. It was like watching a movie at 0.01x speed. Unbelievably slow. Li Chen was surrounded by the crowd, casually making his moves, striking, thrusting, knocking, kicking, sweeping, jumping. His movements were light, elegant, smooth, and natural, in perfect harmony with the Tao. In less than a minute, more than 60 big men fell to the ground one after another. Their faces twisted in pain, clutching their arms and howling. Without exception, their right hands were disabled. Originally, they had just relied on their numbers and strength, but now they had no trace of their former confidence. The young man in front of them looked like a devil in their eyes. Definitely a devil from hell. This. Hua Tianzheng stared blankly at Li Chen and the people lying on the ground, his mouth wide open as if it could fit an egg. In just a minute, he experienced the most incredible scene in his life. He was a business tycoon, the head of a century-old family, highly regarded and experienced in various situations. However, this scene in front of him still made him feel confused and unreal. Huo Laolu was not feeling any better either. As a martial artist, and a grandmaster at that, he naturally knew what it meant to defeat so many experts at once. And Li Chen's effortless and harmonious moves clearly indicated that he had long surpassed the realm of martial arts grandmaster. This was too amazing. Even he had never seen anyone take martial arts to such a level. Yet Li Chen in front of him was still a young man. Xiao Ziyin, who was watching from the shadows, was even more amazed, her beautiful eyes shining continuously. She knew Li Chen's martial arts skills were impressive, but she never expected him to be this powerful. She had just thought of helping Li Chen, but it seemed he didn't need her help at all. Watching the people on the ground lose their fighting ability, Li Chen sat back in his seat. How about now? Still want to kill me? Li Chen looked at Hua Tianzheng and Hua Laolu, sneering. You. Hua Tianzheng was completely defenseless. Damn, this guy is a monster. Hua Laolu's mouth twitched, and his eyelids jumped. What the hell? Why did I try to assassinate someone even more powerful than a martial arts grandmaster? I must have been bored and looking for trouble. It's like an old man drinking poison, complaining about his long life. I'm too full of myself. How am I going to get through this? What? No more to say now? Li Chen looked at the two of them not speaking, then turned to them. What do you want? Hua Tianzheng gritted his teeth, trembling as he spoke. I want one arm from each of you. And after meeting me, Li Chen, you must keep your distance. Whatever I ask of you, you must obey. Li Chen chuckled. Don't push it too far. Young man, spare others and others will spare you. Hua Tianzheng said through gritted teeth. Today, he admitted defeat. But he would settle this score sooner or later. Spare others and others will spare you? When Hua Fei tried to push me off the cliff, where was your mercy? When you sent someone to assassinate me, where was your mercy? When dozens surrounded me alone, where was your mercy? Li Chen looked down on them. He gazed at Hua Tianzheng with interest. These questions are like sharp swords, with astonishing killing power, stabbing at Hua Tianzheng one after another. A series of questions left Hua Tianzheng speechless. At this moment, he cursed his unlucky son 10,000 times. It's really damn bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Otherwise, how could he provoke such a powerful existence? Speak up. Should I disable your arms myself, or will you do it yourselves? Li Chen said casually. It seemed as simple as breaking someone's arm, just like killing a fly. You. Hua Tianzheng pointed at Li Chen's finger, trembling non-stop. There was no trace of a business tycoon left. Hua Laolu stood frozen in place, wishing he could disappear on the spot. But he knew that trying to escape from someone several levels higher than a martial arts grandmaster was futile. Since you don't want to act, I'll do it myself. Li Chen stood up and stepped towards the two of them. It was like a fierce wolf approaching two little lambs. Each step created immense pressure on the two. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, Hua Tianzheng pulled out a handgun from his pocket. Come closer. I'll shoot you. Hua Tianzheng raised the gun, his finger on the trigger, aiming at Li Chen. Do you think the bullet is faster than me? Li Chen touched his nose, looking amused at Hua Tianzheng. What? What did he say? Did he think he could be faster than a bullet? Young man, you are too ignorant. Hua Tianzheng suddenly pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out with a spark. Even with formidable martial arts skills, could one be faster than a bullet? Isn't that too ridiculous? Be careful, Li Chen. Xiao Ziying was shocked. She was about to intervene, but she didn't expect the old man Hua Tianzheng had already pulled the trigger. Hua Tianzheng and Hua Laolu smirked faintly. Damn it! Let him show off again. Let him break my arm again. The bullet whizzed out with tremendous momentum, aiming at Li Chen. However, to Li Chen, the bullet seemed incredibly slow, just slightly faster than a group of men's movements a moment ago. Maybe 0.1x speed faster, but still too slow. Li Chen lightly pinched the air with his fingers, catching the bullet that was supposed to hit him. Everyone witnessed this miraculous scene. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence, even quieter than when Li Chen had instantly defeated over 60 men. How? How is this possible? Hua Tianzheng was dumbfounded. Damn it! Is he still human? How is this possible? Hua Laolu seemed to have seen a ghost. It was as if he heard the words his master said before he died. The great way is complete, the supreme is one. Could this be the realm above the martial arts grandmaster that his master mentioned? Has Li Chen reached such an incredible level? Even his master never crossed this realm in the end. At this moment, Hua Laolu not only feared Li Chen but also had a hint of admiration. It was entirely out of respect for the strong. Xiao Ziying, who had just spoken, was stunned in place. She never expected Li Chen could catch a bullet. In the Dragon Kingdom's secret guards, perhaps only the general could barely do it. She never expected Li Chen could do it too. This brother is simply too extraordinary. No! She must inform the general about this news. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Let's see them. Li Chen's mouth curved into a smile as he approached Hua Tianzheng again. Although Li Chen's smile was handsome and harmless, in Hua Tianzheng's eyes, it was clearly a devil's smile. At this moment, Hua Tianzheng was terrified, with cold sweat running down his back. He was truly trembling. This former big shot who once dominated the scene never imagined he would be bullied one day. However, at this moment, the Hua family is not someone to be bullied casually. With a voice coming from outside the door, a noblewoman entered the room, followed by 2 uniformed constables. Although this noblewoman was over 50 years old, she still had charm and was well maintained, showing that she was a beauty in her youth. She was none other than Hua Fei's mother, Hua Tianjing's wife, Qining. The Hua family mainly monopolized the coal and shipping business in Jianghai province. The Qin family, on the other hand, not only operated traditional manufacturing industries but also had deep connections in the official circles. The combination of the 2-century-old families in Jiangnan province was influential. Even Xiao Qinghong's Qinghong group had to show respect. Madam! Second brother! Third brother! Hua Tianzheng saw Qining and the 2 constables approaching, and exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, Qinying's relationship with the 2 constables was not simple. Did you hurt Feier? Qining ignored Hua Tianzheng and asked Li Chen with a smile. Yes. Do you want to avenge him? Li Chen glanced lightly at Qining. Now it's a society under the rule of law. I don't want to resort to violence. Qinying's lips curled up. Oh, do you still believe in the rule of law? Even Li Chen found it amusing. Always sending people to carry out assassinations, and they still talk about the rule of law. This place has been surrounded by constables. I advise you to give up while you can, young man. One of the constables behind Qining said with a fierce look in his eyes. The threat was obvious. Obviously, this was an attempt to mediate. What if I insist on having them both lose their arms? Li Chen said fearlessly. As soon as he spoke, 2 cries of pain were heard. Hua Tianzheng and Hua Lalio's arms were crippled. Too fast. So fast that no one reacted in time. Ah! Hua Tianjiang held his arm in unbearable pain. Hua Laolu, due to years of martial arts training, had a physique beyond ordinary people, so he endured without making a sound, but his expression was twisted in pain. You! The constable's face was clearly displeased. He had just issued a warning, and this kid had actually acted directly. Wasn't this like slapping his face directly? The young man in front of him was out of line. Young man, we suspect you of intentionally causing harm and trespassing on private property. Now, come with us to the station for investigation? Another constable, holding a cigarette, looked at Li Chen indifferently. However, at this moment, you can't take him away. Xiao Ziying, who had just spoken, stood up. Xiao Ziying not only stood up but also held an ancient and elegant token in her hand. This token had an ancient aura, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, clearly not an ordinary object. In the middle of the token was the word shadow. The moment the two constables saw this token, a flash of shock crossed their faces. If they were not mistaken, this was the token of the Dragon Kingdom's secret guards. The bearer of this token had the power of life and death, just like 007 obtaining a license to kill. The two constables exchanged a quick glance, and then the constable with the cigarette in his mouth came to Xiao Ziying and Li Chen with a smile on his face. Today was just a misunderstanding. Please forgive us for any offense. This constable was all smiles, acting all tough just a moment ago, now he was all submissive. After saying many polite words, he turned to Qining. Little sister, big brothers can't intervene for you today. They are not the kind of people we can provoke. The two constables said only this to Qining, then left without further ado, leading their team. It was truly a hasty arrival and departure, coming and going quickly. Qining and Hua Tianjiang, seeing this scene, were dumbfounded on the spot. Hua family headquarters. Qining and Hua Tianjiang were at a loss. At this moment, they vaguely understood that they might have provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. However, they had just said all the harsh words, how could they lower their faces and admit their mistakes now? Therefore, the two stood there foolishly, stunned on the spot. Sis, I didn't expect them to be afraid of you. Li Chen came to Xiao Ziying's side, naturally very grateful. Although he had top-notch martial arts skills, if he really fought with the constables, he might end up eating prison food. Li Chen, let me take a good look at you, you're not injured, right? Xiao Ziying's eyes were full of concern. This little brother's abilities were getting bigger and bigger. Just now, Li Chen caught the bullet bare-handed, which really scared Xiao Ziying. Seeing that Li Chen was not injured at all, Xiao Ziying was finally satisfied. Then she took Li Chen's hand and left the Hua family directly. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way, leaving the Hua family members looking at each other. Tonight, Li Chen left them with an almost indelible impression. After Li Chen and Xiao Ziying left, it took a while for Qining to react. She hurriedly dialed the phone to her second brother, who was the director of the entire city's constable bureau. His status was prominent, and his power was overwhelming. However, just now, her proud second brother actually backed down. Brother, what exactly happened just now? Why didn't you arrest that kid? Qining was somewhat displeased. Her son was disabled, and her brother let go, not seeking revenge for her. Arrest? Sister, do you know who they are? Her brother's mocking voice came through the phone. Who are they? Why did you suddenly stop caring? Qining was also full of doubts. Hua Tianjiang, who was treating his arm injury nearby, also pricked up his ears and listened to Qining's side. Didn't you see the token they showed? That is the token of our dragon country's secret guards. Generally, only military ranks at the level of a general have such tokens, and holding such a token is equivalent to obtaining a license to kill. Her brother on the phone spoke with lingering fear. It seemed that he was quite scared of offending those two just now. What? They are so powerful? Qining exclaimed in her heart. General level. License to kill. She had some vague guesses about Li Chen and Xiao Ziying's identities, but she never expected that their identities would be so powerful. Hua Tianjiang, who was dealing with the severed arm, was even more terrified. He had really caused his own death. He had previously sent someone to assassinate Li Chen, and even said so many offensive things to Li Chen. In the future, don't even think about seeking revenge. This is not something we can handle. A stern warning voice came through the phone. Then with a snap, the call was hung up, as if the second brother was very angry. Old man, what should we do? Qining hung up the phone, feeling disheartened at this moment, without the previous momentum. Alas! Admit defeat and apologize. What else can we do? After a long time, Hua Tianjiang, enduring the pain in his arm, said slowly. On the way back to the villa, Li Chenzi heard, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of serving the Hua family. The host will receive divine-level stock market operation experience. With the sound of the system, a warm current spread throughout Li Chen's body, and his brain received a large amount of stock market knowledge and experience. Previously clueless about the stock market, he now turned into a big player who could move the capital market. How cool! With the ability to manipulate the stock market, wouldn't he be able to easily navigate the stock market and profit effortlessly? Li Chen was particularly satisfied with this reward. In the following days, the villa received several waves of gifts, all from the Hua family. Others received gifts that were as big as a gift box. However, the gift given to Li Chen turned out to be car after car, which surprised the security guards in the neighborhood and the surrounding homeowners. These gifts included Millennium Ginseng, precious pearls and jade, high-end cosmetics, designer handbags, and even 2 top luxury cars. Because they didn't know what Li Chen and Xiao Ziying liked, the Hua family bought a bit of everything. Hua Tianjing even said he was willing to sell a portion of the family's shares if Li Chen was willing. This is unbelievable. Li Chen was taken aback. The Hua family was not just apologizing, but completely trying to curry favor with Li Chen. With the arrival of these gifts, the villa looked like it was celebrating the new year. Wow! This handbag must be a limited edition. Eldest sister Xiao Nishang picked up a handbag, her eyes sparkling. Excited like a little girl, she no longer had the demeanor of a business queen. It must be said that women have no immunity to cosmetics and handbags at any time. So many gifts. Li Chen, how should we handle them? Xiao Ziying looked at the piles of gifts and furrowed her brow. Let's accept them. Don't refuse them, and the Hua family has received the punishment they deserve. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, at least they have some tact. Xiao Ziying stood with her hands on her hips, her chest puffed out, looking like a victorious rooster. Li Chen had the servants organize the gifts, gave the handbags to Xiao Nishang, and gave Xiao Ziying some high-end supplements. Then he had the servants put the rest of the miscellaneous gifts in the storage room. As for the 2 luxury cars, they were naturally parked in the underground garage. Xiao Nishang excitedly took the handbag, slinging it over her shoulder, standing up and sitting down, very happy. Xiao Ziying seemed uninterested in the high-end supplements. With the weather warming up, the 2 sisters were dressed coolly. Nishang wore a casual dress, her figure explosive, becoming more and more like a beautiful mature woman. Ziying wore a tight yoga outfit, outlining a perfect figure. The 2 sisters had graceful figures, which pleased Li Chen. Seeing the 2 sisters happy, Li Chen naturally felt good. Today is a good day to rest. Do you want to swim together? Xiao Nishang suggested, seeing the hot weather. Sure. It's been a long time since I swam with Nishang. Xiao Ziying was very excited. When they were young, the sisters used to swim together often. I want to join too. Hearing about swimming, Li Chen's spirits lifted. Soon, the 3 of them changed into swimsuits and went to the large pool in the backyard. Perhaps because Li Chen was present, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying wore relatively conservative swimsuits. Today, Xiao Nishang wore a red floral swimsuit, her figure hot and explosive, with round and fair thighs and a full and tight upper body, showing her mature charm. Xiao Ziying wore a pink cartoon swimsuit with a cute Hello Kitty on the chest, giving a somewhat cute but explosive feeling, almost criminal. Let's warm up first, then have a swimming competition, how about that? Seeing Li Chen's stunned expression, Xiao Nishang said excitedly and a bit shyly, okay. Xiao Ziying was very excited and jumped into the pool with a splash. Xiao Nishang didn't want to fall behind and jumped in too. Watching the 2 sisters splashing and playing in the water, Li Chen almost had a nosebleed. They were just too pleasing to the eye. And at that moment, ding. Host, please win the swimming competition with the sisters to complete the task. The host will receive a random mysterious reward. Ding. Host, please win the swimming competition with the sisters to complete the task. The host will receive a random mysterious reward. Hearing the system's voice, Li Chen smiled. A mysterious reward? It sounded very tempting. I wonder what it will be. However, isn't it easy to win against the 2 sisters in swimming? With the blessing of divine martial arts, Li Chen's physical fitness far surpasses ordinary people, incredibly agile. At this moment, Li Chen was only wearing swimming trunks, his muscles exposed, firm yet elastic and flexible. His 8-pack abs were fully displayed, his figure exploding with attractiveness. He was simply a perfect model. Even Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying couldn't help but take a few more glances, even wanting to touch Li Chen's muscles. Li Chen, why haven't you come down yet? Xiao Nishang looked at Li Chen in a daze and urged him. I'm coming. Li Chen took a few steps back at the edge of the pool, then ran and leaped high, falling into the water with a splash, creating waves and splashing water everywhere. Water splashed onto Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying's heads. Okay, Li Chen, you're so naughty. Xiao Nishang shook the water off her head, speaking angrily. At the same time, she splashed water towards Li Chen. You big troublemaker. You're so bad. Xiao Ziyin also pouted, scooping up water to splash at Li Chen. For a while, the three of them played and frolicked in the pool, the atmosphere exceptionally joyful. Finally, after playing for a while, the three of them stood by the pool. What are the rules of the competition? Actually, it's very simple. Whoever can swim to the other side and return the fastest wins. Xiao Nishang explained the rules to Li Chen. When they were young, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyin often played swimming competitions, so they were very familiar with it. However, it was the first time competing with Li Chen, so she had to explain the rules beforehand. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Alright, let's begin then. Ready, go! As Xiao Nishang's voice fell, the three of them agilely jumped into the water. Li Chen took the lead due to his height advantage. Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyin were only slightly behind. While swimming, Li Chen glanced at Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyin, noticing that their swimming movements were very graceful. Like water fish. They truly lived up to the reputation of the Xiao family's talents. But thinking about it, the two sisters had a swimming pool since they were young, and Xiao Qinghong even hired a professional coach to teach them. Naturally, in terms of swimming skills, Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyin were very skilled. Li Chen's swimming movements lacked any technique. He had large movements and too many unnecessary actions, relying entirely on his strong physique to move forward. However, in the end, Li Chen narrowly won due to his physical advantage. Xiao Ziyin came in second, with just a slight difference between her and Li Chen, while Xiao Nishang came in third, trailing Li Chen by half a body length. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of Wan Hong Group's shares. The related transfer agreement has been placed in the system space. Wan Hong Group's shares? Isn't that the most powerful real estate company in the country? Although Qinghong Group is formidable, it mainly operates in the Magic City, while Wan Hong Group is renowned nationwide, with a market value of at least 400 billion. So, wouldn't 10% of the shares be equivalent to 40 billion? Heavens! Isn't this mysterious reward too amazing? Li Chen was stunned. Although he knew the system was powerful, he never expected to receive so much this time. Humph! Li Chen! You actually beat us! No, we have to compete again. Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziyin were both somewhat unwilling. After all, they had received professional training since they were young, and even participated in school leagues, achieving good rankings. They never expected to lose to Li Chen this time, which made them very unwilling. Moreover, they could see at a glance that Li Chen's swimming movements had no skill at all, relying solely on brute force. Losing to Li Chen was a blow to their professional pride. Therefore, they wanted to compete again. Regarding this, Li Chen is of course happy to accompany. The second round begins. This time, Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying exerted all their efforts, but still ended up losing. During the game, they discovered that Li Chen's swimming skills were getting better and better. In fact, Li Chen observed their movements, then imitated them, and although the time was short, Li Chen learned quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Horse Field of Modulation. The relevant transfer agreement has been placed in the system space. Just as Li Chen won for the second time, the system's voice rang out again. Damn! The system can be replayed? Li Chen was pleasantly surprised. Originally thought the system only rewarded once, but unexpectedly there was another reward. However, isn't the Golden Horse Field of Lishan the top horse field in Dragon Country? With this Golden Horse Field, there will be a place to go for horseback riding leisure in the future. Seeing Li Chen win again, Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying couldn't help but doubt their swimming abilities. Are they too bad? Or is Li Chen too strong? No! We don't accept this. We must have another match. And so, the third round begins. As a result, Li Chen wins again. This time, Li Chen's swimming technique becomes even more perfect. Previously, Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying were only one body length behind Li Chen, but this time they were left far behind by Li Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of Wan Hong Group's shares. The relevant transfer agreement has been placed in the system space. Damn! Can it be replayed for the third time? Li Chen was shocked. The system is really bleeding today. At this moment, in the headquarters of Wan Hong Group in Beijing, in the president's office. Damn! How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Wanxian looked at the share change notice just handed to him by the secretary, his face full of disbelief. Several directors suddenly sold off the group's shares, and the buyer now holds 20% of the shares? Zhang Wanxian's face was uncertain. As a generation of business giants who dominated the business world, he had never faced such a bizarre situation before. Dad, what's wrong? Sitting beside him, Jiang Yu asked in surprise. He knew his old man well, and rarely saw him so angry. Someone just bought 20% of the group's shares. Zhang Wanxiang said solemnly. What? Jiang Yu was shocked. Their combined shares as father and son only amounted to 51%, so the person buying the shares had become the second largest shareholder of the group, and might even threaten their position? You go and contact this buyer, find out his intentions. Remember to make friends. Try to avoid conflicts as much as possible. Jiang Wanxiang advised his son with great emphasis. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded, feeling like facing a formidable enemy. In the 3 swimming matches, the 2 sisters both lost. This made Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying even doubt their lives. Damn, how could this little brother be so good? Clearly not that good at the beginning, but getting better and winning every time. His athletic ability is too good. Especially Xiao Ziying, who was supposed to have the strongest athletic nerves among the sisters, unexpectedly lost. However, Xiao Ziying, with a strong desire to win, quickly came up with a new plan. Li Chen, do you have time tomorrow? How about accompanying me to the horse race? Xiao Ziying's eyes were full of expectation. Sure. Seeing Xiao Ziying's eager eyes, Li Chen had to agree. He had never raced horses before. It should be a lot of fun. You guys have fun tomorrow. I still have to go to work. Xiao Nichang collapsed on the lounge chair, using all her strength in the swimming competition just now. Do you want me to give you a massage? Seeing the tired look of the two, Li Chen suddenly suggested. No, thanks. Xiao Nichang remembered how Li Chen massaged her last time, and her face blushed instantly. If this strange moaning sound is made in front of my sister this time, it would be bad. Alright, I want to give it a try. Xiao Ziying had never experienced Li Chen's massage technique before, but she was eager to try. Here I come. Li Chen had Xiao Ziying lie face down on the lounge chair. Xiao Ziying's entire back was exposed in front of Li Chen. Just now, Xiao Ziying's skin, which had just been soaked in water, was fair and tight, and her peach-like buttocks were infinitely alluring. Li Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After steadying his mind, he started massaging. To be honest, Xiao Ziying only let Li Chen massage her because she was a little tired from swimming, and she didn't have much hope. However, after Li Chen massaged her back a few times, Xiao Ziying immediately felt extremely comfortable. This technique was simply better than that of a professional masseur. In no time, Xiao Ziying let out a soft moan of comfort. Despite trying hard to endure it, Xiao Ziying couldn't hold back in the end. This made Xiao Ziying very embarrassed, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Xiao Nichang next to her heard her sister's voice and felt extremely embarrassed too. She hurriedly ran back to her villa bedroom as if fleeing. The next day, Li Chen and Xiao Ziying drove to the Li Mountain Golden Horse Ranch. Xiao Ziying had reserved the venue here yesterday. Her idea was, since she couldn't beat Li Chen in swimming, she wouldn't lose to him in horseback riding, right? Naturally, Li Chen accepted Xiao Ziying's invitation. However, what he didn't expect was that Xiao Ziying had actually reserved the Li Mountain Golden Horse Ranch. Wasn't this ranch one of the rewards given by the system yesterday? Li Chen was looking forward to this coincidence. I wonder what this ranch looks like specifically. Today is a good opportunity to find out. Li Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. Xiao Ziying was dressed in equestrian attire today. White riding pants, black leather boots wrapping around her slender thighs, and a tight-fitting polo shirt that accentuated her chest, making her look quite heroic. Walking into the ranch, the attention Xiao Ziying and Li Chen, this handsome couple, received was off the charts. Looking at the various facilities in the ranch, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. This ranch was indeed one of the most powerful ranches in Longhua. The entire ranch covers more than 5,000 acres, adjacent to Li Mountain, with abundant water and grass, making it a rare feng shui treasure. The ranch also has a horse stable, a care room, a guest hotel, etc., making it a top choice for leisure vacations. Moreover, all the facilities are well equipped, with professional staff maintaining both the horses and the grass, and even hosting professional equestrian competitions and film and television shoots. Soon, the two arrived at the front desk. After reporting their reservation at the front desk, the receptionist arranged for a dedicated butler to welcome Li Chen and Xiao Ziying. The dedicated butler was a beautiful young lady, but upon seeing Xiao Ziying, she couldn't help but be stunned. For someone who was always proud of her appearance, she felt a hint of inferiority in front of Xiao Ziying. Soon, the beautiful dedicated butler led Li Chen and Xiao Ziying to select their horses and took them to the reserved venue. It must be said that the venue Xiao Ziying reserved was in an excellent location. The venue not only had lush and soft lawns, but also brand new facilities, and there were many spectator seats around, making it perfect for hosting a small equestrian competition. Li Chen, what do you think? Xiao Ziying smiled at Li Chen while holding a chestnut-colored horse. Very nice. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in the Magic City. Li Chen couldn't help but praise. Then let's begin. Xiao Ziying mounted the horse and set off. Xiao Ziying looked heroic, and her horseback riding skills were very professional. On the other hand, Li Chen was completely clueless about horseback riding. However, his physique is strong, and he learns quickly no matter what he studies. Soon, after Xiao Ziying took Li Chen for a few laps, Li Chen indeed found his rhythm. Just as they were having fun, a group of people arrived. Sis, it's really not possible. They have already booked this place in advance, and they are playing inside. How can I explain this to them? The dedicated housekeeper girl said with difficulty. If someone is using it, then refund the money and let them leave. A woman in the crowd said sternly. This woman wore a large-brimmed hat on her head, a long red top, black pencil pants, high heels, sunglasses on her face, exuding a queenly aura. Sis, how can this be? What if they don't agree? The dedicated housekeeper girl was also helpless when faced with such unreasonable customers. Then give them double the refund. I've booked this place today. If it delays our shooting schedule, can you take responsibility? The woman said impatiently. The people with her also agreed. By this time, they had arrived at the place where Li Chen and Xiao Ziying were playing. Sorry, sir, this lady wants to use your space. What do you think? The dedicated housekeeper girl said very nervously. Upon hearing this, Li Chen frowned. Li Chen and Xiao Ziying were having a great time playing and naturally didn't want to leave. Sorry, we just started playing. We don't want to leave yet. Li Chen politely refused. The front desk girl looked towards the woman in sunglasses. Give them double the space fee. You leave immediately. The woman in sunglasses said with a frown, domineeringly. We don't want to give up the space. You leave. Li Chen said calmly. If this woman had spoken nicely to him, maybe he would have agreed. But just now, her tone made it seem like she thought of herself as a queen, expecting everyone to cater to her. Damn, this woman is really full of herself. Li Chen just didn't want to cater to her. You refuse to give up the space? What if I give you 5 times the space fee? The woman in sunglasses seemed surprised by Li Chen's refusal. No matter how much money, we don't want to give up. Li Chen firmly refused. The woman in sunglasses was momentarily speechless. The people behind her looked angrily at Li Chen. Fine. If you don't give up, I'll call the person in charge here. The woman in sunglasses angrily took out her phone and made a call. In no time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes ran over. Miss He, I didn't expect you to come today. The middle-aged man said pleasingly to the woman in sunglasses. I want to use this space, but they don't want to give it up. The woman in sunglasses pushed her sunglasses down and pointed at Li Chen and Xiao Ziying. Well, I'll handle this, the middle-aged man said busily. As the manager of the racecourse, dealing with 2 short-sighted people was as easy as pie. He came smilingly to Li Chen. Young man, hello, I'm Zhao Sihai, the deputy manager of the Golden Racecourse. This is the popular actress Miss Xin. Zhao Sihai pointed to the woman in sunglasses. Oh, Li Chen glanced at the woman in sunglasses. He didn't seem to recognize this actress, probably a 3rd or 4th tier actress. However, this woman really thought highly of herself. Her grandeur was like that of an international superstar. Young man, give me face today. Missy wants to use this space today? Can you give it up? I can refund your space fee and arrange another space for you to play for free. How about that? Zhao Sihai was an old hand in the industry. He believed his words were flawless. What if I don't want to? Li Chen sneered. Young man, don't refuse to drink the toast, or you'll drink as a penalty. Zhao Sihai said impatiently. As a female star from the capital city, Xin still had to shoot promotional videos for the Golden Horse Racecourse in the future, so naturally Zhao Sihai didn't want to offend her. Moreover, looking at Li Chen and Xiao Ziying in front of him, they were only outstanding in appearance, probably with average wealth. Just now, he even saw that Li Chen didn't seem to know how to ride a horse, probably just a nouveau riche who suddenly became interested in learning horse riding. Furthermore, Zhao Sihai had been mingling in this racecourse, and no one had ever dared to defy his words. Oh, I won't give in today. What can you do to me? Li Chen got off the horse decisively, staring straight at Zhao Sihai and Xin. Zhao Sihai's face turned ugly. He originally thought that scaring off such a young man casually would make him leave, but he didn't expect this young man to be so tough. Fine. Just wait. Zhao Sihai took out a walkie-talkie and made a call. In no time, 7 or 8 burly security guards arrived. They were all tall and strong, holding batons in their hands. General Zhao. The lead security guard respectfully approached Zhao Sihai, and the other guards followed suit. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sihai smiled triumphantly at Li Chen. Young man, can you vacate the area now? At the same time, Xin glanced contemptuously at Li Chen and took out a stack of banknotes from her bag, handing them over. Here, take this money. Vacate the area. Looking at the two people in front of him, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. It was truly an unlucky day to encounter two such weird clowns. If you want to fight, then do it quickly. I won't give up the area, Li Chen said calmly. You brat. You forced me into this. Get him. Carry this kid out. Zhao Sihai was stunned, then roared in anger. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to be so unreasonable. Yes. The 7 or 8 burly security guards immediately moved towards Li Chen. They thought Li Chen would be subdued immediately, but an astonishing scene unfolded. Li Chen swiftly struck, and almost every security guard fell to the ground with a single blow. These burly security guards were as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a single blow. And astonishingly, Li Chen didn't move from his spot throughout the entire ordeal. He stood still and managed to knock down this group of strong men. Damn! Is this young man really this strong? Everyone was somewhat surprised. Zhao Sihai looked incredulous, and Yi Xin was even more stunned. Xiao Ziying beside her couldn't help but smile, watching Li Chen's pretentious demeanor. She even felt a bit charmed by it. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Li Chen remained calm. Just wait. Zhao Sihai took out the walkie-talkie again and made another call. In a few minutes, another 70 to 80 security guards arrived at the scene. I'll give you one last warning, young man. You're good at fighting, but ultimately, you can't beat 4 hands with just 2 fists. Can you defeat all of us? I advise you to back down. Seeing so many people coming, Zhao Sihai chuckled again. Nonsense. Come at me all together. Why waste words? Li Chen looked speechless at Zhao Sihai. Hit him hard, Zhao Sihai said fiercely. This young man was just too arrogant. It seemed that he wouldn't understand the ways of the world without experiencing some setbacks. However, the next scene once again shocked everyone. These 70 to 80 security guards were once again knocked down one by Li Chen. And Li Chen remained relaxed and even joyful throughout. Seeing the security guards writhing in pain on the ground, Zhao Sihai's face twisted in an ugly expression as if he had eaten shit. How is this possible? Is the young man in front of me a monster? And Yi Xin beside him is even more incredulous. The mockery and disdain in his eyes have turned into shock. I've seen people who can fight, but never seen someone this good. This makes Yi Xin a little scared. Do you have anyone else? You can all call them over. Li Chen chuckled. Zhao Sihai couldn't help but shiver. These security guards are all the security guards that can be mobilized at the moment. He never expected the young man in front of him to be so strong. It's unbelievable. If you don't have any more tricks, then, Li Chen said, walking towards Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were rooted to the spot, unable to muster any strength. This is a society under the rule of law. I am the deputy manager here. You can't touch me, Zhao Sihai said fearfully. I can't touch you? Alright, I'll make you completely surrender. Li Chen sneered, took out his phone from his pocket, found a number, and dialed it. As soon as the other party answered, Li Chen said, I'm Li Chen, I give you 2 minutes to get to Horse Arena No. 7, otherwise, you as the manager will be out of a job. With that, Li Chen hung up the phone. Everyone watched Li Chen's actions, puzzled, but intimidated by his deterrence. No one dared to move. Li Chen, what are you up to? Xiao Ziying asked curiously. Sis, you'll find out soon. Li Chen smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a tall middle-aged man came running over. Excuse me, who is Mr. Li Chen? The middle-aged man asked, wiping his sweat and panting. Despite the injured security guards lying on the ground, he was very puzzled. I am Li Chen. Li Chen responded calmly. You are Mr. Li Chen? Really Mr. Li Chen? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Absolutely. Do you want to see my ID? Li Chen said sternly. I've seen the boss. The middle-aged man quickly bowed. What? Everyone was stunned. The boss? Which boss? Lao Ji, are you mistaken? Is he our boss? Zhao Sihai was as if he had seen a ghost. Just yesterday, Li Mountain Golden Horse Arena changed hands, and the new boss is the Mr. Li Chen in front of us. No mistake. I've seen the boss's photo on the transfer agreement. Ji Long explained to everyone. Hearing Ji Long's words, everyone was shocked. This young man is actually the owner of the horse arena? Zhao Sihai sat down directly on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. He kept muttering, it's over. It's all over now. Xiao Ziying was also surprised. When did this little brother acquire the Golden Horse Arena? This horse arena is worth at least $1 billion. At this point, everyone understood the identity of the person in front of them and naturally became afraid. Ji Long led everyone to stand in front of Li Chen. There was another solemn introduction. After learning about Zhao Sihai's recent actions, Ji Long was the first to step forward and deliver a heavy punch to Zhao Sihai's cheek. Zhao Sihai's nose immediately started bleeding profusely. This scene made Yi Xin shudder. She never expected today to turn out like this. Yi Xin slowly moved, wanting to leave this place of trouble. However, wait, did I say you could leave? Li Chen stared at Yi Xin and her group with piercing eyes. Yi Xin and the others immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Li Mountain Golden Horse Arena. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Yi Xin and the others froze. What? What do you want? Yi Xin's tone was trembling, no longer the arrogant attitude she had just displayed. Apologize. Li Chen said sternly. Just now, this woman was extremely arrogant and unreasonable. Li Chen had already refused, but this woman still wouldn't let it go, instigating Zhao Sihai to drive them away. This woman really doesn't know the severity of things. Apologize? Apologize for what? This is all about your horse farm. What business is it of mine? Yi Xin hurriedly argued. Nothing to do with you? Weren't you just trying to drive us away? Weren't you just wanting this venue? Li Chen stared at Yi Xin. This woman really was quick-witted. I didn't. It was all done by Zhao Sihai. This is your horse farm's own business. I, an outsider, will not get involved. Yi Xin quickly pushed away her suspicion. You really know how to argue? Li Chen chuckled. Shameless women are truly invincible. Apologize. Slap yourself 10 times. Then get lost. Li Chen ordered sternly. He had lost patience with this woman. What? Slap myself? Who do you think you are? Yi Xin looked disdainful and said, I am an artist under Wan Hong Entertainment. Offend me, and our boss, Master Jiang Yu from the Jiang family, you know him, right? He won't let you off easily. Wan Hong Entertainment? Didn't he acquire shares from Wan Hong yesterday? Li Chen was puzzled. Scared, huh? Humph. If our Master Jiang Yu stomps his foot, small fry like you will have no place to bury yourselves. Yi Xin boasted, becoming more and more outrageous. In fact, Yi Xin was just a fourth-tier artist under Wan Hong, and she had never even met Jiang Yu, the son of the Jiang family. Listening to Yi Xin's buzzing like a fly, Li Chen was extremely annoyed. He was about to personally teach this woman a lesson when, at that moment, Li Chen's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Li Chen answered. Hello, are you Mr. Li Chen? A man's voice came from the receiver. I am. Who is this? I am Jiang Yu, the general manager of Wan Hong Group. I heard that you acquired 20% of our company's shares yesterday? Jiang Yu asked cautiously over the phone. He had just found out Li Chen's phone number. Oh, so it's about that. Yes, I made the acquisition. Li Chen was still quite surprised by the random rewards the system gave him yesterday. So, Li Gu, do you have time? Can we meet? Meet? Let's talk about it in a few days. I'm a bit busy right now. Li Chen declined. Come on. Go. Look. Our company also has an entertainment division with many beautiful ladies. If you come out, we can meet, and I'll have the female stars under our company accompany you. How about that? When Jiang Yu heard Li Chen seemingly wanting to hang up, he became anxious. He inexplicably said some words that matched his usual taste. After saying these words, Jiang Yu even regretted it a bit. Would saying this make Li Chen think he was particularly frivolous? Entertainment company? Do you know an artist named Yi Xin? Li Chen caught on to another point. Yi Xin? Wait a moment, Li Gu, I'll check for you right away. Do you like her? When Jiang Yu heard an opportunity, he quickly wrote a name on a piece of paper and handed it to his secretary to check. Although Master Zhang's reputation for liking women was well known, even shaking the entire network, there were too many female artists under Wan Hong Entertainment for him to remember them all. Like her? This woman just offended me, and she won't change her tune. I wish I could just beat her up. Li Chen was exasperated. Even if he were given 100 women like her, he wouldn't want them. His sisters were all outstanding, weren't they attractive enough? Alright, go. I understand. I just had my secretary check, and she really is one of our artists. I'll go deal with her right away. How about our meeting? Jiang Yu was very anxious. His artist under his banner had offended this big shot. He must not leave a bad impression. Meeting? Let's talk about it later. I'm busy right now. After saying this, Li Chen hung up the phone. Brother. Jiang Yu listened to the busy tone on the phone with a sense of helplessness. Without understanding the other party's intention to acquire shares, he still hoped to make amends, but it seemed like the other party was not keen on meeting, which left him feeling helpless. On the other side, Li Chen hung up the phone and stared at Yi Xin again. I'll say it again, apologize. Slap yourself 10 times. Then get lost. Li Chen completely lost his patience. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. Why can't you understand plain language? I'll say it again, I am an artist under Wanhong Entertainment. Offending me means offending our family's boss Jiang Yu. He won't let you off. He. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was like he was hearing the funniest joke. What are you laughing at? How can a stable owner like you compare to our young master Jiang from our family? I advise you to know your place. Yi Xian became more and more pleased as she spoke, getting more and more excited, like a rooster with colorful wings shining under the sun. Her assistants beside her also looked excited, sharing in her glory. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello, manager he. Hearing the ringing of the phone, Yi Xian was a bit displeased. She was in the middle of something, but when she saw the incoming call number was from her immediate superior, her attitude changed instantly. Damn it! You bitch! What the hell have you done to get me into trouble again? The voice on the other end of the phone started scolding Yi Xian right away. What? Manager he. I don't understand what I did wrong? Yi Xian didn't expect her immediate superior to be so angry, which made her feel wronged. Do you still have the face to ask? Just now, the general manager from the head office called me, specifically saying that you, Yi Xian, offended his business partner. The general manager said you have to apologize. If you can't satisfy Mr. Li Chen, don't bother coming back to the company. A stern warning voice came through the phone. What? Apologize to Li Chen? Li Chen is actually a business partner of Jiang Yu, the young master? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Damn it, always causing trouble for me. If you can't satisfy Mr. Li, not only will I fire you, but you will also be permanently banned from the entertainment industry. With a slap, the angry voice on the other end hung up the phone. At this moment, Yi Xian looked blankly at Li Chen, unsure of what to do. Yi Xian, are you okay? The voice of her assistant next to her finally brought Yi Xian back to reality. Yi Xian took a deep breath, as if she had made a big decision. She ran up to Li Chen directly, and with a thump, knelt in front of him. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. While kneeling, Yi Xian kept slapping herself in the face. Seeing Yi Xian's sudden change in behavior, her assistants who were with her were dumbfounded. Where did the fierce Yi sister go? How did she suddenly back down? Isn't this reversal too exaggerated? Li Chen was speechless, but he quickly figured out the reason. The general manager of the stable, Ji Long, who was watching the scene, quickly realized that Li Chen's identity was not simple, otherwise, this arrogant woman wouldn't have backed down so quickly. However, the higher Li Chen's status, the easier it would be for him to stand out by following Li Chen. Yi Xian kept kneeling and slapping herself. The scene was so satisfying. Mr. Li, can you forgive me, please? Yi Xian looked pitiful with snot and tears, her delicate makeup already ruined from crying. If I had known today, why bother back then? Get lost. Don't let me see you again in the future. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with a woman like her. Yes. Yi Xian stood up, covering her face, and quickly left with her entourage. When she came, she was so bossy, but when she left, she was in a sorry state. Later, Li Chen brought Xiao Ziying to the manager's office at the racecourse. They checked the financial statements and business situation of the racecourse for the past 2 years. Overall, things were still going well. However, Li Chen was worried about having a deputy manager like Zhao Sihai at the racecourse. Li Chen, can you ask Sister Ni Chang to help find a good professional manager? Xiao Ziying reminded when she saw Li Chen's concern. Good idea. Li Chen nodded and made a phone call. Hello, Li Chen. Hello, Sister Ni Chang. Can you help me with something? Sure. What's up? I'm listening. Li Chen explained the situation. After hearing Li Chen's words, Xiao Ni Chang couldn't help but be amazed. Li Chen actually acquired the Lishan Golden Racecourse? This must be at least 10 billion, right? But considering Li Chen's expertise in antique appreciation, acquiring a racecourse didn't seem like a big deal. Our HR department happens to be training a few managers. I'll help you pick a suitable one to send over. Xiao Ni Chang said after suppressing her shock. Thank you, Sister Ni Chang. You're welcome. But, can you do me a favor too? What favor? Just tell me, sister. There's a business cocktail party tonight, and I need a male companion. So, can you come and be my escort? Of course, no problem. Li Chen thought it was nothing, so naturally, he agreed. Xiao Ni Chang was delighted to hear Li Chen's response. Her handsome brother would surely be the center of attention if he danced with her tonight. Thinking about this, Xiao Ni Chang felt excited, and her cheeks blushed involuntarily. After dealing with the situation at the racecourse, Li Chen left with Xiao Ziying. On the way, when Xiao Ziying heard that Li Chen was going to a business cocktail party in the evening, she took Li Chen to the famous Taiku shopping mall in the Magic City. It must be said that Xiao Ziying had a sharp eye. The clothes she picked for Li Chen were all top brands, not a single one costing less than 10,000. In the evening, top floor of the Xanadu Hotel. At the cocktail party, various business tycoons gathered. Today is the 100th anniversary of the Magic City Business Association. And to enhance the cohesion of the association, the organizers were going to select the top 10 most influential companies in the Magic City this year. The light red group naturally became a hot topic again. Especially the ancient cosmetics launched by the light red group this year received unanimous praise in the market. At this moment, in a private room on the top floor of the Xanadu Hotel, Zhang Yu had just arrived in the Magic City by plane and was pulled over by the local guy Sukiheo. "Bro, I'm going to confess later. You have to support me." This guy, Sukiheo, was close to Zhang Yu due to their business cooperation. "Ha! Don't you have enough women to choose from? Do you still need to confess? Just use money." Zhang Yu knew Sukiheo well. Sukiheo was popular with women, but he was too extravagant. He even boasted in the circle of rich second-generation friends that he had achieved 100 conquests. "Bro, this time is different. This is a goddess-level woman. I must use a cautious approach." Sukiheo chuckled, seeming to understand women very well. "Goddess level? I won't embarrass myself. What if your confession fails? Where do I put my face?" Zhang Yu came from the capital to the Magic City to see Li Chen. He wasn't in the mood for nonsense. What bothered him more was that he had no clue where exactly Li Chen lived. "Bro, you're not being nice," Sukiheo complained. Alright, I'll see how it goes later, okay? After all, you're my brother." Zhang Yu was a little annoyed by Sukiheo's words, so he casually agreed. At this moment, Li Chen and Xiao Nishang arrived at the venue. Instantly, the two became the focus of the venue. Li Chen was dressed in a refined black suit, with a majestic and handsome appearance. Xiao Nishang was wearing a fiery red dress, with a cold and charming temperament. Just then, look! There was a cry of surprise at the venue. In the open sky on the top floor, a drone equipped with colored lights instantly arranged several splendid large characters. "I love you, Xiao Nishang." Following that, heart-shaped balloons rose around the top floor, with colorful ribbons continuously unfurling. At the same time, fireworks lit up the top floor of the hotel, illuminating the entire night sky. What was supposed to be a good business cocktail party seemed to have turned into a love confession event. Sukiheo came to Xiao Nishang with a bouquet of roses and knelt down on one knee. "Nishang, I like you. Marry me," Sukiheo said affectionately. "I'm sorry, Sukiheo. I've told you many times, I simply don't like you. Give up on this idea." Xiao Nishang frowned slightly. She didn't expect Sukiheo to show up here today. "Xiao Nishang, I've been chasing you for so many years. From elementary school to university, you don't even give me face?" Sukiheo chuckled. As a player in the field of love, the more the target resisted, the more excited he became. "Sukiheo, don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. Who in the circle of the Magic City doesn't know about your romantic affairs? I could never like you, let alone marry you. Stop embarrassing yourself here," Xiao Nishang said disdainfully. "Xiao Nishang, I've made such a big scene for you. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. If you don't give me face today, I'll force you." Sukiheo was considered a top player in the circle of the Magic City's second-generation rich. With his grandfather's official background, everyone gave him some leeway. However, being directly rejected by Xiao Nishang in front of so many people made Sukiheo lose his mind. "Can't you understand human language? My sister doesn't like you at all. Get lost." Seeing Sukiheo's fierce appearance, Li Chen quickly shielded Xiao Nishang behind him. "Who do you think you are? You dare to tell me to get lost?" Seeing Xiao Nishang being protected by this pretty boy, Sukiheo suddenly became furious. "Xiao Nishang, you shameless B***tch. You found yourself a pretty boy. How shameless." Sukiheo became angrier as he spoke, using foul language continuously. Suddenly, Li Chen intervened, grabbing Sukiheo by the neck, leaving him speechless. "I'll wash your mouth out." Li Chen raised his hand and delivered 2 slaps, leaving Sukiheo seeing stars. "Let go of young Master Su." At this moment, a dozen burly bodyguards in black clothes surrounded Li Chen. Li Chen released Sukiheo's neck, and Sukiheo slumped to the ground, gasping for air. "Deal with this kid for me," Sukiheo said in a stumbling manner. However, these fierce bodyguards were quickly knocked down by Li Chen as if they were made of paper. What the heck? The onlookers were amazed. The spectators originally thought Li Chen was done for, but the plot unexpectedly took a turn. You. Sukiheo panicked. Do you have any more helpers? Call them all, I'll beat you all at once to save you from being a nuisance like a fly every day. Lee Chen clapped his hands and said to Sukiheo. Just you wait. Sukiheo hurriedly ran towards a nearby private room. Brother, I've been beaten. Can you help me out? Sukiheo shouted as he opened the door to the private room. Who dares to beat you? Let's go, I'll take a look. Jiang Yu looked slightly surprised at Sukiheo's embarrassed appearance. Soon, outside the private room, Sukiheo led Jiang Yu towards Lee Chen. Brother, it's him. You see, he beat up my bodyguard. Sukiheo pointed at Lee Chen and said, How dare you touch my brother? Jiang Yu's gaze darkened. After all, they were all involved in interpersonal relationships. Sukiheo, as his little brother, naturally felt ashamed when his little brother was beaten. It's me. What can you do to me? Lee Chen said lightly. Brother, don't be so extreme in your actions. Jiang Yu clearly didn't like being spoken to like that. Lee Chen, have I ever been afraid of anything? Lee Chen said nonchalantly. Wait, Lee Chen? What's your name? Jiang Yu asked in astonishment. What's your name? Jiang Yu was surprised. Just a moment ago, with a dark face ready to strike at any moment, he now looked like a curious baby. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Didn't he say his name is Lee Chen? What's so strange about that? Sukiheo, puzzled, said from the side. Are you really Lee Chen? Jiang Yu looked at the young man in front of him and asked to confirm. Yes. What? You want to fight, then do it quickly? I'm getting impatient. Lee Chen pursed his lips, his eyes showing impatience. Damn! You brat is too arrogant. Do you know who this person in front of you is? Sukiheo smirked. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Lee Chen sneered. Humph. You ignorant fool. This is Jiang Yu, the son of Wan Hong Group. Sukiheo said loudly. Full of pride. What? He is Jiang Yu? The onlookers at the party were shocked. Wan Hong Group is one of the top real estate companies in Longhua, and its head, Zhang Wanxiong, is the richest man in the country. His son, Jiang Yu, is even known as the national male god, often seen arguing with female celebrities online. Who would have thought he would show up here today? At this moment, the eyes of the people at the venue looked eagerly at Jiang Yu. If they could cooperate with Wan Hong, their status and wealth would undoubtedly rise. Compared to the giant Wan Hong Group, what are the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Magic City, the top 10 enterprises in Magic City? They are all nothing. No wonder even Sukiheo, with his prestigious background, is willing to be Jiang Yu's little brother. For a moment, there was some commotion in the venue upon hearing this news. And when Lee Chen heard Sukiheo mention Wan Hong Group, he couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't the system reward him with shares of this company yesterday? Kid, your time is up. Offending my brother Jiang, you won't get away with it. Sukiheo became extremely arrogant as he saw the crowd's interest. Are you recently acquiring shares of Wan Hong? Jiang Yu ignored the surroundings and just stared at Lee Chen, asking. Yes. What about it? Lee Chen chuckled. With Lee Chen's affirmative answer, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. It's like finding something effortlessly. He had been thinking about whether to hire a private detective to investigate Lee Chen's personal address, but was afraid of offending him. He never expected Lee Chen to be right in front of him. Seeing Lee Chen so young, able to spend billions to acquire Wan Heng's shares, and daring to fight with the famous madman Sukiheo in Magic City, his background must be remarkable. Brother Jiang, why waste time talking to him? Just beat him up. Sukiheo urged as he saw Jiang Yu hesitating to act. However, the next moment, Jiang Yu turned to Sukiheo, and with two heavy punches, directly hit Sukiheo's face. Immediately, Sukiheo's mouth and nose bled profusely, and he lost two front teeth, looking quite miserable. Even Lee Chen's eyelids twitched at Jiang Yu's fierce actions. The surrounding celebrities in Magic City were even more puzzled. Just now, wasn't Sukiheo Jiang Yu's little brother? How come Jiang Yu suddenly turned around and started beating up his little brother? Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Sukiheo covered his nose, looking incredulously at Jiang Yu, no longer showing his previous arrogance. Damn it, mister. Lee is someone you can also bully. Jiang Yu kicked Sukiheo's stomach fiercely. Under the heavy blow, Sukiheo screamed in pain, clutching his stomach and falling to the ground, his body contorted like a shrimp. It seemed that Jiang Yu was not satisfied yet, continuing to stomp on Sukiheo 4 or 5 times, causing him to scream in agony. The socialites around felt their scalps tingling. Is Jiang Yu so ruthless? And why did he call Lee Chen Mr. Lee just now? Could Lee Chen's background be even more powerful? Seeing Sukiheo faint, Jiang Yu finally stopped, satisfied. Mr. Lee? I'm sorry. I have no knowledge of what Sukiheo did. This little brother of mine is not well disciplined. Jiang Yu changed his fierce expression from earlier, apologizing to Li Chen. At the same time, he was also filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, Li Chen had just revealed his name, otherwise things would have taken a bad turn. If he offended the current second-largest shareholder, would Wan Hong face a change in leadership? Oh, Suki Heo always pesters my sister, but my sister doesn't like him at all. How can this be? Li Chen said calmly, staring at Jiang Yu. In the future, I will never let him harass your sister. Otherwise, he will be my enemy. Jiang Yu vowed fiercely. All right, I believe you. If I see him harassing my sister again, he won't be so lucky next time. Li Chen said solemnly. Mr. Li, I believe you also know my intentions. There are many ears and eyes here. Why don't we talk in the adjacent private room? Jiang Yu asked tentatively, seeing the crowd watching them. Li Chen nodded. Jiang Yu was indeed a person who knew the current situation. If he had really joined forces with Suki Heo to deal with him just now, Li Chen wouldn't mind dealing with both of them. Li Chen, are you okay? Xiao Nishang ran over, holding Li Chen's arm and asking. I'm fine, I'll be back soon. Li Chen patted Xiao Nishang's hand reassuringly. Seeing Li Chen and Jiang Yu chatting and entering the private room, the crowd couldn't help but wonder if Li Chen was even more powerful. Otherwise, why would young Master Jiang be so eager to please him? For a while, many socialites at the venue started to engage Xiao Nishang in conversation. However, Xiao Nishang was also puzzled by this. Inside the private room, Mr. Li, may I ask why you purchased shares in our Wan Hong? Jiang Yu helped Li Chen pour tea, cautiously inquiring. I see potential in Wan Heng's development, and you don't need to worry about me trying to take control or anything. I won't be involved in the specific management. Just give me dividends annually based on the proportion. Li Chen calmly replied to Jiang Yu's question. He couldn't tell Jiang Yu that the shares were acquired by the system, right? And as for managing anything, he'd rather not. Isn't it happier to be a bystander? I see. Seeing that Li Chen only wanted to be a silent partner, Jiang Yu also felt relieved. Both he and his father were very worried. If the other party was aiming to gain control of the company, they would have to face a bloody battle. Mr. Li, I see that we are of similar age, so I'll just call you brother in the future. With a big weight lifted off his heart, Jiang Yu felt very relaxed. Sure. Li Chen nodded. Having more friends is always better than having more enemies. Brother, are you interested in any female celebrities? I can introduce you to them. Jiang Yu blinked and asked casually. No, I'm not liking in women. Li Chen refused. His sisters are all beautiful, isn't that satisfying enough? When the private room door opened again, everyone couldn't help but look towards Li Chen and Jiang Yu. Only to see, Jiang Yu was very attentive to Li Chen, calling him brother with a small brotherly appearance. This made everyone look at Li Chen with even more respect. They even began to scrutinize the relationship between him and the light red group. On the way back, Xiao and I Chang couldn't help but ask curiously, Li Chen, what is your relationship with Jiang Yu? Li Chen replied casually, I just acquired some shares of their company. I see. But still, thank you today. Xiao and I Chang said, then kissed Li Chen who was driving. The soft lips made Li Chen intoxicated, almost losing control of the steering wheel. Can't you pick another time, big sister? In the evening, as Li Chen and Xiao and I Chang just entered the house, Xiao Ziying eagerly welcomed them. Li Chen, let me introduce you, this is your third sister, Xiao Feishue. Xiao Ziying excitedly introduced a beautiful woman beside her. This beautiful woman had eyebrows like distant mountains, skin like condensed fat, tall figure, and exquisite curves. Her eyes were very agile, sparkling like flowing colors between blinks. Coupled with her knee-length white dress, she looked even more ethereal. This is the third sister? Xiao Feishue? Li Chen had only met the eldest sister Xiao Anai Chang, the fourth sister Xiao Muyu, the seventh sister Xiao Ziying, and the eighth sister Xiao Yuqing. He didn't expect another sister to appear today. And this sister is too beautiful. Li Chen was stunned for a moment. Seeing Li Chen staring at her dumbfounded, Xiao Feishue couldn't help but blush. Even with her calm and restrained nature, she couldn't withstand such a long gaze from a man. Li Chen, have you seen enough? Do you think I'm beautiful, Sister Ni Chang is beautiful, or Sister Feishue is beautiful? Xiao Ziying chuckled. All beautiful. Li Chen swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. This was a tricky question. Upon hearing Li Chen's answer, the three sisters burst into laughter. After a while, the three sisters stopped laughing. Li Chen, nice to meet you for the first time, I hope you like it. Xiao Feishue, holding back her shyness, took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Li Chen. Her voice was as melodious as a warbler, very pleasant to hear. Thank you, Sister Feishue. Li Chen took the gift box without hesitation. The exquisite gift box was long, and he didn't know what was inside. Driven by curiosity, Li Chen opened it in front of everyone. Oh, it's a painting! Li Chen was slightly surprised. In this era, it was rare to receive a painting as a gift, unless it was a priceless antique painting. Open it and take a look, Xiao Feishue said with some anticipation. Her face was slightly red, whether from laughing just now or because she was naturally shy. Xiao Ziying and Xiao Nichang also looked on curiously. Li Chen unrolled the scroll. It was an oil painting of a golden sunflower field. From the painting, the brush strokes were gentle, the work was delicate, using warm yellow tones, against a blue sky background, creating a warm and lofty atmosphere. In Li Chen's expert appraisal, it was indeed a rare masterpiece. If this painting were to be auctioned, the starting price would probably be at least 100,000. Even Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying couldn't help but admire. How is it, Li Chen? Do you like it? Xiao Feishue asked eagerly. I really like it. Thank you, sister. The brushstrokes are gentle and delicate, the blue and warm yellow complement each other. It's a rare masterpiece. I wonder which master painter created this, Li Chen praised. Upon hearing Li Chen's evaluation, Xiao Feishue's eyes lit up. This little brother also understood art? Xiao Nichang and Xiao Ziying's reaction was laughter and amusement. Did I say something wrong? Li Chen looked puzzled at the two sisters who were already laughing heartily. With his divine appraisal level eyes, it seems like he didn't make a mistake, right? The painting master you mentioned is far away in the sky, yet right in front of us. Xiao Ziying smiled and pushed Xiao Feishue forward, almost bumping into Li Chen's arms, causing Xiao Feishue's face to turn red and charming. What? Hearing Xiao Ziying's words, Li Chen was shocked on the spot. Such a young person has such a strong foundation in painting? Li Chen originally thought it was painted by some old monster. Never thought it was actually painted by the young Xiao Feishue. The Xiao family is indeed extraordinary. So, Xiao Feishue, the third sister of the Xiao family, is actually a painting master. Nonsense! Sister Feishue started painting at the age of 3, held an art exhibition at the age of 5, and reached the top painter level at the age of 15. Xiao Ziying finally stopped laughing. So that's how it is. Li Chen sighed. However, Sister Feishue has been studying abroad all this time, and this time she came back to participate in the Centennial Calligraphy and Painting exhibition in the Magic City. And this exhibition will be held tomorrow. Li Chen, will you accompany Sister Feishue tomorrow? Xiao Ziying asked. Sure. Li Chen happily agreed. With Xiao Feishue being so young and having such painting skills, Li Chen naturally wanted to understand more. Calligraphy and painting exhibitions seemed quite interesting. At night, the three sisters lay side by side on a large bed, speaking intimate words. Xiao Nishang wore a silky long skirt and silk pajamas, with a graceful figure and charming sexiness. Xiao Ziying wore a loose oversized t-shirt, still quite spectacular in the chest area. Xiao Feishue wore cute cartoon pajamas, with curves that left people imagining endlessly. Sis, is Li Chen really that amazing? Listening to Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying chatter about Li Chen's various deeds since he entered their home, Xiao Feishue was puzzled and skeptical. After all, even catching bullets barehanded, who could accept that? And looking at the endless praise from Nishang and Ziying, it seems like they really like Li Chen. Not sure if it's an illusion, but she seems to feel that Nishang and Ziying's admiration for Li Chen might exceed sibling relationships. Sis, did you both fall for Li Chen at the same time? Xiao Feishue's words just came out, and suddenly Xiao Nishang and Xiao Ziying fell silent. It seemed like she hit the nail on the head, as both of them blushed. Looks like I guessed right. Xiao Feishue chuckled. I think you're the one who likes Li Chen. Xiao Nishang reached out and pinched Xiao Feishue's waist. Suddenly, the three sisters were tangled up on the bed. In the adjacent bedroom, Li Chen tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He met the third sister Xiao Feishue today, and she gave him such a valuable oil painting. What gift should he give in return? The key is not the value, but the sentiment behind the painting. Dealing with such an artistic girl, it seems he needs to use an artistic approach. Should he go find some ancient calligraphy and paintings? But since Feishue painted it herself, if he brings back ancient calligraphy and paintings as a gift, Feishue might not necessarily like it, right? Just as Li Chen was pondering, a voice came into his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine level painter. Do you want to claim it now? Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine level painter. Do you want to claim it now? Hearing the system voice in his mind, Li Chen felt great. Claim! Li Chen silently said in his heart. Suddenly, a warm current spread throughout Li Chen's body, and his mind gained a lot of knowledge and experience in painting. At this moment, he felt like an old monster immersed in painting for hundreds of years. Whether it's traditional Chinese ink wash painting, foreign oil painting, watercolor painting, pen drawing, etc., he could handle them all. At the same time, with the new skills, he felt a strong desire to create paintings. However, he didn't have professional paintbrushes in his room. Therefore, Li Chen got up and went to the door of the next room where Xiao Feishue was, wanting to borrow some paper and pens from her. At this time, the three sisters were tangled up on Xiao Feishue's bed. When they heard the knocking on the door, their expressions froze. It was already 10 o'clock at night, so who could it be at this late hour? Maybe it was the maid Wu Ma from the villa? Because they had just asked Wu Ma to bring some snacks over. Xiao Feishue didn't think much and got up from the bed to open the door. What she didn't expect was to see Li Chen standing outside. The three sisters were in disarray from their play just now. With the door wide open, Li Chen could catch a glimpse of the room's atmosphere. Xiao Feishue in her cartoon pajamas revealed her curves above, with several buttons of her clothes undone, and a pair of large rabbits playfully hidden under the black lace, looking lively and cute. Xiao Enai Chang and Xiao Ziying on the bed didn't look any better. Xiao Enai Chang's silky long skirt strap slipped off, revealing a large part of her delicate fragrant shoulder, pure and seductive, making people want to embrace her. Xiao Ziying's oversized t-shirt revealed her tight and round long legs, seemingly exposing the pink panties. The three sisters were suddenly embarrassed at the unexpected visitor being Li Chen. Seeing the alluring scene in the room, Li Chen's eyes widened. These sisters were indeed too adorable. Ah! Xiao Feishue blushed instantly. Already shy, she now looked even more charming and shy. Just then, the door slammed shut by Xiao Feishue. Xiao Enai Chang and Xiao Ziying in the room covered their heads directly, pretending to be ostriches. Li Chen, why are you here? Do you need something? Xiao Feishue asked with her blushing cheeks covered, like a naughty student caught dozing off in class by the teacher. Who is it? Feishue's sister. I just wanted to borrow some paper and pens for drawing. Li Chen, standing outside the door, was also at a loss. However, the provocative scene he just glimpsed was too visually striking. Were all the sisters fairies? Here you go. Li Chen, do you want to draw? After a while, Xiao Feishue opened the door slightly, stuck out a small head, and handed out a set of drawing tools with her fair, slender arm. Because Xiao Feishue had her hair tied in a bun, she looked very cute at the moment. Well, I want to see if I can draw. Thanks, Feishue's sister. Li Chen took the drawing tools and left without lingering, returning to his own bedroom. This person. Xiao Feishue pursed her lips, stuck out her tongue lightly, remembering the accidental exposure just now. Her cheeks blushed again. What's wrong? Feishue's sister. Is Li Chen going to draw? Xiao Ziying and Xiao Enai Chang moved the covers off their heads, curiously asking. Yes, Li Chen came to borrow drawing tools. He said he wants to draw. Xiao Feishue looked at her two sisters who emerged from the covers, speechless, blaming them for playing too wildly just now. I don't think Li Chen can draw, right? It takes a lot of time and talent. Xiao Enai Chang adjusted her slipping strap. I guess Li Chen saw Feishue's sister today, so he wants to try. Xiao Ziying boldly speculated, twisting her tight long legs. Then she seemed to realize something, widened her eyes, and said, could it be that Li Chen has a crush on Feishue's sister? Why else would he suddenly want to draw? Is that so? That's interesting. Xiao Enai Chang looked at Xiao Feishue with great interest and chuckled. What are you guys talking about? Xiao Feishue blushed, pounced on the bed, and was about to punish the two sisters, Enai Chang and Ziying, on the spot. For a moment, the three sisters tangled up again. The scene was too alluring. If Li Chen were there, he would probably have a nosebleed. The next day. Although Li Chen stayed up late drawing yesterday, he still got up energetically. At the earnest request of Xiao Ziying, Li Chen personally cooked a sumptuous breakfast for Xiao Feishue. The three sisters enjoyed the meal. Even Xiao Feishue, who had eaten at Mickey Lin's restaurant many times, couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. After the meal, they rested for a while. Li Chen then drove his sports car and took Xiao Feishue to the Bund Art Museum in the Magic City. This time, the Magic City Centennial Art Exhibition was held at the Bund Art Museum. This art exhibition was grand and attracted many art celebrities and calligraphy and painting merchants from home and abroad. In order to attend the art exhibition, Xiao Feishue also dressed up carefully. Today, she wore a white knee-length dress, applied light makeup, tied her waist-length hair with a green hair clip at the back, giving off a fairy-like aura. Of course, Xiao Feishue came to this art exhibition with several purposes in mind. Firstly, she had her own exhibition hall to showcase her paintings. Secondly, to broaden her horizons and deepen her artistic attainments. Thirdly, to visit her mentor, the master of traditional Chinese painting, Qi Dongfang, as her mentor would also participate in this centennial art exhibition. However, on the way, sitting in the car, Xiao Feishue kept thinking about the scene of the door suddenly opening yesterday. Thinking about her exposed bunny slippers at that time, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. By this time, outside the Bund Art Museum, the crowd was surging, and the scene was unprecedented. This tall and historically significant building had been exquisitely decorated. The 5 floors of the museum were all open. Each floor had many separate exhibition halls, showcasing calligraphy, oil paintings, sculptures, etc. Upon entering the first floor exhibition hall, Li Chen couldn't help but be amazed. The walls were covered with paintings, illuminated by spotlights, making people feel like they were entering a wonderful world of calligraphy and painting. Xiao Feishue led Li Chen to her second floor exhibition hall. By this time, the exhibition hall was already well arranged. With the help of the staff, it had been set up properly yesterday. Since it was still early, there were sporadic visitors entering to admire the artworks. Looking at the paintings in the exhibition hall, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. His sister was truly a versatile artist. In addition to oil paintings, there were also some ink paintings in the exhibition hall. From Li Chen's professional perspective, Xiao Feishue had achieved a high level of proficiency in both types of artwork. She was indeed a genius. However, at this moment, an unpleasant voice rang out, "Is this crap considered art?" causing everyone in the hall to turn their heads. The speaker was a young man dressed in an exquisite and expensive suit, his crocodile leather shoes shining brightly. He seemed to be an art dealer. At this moment, the young man was pointing at an ink painting of a rooster crowing, and couldn't help but criticize it. Ha! Xiao Feishue couldn't help but furrow her brows. Because the ink painting of the rooster crowing was painted by her mentor, and it was the only artwork in this exhibition hall that wasn't created by Xiao Feishue herself. This painting was a gift from her mentor, and she cherished it very much. However, she didn't expect this young man in front of her to be so arrogant in his comments. "Sir, please show some respect." Xiao Feishue's eyes were filled with tears, feeling a bit wronged. "Respect? Since it's displayed here, isn't it meant to be critiqued? Did I say anything wrong?" The young man showed no sign of restraint. "You." Xiao Feishue was at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, "Who's barking like a mad dog here? Turns out it's just a good dog." Li Chen came to Xiao Feishue's side, holding her shoulder, and gazed calmly at the young man in front of him. "You! How dare you insult me as a dog? Do you know who I am?" The young man was instantly furious, as he had never been insulted like this before. In Xiao Feishue's personal exhibition hall, Li Chen and the man in a suit locked eyes, a hint of fire flashing in their eyes. "How dare you? How dare you call me a dog? Do you know who I am?" The man in the suit spoke angrily. He, who had been pampered since childhood, had never been insulted like this before. "Who are you? Mind your own business. Hurry up and apologize to Fei Shui." Li Chen stared at the man in the suit and said, "Apologize? Apologize for what? Did I say something wrong? This painting is simply garbage." The man in the suit shouted, "You don't understand art, do you? This painting of a rooster crowing at dawn has smooth lines, profound painting skills, and can be considered a masterpiece. How dare you call it garbage just now? If you have no eye for art, then don't embarrass yourself here." Li Chen explained. His explanation made Xiao Feishue's eyes shine. She didn't expect Li Chen to really understand art. At the same time, his words resonated with the people in the hall. "This young man is right. Such a good painting of a rooster, and you degraded it to be worthless." "Exactly. You should apologize. Hurry up. Apologize." Seeing the gestures of the crowd, the man in the suit's face turned black. "You guys don't understand anything. Real art should be oil paintings, not this garbage inkwash painting." The man in the suit shouted. "Are you kidding me? The things left by our ancestors have turned into garbage in your mouth? I bet you don't even know how to paint, right?" Li Chen retorted, feeling indignant. Nowadays, young people are so obsessed with foreign things that traditional Chinese painting art has declined. "I don't know how to paint? Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard." The man in the suit laughed maniacally. His laughter left everyone puzzled. Is he crazy? Should we call security to kick him out? But the next moment, the man in the suit stopped laughing. He said, "Listen up, everyone. My name is Luo Kunren." "What? Luo Kunren?" Xiao Feishue was shocked. She had heard of a famous oil painting genius in China named Luo Kunren. His oil paintings were sought after by major auction houses in Europe and America. He was even jokingly referred to as the Prince of Oil Painting, the contemporary Van Gogh. She never expected him to show up here today. However, his character was really bad. The people in the hall were also stunned. Most of them had some knowledge of calligraphy and painting, or were directly involved in the art circle, so they had naturally heard of Luo Kunrun's name. This genius who could sell a painting for millions with just a stroke should be befriended. At this moment, a few people even came up to greet Luo Kunrun, asking for autographs and contact information, completely forgetting his arrogant attitude earlier. He, how about that? Luo Kunrun looked pleased with the praise from everyone. Humph, what's there to be proud of in painting oil paintings? Li Chen sneered. People with talent but no virtue are the real garbage. Kid, do you dare to have a direct competition with me in oil painting? If you lose, tear up this rooster painting, then kneel down and apologize to me. Luo Kunrun taunted. He was confident in his oil painting skills and believed he wouldn't lose to anyone. Li Chen, don't be impulsive. He's very skilled. Xiao Feishue hurriedly pulled Li Chen's sleeve and whispered to him. Even Xiao Feishue, a genius in oil painting, might not be able to beat Luo Kunrun, let alone Li Chen. What? Scared? In that case, tear up this rooster ink wash painting, kneel down, and apologize to me. Luo Kunrun laughed heartily. And just then, ding! Please completely crush the arrogance of the Prince of Oil Painting and complete this task. The host will receive a random reward. Crush him? Interesting. Li Chen's mouth curved up, facing Luo Kunrun and said, you think too highly of yourself. How about this? If you lose, you have to publicly kneel down and apologize to me. Lose to you? Ha ha. Luo Kunrun burst into laughter, extremely arrogant. Li Chen was speechless. He just wanted to quietly attend an art exhibition, but unexpectedly encountered such an arrogant person. Not only did this person have many biases against traditional Chinese painting, but he also acted as if he were superior to everyone else. This was intolerable. Soon, the two stood in place, each with a drawing board, brushes, and oil paints in front of them. Luo Kunrun somehow managed to bring the vice president of the Shanghai Calligraphy and Painting Association as the referee. In no time, the spectators on the second floor gathered in Xiao Feishue's exhibition hall. Since you want to compete, feel free to showcase your skills. No specific theme, but you have 1 hour to complete, the vice president said solemnly. Most of the spectators came for Luo Kunrun's reputation. As for Li Chen, most people looked at him with sympathy. Xiao Feishue clenched her fists, ready to step in if Li Chen lost, to save his face. Soon, Li Chen picked up his brush. After dabbing it in oil paint, he started working. Li Chen's strokes were smooth and his movements were skilled and experienced. Xiao Feishue was astonished. In her mind, Li Chen should have been an average painter, but how could he be so proficient? It even gave her a feeling that his strokes were divinely inspired. This was incredible. Initially worried about how to save face for Li Chen if he lost, she now found herself looking forward to his work. Luo Kunrun also noticed the situation on Li Chen's side and, feeling confident of victory, was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Li Chen to have such skill. But so what? How many genius painters had he already surpassed? Luo Kunrun dismissed his doubts and focused on his own painting. Li Chen's brush movements became faster and seemed to leave afterimages. Swish, swish. The onlookers were speechless. Was this painting or whitewashing a wall? Shouldn't painting be meticulous? How could this produce a good painting? In the eyes of the crowd, Li Chen had become a madman seeking attention. The vice president of the association twitched his mouth. He had seen a lot, but had never seen someone paint like this. Ignoring others, Li Chen continued with his rapid strokes, as if the video was playing at 2x speed. What should have taken an hour to complete, he finished in just half an hour. He gently took the finished painting off the easel and showed it to everyone. His painting was full of artistic conception, natural decoration, and spiritual charm. Everyone saw Li Chen completed in one go, without any pause. And the finished painting was so perfect. The people who had previously looked at Li Chen with sympathy now gasped in amazement. The vice president of the association's face changed 3 times in a row. He painted so fast. And so well. Was this guy even human? Xiao Feishue's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been painting since she was 3. But she could never paint like this. Could her little brother really be this amazing? In the quiet hall, you could hear a pin drop. Luo Kunrun suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. When he looked up again, he found that Li Chen had already completed his work. Oh my god! How was this possible? How could this be? Luo Kunrun was dumbfounded. What surprised him even more was that Li Chen's finished piece was naturally perfect, in harmony with the Tao. Perfect. Too perfect. And he had only completed half of his own painting, unable to continue. He suddenly felt a sense of astonishment, wondering how such brilliance could be born. For a moment, all pride was shattered. The hall was unusually quiet at this moment, even awkwardly so. Who could have imagined that the entire competition process would be so absurd and surreal? However, Li Chen's painting was right in front of them. Distant mountains, small bridges, flowing water, figures, outlined a tranquil and beautiful pastoral scene. The still life scenery was rich and plain, evoking endless imagination. The portraits were vividly lifelike, depicted with great detail. Brushstrokes, colors, outlines. No matter from which angle you looked, Li Chen's work was top-notch. Just taking out any aspect of it, it was textbook level. What was even more surprising was how fast he painted. In the history of art, has there ever been a genius who painted at this speed? Yet, Li Chen managed to do it. Was he still a normal person? Li Chen looked at the stunned crowd in the hall and smiled faintly. He walked lightly towards the petrified Luo Kunren. His leather shoes made a da sound on the marble floor. Each step seemed to tread on people's heartstrings, gradually crushing Luo Kunren's pride. Luo Kunren suddenly regretted why he had come here today. He fancied himself a contemporary Van Gogh, the prince of oil painting. Having already become famous, he had long looked down on the world, acting as if he were unrivaled. He even criticized the works of his predecessors at will. And now, was this his retribution? Heaven had actually sent someone to punish him. At this moment, Li Chen stood in front of the statue like Luo Kunren. Li Chen's gaze was clear and detached, as if even mocking his opponent in front of him was unnecessary. "You still have half an hour," Li Chen said calmly. What? Luo Kunren snapped out of his daze, his eyes clearing up. "I said, you still have half an hour," Li Chen reiterated calmly. Luo Kunren wanted to say something, but he just stood there holding his brush, motionless. He looked at his half-finished work, then at Li Chen's finished piece. After a long while, he suddenly threw down his brush. Turning around, he was about to leave. Damn it, what was the point of continuing? Even if he painted well, he couldn't compare to Li Chen. If he stayed here, would he be a clown? Wait, you haven't knelt down to apologize yet. Li Chen reached out to stop Luo Kunren, speaking in a deep voice. I admit defeat, but you shouldn't go too far, Luo Kunren said angrily. Beep, the crowd was taken aback when Luo Kunren admitted defeat. What did he say? He admitted defeat. How was that possible? How could the Prince of Oil Painting admit defeat? Hadn't they finished the competition yet? Since you admit defeat, kneel down and apologize to Fei Xue and to those who love traditional Chinese painting. Li Chen's eyes turned sharp, no longer calm as before. Damn it! You're going too far. I admit defeat, but how can I kneel down? Luo Kunren said angrily. He was already in a bad mood today. You were the one who proposed the competition. Are you going to back out now? Li Chen said each word deliberately. If you don't kneel, I'll do it myself. Li Chen suddenly moved forward and struck Luo Kunren's legs twice. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking came. Luo Kunren immediately knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The people on the scene were shocked. This was too ruthless. The vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association's face darkened at this moment. No matter how arrogant Luo Kunren was, he still represented the face of their Calligraphy and Painting Association in the city. How could they allow him to be insulted so casually? Making Luo Kunren kneel down was like slapping the face of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Fei Xue covered her eyes. Although Li Chen's actions were somewhat violent, why did she feel that he was so domineering? The well-protected good girl since childhood was unexpectedly feeling a bit restless at the moment. Kid, you've caused big trouble. The vice president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association sighed deeply, personally supporting Luo Kunren to the nearby hospital. And at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for publicly crushing the arrogant demeanor of the oil painting little prince. The host gains divine-level carving skills. Divine-level carving skills? Li Chen felt happy in his heart. The system really gives everything. Just now in another exhibition hall, there seemed to be wood carving and stone carving. Li Chen, are you okay? You were too amazing just now. When did you learn oil painting? Fei Xue came to Li Chen, asking with concern. She seemed to have turned into a little fan. I'm fine, Fei Xue's sister. As for learning oil painting, I just practiced a few days ago. Li Chen lied. He couldn't tell Fei Xue that he was completely clueless about painting until last night. Practiced a few days ago? Fei Xue was stunned. But, it was probably Li Chen's modesty, right? She didn't delve further. At this time, several people came up to chat with Li Chen. Sir, can I buy your painting you just did? I'm willing to pay a high price to acquire it. I'm also willing to pay a high price. If you sell it to me, my price is only higher than his, not lower. I'm also willing to buy at a high price. Just name your price. Li Chen's oil painting just now had become a hot commodity that everyone was fighting over. This surprised the crowd that had not completely dispersed yet. Watching the crowd fighting over it, Xiao Feishue chuckled. Many calligraphy and painting masters sell their works, but they don't have this kind of scene, right? And these businessmen's sense of smell is really sharp. Considering that Li Chen still doesn't have much fame, but just defeated Luo Kunren, this painting will definitely increase in value along with Li Chen's reputation. Stop fighting. Let's just auction it on the spot. Xiao Feishue took the initiative to step forward at this moment. Although she was more introverted and shy, she was obviously more familiar with this kind of thing than Li Chen. In the end, under Xiao Feishue's arrangement, Li Chen's painting was auctioned off for a high price of 1 billion. This left the onlookers stunned. 1 billion. Is it that simple? Li Chen also smirked, finding it surprising that art could be so valuable. And the one who finally acquired this painting was a foreign beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. This foreign beauty happily took the painting. Mr. Li Chen, it was a pleasure working with you this time. If you have any other artworks in the future, please consider us first. Of course, if you have any other needs, you can contact me anytime. This is my personal contact number. This beauty named Brown spoke with twinkling eyes, even pretending to have several physical contacts with Li Chen. Xiao Feishue, who was standing nearby, was a bit unhappy with this woman's flirtatious behavior. Alright, Miss Brown, if my brother has more good artworks in the future, I will definitely contact you. Xiao Feishue suddenly stepped in between the two, hugging Li Chen's arm. In fact, even she was a bit confused about what her behavior meant. In Xiao Feishue's personal exhibition hall, after experiencing the defeat of the oil painting Little Prince and auctioning off the $1 million oil painting, the entire exhibition hall became crowded with people. It was unclear whether these people came to see Li Chen or Xiao Feishue's paintings. Li Chen, my mentor is exhibiting on the 3rd floor, shall we go visit him together? Xiao Feishue blushed and invited. Actually, she could go alone, but for some reason, she wanted to take Li Chen with her. Sure. Should we bring him a gift? Li Chen asked. A gift? I brought some tea leaves, I believe he will like them. Xiao Feishue said happily. Tea leaves are what you brought. If I go, I naturally have to bring some other gifts as well. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, no need to be so polite. Alright, I'll bring some more tea leaves. Xiao Feishue was very happy to see Li Chen attaching so much importance to her teacher's first meeting. That won't do. Li Chen refused. In a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. I've got it. Come with me. Li Chen, with a curious look on Xiao Feishue's face, arrived at a nearby wood carving exhibition hall. At this time, there were few people in the wood carving exhibition hall. Moreover, in the corner of the exhibition hall, there was an old craftsman wearing reading glasses, sitting at a desk, carving something out of wood with great concentration and seriousness. In this vast exhibition hall, he appeared particularly aloof. What's more interesting is that although this old craftsman is well past his prime, he is carving wood while live streaming on his phone placed on the desk. It seems that there are not many people watching the live stream. However, the old craftsman doesn't mind, as he is fully focused on carving. Master, can I borrow your carving knife and a piece of scrap wood? Li Chen walked over generously and asked the old craftsman. Young man, what do you need these for? The old craftsman, interrupted in his work, was naturally a bit displeased, but upon hearing that the young man in front of him wanted to borrow a carving knife and wood, his eyes were full of curiosity. I just want to make a seal for someone. Of course, I can also pay for your wood. Li Chen explained quickly. After all, his actions were indeed a bit abrupt. You want to carve a seal? The old craftsman pushed up his reading glasses and looked incredulously at the handsome young man in front of him. In this rapidly developing era, young people no longer have much patience for carving, and it's rare to see young people who still think of using a carving knife to carve things, especially with machine carving dominating the market. Well done. Young man, you can borrow the carving knife from me. I have all kinds of models here. As for the wood, a seal doesn't require much wood, so you can use it for free. You can choose any wood you like from here, the old craftsman said generously. At the same time, he gave up his seat for Li Chen to sit at his carving table. Thank you very much, sir. Li Chen also sat down generously. The old craftsman seemed to have forgotten to close the Douyin app that was live streaming in front of him. In the live stream room, comments were flying. Wow, this young man is so handsome. Who is he? He's like a star with perfect looks from every angle. Not just a star look. He's absolutely perfect, outshining the current stars. I want to lick the screen. Li Chen picked and chose on the old craftsman's table and finally selected a piece of dark brown wanwali wood. This piece of wood was the length of a finger and 2 fingers wide, just right for carving a seal. Seeing Li Chen choose this piece of wanwali wood, the old craftsman next to him couldn't help but nod. The wood had straight grain, dense texture, and good flexibility, making it the best choice for carving a seal. It seems this kid knows a thing or two. Xiao Feishua beside him looked curious. Li Chen, can you also carve seals? Well, I'm okay at it. Li Chen slightly lowered his head, chose a smaller carving knife, and began carving. He had already asked Xiao Feishua for her teacher's name, so he first flattened the bottom of the wood and then started carving upwards. Li Chen tried the feel of the carving knife a few times, then quickly got into action. At this moment, the barrage in the live stream room increased slightly. Ha! Is this young man carving a seal? Are there still people hand-carving seals now? It's something that machines can finish in seconds. Oh, it's different. The carvings done by hand are more spirited. That's true. Watching Li Chen's movements, the old craftsman felt somewhat gratified. Although 95% of carvings on the market now are done by machines, there are still young people who enjoy hand carving. As long as there are young people who like it, this craft will be passed down. But what surprised the old craftsman was that the young man in front of him carved with such skill and perfection. It gave him a faint feeling, as if he was seeing himself when he was apprenticing and watching his master carving things. Could this young man have also reached the level of a carving master like his own master? Li Chen held the wood in his left hand, and his carving knife in his right hand became faster and faster. Not one stroke more, not one stroke less, with no unnecessary movements at all. Watching it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Even Xiao Feishua beside him couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes and lean in to watch attentively. The barrage in the live broadcast room also started flying. Wow! Can a young man really do this? This skill is too professional. Can only say amazing. I have seen many carving masters, but in terms of carving, he is no less than the masters. Why do I suddenly want this handsome guy to carve a seal for me? Some of the people who usually follow the live broadcast of the old craftsman are hand-carving enthusiasts, so naturally they really like Li Chen's carving. In just 5 minutes, the name on the bottom of the wood was carved. Li Chen blew on it, blowing away the wood chips, and suddenly 3 beautiful characters appeared. The calligraphy strokes were extraordinary, flowing like clouds and water, extremely artistic. A hint of amazement flashed in the old craftsman's eyes. Seals are usually written in Song, clerical, regular, semi-cursive, Weibei, or seal script. But the characters hand-carved by Li Chen seemed to be a self-created font. And this self-created font seemed to be far more beautiful and spiritual than the existing fixed fonts. Even Xiao Feishua widened her beautiful eyes, excited beyond measure. Although she was a painter, calligraphy and painting are inseparable, and she had also practiced brush calligraphy to a certain level. But Li Chen's self-created font was obviously extraordinary. The barrage in the live broadcast room flew up again. These characters are alive. So beautiful. I want this kind of font too. Everyone. This is the charm of handcraft. This is such a spectacular scene. The people in the live broadcast room were amazed. However, it's no wonder they were surprised. Li Chen has achieved god-level painting and carving skills. He just combined the two slightly, resulting in a qualitative leap. However, this is just the appetizer. Li Chen picked up the carving knife again and started carving. Li Chen turned over the finished seal in his hand, observed for a moment, and had an idea in his mind. He picked up a delicate small carving knife and began to carve around and above the seal column. If it was just a text seal, even if the carved characters were beautiful, it would only be an ordinary seal. However, as Xiao Feishua's mentor was a top-notch national painting master, the gift to him naturally needed to be more outstanding. No, more precisely, not just outstanding. It needed to be stunning. Seeing Li Chen pick up the carving knife again, the old craftsman beside him frowned, his expression becoming serious. The young man in front of him was obviously proficient in carving. However, it seemed that his actions were not just carving a simple seal, but carving the entire wooden column. What puzzled the old craftsman was, why not do the overall carving first before the text carving? If the overall carving failed, wouldn't the entire seal be ruined? What use would a ruined seal be, even if the carved characters were beautiful? Even Xiao Feishua was surprised. She thought the seal was already completed, but she didn't expect Li Chen to continue working. In the live broadcast room, what else does this handsome guy need to carve? Don't you understand? This young man is going to do an overall carving, but it's not easy to complete fine carving within this small space. This young man is so amazing. His focused attitude is really drool-worthy. At this moment, Wang Ming, a student from the Calligraphy Academy watching the live broadcast, was amazed just after seeing Li Chen's carved words. His teacher had once said how difficult it was to create a new beautiful font. However, why did this young man start carving so effortlessly just now? He took a sip of cola, picked up his phone full of sharing desire, and posted the screenshot of the seal text from the live broadcast to his moments. He also added a caption, "This font is simply alive." However, shortly after he posted it, he received several comments on WeChat. At the same time, a professor from the Calligraphy Academy also sent a message to Wang Ming on WeChat. Wang, who carved these words? They are so beautiful. Wang Ming did not expect the professor to message him. This professor was proficient in calligraphy and was a prominent figure in the calligraphy circle. He had added Wang Ming on WeChat before due to urging for homework progress, but they had minimal contact afterward. Wang Ming was somewhat excited to receive a message from the professor. Professor, I saw it during a live broadcast on Douyin just now. I thought it was nice, so I shared it. Wang Ming quickly replied after calming himself. What's the Douyin link? The professor eagerly asked. So, Wang Ming sent the link to the professor. After doing this, Wang Ming didn't think much about it. He then switched back to the live broadcast of the old craftsman. At this moment, Li Chen was focused, with his carving knife flying in his hand. Unlike other carvers who were slow and stopped frequently, Li Chen had no pauses at all, and his speed was exceptionally precise and rapid. It was as if the video was playing at 2.0x speed. Picking, poking, cutting, carving, flying, chiseling. A series of professional carving actions were skillful and swift. The viewing experience was excellent. Even the old craftsman beside him was stunned. His eyes showed excitement, joy, and astonishment, various emotions rushing to his mind. A bold idea slowly formed in his mind. Perhaps even if his master were alive, he wouldn't be as good as the young man in front of him? Was this level of carving the legendary realm of carving gods? Xiao Feishue beside him even had her mouth wide open. People in the artistic field were generally more sensitive. Xiao Feishue belonged to the most sensitive group. At this moment, her thoughts wandered. Could it be true that Li Chen can really hold a bullet between his fingers? How can he be so good at everything? Thinking of what her sisters had said, joking about needing 9 women to marry one man, Xiao Feishue unconsciously tightened her legs. At this moment, she suddenly felt an urge to tightly embrace Li Chen and squeeze him hard. Ah, so embarrassing. What's wrong with me? What's happening? And the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was not any better. Damn! Carving so fast? Is his speed and experience so terrifying? Today is truly eye-opening. Amazing. Too amazing. To perform such fine carving within this small space and still carve so fast. It's really rare. In the live broadcast room, at some point, an ID named Professor Chen from the Calligraphy Academy appeared. As soon as this ID entered the live broadcast room, it directly sent 10 big rockets as a reward. Damn! 10 big rockets. Rare. Can this boring live broadcast room also receive tips? Respect to brother old professor. Respect to brother old professor. The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Li Chen, on the other hand, was not affected at all. He remained focused and, after 20 minutes of continuous carving, finally completed his work. At this point, the ordinary seal had been carved into a vivid and lifelike dragon. The dragon coiled around the seal column, with its tail at the bottom and its head at the top. The dragon looked majestic, with a long body, flowing mane, and a powerful presence. It seemed ready to soar through the clouds and rain, especially with its sharp eyes and imposing aura. Done. Finished. Li Chen put down his carving knife, rubbed his hands, and looked at the final product with a sense of accomplishment. You, young friend. You. The old craftsman stuttered, unable to express himself for a while. Meanwhile, Xiao Feishue beside him was already extremely excited. Li Chen, is this for master? Xiao Feishue was pleasantly surprised and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. She had already restrained herself. If there weren't others present, she might have acted even more boldly. Li Chen touched his cheek, feeling somewhat surprised. Was Xiao Feishue, usually shy and timid, being so proactive? Li Chen couldn't help but look at Xiao Feishue. Blushing, Xiao Feishue lowered her head, her face burning red, wishing she could disappear. She had acted on impulse. She had acted on impulse. In the video live broadcast room, where everyone was still amazed by Li Chen's final work, a stunning girl suddenly appeared and kissed the handsome young man's face directly. This unexpected event stirred up the previously eerily quiet live broadcast room. Wow, totally caught off guard. This is enough dog food for half a year. What kind of divine duty is this? That girl is so beautiful. Make way. Let me through. Please. Let the girl from earlier appear again. Please. Let the girl from earlier appear again. At the same time in the live broadcast room, rows of rocket tips floated straight up. Young man, are you willing to sell this seal? I'll offer 50,000. 50,000? Brother, you're being too cunning. I'll offer 100,000. 100,000? Are you kidding? With this carving skill, this artistic charm, and this lifelike dragon, it's worth at least 200,000. How could it be 200,000? I remember the seal carved by the streamer Zhang was worth at most 100,000. Inside the carving exhibition hall. Thank you, old sir. Do you have WeChat? I'll send you a red packet. After all, I used your space and wood. Li Chen spoke respectfully. The old craftsman had been kind and friendly throughout, leaving a great impression on Li Chen. Young man, may I ask who your master is? Finally coming out of his shock, the old craftsman spoke without stuttering. Old sir, I don't have any master, I just dabble on my own. Li Chen casually lied. He wouldn't admit that he had been completely clueless about carving just before today. On your own? The old craftsman was puzzled. Could someone really self-study and practice to the level of a master carver? Young man, your carving skills far surpass mine. Would you be willing to teach me the micro-carving technique you just used? The old craftsman looked at Li Chen hopefully. Old sir, you want to learn? Li Chen was quite surprised. This old craftsman should be strong in carving, so why would he want to learn from him? If you don't want to teach, then forget it. The old craftsman looked somewhat dejected. After all, the young man just demonstrated an extremely exquisite micro-carving technique. How could he easily teach it to others? No, sir, that's not what I meant. I meant, do you really want to learn? Li Chen hurriedly explained. Of course I want to learn. If the young friend is willing to teach, I am willing to be your master. The old craftsman said respectfully. He had studied carving all his life, thinking he had reached the end of his research. He never expected that he would encounter a carving master just before he passed away. This was a realm that not even his own master had reached in his lifetime. As the saying goes, one can die in the evening after learning in the morning. Since he was still alive, he felt unwilling to not strive for the realm of the carving master. After listening to the old craftsman's words, Li Chen's mouth twitched a bit. He never expected that carving a small item would lead an old craftsman to ask to be his master. Could it be that the rewards from the system were too top-notch? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, oh my god, is this for real? Is this for real? Master Zhang, the ancestor of the carving world, Zhang Lao, wants to be this young man's master? Is this a mistake? But this handsome guy is really amazing. I want to be his student too. Young man, I am willing to offer 200,000 to buy this seal, sincerely. Please contact me at 137 *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� I am willing to offer 500,000 to buy it. I am not a scammer, I am the shopkeeper of Xuanma Pavilion on Nanjing Road. Please contact me directly at 151 ******************************************************. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were shocked. Someone was willing to offer 500,000 to purchase the dragon seal that Li Chen had just carved. This was truly mind-blowing. At this moment, Professor Chun from the Calligraphy and Painting Academy was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. As one of the top calligraphy masters in the country, he was also invited to participate in the century-old art exhibition in the Magic City today. There were many people coming to see his works in his exhibition hall. However, it was hard to find like-minded people. Most of those who came to see his exhibition were just ordinary calligraphy enthusiasts. They only had a superficial understanding of calligraphy. After all, how many people nowadays are willing to patiently practice calligraphy? However, in the Douyin live broadcast room, the words carved by that carving young man caught his eye. These three characters were full of charm, as beautiful as a painting. Just these three characters could reveal the whole picture, showing the essence of the matter. The person who carved these three characters must have amazing calligraphy skills. For a moment, Professor Chen felt a kinship with the person who carved the characters. At the same time, he wanted to buy this seal. However, someone offered a higher price than him, which made him quite frustrated. What if the seal was bought by someone else? But then Professor Chen thought again. The important thing was not the seal, but the young man. However, he sent several messages in the live broadcast room asking for the young man's address, but they were all drowned out by the barrage of comments, and some viewers even called him a scammer. This made Professor Chen very annoyed. Helplessly, he recharged his account with 10,000 yuan and sent 10 big rockets as a reward. With a note, "May I ask for the address and contact information of the young man?" Oh my god. Professor is awesome. Professor is amazing. Is Professor really a professor? Doesn't Professor know? This live account belongs to Carving Zhang. He should be at the Bund Art Museum now. Looking at the replies from the viewers on his phone, Professor Chen was suddenly delighted. So it was Carving Zhang's live account. This old guy is quite trendy. He actually started a live broadcast? If I had known it was his live account, Why did I give a reward of 10,000? I could have just gone to find him directly. It's no wonder Professor Chen felt emotional. He usually doesn't pay attention to other things, focusing solely on teaching calligraphy at the university and practicing calligraphy after class. So, he doesn't really use live streaming apps like Douyin much. Since he was in Zhang's sculpture exhibition hall, Professor Chen didn't linger and immediately rushed over. Inside the sculpture exhibition hall. Old man, if you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach. But let's not talk about formal apprenticeship. After all, there's a big age difference between us, Li Chen said with a smile. No, in every profession, there are rules to follow. Without rules, there's no order. Since I want to learn from you, you are my teacher, the old craftsman said without doubt. Well, Li Chen was speechless, but he couldn't help but admire the old craftsman's eagerness to learn and his sense of respect. At this moment, Xiao Feishua finally noticed the phone on the table, which seemed to have been live streaming all along. She had been too focused on watching Li Chen's handsome carving. Oh, old man, is this your phone? Xiao Feishua picked up the phone on the table and asked curiously. At that moment, the phone was facing Xiao Feishua directly. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful face appeared on the live stream. Wow, my eyes are blessed. Finally, we meet again. A fairy has descended. Step back, everyone. The beauty is looking over here. Is this the girlfriend of that young man? She's incredibly beautiful. I envy the young man so much. Old man, have you been live streaming all this time? Xiao Feishua picked up the phone on the table and asked curiously. Oh my. I seem to have forgotten to turn it off. And I usually have it on silent mode while working, so I didn't hear any sound alerts just now. The old craftsman explained apologetically. Oh, Li Chen, someone seems willing to pay 500,000 to buy your seal? Xiao Feishua looked at the barrage on the phone, surprised. Really? Is this seal really worth that much? Even Li Chen was surprised. He had just carved it on a whim, never expecting someone to offer such a high price for it. However, the old craftsman beside him didn't seem surprised at all. He was even quite satisfied with the reactions of the viewers. Master, in fact, my original master, like you, was a masterful sculptor whose works were once highly sought after and fought over. The old craftsman reminisced about the past glory on his face, but unfortunately, my original master has long passed away. When it came to me, the art of sculpture gradually declined. Saying this, the old craftsman's face showed a mix of regret and melancholy. Hey, old man, this traditional skill will not be lost. If you want to learn, I can teach you, but let's not call me master. Li Chen comforted the old craftsman, admiring his desire to promote the art of sculpture. However, Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed when the old craftsman, with his white hair, insisted on calling him master. No, in sculpture, there's no distinction between seniority, the one who excels is the teacher. The old craftsman stubbornly insisted, by the way, my name is Zhang Baoxing. May I know what your name is, master? Zhang Baoxing asked solemnly. I'm Li Chen, just an ordinary person. Li Chen chuckled, looking at the stubborn old man in front of him, feeling no qualms about befriending him. Oh, someone just gave a reward. Oh my god, 100 big rockets. Xiao Feishua suddenly exclaimed. Master, come and take a look. My live stream is usually quiet, but I didn't expect such a lively scene. It's all thanks to Master and Master's wife. Zhang Baoxing hurried over to look at the phone in Xiao Feishua's hand, but when Xiao Feishua heard Zhang Baoxing call her master's wife, her pretty face blushed slightly. Old man, you got it wrong. I'm Li Chen's sister, Xiao Feishua explained with a blush. However, Zhang Baoxing was completely indifferent. He gave Xiao Feishua a look that said, I understand everything. After all, he had just seen it all. Master, you clearly took the initiative to kiss my master. Zhang Baoxing's attitude made Xiao Feishua blush even more. Xiao Feishua looked to Li Chen for help, but Li Chen just smiled and said nothing. This made Xiao Feishua stomp her feet and punch Li Chen with her small fists. Master, just now, it was the boss of Xuanma Pavilion who rewarded you. He said he wants to talk to you in person and is coming to the art gallery right away. Zhang Baoxing looked at the rows of big rockets in the live broadcast room, feeling very happy. Normally, he only had over 10,000 fans, who usually gave small rewards, and there were not many viewers when he usually broadcasted. But unexpectedly, this accidental live broadcast, under the double blessing of the master and the mistress, increased his number of fans tenfold. I won't sell it. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell it. This is a gift for Feishua from her mentor. How can I sell it? Let's go. When he arrives, tell him I won't sell it. Li Chen stood up, put away the seal, and said to Zhang Baoxing. Then, they exchanged contact information and took Xiao Feishua straight to the third-floor Chinese painting exhibition hall. Along the way, the two attracted the attention of many people. Those who came here were somewhat related to art, so their aesthetic abilities were naturally stronger. In the entire art gallery, there were not many top-tier beauties, but Li Chen and Xiao Feishue belonged to this category. Naturally, as they walked, they turned heads. Soon, the two arrived at Qi Dongfang's exhibition hall. As a master of Chinese painting, his exhibition hall was obviously larger, and there were more paintings on display. As soon as they entered, Xiao Feishue was surrounded by 5 senior brothers. "Junior sister, you're back. Junior sister, let me help you with your bags. Junior sister, did you sleep well last night?" Among them, one senior brother was particularly attentive to Xiao Feishue. "Junior sister, it's been a long time. You look even more beautiful." This man, with an ordinary appearance and young age, was Xiao Feishue's eldest senior brother, Tang Yanji, and also Qi Dongfang's most proud closed-door disciple. He had pursued Xiao Feishue for a long time, but stopped when Xiao Feishue went abroad. Now, seeing Xiao Feishue again, Tang Yanji was naturally very excited. However, when Tang Yanji saw Li Chen next to Xiao Feishue, his expression turned slightly displeased. "Junior sister, who is this?" Tang Yanji asked with a slightly cold face. "Eldest senior brother. This is my younger brother, Li Chen." "Li Chen, this is my eldest senior brother, Tang Yanji." Xiao Feishue proudly introduced the two. "Younger brother?" Tang Yanji was somewhat incredulous. They didn't look like siblings at all. He looked at Li Chen with a slightly unfriendly gaze, obviously treating Li Chen as a rival. Although Li Chen noticed this, he couldn't completely reveal it. Watching Xiao Feishue chatting with her senior brothers, Li Chen wandered around the exhibition hall on his own. The exhibition hall displayed many inkwash paintings, but the most eye-catching one was a painting of 1,000 birds and 100 mountains. Li Chen stood in front of this painting, admiring it with interest. "How about it? Brother Li Chen, do you like this painting?" Tang Yanji approached Li Chen, wanting to test him. "It's okay," Li Chen replied casually. "Just okay?" This evaluation made Tang Yanji somewhat displeased. As the chief disciple of a master of Chinese painting, he was extremely proud and couldn't allow others to belittle his teacher. "Just okay means it's not good. Why don't you tell me what you think?" Tang Yanji suppressed his anger and wanted to see what Li Chen had to say. This picture, magnificent and resonant, with soaring birds and prominent mountains and rivers, but the only flaw is that the artistic conception lacks a bit, just this slight flaw. This painting is just a slightly better ordinary masterpiece. Li Chen truthfully said word by word. Lacking a bit of artistic conception? Slightly better ordinary masterpiece? Tang Yanji was instantly furious. You ignorant little fool who knows nothing." Originally, he already disliked Li Chen, but he didn't expect this kid to be so ignorant, daring to speak out in front of the master's most proud work. However, at that moment, "Yanji, don't be unreasonable." An old voice came. "Master." Tang Yanji turned around, seeing his own teacher arriving, he quickly showed respect. An old man with white hair appeared in front of Li Chen with Xiao Feishue. "Young friend, your comments really make me ashamed." The old man was none other than the famous Qi Dongfang. Not only was he not angry, but he also showed some admiration for Li Chen. "Li Chen, this is my mentor. Master, this is my younger brother Li Chen." Xiao Feishue stood between the two and quickly introduced. "So you are Feishue's master, please accept my respect. Nice to meet you for the first time, hope you like it," Li Chen said, taking out a just-made dragon seal from his pocket and handed it to Qi Dongfang. "Master, this was carved by Li Chen himself, you must accept it," Xiao Feishue hurriedly explained for Li Chen. "Oh, you are really thoughtful." Qi Dongfang took the seal and his eyes lit up. The dragon carved on the seal was vivid, powerful, as if alive. Looking at the words carved below the seal, they were even more beautiful and graceful. Out of curiosity, Qi Dongfang took the seal to the nearby desk. There was ready-made ink on the desk, and Qi Dongfang wasted no time. He dipped the seal in some ink and pressed the seal with red ink on the white paper next to it. Immediately, the words on the white paper appeared before everyone's eyes. The words were lively and elegant, full of artistic conception, as if they had a soul. It even made Qi Dongfang feel that these words were probably more beautiful than the paintings he had done. Beside him, Tang Yanji was surprised and muttered to himself, "Can this kid have such good carving skills? Is this fake?" Xiao Feishue was also excited, although she had anticipated this result. Looking at the lively words in front of her, for a moment, Qi Dongfang was stunned. Others said he was a master of ink painting, a leader in traditional Chinese painting, but he knew himself best. Over the years, he had been working hard to improve his painting skills, but he had always been unable to make progress, always feeling that he was lacking that little bit of feeling. However, it wasn't until today, when he saw the words on the seal, that he finally understood what he was lacking. It was that slight sense of lively artistic conception. At that moment, Shi Dongfang seemed to have an epiphany. He picked up a brush from the desk and started painting on a new piece of paper. "Master, is he going to paint in public?" Tang Yanji exclaimed in surprise. The fellow disciples hurried over to watch. Xiao Feishue was also excited, holding Li Chen's arm. It had been many years since they had seen the master paint in person. People in the exhibition hall seemed to have heard the news and couldn't help but gather around. Shi Dongfang painted with skill and spirit. A master is truly a master. Sketching, outlining, dotting, dipping, smearing, painting. In the time of a cup of tea, a painting of distant mountains and flying birds leaped onto the paper. This was Shi Dongfang's usual style, grand and profound. However, if one observed carefully this time, they would find that this painting was much better than the thousand mountains and flying birds painting hanging in the center of the hall. Its artistic conception was deeper and more lively. And at this moment, more and more people gathered to watch Shi Dongfang paint. After all, this is a master of traditional Chinese painting creating a painting on the spot. Just as Shi Dongfang was about to finish, whether it was due to the crowded crowd or mischievous children playing around, a young boy somehow bumped into Shi Dongfang's arm holding the brush. His arm lost balance, and a not-so-small ink line appeared on the entire painting. In an instant, a fine masterpiece was ruined. The crowd sighed and lamented. Shi Dongfang also looked disappointed. Just as he had just grasped the essence of agility, he didn't expect that before finishing, his artistic conception seemed to collapse again. Tang Yanji even grabbed the boy's arm, angrily reprimanding, "You unlucky child. What's wrong with you?" Suddenly running out. "Do you know how much my teacher's painting is worth? Even if we sell you, you can't afford to compensate." With that, the scared boy burst into tears. Even Xiao Feishue furrowed her brows lightly, indeed a pity for such a good painting. However, just as everyone was lamenting, Li Chen picked up the brush and sketched on the ink line, instantly outlining some interesting and strange rocks. The painting suddenly became much more vivid. There were flying birds in the distance, rugged rocks nearby, complementing each other, full of artistic conception. It was even more beautiful than before by several levels. "Wow!" Many people in the crowd even exclaimed. If it was just a piece of jade before, now it was like jade being unveiled, shining brightly. Even Shi Dongfang was stunned. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. The modification was so ingenious. It was simply indescribably ingenious. The young man in front of them was a genius among geniuses. Unless one has a profound understanding of painting, it is simply impossible to achieve this. How is this possible? Tang Yanji, who had just been scolding the child, looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Li Chen, you're amazing!" Xiao Feishue was so excited that she went over and hugged Li Chen's arm, her eyes widened. Finally, Shi Dongfang came to his senses from his previous shock. "Young friend, may I ask you to be my teacher?" Shi Dongfang looked at Li Chen eagerly and respectfully asked. "What? The master of traditional Chinese painting, Shi Dongfang, wants to apprentice the young man in front of him?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't this too unbelievable? Tang Yanji had a face as if he had eaten shit. What did the master just say? How is this possible? Xiao Feishue blushed, her mouth forming an O shape. Although Li Chen's skills were impressive, did the master really have to do this? If Li Chen became his master's master, wouldn't he have to call Li Chen Grandmaster? Li Chen was speechless. Why did all these old folks want to apprentice him? Just then, Zhang Baoxing from the carving hall, Chen Yuanqing from the calligraphy academy, and Tian Jialin from the ink pavilion approached. "Young man, can you part with that coiling dragon seal? I really like it." Chen Yuanqing came over, looking at Li Chen excitedly. "Young man, I'm the shopkeeper of the ink pavilion, and I'm willing to pay 500,000 to buy that coiling dragon seal." Tian Jialin had not received a response in the live broadcast, so he hurried over. Li Chen looked at Zhang Baoxing who had come with them. "Master, it's not my fault. When they found me, you had already left, but they insisted on dragging me over to find you." Zhang Baoxing was also helpless, but the two of them had sent a lot of big rockets in his live broadcast room, so he couldn't refuse. "Master, you old man also apprentice Li Chen?" Shi Dongfang looked at Zhang Baoxing in shock. Zhang Baoxing was a grand master in the carving world. "What? Shi Lao Gue, can't I apprentice Li Chen?" Zhang Baoxing looked displeased. "Old Zhang, then I'll call you senior brother from now on." Shi Dongfang chuckled. "What?" Zhang Baoxing, Chen Yuanqing, and Tian Jieli couldn't help but look at each other. The art world is actually interconnected. For example, the national painting master Shi Dongfang has long known the sculptor Zhang Baoxing. Professor Chen Yuanqing from the calligraphy academy naturally also knows Shi Dongfang. As for Tianjie, the shopkeeper of Nanjing Road's Hanging Ink Pavilion, he has always been in the business of selling calligraphy and painting treasures, so he is naturally very familiar with Qi Dongfang, Chen Yuanqing, and Zhang Baoxing. The four old guys are all big shots, with a combined age of almost 300 years. Each of them is like a shrewd person. And now, the way they look at Li Chen's eyes is not just eager, but fanatical. Completely fanatical. Carving a seal casually can engrave a spiritual font, a vivid dragon, and casually modifying a dilapidated painting can turn decay into magic. This kind of alchemy-like skill is impossible without excellent control over art. But how old is Li Chen? To have such accomplishments at such a young age, this is already a rare genius in the world. And in dealing with such a genius, one must naturally flatter and befriend them. Master, please accept me as your disciple? Qi Dongfang bowed to worship Li Chen. Just by understanding the font on the seal, Qi Dongfang had subtly elevated his painting skills, and even more astonishingly, Li Chen could casually modify a dilapidated work to a higher level. When Chen Yuanqing from the Calligraphy Academy and Tianjie from the Hanging Ink Pavilion fought over the dragon seal, Qi Dongfang finally realized how valuable the dragon seal Li Chen had given him was. Young friend, can you write more characters on the dragon seal? Chen Yuanqing's eyes were fervent, almost wanting to worship Li Chen. Although there were only 3 characters on the seal, Chen Yuanqing had already seen Li Chen's profound artistic skills. As a calligraphy master, he rarely encountered someone with such deep calligraphy skills, so how could he miss this opportunity for exchange? Young friend, this is the supreme gold card of my Hanging Ink Pavilion. In the future, if you want to sell any calligraphy and painting related items, our Hanging Ink Pavilion is willing to buy them at a high price. Tianjie respectfully handed over a VIP gold card. Originally, he came to purchase the dragon seal, but seeing how nervous Qi Laogui was about the seal and even wanting to worship Li Chen as a teacher, Tianjie understood that Li Chen was the person he should invest in and befriend. Zhang Baoxing just chuckled. He didn't expect Li Chen to impress these 3 old guys. He felt like he hit the jackpot by becoming Li Chen's disciple. Li Chen faced the enthusiasm of the 3 people, truly feeling both amused and exasperated. And Xiao Feishua's beautiful eyes flickered. This little brother is incredible. The onlookers were already amazed. Did we forget to brush our teeth today? Or did we stumble into the filming scene of the 4 great talents in gold? Just then, a group of black-clad strong men suddenly burst into the hall. It's him! He injured Luo Xiao. Among the group of black-clad men, a skinny monkey-like thug pointed at Li Chen aggressively. The violent reprimand echoed through the entire hall, making the crowd's eardrums tremble. The people in the hall saw the menacing group of black-clad men and quickly moved aside to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The leader of the group of black-clad men was an old man. He wore a light blue long shirt, walked steadily, and looked sharp. I heard you injured Luo Kunrun? The old man came to Li Chen, his voice like a bell, with a formidable aura. It was me. What's the matter? Li Chen smiled lightly. He, good boy. Bold. The old man's eyes turned cold for a moment, then he ordered the black-suited giant next to him, get him out of the art gallery for me. Yes. The group of black-suited men moved to take action. Wait. Qi Dongfang suddenly spoke up. At the same time, he looked at the old man with an indifferent expression. Luo Tianjin, this is my master, dare you touch him? Just as Qi Dongfang finished speaking, everyone in the hall was stunned. What? Luo Tianjin? The president of the Dragon Country Calligraphy and Painting Association, Luo Tianjin? Those who came here are all involved in the arts, and they all have some understanding. Legend has it that Luo Tianjin is a master of both human and nature, with extraordinary artistic attainments, not only in the Dragon Country, but also globally unique. But Luo Tianjin seemed to be thunderstruck at this moment. He is your master? How is that possible? The master of traditional Chinese painting actually took a young man as his master? If you drive my master away, then I will never participate in any art exhibitions again in the future. Qi Dongfang said solemnly. If you don't participate, then don't participate. Luo Kunrun is my son. He injured my son, how can I not seek revenge? Luo Tianjin gritted his teeth and spoke with hatred. Just a master of traditional Chinese painting? We can still manage without you. Go! What are you waiting for? Luo Tianjin said angrily to the black-clothed man next to him. Yes. The group of men were about to move forward in unison. Hold on. Sculptor Zhang Baoxing stood up. Lao Luo, spare the rod and spoil the child. Why make things irreconcilable? Zhang Baoxing looked at Luo Tianjin with a playful smile. Step aside. Luo Tianjin scolded. He didn't expect Sculptor Zhang to stop him too. Lao Luo, if you dare to touch my master, I will sever all ties with you in the future. Zhang Baoxing's face turned cold as he spoke sternly. What? You also took him as your master? Luo Tianjin was instantly dumbfounded. You are the Grand Master of the sculpture world. Do you still need to take another master? Are you out of your mind? Yes. I have already taken Li Chen as my master. Whoever offends my master in the future will be my enemy. Zhang Baoxing said word by word to Luo Tianjin. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianjin stood frozen in place. Lao Luo, let's drop this matter. At this time, Chen Yuanqing walked over and also spoke up for Li Chen. What? Even you are stopping me, have you also taken him as your master? Luo Tianjin looked at Chen Yuanqing incredulously. This is one of the top calligraphy masters in the country. Well, almost. I'm considering it. Chen Yuanqing glanced at Li Chen, his old face slightly red. Considering it? What's going on? How come all of you, who are not young anymore, want to take Li Chen as your master? Luo Tianjin couldn't help but take a few steps back, almost stumbling. However, this was not the end. Tian Jielai came to Luo Tianjin's side. You know our hanging ink pavilion, we have branches worldwide. If you offend Mr. Li, we don't mind blacklisting the members of your calligraphy and painting association in the future. If necessary, we can also establish a new art alliance. What's going on? The shopkeeper of the Hanging Ink Pavilion is also speaking up for Li Chen? Luo Tianjin was completely thunderstruck. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He just wanted to avenge a grudge. Why is it so difficult? The men in suits beside him were also at a loss. Seeing their master in this state, they hurriedly helped Luo Tianjin, who had fainted, and left in dismay. The lively art exhibition finally came to an end. Li Chen returned to the villa with Xiao Feishue. When they left in the morning, Xiao Feishue looked embarrassed. When they returned in the evening, Xiao Feishue looked at Li Chen with admiration in her eyes. Today's successive shocks finally made Xiao Feishue realize the extraordinary nature of Li Chen. Especially Li Chen's control and understanding of art directly touched the heartstrings of this talented young female painter. Li Chen had just parked the sports car in the underground parking lot of the villa. Xiao Feishue, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over for a kiss. Li Chen, thank you so much today. I'm so happy. Xiao Feishue's eyes were full of tenderness and affection. She was already engaged in art, and at this moment, she could no longer suppress her emotions and kissed him again. Feeling the soft and sweet lips, Li Chen was also extremely intoxicated. However, at this moment, the car window was knocked on a few times. The two instantly woke up. Looking out the window, they saw Xiao Enai Chang and Xiao Ziying looking at them with great interest. Sis, you guys. Xiao Feishue's face turned red, hurriedly got out of the car, and ran back to her bedroom upstairs like flying. Sis, don't run. Xiao Ziying looked at Xiao Feishue's back and laughed heartily. Li Chen, you are so naughty. How could you do such a thing to Feishue's sister after not seeing her for a day? Xiao Enai Chang pretended to be angry. She never expected that the timid and shy Xiao Feishue would be so bold and passionate. He. Enai Chang sis, you got it wrong. Li Chen scratched his head and argued cunningly. Go upstairs and change your clothes. I'll take you all out for a big meal tonight. Xiao Enai Chang turned around and walked upstairs on her own, leaving Li Chen with an infinitely imaginative figure. Okay, Li Chen responded foolishly. Finally, after changing at the villa, Li Chen drove his sister's Mercedes-Benz with Xiao Enai Chang, Xiao Feishue, and Xiao Ziying straight to the Magic City Universal Hotel. Today, Xiao Enai Chang finally managed to book a table at the Magic City Universal Restaurant. One is to reward herself for the busy period, and the other is to welcome Xiao Feishue's return home. Xiao Enai Chang wore a burgundy long dress tonight, elegant and stunning. Xiao Feishue still wore a plain white long dress, ethereal and like a fairy. The most special one was Xiao Ziying, who wore a Scottish-style long dress and a tight t-shirt today, with colorful eye makeup, bold and enchanting, like a peacock. The four of them took the elevator to the restaurant on the 88th floor. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they became the center of attention. After all, the three sisters were all very beautiful. The men's eyes on Li Chen were full of envy and jealousy. Led by the waitress, the four of them sat at a table near the floor-to-ceiling window. From this position, they could see the bustling night view of the Magic City outside the window. How may I help you? Here is the menu. What would you like to order? The waitress with long black stockings sweetly asked. Please give us 4 steaks. Xiao Enai Chang ordered. As Li Chen just sat down, he glanced at the neighboring table as if sensing something. He saw an ordinary-looking man and a beautiful woman at the next table. And this woman, Li Chen knew her. She was Tanya, Li Chen's high school classmate, and also his first love. In high school, this woman had once crazily pursued Li Chen, but Li Chen didn't understand anything at the time. At this moment, Tanya was looking over at Li Chen. When their eyes met, they both sensed a slight fluctuation in each other's gaze. Tanya quickly avoided Li Chen's gaze. Tanya, do you know each other? The boyfriend sitting next to Tanya asked curiously. Sort of. Tanya smiled faintly, with a slight frown. Li Chen was handsome in high school, and she had once been infatuated with him. However, Li Chen later got into a second-rate university in the Magic City, while she got into the top Kainan College in the Magic City. Since then, she had no contact with Li Chen, because she knew that Li Chen came from a rural background, had no connections in the Magic City, and his exam scores were poor. Naturally, his life ceiling was too low. At most, he would be a small boss and earn a few million, which would probably be the limit for him in his life. But her? She got into a top college, and her parents had stable careers. She had always been a rational person, so she could foresee that Li Chen and she were completely different. Therefore, she chose sensibly not to contact Li Chen anymore. She hardly even attended high school class reunions. However, she did not expect to see Li Chen again here today. She was slightly surprised. How could Li Chen appear here? This is the top-notch wealthy restaurant in the Magic City, where each dish is priced exorbitantly, and there are fixed 50 tables for guests every night. Even with reservations, you have to wait 2 months in line. And she only had the chance to come here because of her boyfriend. Unless Li Chen. Tanya suddenly seemed to understand something. It must be like this. Otherwise, how could Li Chen come here? After all, Li Chen's biggest advantage is his handsome appearance. Tanya's brow furrowed a bit deeper. Is he an old classmate? Shall we go say hello? Ji Hyo, sitting next to Tanya, saw the change in her expression and asked. Forget it. Tanya's expression returned to normal again, smiling at her boyfriend. After all, meeting a classmate who relied on selling looks made her feel a bit ashamed. The boyfriend in front of her was the one she should please. After all, Ji Hyo, at a young age, was a manager at a securities private equity firm, with an annual salary of $2 million, a bright future, and his old man was the president of the Magic City Bank. It was because of her relationship with Ji Hyo that Tanya secured a job at the Magic City Bank during her internship after graduation. How could Li Chen compare to her boyfriend? At Li Chen's table. Li Chen, do you know the person opposite? Xiao Enai Chang's red lips slightly opened, took a sip of red wine, matched with her wine-red long dress. Under the restaurant's spotlight, she was stunning. She's a high school classmate. Li Chen nodded without hiding anything. However, Li Chen was very displeased with Tanya's attitude of alienation after high school graduation. Over the years, Li Chen also understood that Tanya was just a woman who loved wealth and material possessions. Do you want to go say hello? Xiao Ziying smiled lightly, as if she could see a hint of sadness in Li Chen's eyes. Forget it, Li Chen replied indifferently. If Li Chen doesn't want to, why bother him? Xiao Feishue said considerately. At this moment, Xiao Feishue's face was slightly red, not completely out of the embarrassed state of being seen kissing Li Chen by her sisters earlier. And at that moment, in the center of the restaurant, a person who looked like the restaurant manager took the microphone and began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our global restaurant. It's time for our special weekly raffle. The restaurant manager spoke energetically. Special raffle time? Li Chen, Xiao Feishue, and Xiao Ziying were all stunned. What is this? Is a high-end restaurant also doing this kind of circus game? Don't you understand this? Xiao Enai Chang joked. This is the global restaurant, where only the rich and powerful dine. So you think it's just for dining, but it's also about networking. Xiao Enai Chang spoke confidently, as if she knew it all. It seems to make some sense. Xiao Feishue nodded cutely, her fairy-like image somewhat collapsing. So they came up with this cheesy lottery game? Xiao Ziying looked speechless. Xiao Enai Chang shrugged. Li Chen listened on the side and felt it was tacky. And at that moment, under each guest's chair, there is a corresponding number. We will draw 2 guests to dance together in the hall. As the restaurant manager's voice fell, a waiter came to the restaurant manager with a lottery box. The restaurant manager reached into the box, pulled out 2 folded pieces of paper, glanced at them, and began to excitedly announce, "Everyone! Tonight, the seats drawn were seat number 17 and seat number 19. Please have the guests from seat 17 and seat 19 come to the central hall for a dance." After the restaurant manager finished speaking, he applauded first. The people dining in the restaurant also followed suit and applauded. At this moment, Tanya at the nearby table stood up gently, looking very happy. Her seat number was indeed 19. She never expected to be so lucky today. This was a great opportunity to network. If she could get to know a few tycoons, her life might reach new heights. However, Li Chen looked disappointed because his seat number happened to be 17. Li Chen, you're number 17. Xiao Feishue clapped and said, "Brother, you're really lucky." Xiao Nishong chuckled. Li Chen, you do know how to dance, right? Xiao Ziying looked at Li Chen expectantly. Li Chen just smiled, stood up, and pointed to his seat number, which was 17. Tanya was looking around, hoping her dance partner would be a super tycoon. When she saw Li Chen stand up, her eyes couldn't help but tremble. Under the urging of his three sisters, Li Chen finally stood up. Tanya's face froze with a smile as she saw that her dance partner was Li Chen. She had dressed up meticulously for this occasion, spending over 80,000 yuan she had saved up from university to buy a silver sequined evening gown. She even borrowed 50,000 to buy a Swarovski blue crystal necklace. She had left work early, spent 2 hours on her makeup, and styled her hair. Tanya was already an 810 beauty, and now, in the spotlight, her figure looked stunning in the tight silver sequined gown. Although her chest was not overly impressive, it was still quite prominent, and combined with her exquisite makeup, she looked charming. However, Li Chen's appearance shattered all this beauty. Please have the two guests come to the center of the restaurant and dance a waltz for everyone. Let's warmly welcome them with applause, the restaurant manager said enthusiastically into the microphone. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant looked at the two and applauded warmly. The atmosphere was set. Li Chen sighed lightly. Well, he might as well go greet his old classmate. After all, this woman had once pursued him relentlessly. Although they had gone their separate ways after the college entrance exam, they were not enemies. Tanya. Hello? Li Chen walked over and greeted her indifferently. You. Hello? Li Chen. Tanya replied somewhat reluctantly. Before today, she thought she would never have any interaction with Li Chen again. After all, in her mind, they were from two different worlds. Under the urging applause from the audience, the two finally made their way to the center of the restaurant. Their thoughts were racing, but they both maintained a forced smile on their faces. In the middle of the hall was a piano. At this moment, the pianist sat in front of the piano, playing a classic and beautiful piano piece. The restaurant's lights shone on the two. Normally, the man should take the initiative to lead the woman and start dancing. However, Li Chen stood still, lost in thought. Tanya had not contacted him since the college entrance exam. He had called her a few times back then, but she had bluntly told him that they were not on the same path. Her future was bright, while his was lost among the masses. He still remembered Tanya's harsh words on the phone. Don't contact me again in the future. We are strangers from now on. Li Chen felt uncomfortable despite his composure. Looking at Li Chen standing foolishly, not moving for a long time, Tanya suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. What the heck? Making me wait here? Tanya felt angry in her heart. You second-rate ordinary person, where are you pretending to be a big shot now? Everyone was puzzled. The two people in the center of the stage, what's going on? However, at this moment, Li Chen moved. Let bygones be bygones, live in the present, why cling to the past? Li Chen took the initiative to extend his hand, inviting Tanya, let's go together. Tanya blushed, suppressed some anger, and extended her delicate hand. Li Chen took Tanya's hand, embraced her slender waist, and exerted a little force. You! Tanya's face turned slightly red, wanting to explode, but in front of everyone, she could only endure it. In fact, Li Chen couldn't dance any waltz. Although there were social dance parties in college, Li Chen went once and felt so embarrassed that he never went again. Therefore, his dancing skills were terrible. On the other hand, Tanya was a diligent student in high school, but after entering college, she transformed herself, learned how to dress up, became the vice president of the student union, a well-known socialite in Canaan, and dancing was a piece of cake for her. In order to prepare for today, Tanya had practiced some rusty dance steps in advance, even fantasizing for a long time about how she would look dancing with a super rich man at the restaurant. However, she didn't expect that her dance partner would be Li Chen. She used to be deeply in love with Li Chen in high school, but now she hated him so much. In the center of the restaurant, Li Chen's dance steps obviously couldn't match the rhythm of the piano piece. His steps were disorderly, and he accidentally stepped on Tanya's feet several times, earning him several eye rolls from Tanya. Li Chen's clumsy movements drew light laughter from the people around the restaurant. This made Tanya even more angry, even wanting to leave directly, feeling so embarrassed. Oh, Li Chen really can't dance? Xiao Ziying chuckled. Is he doing it on purpose? Xiao Nishang bit her lip, took a bite of steak, and watched with interest as Li Chen made consecutive mistakes. Impossible. Li Chen can do everything. Xiao Feishue pouted, dissatisfied with the words of her sisters. Li Chen, do you really not know how to dance? Tanya finally couldn't help but question angrily. I don't, Li Chen said coldly. You, Li Chen, I used to think that although you came from an ordinary background and had poor exam results, with your own efforts, you could at least live a smooth life like an ordinary person. But I didn't expect you to fall like this. Tanya spoke contemptuously. What? Li Chen was speechless. Li Chen, I used to quite like you in high school. You are handsome, but we ultimately have no fate. My current boyfriend is a private equity manager, with an annual salary of millions, and he is also the son of a bank president. I haven't even graduated yet and already have a stable job at the bank. I will be even more amazing in the future. Tanya looked proudly at Li Chen, as if she were a queen looking down on him, while Li Chen was just a little ant to be manipulated. They were not from the same world after all. Li Chen. How did this woman become more and more outrageous as she spoke? What does your business have to do with me? Li Chen, you should work hard instead of selling your body, doing such degrading work. Tanya became more and more excited, advising Li Chen on how to conduct himself. Li Chen, will this woman ever stop? Selling my body? Doing degrading work? Where is she getting all this from? Li Chen wished he could slap her a few times. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level dancing skills. Would you like to claim them now? Li Chen, your sister, even the system is joining in the fun. In that case, let's bring out some big moves. Li Chen's eyes sharpened. He suddenly lifted Tanya's small waist with both hands, exerted force abruptly, and threw her upwards. Amid Tanya's sudden cry of surprise, Tanya's body was seen performing a rapid 720-degree rotation in the air. The men and women in the restaurant, who were initially making fun of Li Chen's clumsy dance steps, were stunned to see Tanya being thrown high in the air and spinning rapidly, with her silver sequin skirt fluttering and revealing glimpses of her legs. For a moment, everyone was shocked. After spinning several times in the air, Tanya was gently caught by Li Chen again. At this moment, she felt dizzy, and her whole body trembled with numbness. It was too sudden just now. She thought she would land on all fours. Just as she was still feeling scared, Li Chen once again took her hand, spun around her, and then suddenly threw her out again. Tanya's body spun on the ground like a spinning top. After spinning 7 or 8 times, Tanya, who was about to pass out, was caught by Li Chen around her waist once more. Tanya was on the verge of tears at this point, but she had no chance to scold Li Chen. Li Chen held Tanya's waist, bent down, and turned, aligning their bodies once again. A series of highly difficult dance moves gradually unfolded. Tanya's body seemed to have turned into a puppet manipulated by Li Chen, moving left when he moved left, right when he moved right, without any resistance. Li Chen not only executed the dance moves perfectly but also increased the difficulty level by several notches. Instead of spinning once, he spun 4 or 5 times, even 7 or 8 times. Instead of throwing her 2 feet high, he threw her 3 meters high, even 4 meters high. In short, he went all out. Finally, the piano music stopped. Li Chen let go, and Tanya slid out, kneeling in front of Li Chen. After spinning 4 or 5 times in place, she finally stopped. When Tanya tried to stand up, her body no longer felt like her own. Her waist, back, legs, everything hurt. As Li Chen and Tanya's dance ended, the hall fell silent. Xiao and I Chang, who was holding a glass of red wine, almost dropped the glass. Xiao Ziying's eyes blinked incessantly, even wanting to be Li Chen's dance partner to experience the amazing dance moves firsthand. Xiao Fei Shui's eyes widened, forgetting to chew on the steak in her mouth. The other guests in the restaurant were also captivated. The wine steward, who was pouring wine for the guests, filled the entire wine glass to the brim, overflowing, but he didn't notice, his eyes fixed on Li Chen's performance. A middle-aged guest who was in a hurry to go to the restroom stood still like a statue, staring blankly as Li Chen led his female dance partner through one difficult move after another. Even the restaurant manager's eyes lit up, mesmerized on the spot. Only the female pianist playing the piano kept her eyes closed, immersed in the music, unaware of Li Chen and Tanya's dance. When she pressed the last piano key and opened her eyes again, she saw a surprising scene that she would remember for the rest of her life. Everyone seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell, motionless like sculptures. The female pianist couldn't help but be stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What exactly happened? Finally, after a moment of silence, the restaurant erupted in enthusiastic applause. The applause lasted for a long time, continuing for a full 3 minutes. With her boyfriend's support, Tanya ran to the restroom and finally vomited with a wow. The delicious meal tonight made me vomit all over the place. After drinking some mineral water, Tanya was still in shock. Damn it! Li Chen, this little brat, is so vengeful. Originally, my old classmate wanted to give you some face, but since it's like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Honey, that kid just bullied me sincerely. Tanya pouted, clinging to Ji Kiheo's arm, using all her tricks to act coquettish. I just saw it too, but everyone who comes here. Ji Kiheo also looked frustrated. The kid just went too far with his actions, but it didn't seem too inappropriate. He even won the favor of everyone in the restaurant. Honey, he has no background, just a country bumpkin. And this person has ill intentions towards me, you saw it just now. The reason he can be here is that he did something shady. Tanya revealed to Ji Ki-heo, sensing his concern. Is it true? Ji Ki-heo was a bit puzzled. After all, everyone here is wealthy and powerful. He didn't want to offend anyone he couldn't afford to. Although his old man is the bank president, this place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I'm 100% sure. His name is Li Chen, my high school classmate, who used to pursue me fervently, but I rejected him directly at that time. I never thought I would meet him here today. Tanya lied hastily. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go meet this Li Chen. Ji Ki-heo was somewhat swayed by Tanya's words. If it's true as Tanya said, then it wouldn't be difficult to handle a man who does shady things. Dare to bully my woman, I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, Li Chen in the restaurant became a hot commodity. Celebrities came up to chat with him. Even some beautiful women kept throwing flirtatious glances at Li Chen, and one even touched his butt. This made Li Chen quite embarrassed. Damn it, turns out women can be just as rogue as men. After dodging a group of women's entanglement, he finally returned to his seat. Three sisters, three pairs of beautiful eyes, staring at Li Chen like curious babies. Why are you all looking at me like that? Li Chen touched his nose, wondering if there was something on his face. Li Chen, you're amazing. Xiao Feishue was so excited, she almost wanted to eat Li Chen up. This brat's artistic cells seem to be bursting again. If possible, it seems she's willing to sacrifice herself for art directly. Seeing Xiao Feishue's eager eyes, Li Chen quickly evaded. He couldn't help but sigh, damn, my charm. Li Chen, I want to dance with you too. Xiao Nishang pursed her red lips, not allowing him to refuse. Whether it was due to the red wine or makeup, at this moment, Nishang's face was blushing, looking exceptionally charming under the lights. Me too. Xiao Ziying also didn't want to fall behind, wishing she could just hug Li Chen right now. Alright. I'm tired from dancing just now, and it's too noisy here. When we get home, I'll dance with you properly. Li Chen reluctantly agreed. Just then, Ji Ki-heo brought Tanya to Li Chen's table. This young man, I heard you and our Tanya were high school classmates. Ji Ki-heo pulled a chair with an unfriendly expression and sat in front of Li Chen. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing at the three sisters from the Xiao family. When Li Chen and the three sisters entered the restaurant earlier, Ji Ki-heo was stunned by their looks. Now that he had the chance to talk to them, he was secretly pleased. If he could win the favor of these three beautiful ladies, he didn't mind showing off his social status and wealth. But amidst his pleasure, he also felt a hint of surprise. If Li Chen is one, then these three sisters are quite something too. At this moment, in the restaurant's control room, the restaurant manager was talking to a handsome man with a big backcombed hairstyle and a cigar in his mouth, praising how outstanding and good-looking the dance in the restaurant was just now. Originally, the man with the cigar was sleeping in the office just now and was very unhappy about being called over. However, after watching the surveillance footage, his whole body trembled with excitement, and his eyes became extremely admiring. Isn't this Big Brother? In the restaurant. Brother, I heard your name is Li Chen, right? I am Ji Ki-heo, my father is the president of the Magic City Bank. Ji Ki-heo smiled at Li Chen, casually raised his wrist to show off his watch. Tanya was also standing proudly next to Ji Ki-heo. Li Chen and the three sisters of the Xiao family looked disgusted at these two. They were having a good chat, so why did this greasy man and flashy woman suddenly appear? But considering Li Chen's feelings, Xiao Nishang frowned slightly and pointed to Tanya next to Ji Ki-heo. Li Chen, is this really your high school classmate? Xiao Feishue and Xiao Ziying also looked curiously at Tanya. The gazes of the three stunning beauties made Tanya feel pressured, even a bit ashamed. However, thinking of Li Chen's vulgarity, Tanya regained a bit of her composure. Ha! We used to know each other. But in the future? This kind of trash has nothing to do with me, Li Chen said disdainfully. You, brother, be a decent person. Don't be too extreme. As the saying goes, leave a way out in everything, so we can meet again in the future. What do you say? Ji Ki-heo's face instantly darkened. But he was a smooth talker, with some self-restraint. Hearing Li Chen's words, Tanya beside him couldn't help but get angry and quickly grabbed Ji Ki-heo's arm. Ji Ki-heo patted Tanya's hand to show calmness. Brother, I came here today to ask you to apologize to my girlfriend. If you don't apologize and remain stubborn, don't blame me. Ji Ki-heo smirked, seeming to have a trick up his sleeve. As the saying goes, a smile hides a knife, and the most vicious is hidden in gentleness. Li Chen and the three sisters of the Xiao family were about to say, "Get lost." But at that moment, the restaurant manager pushed a food cart and walked over. This instantly attracted the attention of the customers in the restaurant. Those who had been here before knew. Anyone who could have the restaurant manager personally deliver food was a big shot or had a very strong background to receive such an honor. The restaurant manager pushed the food cart and stopped at Li Chen's table. Mr. Li, hello. Due to your wonderful dance just now, our restaurant specially offers you some appetizers and a bottle of fine wine. Please enjoy. The restaurant manager was polite, speaking and acting at the same time. This is a premium yellow lip fish, with excellent flavor, perfect for this season. This is black chocolate pudding, a favorite of many ladies. But if you're worried about gaining weight, you should try to eat less. This is a bottle of Billionaire vodka. If you drink a little at night, it helps with sleep. I suggest you savor it slowly. Watching the delicious dishes being placed on the table one by one, just listening to the descriptions made one's mouth water. The three sisters of the Shao family looked at the dishes in front of them, drooling, showing their true colors as foodies. Ji Heo beside them couldn't help but be amazed. Premium yellow lip fish? There really is such a dish. His father once had it, and the fish gelatin from 500 grams of yellow lip fish costs 1 million. The fish on the table weighs about 3 to 4 catties, so it must cost tens of thousands to eat a bite, right? Is this eating fish? Or eating gold? And that bottle of Billionaire vodka, isn't that the most expensive wine in the world? Each bottle costs over 4 million. Damn, this bottle is only 500 milliliters. If you drink it all in one go, wouldn't that cost tens of thousands? As for things like black chocolate pudding, Ji Heo has never heard of it, but it's probably valuable. This global restaurant truly lives up to being the top restaurant in the Magic City and even globally. Lavish. Lavish to the extreme. But how did Li Chen, this kid, manage to eat such good food and drink such good wine? His luck must be really good. Even Tanya beside him couldn't help but show interest. Being someone who pays great attention to brands and is eager to enter the circle of the wealthy second generation, she naturally knows a thing or two. However, the dance they just performed together should entitle her to try these dishes too. Although Tanya was standing, she quickly picked up her chopsticks to taste. However, at that moment, the restaurant manager swiftly caught her hand. Miss, these complimentary dishes belong to Mr. Li and his guests. The restaurant manager spoke calmly. Tanya was speechless, wanting to argue, but the restaurant manager had already taken the chopsticks from her hand, placed them down properly, and no longer paid attention to her. And sir, please return to your seat. I don't want Mr. Li to have any unpleasant dining experience. The restaurant manager then turned to Ji Heo. Ji Heo felt as if he had swallowed a fly, his face turning red with embarrassment. As the son of a prominent bank president, he was usually pampered and sought after for favors. When had he ever experienced such neglect? Just then, a beautiful woman approached. Mr. Li, would you honor me with a dance? This woman was stunning, tall, elegant, and exuded a refined aura. Her posture was impeccable, and her beauty was second only to the Shao sisters. Her grace could perhaps only be matched by the eighth sister, Shao Yuqing. Her appearance immediately caught the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Isn't that the dance prodigy Lin Xin? Oh my god. The news said she just won the world dance competition. So beautiful, I want her autograph. Me too. The restaurant was buzzing with excitement. After all, the celebrity effect was strong. And for Lin Xin to directly invite Li Chen to dance, it was truly a face-saving gesture. Even Tanya was taken aback. She didn't recognize many celebrities, yet here was Lin Xin inviting Li Chen? Ji Heo was consumed with jealousy. The four most beautiful women in the restaurant were all with Li Chen. However, the three Shao sisters looked at Lin Xin with a hint of displeasure, even comparing themselves silently. The skin, the chest, the hips, the waist. Li Chen glanced casually at Lin Xin in her backless dress and replied nonchalantly, "Forget it. I'm tired from dancing just now. Maybe next time." Upon hearing this, Lin Xin couldn't help but shiver. She had been rejected. The onlookers in the restaurant were stunned. What the heck? The dance queen Lin Xin invited you to dance, and you actually refused? Who does that? Is this kid too arrogant? However, Lin Xin showed no sign of anger. Instead, she remained polite and even a bit regretful for not inviting Li Chen. Then I wish you a pleasant meal. We'll have another chance to dance next time. Lin Xin smiled and stepped aside. Just then, a handsome man with a big pompadour and a cigar approached Li Chen. The cigar man was draped in a black trench coat, followed by 8 men in black suits. Their entrance was quite impressive. Could it be? Is that Chu Shao? The son of the city lord of the Magic City? That's right, it's Chu Shao. Chu Shao is so cool, so handsome. He has so many followers. Why is Chu Shao here today? The people in the restaurant were shocked. They were all small wealthy people, and now they saw Chu Liang. Each of them wanted to flatter him, but they were blocked by his followers. He came to Li Chen, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, Big brother, hello. The followers behind him also quickly bowed. Big brother, hello. The people in the restaurant were shocked. Damn, who is this young man who was just dancing? How could he make the son of the city's mayor, Chu Shaoxing, bow so respectfully? Even the three sisters of the Shao family were stunned. Shao and I Chang knew Chu Liang, but was this display too ostentatious? Li Chen nodded lightly. Is this all arranged by you? Li Chen pointed to the exquisite dishes on the table and glanced at the dance queen Lin Xin next to him. Yes, big brother. I hope you are satisfied. If you have any suggestions, I will correct them. Shu Liang looked like a lackey, flattering. Don't be so extravagant next time. But any suggestions? The guests next to me are really annoying. Li Chen glanced at Ji Qiheo and Tanya. Immediately, Ji Qiheo's hair stood on end, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Chu Liang, who was a well-known playboy in the city, and he always sought revenge for the smallest grievance. What kind of extraordinary person could make Chu Liang bow down like this? Even if he was stupid, he could understand that Li Chen was no ordinary person at this moment. And thinking back to his offense against Li Chen just now, Ji Qiheo wished he could slap himself a few times. Damn it! It was Tanya, this bitch, who made me offend someone I shouldn't have offended. Husband. He's a fraud. He's a duck. How is this possible? How is this possible? Tanya looked at Li Chen incredulously. Clearly, he was just a country bumpkin with no background. What did you just call big brother? Chu Liang had already arrived in front of Tanya at this time. Faced with the fierce Chu Liang, Tanya trembled. But before Chu Liang could continue questioning, Ji Qiheo raised his hand and slapped Tanya 3 times on the face. Husband. Tanya held her face with both hands, unable to believe it. But Ji Qiheo didn't stop. Duan, he kicked Tanya in the stomach fiercely. Tanya fell to the ground, wailing continuously. But it wasn't over yet. Ji Qiheo picked up a dining chair and smashed it on Tanya's head. As he smashed, he cursed, "You bitch. I made you offend Mr. Li. I made you offend Mr. Li." After a series of blows, Ji Qiheo finally stopped, panting heavily. At this point, Tanya's hair was disheveled, covered in blood, her delicate makeup ruined, and her sequin dress torn to shreds. Now, after beating Tanya, Ji Qiheo came to Li Chen. "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Ji Qiheo lowered his head, extremely respectful. "You said earlier that I should apologize?" Li Chen said in a deep voice. I know I was wrong." Ji Qiheo was trembling with fear. With that, he raised his hand and slapped himself 3 times. 3 minutes later, Li Chen said lightly, "Get lost." At this point, Ji Qiheo's face was swollen like a pig's head, but he dared not complain. Hearing Li Chen's order, he hurriedly left. And Tanya, who had fainted on the ground, was taken to the hospital by the restaurant staff. The whole restaurant returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "Li Chen, why did that woman just call you a duck?" Xiao and I Chang looked at Li Chen teasingly. "Li Chen. No wonder they looked at the 3 of us with that kind of look just now." Xiao Zi seemed to have realized something. "Li Chen. What is a duck? What are you guys talking about?" Xiao Feishue asked curiously and innocently. "Li Chen." Shu Liang, who was standing beside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He sighed inwardly. Big brother is awesome. He could easily handle the domineering female president style, the cold and stern lady style, and the innocent fairy style, 3 different types of beauties. After a satisfying meal, Li Chen then left the restaurant with the 3 sisters. The group of men in suits bowed and bid farewell. This scene attracted the attention of the people in the restaurant. Those who didn't know them might have thought they were the bosses of some secret society. Due to having some drinks, Chu Liang drove Li Chen and the sisters back to the villa. Along the way, Chu Liang kept calling the eldest sister sister-in-law, making the already blushing faces of the 3 sisters even redder. After dropping off the 3 sisters, Chu Liang happily left, even telling Li Chen to call him anytime, and he would be there. Li Chen just smiled and nodded. He couldn't help but admire how useful this little brother card was. He helped each sister to the sofa. At this moment, the effects of the vodka finally kicked in, and the 3 sisters were feeling dizzy. Even Li Chen was a bit tipsy. The next day, as the sun rose, in Li Chen's bedroom, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. With his eyes closed, Li Chen tried to pull the blanket closer, but his hand touched something soft. "What is this? It's so soft? This isn't the blanket, right?" Li Chen quickly opened his eyes. He found his hand resting on the big breasts of Sister and I Chang. Did he really just grope them freely? Li Chen felt a chill down his spine. Looking down, he saw Sister Ziying holding onto his thigh tightly, while Sister Feishue was resting her head on his belly, even drooling a bit. Due to Li Chen's movements, the 3 sisters seemed to wake up sensing something. 3 screams echoed through the villa. At the same time, 3 pillows were thrown at Li Chen. The 3 sisters hurried back to their respective rooms. Li Chen rubbed his head, finding the situation quite amusing. He hadn't expected that they all slept in his bed last night. Of course, they were all fully clothed, and nothing happened. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the 3 sisters for sharing a bed. The host has received a super black technology facial recognition glasses. The prize has been placed in the system space for the host to claim at any time. Damn! There's a reward for this too? Screw you, system. However, after trying out the glasses from the system space, Li Chen found them quite amazing. They even had X-ray vision. If he used them to peek at girls, it would be outrageous. Li Chen chuckled, returned the glasses to the system space, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, during breakfast, the 3 sisters felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Chen's gaze. The thought of them all sleeping with Li Chen on the same bed made them both excited and embarrassed. Even the servants in the villa looked at the 4 of them strangely. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Ni Chang went to work at the company. It was said that she was expanding the Ni Chang brand overseas. Xiao Ziying, on the other hand, disappeared again after breakfast, entering a mysterious state. Only Xiao Feishue, who had just returned to the country, was relatively free. Li Chen, I'm going to meet my girlfriends today. I haven't seen them in a long time. Can you drive me there? Xiao Feishue asked with hopeful eyes. Sure, Feishue, but where are you meeting them? Li Chen naturally couldn't refuse and asked with a smile. Just drop me off at the Magic City Century Square. We agreed to meet there. Xiao Feishue checked her phone and said, okay. Li Chen agreed. Soon, Li Chen drove a sports car and took Xiao Feishue to the Century Square. At around 10:30 in the morning, the crowd began to increase gradually. Li Chen originally wanted to leave by car, but seeing Xiao Feishue's reluctant look, he had to stay and accompany her. Xiao Feishue's best friends were also 2 lovely girls. They were around the same age as Xiao Feishue, one with round glasses and the other slightly chubby. They seemed just as straightforward as Xiao Feishue. The way the 2 friends looked at Li Chen was full of curiosity. Li Chen followed them as they shopped in the mall at Century Square. The place was crowded with people. They played with dolls, bought milk tea, and tried on clothes. When the slightly chubby girl wanted to buy a piece of clothing and went to pay, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, I lost my phone." Xiao Jin, check the pockets of the clothes properly, Xiao Feishue hurriedly asked. But Xiao Jin, the slightly chubby girl, carefully checked all the pockets but couldn't find her phone. It was indeed lost. Oh, I remember now, someone bumped into me just now. Could it be her who stole it? Xiao Jin recalled. Really? Think carefully. Xiao Jin. The girl with round glasses beside her also looked worried. It must be him, he seemed to be wearing a black baseball cap. Xiao Jin confirmed. Let's ask the security to check the surveillance footage? Maybe we can find him? Li Chen suggested, seeing the 3 girls in a hurry. Yes, let's go find the security in the mall together, Xiao Feishue exclaimed. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the security control room. According to this young lady's description, this is the footage we just captured. The suspect should be a young man of medium build, wearing a blue jacket and jeans, and a black baseball cap on his head. The security team leader pointed at the playback footage. In the surveillance footage, a young man could be clearly seen swiftly stealing the phone from Xiao Jin's pocket. It's him! Xiao Jin also exclaimed excitedly. However, your phone has been missing for more than 15 minutes now. We can't be sure if the suspect has left the mall, and even if he hasn't, there are probably tens of thousands of people in the mall right now, so it's going to be difficult to find him. The security team leader explained truthfully. Li Chen, what should we do? Xiao Feishue hugged Li Chen's arm, looking at him with pleading eyes. In her eyes, Li Chen was almost omnipotent. Don't worry, let me try. Li Chen put his hand in his pocket, silently said, retrieve glasses. And suddenly a pair of glasses appeared in his hand. Putting on the gold-rimmed glasses, Li Chen exuded a more refined demeanor. But on the lenses in front of him, there was a blank white screen. Li Chen, why are you wearing glasses? Xiao Feishue curiously stood in front of Li Chen, staring at his glasses. It seemed like Li Chen had become even more handsome. But through the glasses, Li Chen could only see a blank white screen. Ahem! 404 warning. Feishue, please step aside. Li Chen quickly avoided Xiao Feishue, fearing he might nosebleed if he continued looking. Li Chen stared at the surveillance footage, which was showing a still image of the suspect. Although the suspect's face was partially covered by a hat, hopefully the glasses could help. Activate facial recognition. Li Chen silently commanded. Instantly, the glasses highlighted the suspect's face and started facial recognition. In no time, the glasses flashed with a few words, "Data input completed." Li Chen smirked. "Looks like there's a way. Comrade Captain, are all the cameras in the mall turned on? And can the cameras here be remotely controlled to change the shooting direction?" Li Chen looked at the security captain next to him and asked. The security captain was also an old hand in the underworld. Seeing Li Chen and his group dressed unusually, he knew they were not ordinary people, so he quickly replied, "The surveillance cameras in the mall are on 24 hours a day. Each camera can be remotely controlled to change the shooting angle." After asking some specific questions about controlling the camera angles remotely, with the permission of the security captain, Li Chen began to operate the cameras one by one on the computer to change their directions. The security captain next to him couldn't help but shake his head. With this guy looking at each camera one by one, when will he find anything? By the time, the suspect would have long gone. Although there are more than 100 cameras in the mall, it was peak hours with a dense crowd in each camera, at least a couple of hundred people, and the suspect deliberately wore a hat to cover half of his face, making it very unlikely to find him. Xiao Feishui and her two friends next to him were also a bit discouraged. However, seeing Li Chen's efforts to search, they didn't say much. An ordinary person staring at so many screens, probably their eyes would get tired in no time, let alone seriously looking for someone. However, Li Chen was seen operating the joystick to control the cameras. Then, he silently recited, "Glasses, perform data comparison. Find the suspect from earlier." It takes several minutes for others to compare one image with another. But Li Chen was very quick in his observations. It was like he was moving at 3.0x speed. Seeing this, the surrounding security guards wanted to slap him. What the hell, is he playing around? Can he really find anything like this? Who will be responsible if he breaks the equipment? Just as the security captain was about to stop him, finally, on one of the monitoring screens, Li Chen's glasses flashed red, indicating a successful match. "There! He's there!" Li Chen excitedly pointed to a spot on the screen. "Damn! Really?" Following Li Chen's direction, the security captain saw a man wearing a black baseball cap, seemingly about to steal from a customer. Xiao Feishui was also surprised. Li Chen's brother actually found him. The two friends who were already disappointed were now energized. They actually found him. Isn't that amazing? Just a moment ago, they thought Feishui's brother was a bit off in the head. It turns out they misunderstood him. "Where is this camera located?" Li Chen hurriedly asked. "This camera should be on the 7th floor of the mall. I never expected he hadn't left yet. Let's go. Let's go catch him together." The security captain waved his hand and ordered a few guards to follow. "All right, let's go check it out too." Li Chen and Xiao Feishui, along with the three friends, hurried to catch up. However, just as they reached the 7th floor and were about to apprehend the thief, the security captain's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Captain, Captain!" The police station called, saying there's a bomb planted in the mall. "What?" Because the voice from the walkie-talkie was urgent and loud, Li Chen and his group heard it too. Li Chen and Xiao Feishui, along with the three friends, were all shocked. "What the hell? Someone planted a bomb in the mall?" The thief not far away was already on alert, and upon hearing the walkie-talkie, he immediately ran. "Don't let him escape." Li Chen took a big step forward, and several guards quickly followed. But no matter how fast the thief ran, Li Chen's legs were faster. In less than 2 minutes, Li Chen caught up. With a swift move, the thief fell flat on his face. At the same time, their actions caused continuous exclamations from the people in the mall. "Xiaojin, come and see which one is your phone." In the thief's pocket, Li Chen found several phones. This kid seems to be specifically stealing phones. Thank you, Li Chen. Xiaojin found a phone with a pink case and was very happy. Several security guards came up and subdued the thief together. However, at this moment, a sudden announcement came over the mall's broadcast: "Dear customers, please leave the mall as soon as possible. We have just received a police alert that there may be unidentified explosive devices in the mall. The mall will be closed in 5 minutes." Listening to the repeated voice on the broadcast, everyone was shocked. People in the mall rushed towards the exit downstairs like a beehive. In the pushing and shoving, many people fell and were trampled. Damn! Can a mall visit turn out like this? Li Chen also hurriedly ran out with Xiao Feishui. With his strong physique, he finally brought Xiao Feishui out of the mall. But at this moment, Xiao Feishui realized that Li Chen had run too fast with her, and she and her two girlfriends were separated. In her anxiety, Xiao Feishui called her girlfriends. However, after several calls, no one answered. This made Xiao Feishui extremely anxious. Li Chen, Xiaojin, and Lily won't be in trouble, right? Xiao Feishui asked with concern. They should be fine. No, should we wait a little longer? Li Chen also tried to reassure. Well then. However, the two waited for a long time but did not receive any news. Xiao Jin and Lily's phones still went unanswered. At this point, almost no one was running out of the mall. Police cars had arrived, surrounding the entire Century Mall building and setting up police lines. Li Chen and Xiao Feishue couldn't help but be amazed. Looking at the situation, there really seemed to be unidentified explosive devices in the mall. But why weren't Xiao Jin and Lily answering their phones? If they had already run out of the mall, they should have called to report their safety. Xiao Feishue reluctantly tried to call Xiao Jin's phone again. This time, after a few rings, it was answered. Hello, Xiao Jin, you finally answered my call. Xiao Feishue was excited. However, a cold voice came from the phone. Your two friends are under my control. If you don't want them to get hurt, transfer 5 million to my account within an hour. Otherwise, the entire mall will be blown up, and your two friends will be finished. He. He. Hearing the laughter on the phone, Xiao Feishue's whole body instantly turned cold. Feishue, are you okay? Li Chen looked at Xiao Feishue's suddenly pale face and asked anxiously. Li Chen, they. Xiao Feishue stuttered, pointing at the phone. What's going on? Feishue. Li Chen was so anxious that he quickly took the phone. A cold male voice came from the phone. My account number is 468-3839, remember it, girl. Who are you? Li Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. The other party seemed surprised that a man had answered the call. Me? I'm Joker. He. Damn it. I don't care what you call yourself. Listen to me. If you dare to bully Xiao Jin and Lily, I won't let you off. Li Chen interrupted his arrogant laughter. You, kid, if you dare, come to Century Mall to find me. Otherwise, obediently pay the ransom. If 5 million is not received within an hour, your two friends will die. Then, the other party hung up the phone. Li Chen, what should we do? Xiao Feishue finally came to her senses. Feishue, I think Xiao Jin and Lily might still be in the mall. Li Chen thought for a moment and then said, let's go ask the police over there. Okay then. Soon, the two arrived in front of the police car at the shopping mall building. After explaining their purpose, a young police officer led them to a police chief. Chief, they said their friend might still be in the mall. And the kidnappers just called them demanding ransom, threatening to tear up tickets and blow up the mall building. The young officer reported responsibly. However, the temporary commander in the command vehicle just responded with without lifting his head. He stared at the building structure map in front of him, trying to find some clues. Because just now, several waves of people had come, all talking about their relatives or friends being kidnapped in the Century Mall building. At this point, it was certain that there were still hostages in the mall. And the kidnappers seemed to only want money, with their accounts being overseas, making it difficult to trace after payment. With such a major case, if not handled properly, he could lose his position, so he was visibly worried. Chief? The young officer called out several times before the chief finally raised his head from contemplation. Suddenly, he saw Li Chen in front of him and his expression changed. Li. Mr. Li. The chief's voice carried a hint of excitement. Could the Dragon Nation's secret guards also be paying attention to this case? If so, solving such a major case would be a piece of cake. Who are you? Li Chen asked in confusion. Don't you remember me? I'm Qin Ying's second brother. We had a brief encounter at the Hua family headquarters. The powerful chief of the Magic City, upon seeing Li Chen, immediately became deferential. I seem to have a vague memory. Li Chen remembered that it was Sister Ziying who had shown the shadow token back then, which made these police officers leave. Are Mr. Li's family members also inside? Chief Qin Ming couldn't help but ask. Sort of. It's my sister's friends. We were shopping in the mall, but when we heard the alarm broadcast, they got separated. They didn't run out of the mall, but were kidnapped by the criminals. Li Chen explained the situation again. I see. Do you have any good ideas to catch the criminals? Qin Ming asked cautiously. Li Chen was speechless. Big brother, I came here to help you solve the criminals. Why are you asking me? The nearby young police officer and other police chiefs were also surprised. Was the chief being too humble? Who exactly was this young Mr. Li, making the chief so cautious? We are going to send bomb disposal police into the mall immediately to probe the criminals first. Seeing Li Chen silent, Qin Ming quickly said. He thought that the Dragon Nation's secret guards plan was not something a small chief like him could know. Soon, Qin Ming gave the order. A dozen fully armed police officers in bomb disposal suits and helmets got out of a bomb disposal police car. The leader was holding a long metal detector. This group of people cautiously approached the mall entrance, but as soon as their legs crossed the threshold, a series of explosions rang out. The riot police were blasted out of the building. they fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Although they were protected by bomb suits, they seemed to be shaken up. Several of the leaders even passed out directly. Even Li Chen and Qin Ming felt a wave of intense heat and shock waves at their location. Everyone hurried to lie down. Damn it! The bomb disposal police were intercepted outside the mall. The moment they entered, the criminals detonated the preset bombs. It seemed that the mastermind behind all this was skilled. Li Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows, as it seemed that even the police had no good way to break in at this moment. Even if we break in, we might trigger many bombs and cause unnecessary sacrifices. Do we have to keep waiting like this? The kidnappers said that if no money is paid within an hour, they will start tearing tickets. Judging by their decisive detonation of the bombs in front of the door, they might actually do it. And just then, ding! Host, rescue the hostages, defeat the bandits, complete the mission, and the system will activate random rewards. Damn it! The system is causing trouble again. This is a bomb. No matter how powerful I am, a few bomb explosions would be the end of me. However, at that moment, ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a piece of high-tech blast-proof suit. This blast-proof suit can withstand any explosion and bullets. Even attacks at the level of a nuclear bomb can be 100% protected. The blast-proof suit has been placed in the system space for the host to use at any time. Damn! Is the system really this awesome? It's amazing! Li Chen arrived at the police car, avoiding the eyes of the crowd, silently reciting receive. Suddenly, he had a black blast-proof suit in his hand. Putting on the blast-proof suit, he looked at himself in the mirror on the car and found that the suit unexpectedly fit perfectly. It was like the outfit in the movie Black Panther. The blast-proof suit was not only extremely lightweight, but also flexible and elastic. There was no sense of restraint at all. After briefing Qin Ming for a few moments, Li Chen handed Xiao Feishua over to Qin Ming for protection. Then, he swaggered into the mall himself. Watching Li Chen swagger into the mall, Xiao Feishua couldn't help but clench her delicate hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Little brother Li Chen, you must come back safely. However, thinking of Li Chen's often unpredictable strength, Xiao Feishua felt a little more at ease and hopeful. The police and the chief were all puzzled. Who is this person? Why is he so daring to go alone? Isn't he afraid of death? Surprisingly, the reckless behavior of this young man was actually approved by the chief. This left them all scratching their heads. Chief Qin Ming, looking at the questioning gazes of the police and the chief, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. What do you know? He is a guard of the Dragon Kingdom. Back in the day, he was a true guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom, killing all around, punching bears, kicking soy sauce jars. Qin Ming remained calm, while the police looked puzzled, Xiao Feishua looked worried, and everyone had different expressions. Just then, Li Chen swaggered into the mall about 10 meters. Li Chen felt a warning sign in his heart. Damn, are there more bombs again? However, Li Chen resisted the instinct to dodge and stood still, wanting to test if the blast-proof suit was really as resistant as the system claimed. Sure enough, the next second, there was a deafening explosion. Even the ground trembled. The police outside were shocked. Damn it, the bandits detonated the bomb again. Why is that young man not moving? Isn't he seeking death? What heroism is he trying to show? The chief's mind was also in a mess, actually sending in such a young man of unknown identity. Qin Ming was also startled. Because Li Chen had just walked not far in, he clearly saw Li Chen standing still dumbfounded during the explosion. What kind of play is this? Did he make a mistake? Tears were streaming down Xiao Feishua's eyes. Did I cause harm to my little brother Li Chen? If I hadn't insisted on having you save Xiao Jin and Lily, you wouldn't have entered such a dangerous place. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live. However, in the next moment, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, the tall and handsome figure reappeared. Li Chen still stood motionless in his place. Li Chen gently turned his head, looked behind him, and gave a slight smile to the police and Xiao Feishua outside the mall. He was extremely excited. When the explosion just happened, he didn't feel any pain at all. Even the shock waves from the explosion in the air were shielded by the blast-proof suit, and his body didn't even tremble. Strong. Unbelievably strong. The area around him, with his feet at the center, was completely devastated. The marble floor cracked and shattered, and the shop display counters were blown apart. Outside the mall, the professional bomb squad officers were dumbfounded. How is this possible? Judging from the power of the explosion just now, it was clearly a C4 level explosion. According to common sense, even a dozen layers of pigskin would be blown to pieces. Even wearing blast-proof suits, internal organs, muscles, and even bones would be shattered. Even if not killed, they would be disabled. But Li Chen was unharmed, standing in the center of the explosion, leaving the other police officers stunned. With mouths wide open, they could almost fit 3 eggs in. Should we be surprised? Or surprised? At the same time, their gazes towards Chief Qin Ming became extremely excited and admiring. The chief must have known in advance. No wonder he let this young man in. The chief is truly a strategist. Thinking about how they had just questioned the chief's decision, they felt ashamed. Qin Ming looked at the eager gazes cast upon him, his face calm, but his heart was in turmoil, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This scared the crap out of me. Xiao Feishue was already in tears. She thought Li Chen would be injured this time, but to her surprise, Li Chen was unscathed, even waving at her, turning her worry into joy instantly. In the nearby building, a man wearing a clown mask also looked shocked. How is this possible? As a weapons expert, well versed in various blast devices, he looked as if he had swallowed a fly. At this moment, Li Chen regained his composure. He put on the facial recognition glasses rewarded by the system and started scanning the mall. Focused, he saw through the walls of the entire mall. He spotted a group of people seemingly tied up on the 7th floor of the mall. That's it. Li Chen quickly rushed towards the top floor. Along the way, explosions kept ringing out, terrifying the police outside. However, causing so many explosions along the way, that young man must still be lively and kicking, right? Meanwhile, the bomb squad officers were not idle. Under Chief Qin Ming's command, while Li Chen attracted the attention of the kidnappers, they also entered the mall. Before long, Li Chen finally reached the top floor, outside a room. Through the glasses, he saw a group of people tied up and sitting inside. Just as his hand was about to touch the door handle, he suddenly noticed a thin fuse on the handle. Alarmed, Li Chen quickly stopped. How cunning is that thug called Joker? He secretly set up so many bombs. A bomb maniac indeed. Even if Li Chen wasn't afraid of being blown up, if he opened the door handle now, it would likely trigger the bomb, causing harm to the people inside. Li Chen wasn't even sure if there were more bombs in the room. If there were more bombs, the people inside would probably not survive. What should we do now? Meanwhile, in the building next door, the man in the clown mask watched the monitor as Li Chen paced back and forth outside the door helplessly. The man in the clown mask chuckled. The previous frustration vanished. Damn, thought you were unkillable? Are you blind now? Joker, just want to see the panic and fear on your faces, you bunch of ants. Cackle, cackle, cackle. At this moment, Li Chen couldn't come up with a good solution, while the bomb squad was conducting a comprehensive search on the first floor. If they search all the way to the top floor, who knows when they will find out? And delay could lead to changes. Who knows if the criminals will detonate the bomb at any moment? Just then, ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained mastery of the god-level bomb. Do you want to claim it now? Your damn system, can't you distribute them together? It really messes with people's minds. But, the system is really awesome. Claim! Li Chen silently prayed with his eyes closed. Instantly, various bomb-related knowledge flooded into Li Chen's mind. When he opened his eyes again, Li Chen's gaze became even more profound. Now, he could even handcraft an atomic bomb without any difficulty. At this moment, looking at the bomb fuse on the door handle again, Li Chen immediately made a judgment. The bomb fuse on the door handle was designed very cleverly and discreetly. A slight touch could trigger the bomb. Through his perspective ability, Li Chen discovered that this fuse led to a pile of C4 explosives in the room. This revelation left Li Chen speechless. With so much C4 explosive, if it detonated, not only would the 15 hostages inside die, but the entire room and surrounding rooms would be destroyed. What's more, each of the 15 hostages in the room was also tied with various types of bombs. If someone opened the door directly, triggering the C4 explosives next to the door, it would also set off the other 15 bombs in the room simultaneously. This cascading explosion. It's likely that even the structure of the entire building would be shaken and altered. This clown is too damn vicious. It's simply inhumane. But now, who made him encounter Li Chen? Li Chen arrived at the side wall of the room and started punching it with a boom sound. Almost every punch went through the wall. Like a human bulldozer, after more than 50 punches, a hole about a person's height appeared on the wall. With the protection of the bomb suit, Li Chen didn't feel any pain in his hands at all. Stepping through the hole in the wall, Li Chen entered the room. Inside the room were men and women, a total of 15 people. They were all tied up, sitting on the ground with their mouths taped shut. Seeing someone enter in this manner, they couldn't help but look terrified. Xiao Jin and Lily were among them. However, Li Chen didn't rush to greet them. The most important thing was to dismantle the bombs first. As a precaution, he first went to the C4 bomb next to the door. Taking out a delicate knife from his bomb suit, he first disarmed the detonator on the C4. After examining the internal wiring, Li Chen gently cut a red wire. The C4 in front of the door was perfectly disarmed. Ha! He can actually disarm a bomb? The clown watched as Li Chen entered the room in such a rough manner and easily disarmed the bomb he had set at the door, secretly amazed. He had played with fuse devices to detonate bombs to perfection, and the number of people who fell into his trap was countless, but he didn't expect to be disarmed today. But well, this is just the appetizer. There's more to come. The clown smirked, then picked up the controller next to him and pressed it with a beep. At this moment, on the top floor of the building, Li Chen arrived next to Xiao Jin and Lily. He removed the tape from their mouths. Li Chen! Li Chen! Xiao Jin and Lily looked extremely surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. Is Xiao Feishu's little brother so powerful? He's like a weapon of war. He actually punched through the wall so fiercely just now? Did a human really do that? Xiao Jin, Lily, are you both okay? Li Chen asked quickly without much explanation. Li Chen, you need to leave here quickly. The kidnappers have placed bombs on each of us. Xiao Jin exclaimed. Yes. Li Chen, you need to leave quickly, it's too dangerous here. Lily also said. They seem to have forgotten Li Chen's incredibly brave performance just now. Li Chen had actually noticed the bombs on 15 people outside the door, and now he saw them more clearly. The bombs attached to the 15 people were of different models, each with a timing device. It was clearly a timed bomb, but the timers on them had not started yet. And at that moment, the red shiny numbers suddenly appeared on the countdown panels of the 15 bombs. Countdown begins, 0:59, 0:58, 0:57. Damn it! Each bomb still had nearly 1 minute to explode. Hearing the ticking sound, everyone in the room felt their scalps tingle. Damn it, this is it. At this moment, some of the men and women in the room were scared stiff, some fainted, some kept crying, and some were praying for divine protection. Li Chen, you need to leave quickly. Xiao Jin and Lily shouted in terror. There was no time left. But at this moment, Li Chen calmed down, ignoring Xiao Jin and Lily's cries. Xiao Jin, don't move, Li Chen said in a deep voice. She had a Russian traditional timed bomb strapped to her, and Li Chen quickly unscrewed the detonator. After identifying the circuit wires, he gently cut them with a knife. The first bomb was dismantled perfectly, taking 5 seconds. What can you do by disarming bombs? There are various types of bombs inside, can you disarm them all? And there are a total of 15 bombs, you simply don't have enough time. The clown man watched on the monitor, surprised that Li Chen didn't immediately flee, but instead went to disarm the bombs, shaking his head involuntarily. What's there to cherish about the lives of these ants? However, Li Chen was extremely focused at this moment. As a master of divine-level bomb disposal, he felt extremely familiar with these bomb models. Yes, you heard it right. Extremely familiar. Li Chen not only wasn't afraid, but he was also extremely excited. Even during the dismantling process, he felt disdainful towards the bomb techniques set by the clown. Damn it, this method is so outdated, if the wires were more hidden, the effect would be better. What the hell? Why is this so simple? Can't the wiring be more complex? He dismantled one bomb after another, and the speed was incredibly fast. American style, Russian style, Chinese style. Li Chen easily dismantled various types of detonators. The speed was astonishing. Even the clown watching Li Chen through the room camera couldn't help but be amazed. The clown man's initial playful attitude gradually turned serious as Li Chen disarmed one bomb after another at an increasing speed, eventually becoming more and more shocked. How is this possible? Even the clown himself couldn't disarm so many types of bombs within 1 minute. At this moment, as a bomb expert, as someone who thought he was unrivaled, as someone who played with human lives, he felt Li Chen's ruthless mockery. Finally, after disarming the last bomb, the timer reached 0:02. The last person with a bomb strapped to him had already wet his pants and fainted. Damn it, can't you be faster, big brother? Do you have to wait until the last moment? Do you think you're playing a game of life and death? Li Chen untied Xiao Jin and Lily, then asked them to help untie the others. Finally, all 15 hostages were rescued. But what about the clown? This person could remotely control the bombs, it seemed he was nearby. Moreover, just ran up the stairs, the other party could accurately detonate the bomb all the way, and just as he entered the room, the other party immediately activated the timed bomb, indicating that the other party should be able to see his actions. However, when Li Chen first entered the mall, he saw through the perspective glasses that there were 15 hostages in the room, but there was no one else in the mall. So, the clown is definitely not in this mall. However, since he can remotely detonate the bomb, he must be nearby. Li Chen arrived at the top floor and looked around the buildings, trying to find clues. Just then, he noticed a man wearing a clown mask, carrying a backpack of explosives, quickly descending from the adjacent building. Damn it! Isn't this guy terrible at disguising himself? Should I say you are too arrogant? Or just arrogant? Li Chen rushed downstairs quickly. Just as he ran out of the mall gate, ignoring Chief Qin Ming and the other police officers' inquiries, he ran towards the exit of the adjacent building. The man wearing the clown mask was humming a tune and quickly fleeing the scene. What he didn't expect was that Li Chen was already waiting at the stairwell entrance. Just as the masked man reached the doorway, Li Chen's powerful punch struck him unexpectedly. The sudden punch caught the masked man off guard. The punch hit his face heavily. The clown mask directly split into pieces. Suddenly, a face that was ugly, distorted, and scarred was revealed. "You damn it! You ruined my plan!" The masked man, holding his collapsed nose, looked bewildered. He didn't expect Li Chen to find him so quickly. "Is this kid a human or a ghost? So you are really the clown?" Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Today is really lucky. He found the clown's trail so quickly. "Kid, you're dead." The clown angrily pulled out a bomb from his backpack and threw it at Li Chen. Li Chen quickly dodged. Flames erupted on the street, explosions sounded one after another, and pedestrians hurried to avoid them. The clown then took out a grenade and lightly threw it towards Li Chen. But Li Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he leaped forward, grabbed the grenade thrown by the clown, and gently threw it back at him. Damn it! The clown didn't expect Li Chen to catch the grenade barehanded. This courage was beyond belief. Even he didn't dare to play so boldly. With a bang, the grenade exploded in the air, and the clown quickly lay down, narrowly avoiding the shockwave of the grenade. The clown then took out a C4 explosive pack and threw it at Li Chen. But Li Chen once again didn't retreat. He went straight towards it, hugged the C4 explosive pack about to explode, and rushed towards the clown. Damn it! Watching Li Chen hugging the C4 explosive pack about to explode and rushing towards him, the clown's eyes widened suddenly. Damn, is this kid fearless? But thinking back to the mall, where Li Chen was not afraid of any explosion attacks, the clown couldn't understand it. Is this guy made of steel? Or is he a superhero? After the explosion, Li Chen might be fine, but what about the clown? So, on the road, a miraculous scene unfolded. One chased vigorously, the other ran in a panic. Li Chen chased vigorously from behind, while the clown ran in a panic ahead. If this scene were to spread to the dark underground world, the clown's face would probably have nowhere to hide. The clown, who made a living playing with bombs, was actually being chased by bombs. Just imagine that scene, it would be embarrassing beyond words. With a bang, the explosive pack in Li Chen's arms exploded, emitting a dazzling fire and a terrifying shockwave. The clown was almost hit by the shockwave from the explosion. The waves of heat roasted the twisted and ugly face of the clown, making him feel lingering fear. If he had run a little slower just now, he would probably be dead. But Li Chen was smiling, without a scratch. How could this be? Finally, the clown witnessed firsthand how Li Chen was not afraid of bombs. The clown speculated that Li Chen might be wearing some special bomb-proof suit. However, being an expert in bomb-proofing, he had seen all kinds of bomb-proof suits, and it seemed that there was no perfect bomb-proof suit in the world that could withstand bomb attacks. Yet here was Li Chen standing in front of him unscathed. This made the clown doubt his life choices. At this point, the clown dared not throw any more bombs at Li Chen. Damn it, throwing them would just be giving away his position. What's the point of that? At this moment, the clown just ran with his head down, and Li Chen was right behind him. Just as Li Chen was about to catch up with the clown, a deep red modified sports car came speeding by, with golden flames painted on its body, looking like it came from hell amidst the roar of the engine. Joker, get in the car. The sports car pulled up in front of the clown, and the door had already been opened at high speed. To everyone's surprise, a red-haired girl was driving the car, with her red hair tied up high, heavy eye makeup, long eyelashes, strange patterns on her pale left cheek, wearing a tight white t-shirt on her upper body, showcasing a pair of large rabbits, and denim hot pants on her lower body, revealing her fair and slender thighs. Just as the clown was about to jump into the speeding sports car, a deep blue sports car suddenly came rushing from the side street. With a bang, the blue sports car collided with the red-haired girl's car. The red-haired girl quickly took control of the steering wheel to stabilize her car. With her other hand, she picked up a golden Desert Eagle from the passenger seat and aimed it at the blue sports car, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The blue sports car quickly swerved to avoid the bullets. While evading, a hand holding an M14 with a grenade launcher mounted on it extended from the car window, and with a bang, a shell was fired, with a fiery tail smoke, heading towards the red-haired girl's car. In an instant, the shell hit the rear of the red-haired girl's car, flipping it into the air. Just as the car was about to crash, the red-haired girl jumped out of the car and rolled on the ground several times. Her car, after several spins in the air, crashed to the ground with a loud bang, hitting the surrounding vehicles and causing people to scatter in panic. Damn it! Both Li Chen and the police in the distance were stunned by the sudden appearance of two cars, a car chase, and a gunfight in the bustling streets of the city. Just as Li Chen was somewhat dazed, the door of the blue sports car opened, and Xiao Ziying stepped out of the car. Xiao Ziying, as stunning as ever, was dressed in a tight black outfit, with her long hair flowing elegantly, resembling a legendary hero. The tight clothes accentuated her explosive figure, making her extraordinary in the midst of the car chase and gunfight. Damn it! It's Xiao Ziying! Ziying! Li Chen quickly took off his bomb-proof suit helmet, revealing his true face, feeling somewhat teary-eyed. Damn it! Couldn't I just be lounging in the villa's pool having a bath? Why did so many things have to happen today? With the protection of the sisters, isn't that great? Li Chen, now is not the time to talk, let's take them down. Xiao Ziying seemed completely unsurprised by Li Chen's presence and rushed forward to fight the red-haired girl. Meanwhile, Li Chen himself chased after the clown. At this point, the clown's most powerful bomb tactics were ineffective against Li Chen. This left him extremely frustrated, even a bit tearful. However, the clown was no pushover in the underworld. Only to see, he pulled out a dagger, shining brightly in the sunlight. You bastard! It's all because of you that ruined my good plan. Today, I must take your life. He. The clown stabbed angrily towards Li Chen. He thought, since this guy can't be blown up, I'll just stab him to death. Li Chen smirked, his foot swiftly kicking the clown in the stomach. The clown howled in pain. The dagger in his hand fell directly to the ground, his face twisted in agony. Li Chen punched him repeatedly. Instantly, the clown was beaten up badly. There was no trace of his previous arrogance and dignity. The bomb man of the dark world was defeated under Li Chen's feet. Meanwhile, not far away, the battle between Sister Ziying and the red-haired woman continued. The red-haired woman and Sister Ziying were exchanging blows. The red-haired woman violently swept her leg towards Sister Ziying's chest. Sister Ziying quickly dodged and retreated. As the red-haired woman's feet touched the ground, Sister Ziying rushed towards her, throwing heavy punches at the red-haired woman's face. The two women, with great figures, fought in a beautiful yet wild and violent manner. When the red-haired woman saw the clown being knocked down by Li Chen, her expression changed. Suddenly, the red-haired woman exerted force, feinting an attack towards Xiao Ziying. Xiao Ziying hurriedly evaded, and taking advantage of the opportunity, the red-haired woman broke free from Xiao Ziying's entanglement and ran towards Li Chen. With the momentum of her run, the red-haired woman leaped high and kicked towards Li Chen. Li Chen smirked, swiftly flashing behind the red-haired woman as her foot was about to kick him. He punched her back. The red-haired woman reacted quickly, changing the direction of her legs. Their collision caused the red-haired woman to feel excruciating pain from the sole of her foot. Suddenly, the red-haired woman's movements slowed down, and Li Chen took the opportunity to step forward with big strides, delivering another heavy punch without any mercy. The red-haired woman blocked with both hands, barely withstanding Li Chen's heavy punch. It was evident that the red-haired woman's martial arts skills were quite impressive. Besides being amazed by Xiao Ziying and Xiao Muyu's astonishing martial arts skills, she was the third person to surprise him. Of course, the clown was not in this league. He followed the technical route, martial arts. The clown leaving the bomb was just ordinary. After a few moves, the red-haired woman couldn't handle the pressure. She never expected the young man in front of her to possess such terrifying strength. However, why had she never heard of such a person in the underground dark world? At this moment, Xiao Ziying also arrived, and it was too late for the red-haired woman to escape. In the end, the red-haired woman was also subdued by Xiao Ziying and Li Chen. At this time, Qin Ming also arrived. After Xiao Ziying briefly explained, the police escorted the red-haired woman and the clown away. The bomb squad had completed the search of the Century Mall building, and all 15 hostages were rescued. Li Chen, thank you. Xiao Ziying smiled. You're welcome, Sister Ziying. But, what's going on here exactly? Li Chen was puzzled. Such a major case, with so many bombs, handguns, and heavy artillery, it seemed more than just a simple kidnapping, right? The red-haired woman and the clown are accomplices. I'll tell you the details when we have time. Xiao Ziying didn't offer much explanation. After all, why would ordinary people need to know about the underground dark world? She just hoped that her little brother could live a peaceful life like an ordinary person. However, Li Chen's performance was becoming more and more outstanding, more and more extraordinary. Perhaps, even if she wanted to keep it a secret, she might not be able to for much longer. Before long, Li Chen's reputation will spread throughout the entire underground world. After all, he directly defeated the clown who had never been defeated today. At night, in the villa. In the dining room, the news of today's events is being broadcast on the TV. Today, there was an explosion and kidnapping case at the Century Mall building in the Magic City. Thanks to a brave citizen who took action, this heinous kidnapping case was quickly solved, and the related thugs have been subdued. Li Chen, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to defeat the kidnappers so easily. Xiao Jin and Lily's parents said they want to treat you to a meal another day and express their sincere gratitude. Xiao Feishue listened to the news on TV with excitement. Well, let's skip the meal. I just want to rest now. Li Chen smiled faintly. After today's excitement and thrill, he just wanted to relax and take it easy. But I have to thank you too. When you entered the mall earlier, I thought you were in danger. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't have gone to such a dangerous place. Li Chen, I truly appreciate you. Xiao Feishue became more and more excited as she spoke. Feishue, since you are so grateful to Li Chen, how will you repay him? Xiao Nishan looked at the blushing Xiao Feishue teasingly. What should I do? Whatever Li Chen wants, I'll agree. Xiao Feishue, already shy, blushed even more. In the light of the villa, she looked alluring. Oh, anything? Feishue. If that's the case, why not offer yourself to him? Xiao Nishang teased. What? Offer myself? This. Xiao Feishue's brain short-circuited. Although she really liked Li Chen, saying it so openly was really embarrassing. Xiao Feishue covered her face directly. Ha ha, I was just joking with you. Xiao Nishang laughed mischievously. Ah, Nishang, you are so annoying. Xiao Feishue, angry and embarrassed, ran back to her room. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. The servant quickly came to report that Li Chen's younger brother, Xu Liang, had come to visit. Xu Liang? Why is he here at this time? But after all, he is his younger brother. Li Chen asked the servant to open the door and let them in. Soon, a middle-aged man in Zhongshan suit and Xu Liang walked into the villa hall, followed by a group of bodyguards. Li Gu, this is my dad. Xu Liang came to Li Chen in a flattering manner, introducing him busily. Xu Liang's father? Isn't he the mayor of the Magic City? At this moment, Xiao Nishan couldn't help but be shocked and stood up quickly. Li Chen also stood up. Uncle, hello. Hello, Li Chen, you showed up today. The higher-ups are very satisfied. So I came here specially to thank you. Xu Xiong smiled, full of the aura of a superior, but he was kind and friendly towards Li Chen. He then instructed Li Chen to call him directly if he had any problems or difficulties. Then he waved his hand, and the bodyguards moved many gifts into the villa. These gifts included pearls, agate, calligraphy and painting antiques, gold jewelry. These people came and went quickly. Only these gifts witnessed their visit. At this moment, only Xiao Nishang and Li Chen were left in the villa dining room, as Xiao Ziying had already taken the red-haired woman and the clown to the capital. Li Chen, you really surprised me. Xiao Nishan looked at Li Chen with passionate eyes. This brother is simply too extraordinary. He can even defeat bomb maniacs bare-handed. Even the big shots seem to have noticed Li Chen. The sisters seem to be more and more fond of Li Chen. Even she herself has fallen for him. I wonder if the other sisters also like Li Chen. If so, does it mean that one man will marry 9 women? Xiao and Aichang unexpectedly had some anticipation, while Li Chen sat at the dining table, eating quietly. Just then, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the hostage and capturing the kidnappers. The host has obtained the divine-level disguise technique. Ha! Divine-level disguise technique? This is fun. After finishing his meal, Li Chen hurried back to his room. He started to change his face in front of the mirror. In no time, his face transformed into that of a clown. Ugly scars, twisted face. The details were so realistic that even the clown himself might not notice the difference, right? Then, Li Chen changed his face again. This time, his face turned into that of Sister Ai Chang. The face in the mirror was charming, with a delicate nose, curved eyebrows, and enchanting eyes. Even Li Chen was amazed. Can this really be the face I created? Just then, someone knocked on the door. Without much thought, Li Chen got up and opened the door. Li, N.I. Sister Ai Chang? Xiao Fei Shui outside the door was stunned. But did Sister Ai Chang cut her hair? Why is she wearing Li Chen's brother's clothes? Looking at Fei Shui's stunned expression, Li Chen looked proud. Now, it's just missing a few details, right? If there was a wig and a slight change in body shape, it would probably be perfect? While Fei Shui was in a daze, Ai Chang also approached. Ai Chang was very curious as Li Chen had left right after dinner, and she wanted to find out why. Fei Shui, are you also looking for Li Chen? Ai Chang smiled. This third sister, although shy and timid, sometimes did unexpected things. It seemed like she was a bit crazy about art. Just now, she ran away shyly, and now she's looking for Li Chen again. But when Ai Chang arrived at Li Chen's door from the corridor and saw Li Chen's current appearance, she was also stunned. This. She pointed to her own face, then to Li Chen's face, stuttering, her brain crashing on the spot. Li Chen was very satisfied with Ni Chang's reaction and decided to play along. Ni Chang, I am your long-lost brother, Li Tao. Li Chen smiled slightly, and his smile with this face was somewhat charming. Who are you exactly? Ni Chang, after all, was a female CEO, and she immediately questioned loudly with rationality and authority. She waved her hand, about to call the servants over. Wait, I am Li Chen. Seeing that Ni Chang was about to mistake him for a thief, Li Chen quickly changed back to his original appearance. Ni Chang and Xiao Fei Shui were stunned. Is this even possible? How is this possible? Sister, this is a disguise technique. Li Chen laughed heartily. Oh, you dare to tease us. Ni Chang playfully punched Li Chen's chest. Li Chen, you are so naughty. Xiao Fei Shui also joined in the fun, reaching out to tickle Li Chen. The three of them ended up in a playful fight. For the past few days, Li Chen had been deeply immersed in the disguise technique. However, if it was just changing faces, it seemed a bit boring. To strive for perfection, Li Chen drove to a boutique prop shop one day. Li Chen went on a shopping spree, buying all kinds of glasses, eyeshadows, foundations, wigs, women's dresses, men's hats, fake beards, fake breasts. Buy. With these props, Li Chen could turn a sow into a stunning beauty without any difficulty. Seeing Li Chen buying so many things, even the shop assistant thought Li Chen was from a TV show procurement team. After finishing the purchase, when Li Chen was about to leave by car, he noticed a few thugs not far away from a small alley, jumping off a van with steel bars in their hands, menacingly surrounding a girl walking on the street into the alley. This girl was none other than Qin Ruobing, the granddaughter of Li Chen's neighbor, Qin Lao the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and also the granddaughter of Qin Guanhua, the first apprentice Li Chen took. Qin Ruobing was as beautiful as her sisters, and Li Chen would sometimes guide the father and daughter in the Qin family in acupuncture techniques. Seeing his apprentice's granddaughter in trouble, how could Li Chen stand by? Li Chen put down the purchased items and ran over. In the alley. Little sister, judging by your appearance, you probably don't have a boyfriend yet. Come with brother. If brother is happy, maybe he will let you go. The leader of the thugs, with a fierce scar on his cheek, said to Qin Ruobing with a smile. Don't come over. If you come over, I will call the police. Qin Ruobing's delicate face was full of fear. She had never encountered such a situation before as a young girl. Call the police? Ha ha, the scar-faced man sneered, signaling his men, take her away. With a wave of the scar-faced man's hand, 7 or 8 thugs were about to swarm up and grab Qin Ruobing into the van. Just then, stop! Li Chen rushed over. The 7 or 8 thugs turned in surprise. An ignorant person had arrived. Li Chen! Qin Ruobing was delighted to see Li Chen suddenly appear here. Young man, I advise you not to. Before the scar-faced man could finish his sentence, Li Chen had already punched him hard in the face. Immediately, the scar-faced man's nose collapsed, blood flowing profusely. Damn! So ruthless! The surrounding lackeys were also stunned. You bastard! Beat him to death for me! The scar-faced man covered his nose, glaring viciously at Li Chen. The lackeys were still a bit dazed. At this moment, seeing their leader speak and taking advantage of their numbers, they picked up their steel bars and rushed towards Li Chen in a frenzy. Li Chen was the first to snatch a steel bar from one of the thugs. Swinging it fiercely, he knocked down 7 or 8 thugs one after another. You! The scar-faced man was astonished to see all his lackeys knocked down in the blink of an eye. He was an old hand in the underworld, but he had never seen someone as skilled as Li Chen. Strong. Incredibly strong. Without further ado, Li Chen kicked the scar-faced man in the crotch with a duong. The scar-faced man let out a piercing scream, his face contorted as he fell to the ground. Ruobing, are you okay? Li Chen hurried over, asking with concern. Li Chen, these people are colluding with human traffickers. They even threatened me to keep quiet. Qin Ruobing grabbed Li Chen's arm, still trembling. What's going on? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Li Chen, last week, a child with a severed hand came to our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Out of compassion, I treated him for free, but the child told me that he was disabled by human traffickers. He hoped I could help other children abducted by human traffickers. And just when I was about to quietly report it, these thugs came to bother me today. Qin Ruobing explained in a hurry. I see. Li Chen pondered. Li Chen, let's find a way to save those poor children. Qin Ruobing looked hopeful. Li Chen wanted to play it safe and hand over these thugs to the police, but he was afraid that if the thugs didn't return, it might alert the human traffickers and make them flee. After some thought, Li Chen came up with an idea. He squatted down, asked for the name and identity of the scar-faced man, as well as how to contact the human traffickers. After that, Li Chen turned around, pinched his face, and put on makeup. Facing everyone again, the scar-faced man and his lackeys were stunned. This damn, he's even scarier than Scar Brother. The scar on his face was so vivid, completely lifelike. Even Qin Ruobing was amazed. Li Chen had just had a handsome and invincible face, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a thug's face? How did he change his face so quickly? Li Chen, what are you doing? Qin Ruobing widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Li Chen's disguised face in disbelief. Ruobing, you should go back first. I plan to infiltrate the human traffickers. Li Chen chuckled, quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. Infiltrate the human traffickers? Qin Ruobing was full of question marks. Wait for my good news, Li Chen said, then tied up 7 of the 8 thugs, gagged them, and stacked them one by one into the back of the van. Then he said to the remaining thug, you, drive in front. Lead the way. Yes, boss. Just witness Li Chen's fierceness. The thug at this moment was as obedient as a lamb, not daring to disobey. Wait, Li Chen, I want to go too. Qin Ruobing seemed to have an insight and hurried to get on the car. You too? Ruobing, are you kidding? Li Chen frowned upon hearing that Qin Ruobing also wanted to go. Li Chen, if you go back like this without me, the traffickers will be suspicious. Qin Ruobing analyzed for Li Chen. Fine, but you better stay by my side, and now you should call me Scar Brother. Li Chen reluctantly agreed with a nod. As for the real Scar Brother, he and his 6 lackeys were also stacked in the back of the van. The van drove towards the outskirts. An hour later, the car stopped in front of an abandoned factory. Scar Brother, we're here, the driver lackey hurriedly said. Li Chen nodded. Then, he knocked out this thug, tied up his hands and feet, gagged him with a cloth, and stacked him in the back of the van again. Li Chen got off the car with Qin Ruobing and entered the factory. Scar Brother, you finally came. As soon as Li Chen entered, he saw a middle-aged woman sitting at a desk drinking tea, as if she was waiting for him. Seeing Li Chen come in, she quickly approached, hooked Li Chen's arm, and seemed to want to snuggle up. Damn! Li Chen was secretly surprised. It seems that Scar-faced man has a relationship with this woman. I brought you the person. What about those kids? Li Chen wanted to push her away, but to keep up the conversation, he kept a straight face and spoke in a low voice. Oh, Scar Brother, you have a new love, don't like me anymore? The woman clung to Li Chen's arm, acting coquettish, and looked at Qin Ruobing with a sidelong glance. Li Chen suddenly got goosebumps. This woman in her 40s is still pretending to be young. Qin Ruobing was speechless, but her face remained tense. What about those kids? Stop talking nonsense, you said to bring this female doctor here, to let me invest in the child trafficking business, and give me a share. Li Chen pushed away the old woman, pretending to be angry. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? These days, everyone has been hiding here and there, is it easy for us? The woman kept talking non-stop. But in order to find out the whereabouts of those children, Li Chen and Qin Ruobing could only endure it for the time being. However, after more than 10 minutes, the woman still wouldn't stop talking. Stop the nonsense. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Where are those kids? Li Chen couldn't help but ask in the end. TSK, why are you so fierce? Follow me. The woman rolled her eyes, twisted her waist in anger, and led the way in front. The 3 soon arrived at the back of the factory, in front of a room. Outside the room, 2 strong men were guarding. Here it is. If you can find a buyer, I'll give you 30% of the profit. The woman pointed to the room. Li Chen peeked in through the window. Inside the room, many small faces were crowded together. Seeing this scene, Li Chen was furious inside. There were more than 30 children, some of whom couldn't even walk and were lying on mats. Are there any other children? Is this all of them? Li Chen asked coldly. No, they are all here. If you want more, I need to keep looking for them. The woman didn't notice that the scar-faced man in front of her was about to explode with anger. But, the female doctor you brought today can be sold to the deep mountains for a good price. The woman looked eagerly at Qin Ruobing, as if she was looking at a commodity. Qin Ruobing felt a chill as she was being stared at, and quickly moved towards Li Chen. Did you kidnap all these children? Li Chen asked each word. Who else but me? You men can't do it as well as I can. The woman was quite proud. But the next moment, Li Chen suddenly grabbed her by the neck. You! Scarface you! The woman was shocked, her face full of surprise. Li Chen slapped her twice, instantly swelling her cheeks like a pig's head, blood flowing from her nose. The 2 strong men beside her rushed over to save the woman. However, Li Chen easily dealt with the 2 men with 3 punches and 2 kicks. You! Scarface! You have no sense of honor. Do you want to take this business all for yourself? The woman, sitting on the ground, angrily spoke to Li Chen. Scarface? Li Chen smirked. Take a good look. Who am I after all? Li Chen instantly returned to his original appearance. You. The woman was dumbfounded. The two strong men lying on the ground were also stunned. How could this be? Clearly, he was Scarface before. Although Qin Ruobing knew it was Li Chen, seeing him change his appearance like magic again, she still found it amazing. However, after calming down, she picked up the phone and called the police. In less than 15 minutes, the police arrived. Upon seeing so many children being kidnapped, the police were all very angry. This was outrageous and inhumane. Scarface and his gang, as well as the woman and the two strong men, were all taken away by the police. The woman was handcuffed and stared blankly at Li Chen. Whether it was resentment or astonishment, no one knew. The 30-plus children, of all ages, were taken care of by the police, who would do their best to find their families and send them home. After Li Chen and Qin Ruobing finished their statements and left, the police officers saluted them in unison. A police officer personally drove Li Chen and Qin Ruobing back to the location of the prop shop. Li Chen had intended to drive his sports car to take Qin Ruobing back to the villa, but Qin Ruobing suddenly received a call saying that the clinic was in trouble and she had to go there immediately. Qin Ruobing had gradually taken over the Qin family clinic, so she was naturally very anxious when she heard that the clinic was in trouble. Therefore, Li Chen drove Qin Ruobing straight to the Qin family clinic. However, when the sports car arrived at the Qin family clinic, they saw a large brown coffin parked in front of the clinic's main entrance. It was unbelievable. A coffin in front of the clinic? Seeing this scene, Li Chen and Qin Ruobing couldn't help but gasp in shock. Under the clear sky, a large coffin was placed in front of the Qin family clinic. It couldn't get any more ominous. And a dozen people wearing white mourning clothes are now standing in front of the coffin, denouncing the old Chinese Dr. Qin. Bastard Qin Guanhua, you must give us an explanation today. My father saw a doctor here in the morning, drank the medicine you prescribed at noon, and died. You said it was a minor issue that could be quickly cured. Why did he suddenly pass away? Everyone says you are a master of Chinese medicine, but I think you are just seeking fame. Nonsense. A so-called famous doctor. This group of people were full of anger and foul language. Soon, amidst the loud insults from these people, numerous onlookers gathered around the medical hall. Even the traffic on the street was blocked, and traffic police had to come to maintain order. But with a death involved, the traffic police were also at a loss, not knowing how to calm the situation. Qin Guanhua was also supported by the staff from the medical hall, looking at these people helplessly. He wanted to explain, but the other party was numerous and determined that it was the medicine from the medical hall that caused the death, so they didn't give him a chance to speak. Li Chen and Qin Ruobing quickly got out of the car and walked over to support the old Mr. Qin. Master, look at this. Qin Guanhua looked at Li Chen with the same helplessness. Clearly there was nothing wrong with the prescription he gave, yet the patient suddenly passed away. He had been helping others all his life, adhering to medical ethics, but now in his old age, he encountered such unreasonable medical disturbance. After listening carefully to Qin Guanhua's description of the patient's condition, Li Chen walked to the front of the coffin at the door. With a strong push of his palm, the coffin lid was instantly opened. Seeing Li Chen's action, everyone was shocked. Who could have expected this handsome young man to do such a thing out of the blue? Is this something a human would do? Under the clear sky, exposing the deceased, was this not preventing the deceased from resting in peace? Kid, you're asking for trouble. Damn it! Even the dead you won't let rest. Damn! Hit him! These dozen people in mourning clothes were the first to react, glaring angrily at Li Chen, almost grinding their teeth to bits. In the midst of the conversation, they started to punch and kick Li Chen. This young man is so ignorant. He's not just ignorant, he's downright immoral. Exactly. With a death involved, and he still stirs up trouble, isn't he seeking death? Even the onlookers couldn't bear to watch, pointing and whispering about Li Chen. For a moment, emotions were stirred up, and Li Chen became the target of everyone's criticism. But Li Chen paid no attention to it. He carefully observed the old man lying in the coffin, then raised his head, facing the crowd, and calmly said, "He's not dead yet." Damn it! What nonsense are you talking about? Won't even let the dead rest. A middle-aged man in white mourning clothes, Wang Hao, who was the son of the deceased, was already furious. At this moment, Wang Hao raised his hand and slapped Li Chen. Relatives nearby also joined in with punches and kicks. Seeing this, Li Chen was about to become a target. But Li Chen remained calm, lightly making a move, incredibly swift. Suddenly, the attacking people fell to the ground. Wang Hao's hand was firmly grabbed by Li Chen. Ouch! Ouch! Let go! In pain, Wang Hao hurriedly begged. Li Chen gently released his hand. Wang Hao's expression eased, holding his hand, looking at the young man in front of him with lingering fear. Damn, How does this person have such terrifying strength? I said it. He's not dead at all. Li Chen shouted loudly to the crowd again. The onlookers were amazed. This young man wasn't knocked down. He even said the person wasn't dead? Could it be true? However, the person in the coffin was as pale as could be. Isn't he already dead if not dead? Darn it. People are lying inside, and you're saying they're not dead? Is this person stupid? Could it be that he just came out of a mental hospital? Various doubts from the onlookers. Master, is this true? Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were also busy walking to Li Chen's side at this time. The two of them were very familiar with Li Chen's medical skills, so when Li Chen said so, he must have been very confident. Yes. I need a few silver needles. Li Chen nodded. Qin Guanhua hurriedly instructed the assistant in the medical hall to fetch the silver needles. In less than a minute, the assistant ran over and brought the silver needles. Li Chen was about to start needling. Damn it! You little bastard! We're here to demand justice. How dare you disturb the peace of the deceased? Still saying they're not dead. Now you want to touch the body of the deceased? Your medical hall is simply too outrageous. A middle-aged woman in mourning clothes ran up to Li Chen like crazy, eloquently scolding him. She was Wang Hao's wife, the deceased's daughter-in-law, named Chao Jilan. Seeing her husband and relatives being beaten, she naturally felt extremely angry. Chao Jilan cried and cursed at the same time. Her crying instantly won the sympathy of the onlookers. Young man, quickly apologize. Yes, compensation should be made. Why make things worse? Exactly. It's a blessing for young people to suffer losses. The power of public opinion is formidable, and many voices speak out. However, Li Chen just smiled. Whether to treat or not is up to you family members. But today, you have defamed my disciple's reputation, so even if you don't want treatment, you will receive it. With these words, Li Chen's silver needle pierced the old man in the coffin. Oh my God, is this for real? This young man is really daring. He doesn't know the severity of the situation. The surrounding spectators were horrified. In broad daylight, treating the body of the deceased in such a manner would surely provoke divine wrath. Even Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were sweating profusely at this moment, under immense pressure. If Li Chen had not awakened the deceased, they would probably have been severely beaten by the deceased's family members, and the medical hall might have had to close down. Ignoring the crowd, Li Chen swiftly needled the old man's Baihui, Renzhong, Neguan, and Shinmen points. In just a few seconds, he finished needling and stood aside with his hands behind his back. Damn it, I fixed you up. At this moment, Wang Hao, filled with grief and anger, lunged towards Li Chen. Li Chen slapped Wang Hao on the head with a smack, causing him to fall to the ground, his eyes seeing stars. Seeing this scene, the relatives around him were about to launch a second wave of attacks. But at that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the person in the coffin seems to be alive." Everyone quickly looked over and saw that the old man in the coffin, who had originally had a lifeless face, was gradually regaining color. His cold body even showed signs of warmth and vitality. The old man in the coffin slowly opened his eyes, looked around in confusion, and suddenly sat up straight from the coffin. Oh my God! How is this possible? How is this possible? Oh my God, has the corpse changed? Do you think this is a zombie movie? Clearly, the old man has come back to life. Damn! The dead have come back to life. This young man's medical skills are incredible. The onlookers were petrified on the spot, shocked and scared. A tingling sensation of electric shock surged from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Although Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing knew about Li Chen's formidable medical skills and were mentally prepared, seeing the deceased come back to life on the spot still made them gasp in cold air. Damn it, in the history of medicine, they had only read about such things in books. After practicing medicine for a lifetime, they never expected to witness such a scene today. The group of mourners in mourning clothes stood dumbfounded on the spot. This is unbelievable. Are you sure this isn't a case of faking death? Thinking of the misunderstanding they had towards Li Chen just now, they couldn't help but feel a little ashamed at this moment. This is ridiculous, not recognizing a good person's heart. This time, they really lost face. Wang Hao and Chao Jilan were even more shocked. Their mouths could fit several eggs. This old guy actually came back to life? They had planned to come over today and extort some money from the clinic while their father was dead. But they didn't expect their father to suddenly come back to life. This is messed up. Looking at their father resurrected, Wang Hao and Chao Jilan couldn't help but glance at each other. The couple, being husband and wife, immediately understood each other's thoughts. Even if their father didn't die, it was because of the medicine from their clinic that he passed out. Since it involved so many relatives and made such a big scene, they had to make some gains. The couple immediately made plans. Wang Hao ran out of the crowd to call the police, while Chao Zhilan pretended to be filial and went to help their father who had just woken up. "Dad, are you okay? I thought you. What would we do if you had really left us?" Chao Zhilan started crying, as if possessed by a drama queen. The onlookers began to see Chao Zhilan as filial, forgetting her previous behavior. After all, in an emergency, people react differently. "Zhilan, what's wrong with me?" Wang Baogwa felt uncomfortable being surrounded by people, especially since he was sitting in a coffin. "Dad, you just fell ill. We thought you had passed away. It's all because of this Chinese medicine clinic." Chao Zhilan blamed the Qin family clinic without mentioning Li Chen's life-saving treatment. "Qin family clinic? Yes. I think I took their medicine just now." Wang Baogwa nodded, recalling. Everyone realized it now. Even if the person was revived by medicine, it was because of the prescription from the Qin family clinic. Who would dare to get medicine from there now? At that moment, 2 police officers walked through the crowd. "Dr. Qin, we received a report that there was a problem with the medicine you prescribed, and the patient almost died. So we came to investigate." A tall, thin police officer said sternly. Qin Guanhua was speechless. He had been a doctor all his life and now he was being reported. Before Qin Guanhua could speak, Wang Hao hurried over. "Officers, I made the report just now. It was their clinic that almost killed my father." Hearing this, Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing frowned. Doctors feared such reports. Even if it wasn't their fault, it could cause trouble. "Officers, I can guarantee with my integrity that the medicine I prescribed for this elderly man is for health maintenance and will not harm him," Qin Guanhua quickly explained. "Dr. Qin, if that's the case, please come with me to the station for further investigation." The tall, thin police officer said, "Of course, if the parties involved are fine now, it can be settled privately. If the family withdraws the report, it would be even better." "Settled privately?" Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were surprised. "Privately? Dr. Qin, if taken to the police station, it might harm your reputation." Wang Hao smirked at Qin Guanhua. The onlookers agreed. If the doctor was taken away by the police, the Qin family clinic would be in trouble. Even if it wasn't their fault, their reputation would be tarnished. Who would dare to go to their clinic in the future? "How do you want to settle it privately?" Qin Guanhua's face was grim. Despite not being at fault, the situation had escalated. "Settle it privately? How much are you offering?" Wang Hao smiled and spread out his hands, extending 5 fingers. 50,000? Qin Guan couldn't help but ask. "How can that be? 500,000. Wang Hao grinned. Qin Guan's expression changed instantly. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, it was the savings of an ordinary person for years, even decades. The onlookers were also in an uproar. "This guy, is he crazy about money?" The 2 police officers were also surprised, but such situations of asking for a high price were not uncommon. However, since it was a private settlement, they would eventually negotiate a price that both parties were satisfied with. Li Chen couldn't help but frown, thinking that Wang Hao was shameless. Just then, "Xiao Hao, Qin Zhangyi is not at fault. How can you make him pay?" Wang Baogwa had already come down from the coffin at this time, his head much clearer now. He had often visited Qin's medical clinic and had cured many minor ailments through Qin Guan. This time, feeling physically weak, he had Qin Guan come to check on him, but he didn't expect to faint after drinking the Chinese medicine given by Qin Guan. Upon hearing Wang Baogwa's words, everyone praised him. "Old man, besides the medicine you took, do you remember what you had for lunch?" Li Chen asked Wang Baogwa. "What did I eat?" Wang Baogwa recalled. "Grandpa, you had mushroom-filled buns for lunch." At this moment, a little boy in mourning clothes suddenly stuck his head out from the crowd and said in a childish voice. As he spoke, he took out a small bun from his arms. "Xiao Bao, what are you doing?" Chao Zhilan hurried to snatch the bun from her son's hand, but Li Chen protected the boy behind him. "Let the child finish speaking." Li Chen glared at Chao Zhilan, stopping her actions, then turned to ask the boy softly, "Little friend, is this the bun your grandpa had for lunch today?" "Yes. This is a mushroom bun specially made by Mom for Grandpa. There are only 2, Mom didn't let Xiao Bao eat, but Xiao Bao wanted to eat, so Grandpa secretly gave me one. It's just that Xiao Bao is not hungry yet, so he hasn't had a chance to eat it," the little boy said in a childish voice. "Xiao Bao is so good. Can Big Brother see this bun?" Li Chen smiled. Yes, for Big Brother." The little boy handed the bun to Li Chen. Li Chen took it, gently opened the bun, and a strong fragrance wafted out. The bun filling turned out to be red mushrooms. Li Chen had grown up in the countryside and happened to recognize it. It was a type of mushroom called the red mushroom, a highly toxic mushroom. Li Chen had been warned by his father not to pick or eat these mushrooms when he was young. Moreover, in a year in his village, a peer of his had died from mistakenly eating the red mushroom. So Li Chen had a deep impression of this type of mushroom. Why are you asking a child these things? Chao Zhilan hurried to snatch the mushroom bun from Li Chen's hand. How could Li Chen let her succeed? Li Chen easily dodged Chao Zhilan's reaching hand. You, give it to me. Chao Zhilan was about to grind her teeth in frustration. He, this is evidence. Li Chen chuckled as he looked at her. Evidence? What evidence? Chao Zhilan felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Li Chen's words. The crowd was also puzzled. They were here to resolve the issue of the wrong medicine at the clinic, so why were they fighting over a bun? Officers, look. This is a poisonous mushroom. Li Chen handed the bun to the two police officers. What? Poisonous? Everyone was stunned and looked at the bun in Li Chen's hand. Wang Hao and the relatives in mourning clothes were also shocked. Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were worried about how to settle the matter privately, but when they heard Li Chen's words, they couldn't help but look at him. They saw that the buns in Li Chen's hand were brightly colored and quite strange. According to common knowledge, most people know that colorful mushrooms often have certain toxicity. This is the red mushroom. Eating it will cause severe diarrhea, even organ failure, and in severe cases, immediate heart failure and death. Li Chen explained. And this old man suddenly died because he ate this poisonous mushroom bun, but his body was still strong, just in a state of false death, so I saved him. Li Chen explained like a Detective Conan. What? Oh my god, is it really like this? The onlookers were stunned. Even the two police officers were surprised. If that's the case, it's not just a simple civil dispute. Hey, you're the hero who defeated the airplane hijacker. Another fat policeman actually recognized Li Chen. At that time, when Li Chen was awarded the Bravery Award, he happened to be present, but he was sitting in the back row and didn't pay much attention. Now recalling it, he gradually became certain. Of course, during the last clown incident, because the matter was too big, they only secretly rewarded Li Chen, and they probably didn't even know about the case of catching human traffickers that happened this morning. If they knew, Li Chen would probably receive salutes from the two police officers again. I didn't expect to be recognized. Li Chen chuckled. Comrade Li Chen, you are our hero. The fat and thin police officers were quite excited. Watching the two police officers and Li Chen exchange pleasantries, the onlookers were also stunned by their conversation. This young man also saved a plane full of people? Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were also quite surprised. Qin Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened. The first time she saw Li Chen, she was actually smitten. But because he was her grandfather's master, and Li Chen had so many beautiful sisters, Qin Ruobing had always been too shy to take the initiative. Now seeing Li Chen defeat the human traffickers, save a dying person, identify the real cause of the old man's illness, and hearing that Li Chen had saved hundreds of people on a plane, Qin Ruobing's admiration for Li Chen became uncontrollable. Just then, Wang Hao ran over, grabbed Chao Zhilan by the hair, and slapped her twice. Speak! What the hell is going on? A tiger doesn't eat its cubs. How could you harm your father? Wang Hao spoke with righteousness. Husband. Chao Zhilan's hair was disheveled, her cheeks bruised, and her mind was in chaos. Speak! What the hell is going on? Wang Hao's face twisted, and he slapped her 3 more times. The matter had been exposed, and he had to pretend not to know. Chao Zhilan was beaten by her husband, feeling extremely wronged, but thinking about the accusation of plotting against her father-in-law, which they had done together, but she was left to bear alone, she suddenly felt her husband was extremely selfish. You damn bastard! What are you pretending to be? Chao Zhilan exploded. You made me do all this. This old man is useless and can't do anything. Just eating for free at home. If he doesn't die, who will die? Bang! This was a direct admission. The onlookers were completely shocked. It turned out that the couple had conspired together. The relatives wearing mourning clothes felt ashamed, as they had been instigated by the couple to come today. Although the couple were usually irresponsible, this time they were rightfully condemned. But they never expected things to turn out like this. It was really embarrassing. At this point, Chao Zhilan and Wang Hao were already fighting each other. I'll kill you, you heartless bastard. You damn woman. Take me with you to death. The two of them were disheveled, using foul language, fighting like dogs. The onlookers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. This couple is truly a perfect match. In the end, the police took the couple back in handcuffs, and it's inevitable that they will be sentenced. The group of relatives dressed in mourning clothes were busy carrying the coffin away. The onlookers didn't disperse, instead, they gathered in groups and came to Li Chen. They wanted to seek medical advice from him. Li Chen originally wanted to lie low, but since the atmosphere had reached this point, he reluctantly sat in the clinic to see patients. Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were assisting with smiles on their faces. Qin Guanhua thought to himself, is this how Li Chen should be? Healing people in the clinic is the most important thing. Qin Ruobing, on the other hand, gazed at Li Chen's handsome and focused face, secretly determined to take the initiative. Li Chen almost effortlessly solved many people's illnesses with just silver needles, only prescribing medicine for a few patients, and those prescriptions were very effective. Even Qin Guanhua and Qin Ruobing were amazed. The crowd also marveled at Li Chen's medical skills. Several hours later, the crowd finally dispersed. The Qin family clinic returned to normal. Through this incident, the Qin family clinic not only did not decline but seemed to have risen to a higher level. Master, thank you so much this time, otherwise it would have been difficult to save the clinic. At this moment, Qin Guanhua swept away the previous gloom, his face glowing red, full of energy, just like an old tree sprouting new shoots. Don't mention it. Since you've become my disciple, I should naturally protect you, Li Chen said lightly. Master, you've been busy and haven't had dinner yet. Why not let Ruobing take you to a nearby stir-fry restaurant for a meal, and then have her escort you home? Qin Guanhua quickly created an opportunity for his granddaughter. When Li Chen was seeing patients just now, Ruobing was attentive, wiping his sweat and pouring water, behaving like a well-behaved daughter-in-law. Qin Guanhua noticed everything. As an experienced person, he could see Ruobing's intentions. That sounds good. Li Chen was feeling hungry at this point. Of course, Qin Ruobing didn't take Li Chen to an ordinary restaurant. After all, this was the first time they were dining alone, and today Li Chen had also resolved the crisis at the clinic. Qin Ruobing took Li Chen to a private kitchen called Siyu. This restaurant was a typical Chinese restaurant, with an antique decor and exquisite tableware. The waitresses were all dressed in cheongsams, each one beautiful. This restaurant only served members and was almost never open to the public. The reason why Qin Ruobing could come here anytime was that her best friend was the owner. Inside the private room, looking at the exquisite dishes in front of him, Li Chen couldn't help but salivate. Li Chen, thank you so much today. Qin Ruobing stared at Li Chen with bright eyes. You're welcome, Ruobing. Li Chen nodded, feeling very comfortable with Qin Ruobing. When Qin Ruobing left the clinic today, she had obviously dressed up. She usually dressed conservatively, but today she wore a tight-fitting dress with high-heeled sandals, showing off her fair and shapely legs and slender waist. With a touch of makeup, she looked very charming under the lights. Li Chen, can you stop calling me sister and making me feel old? Qin Ruobing chuckled lightly. Then what should I call you? Li Chen was puzzled, as he was only 22 years old, and his sisters were around 24. Just call me Ruobing. Qin Ruobing lowered her head slightly, her cheeks blushing. Ruobing? Li Chen was about to agree. Just then, Qin Ruobing's phone rang, and she frowned. Li Chen, I need to take this call. Qin Ruobing picked up her phone, apologizing. Okay. If Bing Jie, you don't have to be so polite, Li Chen said lightly. Just after Qin Ruobing left, Li Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Sister Ni Chang. Li Chen answered the call. Li Chen, where are you? Why haven't you come home yet? Sister Ni Chang sounded worried. I'm outside, just found a really good restaurant called Silk Rain Private Kitchen. Have you been there? Li Chen felt a bit apologetic for Ni Chang's concern. Today, while working at the clinic to see patients, his phone was on airplane mode for a while, so Ni Chang probably called him several times. Silk Rain Kitchen? You're eating there and didn't invite us? Both Ni Chang and Fei Shua's voices came through. Tell us the specific private room number, we'll come right over, Ni Chang said in a hurry. After speaking, she hung up the phone. Li Chen was helpless. Why are his sisters all foodies? He hadn't explained yet that he was having dinner with Bing Jie. Oh well, he'll explain to Bing Jie when she finishes her call and comes back. Just then, the private room door was suddenly pushed open, and it wasn't Qin Ruobing or a restaurant server who came in. It was a handsome man, accompanied by two almost identical-looking sisters. Surrounded by them, he looked quite charming. Seeing Li Chen sitting in the private room, he furrowed his brows. Young master, what are you doing here? The middle-aged woman who looked like the restaurant manager hurried over to the charming man. Why is there someone in this private room? What are you doing as the manager? The charming man scolded in anger. I'm sorry, young master. It's Miss Tsai's friend, so we opened this private room for them. The restaurant manager apologized quickly. That little girl's eye is becoming more and more unreasonable. She will marry sooner or later, and this family will eventually be taken over by me. The charming man adjusted his clothes, glanced disdainfully at Li Chen, and then gave a commanding order. I'm hosting guests in this private room today, so get him out. Hearing the young master's order, the restaurant manager hurried over to Li Chen. Sir, can I help you move to another room? Our boss needs this private room to entertain guests. The restaurant manager spoke humbly. Oh, Li Chen chuckled, I'm only halfway through my meal, and you want me to move? Is this how you treat customers in your restaurant? That arrogant young master just barged in, with an attitude like he owned the place, which really annoyed Li Chen. Sir, I can set up a new table for you, and all your expenses here will be free this time. Is that acceptable to you? The restaurant manager knew he was at fault and tried to make amends quickly. But my friend hasn't come back yet, I have to wait for her. Li Chen was also afraid that Qin Ruobing wouldn't find him later. The restaurant manager was in a dilemma, not wanting to offend anyone. Why waste time talking to him? Xiao Zishon, holding a pair of sisters, scolded impatiently. His important guests were about to arrive, and this guy in front of him was still blabbering, showing no respect at all. Moreover, Xiao Zai's friends were just a few, all minor characters. This guy was at most a second-generation rich kid, couldn't stir up any trouble. Hearing the boss's scolding, the restaurant manager broke out in a sweat. Ha! Li Chen furrowed his brows. This arrogant young master, so full of himself? He was about to get up and teach him a lesson. However, at that moment, 7 or 8 men walked in. They were well-dressed, full of temperament, all over 40 years old, each looking shrewd. These few people are all business celebrities in the Magic City. But after seeing Xiao Zishon, they all exclaimed, Young Master Qiao. Long time no see. Young Master Qiao. Still as impressive as ever. Young Master Qiao. How have you been? These people were like lackeys, nodding and bowing to Xiao Zishon, showing excessive flattery. It's not surprising. After all, the Qiao family has been in Jiangnan for generations, with extensive connections and early completion of original capital accumulation. After Xiao Zishong returned from studying abroad, he built the second-largest internet business empire in Longhua, propelling the Qiao Group to its peak. At just 30 years old, Xiao Zishong ranked in the top 30 of Longhua's rich list. At this moment, being warmly complimented by everyone, Xiao Zishong was very pleased. I asked you to come over to accompany the guests because some important guests will arrive later. Xiao Zishong nodded, released the sisters in his arms, and sat confidently at the dining table, completely ignoring Li Chen's presence. He thought to himself, this young man is just a minor character, why care about such a fly? Seeing Xiao Zishong take his seat, the few who had just arrived also sat down one after another. However, when they saw Li Chen, their faces couldn't help but show surprise. They all secretly thought, young Master Qiao is amazing. He even invited Mr. Li. Young Master Qiao is really capable. He has already made friends with Mr. Li. I guess Mr. Li and the important guest coming soon are equally significant. This time we hit the jackpot. We can make friends with so many big shots at once. For a while, the people at the dining table had different expressions. However, in fact, Li Chen didn't know them at all, and they had only seen Zhang Yu being intimate with Li Chen at a party in the Magic City. The scene where Zhang Yu was flattering Li Chen like a little brother had left a deep impression on them. At this moment, Xiao Zishong's sister, Xiao Zai, hurriedly ran into the private room. She had just heard the restaurant manager say that her brother was about to have a conflict with the friend brought by Qin Ruobing, which made her very anxious. Her brother was good in everything, but too arrogant. Xiao Zai, dressed in denim overalls with a white t-shirt inside, wearing big round glasses, tied her hair in a bun, looking very cute. Brother, are you going to drive away my friend? Xiao Zai stood in front of Xiao Zishong, speaking angrily. Zai, are you talking about him? Xiao Zishong glanced contemptuously at Li Chen in front of the dining table. He is? Xiao Zai had never met Li Chen before. I am Li Chen, a friend of Ruobing's. You must be Ruobing's best friend, Miss Zai, right? Li Chen smiled. Just now, he heard Ruobing say that Zai was her only best friend. Yes. Since you are Ruobing's friend, you don't need to be so polite, just call me by my name. Zai looked at the handsome Li Chen in front of her and concluded that Li Chen must be Qin Ruobing's boyfriend. Because in Zai's impression, Ruobing had never had a meal with a boy before. Zai, as if taking care of her best friend, pulled Li Chen up from the dining table and sat him on the side of the private room, asking questions as if she was the guardian of her best friend, which made Li Chen amused and helpless. However, Zai was lively and cute, and Li Chen didn't mind. Li Chen, let's go to the next private room. Let's not bother with them anymore. Zai felt that the private room was too noisy, and several big men had started smoking. Okay. Li Chen also found it boring to stay here, and Xiao Zishong and the others seemed to be discussing some business plans. Watching Li Chen and Zai leave, several business celebrities couldn't help but sigh at their own misjudgment. They never expected that this Xiao Zishong would actually use the beauty trap. If they had known earlier, they should have brought their granddaughter, niece, or daughter over. In case they hit it off, they would have a connection with Mr. Li. At this moment, Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui finally drove to the private kitchen of Siyu. Following the private room number given by Li Chen, they found their way there. Ha! Where is Li Chen? Just as Xiao Anai Chang opened the door of the private room, she saw Xiao Zixiong and several business celebrities from the Magic City engaged in a lively conversation. After all, they were all people from the business circle, and Xiao Zixiong was someone she knew. His reputation as a playboy was well known, and he had even pursued Xiao Anai Chang madly before. However, Xiao Anai Chang had directly rejected him. Anai Chang, you actually came? Seeing Xiao Anai Chang outside the door, Xiao Zixiong was quite surprised. She was the woman he had always dreamed of. Although the two beauties beside him were pretty, they still couldn't compare to Xiao Anai Chang. Oh, is this your sister? Xiao Zixiong saw Xiao Fei Shui following behind Xiao Anai Chang and couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling delighted. Being naturally flirtatious, his emotions were running high at this moment. What a coincidence to meet you here. Come and sit together. I will introduce you to an important guest later. Xiao Zixiong looked at the two sisters with eager eyes, wishing he could have them. No, where is Li Chen? Have you seen him? Xiao Anai Chang remained indifferent. Li Chen? For a moment, Xiao Zixiong couldn't quite wrap his head around it. At this moment, Xiao Anai Chang's phone rang. It was a call from Li Chen. Hello, Li Chen. We have arrived. Why didn't we see you in the room number you gave us? As soon as the call connected, Xiao Anai Chang hurriedly asked. Have you arrived? Wait a moment. The door of the adjacent private room opened. Over here, Sister Anai Chang. Sister Fei Shui. Li Chen smiled and waved at Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui. Oh, so you are in the next room. Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui walked towards Li Chen with radiant smiles. Since the door of the private room was open, Xiao Zixiong happened to witness the whole process. Suddenly, his high spirits were slightly dampened. Damn it, it seemed like the two sisters and Li Chen were very familiar with each other? And quite intimate too. How was that possible? Having pursued Xiao Anai Chang before, Xiao Zixiong naturally knew how proud she was. How could an ordinary person catch her eye? Moreover, Xiao Fei Shui, who used to be an inconspicuous girl, had unexpectedly become more beautiful after studying abroad for a few years. Now, looking at the twin sisters standing beside him, Xiao Zixiong suddenly felt less interested. However, disappointed in love but successful in business, if he could establish a relationship with President Wan Hung tonight, he would easily climb to the top of the richest list in the next few years. That's all Xiao Zixiong could think of. As for the several business celebrities sitting next to Xiao Zixiong, they couldn't help but look down on Li Chen. Men. Their abilities are judged by the women around them. Look at Mr. Li's sisters, and then look at Xiao Dishao's sisters. In comparison, Mr. Li clearly wins. Moreover, Xiao Anai Chang is the current president of Qinghong Group, a powerful woman that Mr. Li can easily control. And the other sister, Xiao Fei Shui, is an internationally renowned master painter, a true talent. Mr. Li has everything under control. The Xiao sisters are truly exceptional. Damn it, isn't he impressive? On the other hand, Xiao Dishao's sisters are just decorative vases. In the adjacent private room, Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui settled down. Li Chen, who is this? Xiao Anai Chang looked curiously at Xiao Ziyi in front of her. Xiao Ziyi had a delicate appearance and extraordinary temperament. Moreover, he had just been alone with Li Chen in this private room, which made Xiao Anai Chang want to clarify things. Xiao Fei Shui was also curious about Xiao Zai in front of him. Xiao Zai stared at the Xiao sisters without stopping. Ahem! Sister Anai Chang, Sister Fei Shui, this is Ruo Bing's best friend, Xiao Zai, who is also the owner of this restaurant, Li Chen introduced. Oh, so you're Ruo Bing's best friend. Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui nodded. But how did they suddenly get connected with the neighbor next door, Qin Ruobing? Zai, these two are my sisters, Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui, Li Chen introduced to Xiao Zai. Sisters? That really surprised me. Xiao Zai breathed a sigh of relief, seeming very happy. Ha? What does this mean, Miss Xiao? Xiao Anai Chang couldn't help but ask. Even Xiao Fei Shui was curious. I was just worried that Li Chen might be fickle. Li Chen is now dating our Ruobing. He can't be like my brother, changing his mind all the time. Xiao Zai explained. What? Xiao Anai Chang, Xiao Fei Shui, and Li Chen were all astonished. Xiao Anai Chang and Xiao Fei Shui were immediately embarrassed, their faces turning red. Li Chen didn't expect Xiao Zai to speak so openly. Could it be true? Big sister, are you mistaken? Zai, are you naive? Miss Xiao, how do you know that Qin Ruobing is Li Chen's girlfriend? Xiao Anai Chang asked casually, smiling slightly at Xiao Zai. Oh, isn't it? Our Ruobing has never had a meal alone with a boy before. This time she actually brought Li Chen here alone. Isn't that obvious? Xiao Zai analyzed in a very playful manner. Having a meal alone means being a boyfriend? Xiao Feishue pouted, cheeks bulging. I know Ruo Bing well, she doesn't take the initiative. So only I, her best friend, can help her out. Xiao Zai seemed to know everything. Zai, you misunderstood. I and Ruo Bing. Li Chen's words were cut off by Xiao Zai. I know, you've just started, and you're not ready to say it yet. I just said it in advance. Xiao Zai smiled mischievously. She thought to herself, Ruo Bing, you should thank me. If you still don't take the initiative, even I, your best friend, can't help you. After Xiao Zai finished speaking, whether it was Li Chen's illusion or not, the temperature in the private room suddenly dropped. Miss Xiao, you really understand Qin Ruobing, Xiao and I Chang said with a hint of distance in her words. Hee, Justice OSO, Xiao Zai smiled back. Li Chen, when did you start dating Qin Ruobing? How come I, as your sister, didn't know? Xiao and I Chang turned to Li Chen and asked. Ahem. Well, Li Chen didn't know how to respond. Li Chen, you're so naughty. Xiao Feishue pouted, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if her favorite toy had been snatched away. And I Chang, Feishue, I'm going to the restroom. Li Chen hurriedly got up and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiong was leading 7 or 8 business celebrities from the Magic City, waiting in line in front of the restaurant's main entrance. Before long, a blue commercial vehicle arrived, escorted by 5 Audi cars. The commercial vehicle stopped steadily in front of the restaurant's main entrance. A man in his 50s got out of the vehicle. This man was Longgua's richest man, Jiang Wanxiong. He had a commanding presence, with sharp eyes and a lean figure, exuding an air of superiority. Following him was his son, Jiang Yu. Uncle Jiang, you've worked hard on the way. Xiao Xiong hurried over, extending his hands to warmly shake hands with Jiang Wanxiong. Xiong, no need to be polite. Although Jiang Wanxiong was a big shot, he spoke in a calm manner. Is this Mr. Jiang? Xiao Zixiang approached Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu, hello. Xiao Zixiang shook hands with Jiang Yu again. After some introductions, everyone crowded around Jiang Wanxiong and Jiang Yu as they walked towards the restaurant's private room. Along the way, Jiang Wanxiong kept muttering, Son, did you manage to contact Mr. Li? Not yet. Brother Li, maybe his phone is on airplane mode. And now it's evening, I don't want to call him, it would seem impolite, and if Brother Li gets upset, it would backfire. Jiang Yu quickly whispered to his father Jiang Wanxiong. Yes, you're right, son. Jiang Wanxiong was quite satisfied with how his son Jiang Yu handled the situation. This time in the Magic City, besides meeting some official figures, he also wanted to meet Mr. Li. However, when he tried to contact him during the day, Mr. Li never answered the phone. Jiang Wanxiong and Jiang Yu walked and talked quietly. Several business celebrities from the Magic City also approached them. After all, this was the richest man in the Dragon Country. Compared to him, we so-called celebrities are nothing. Among the crowd, Xiao Zixiong was naturally the most enthusiastic. After all, his internet platform had reached saturation, and to break through the bottleneck and continue to advance, he needed to utilize Wan Heng's offline physical stores and network of contacts to achieve multi-dimensional development both online and offline. Xiao Zixiong was full of anticipation this time. If he could align with Wan Hong, the Qiao group might just step up to a higher level. However, at that moment, Li Chen happened to be walking towards them in the restaurant corridor. Since the corridor was not spacious, Xiao Zixiong had already instructed his bodyguard to clear the way in advance and not to disturb Jiang Wanxiong. The bodyguard saw Li Chen strolling in the corridor and immediately scolded him, "Move aside. Don't block the way." Li Chen frowned upon hearing this. As the bodyguards spoke, they began to push Li Chen. "Move aside. Don't block the way." The 5 bodyguards started pushing Li Chen, but a miraculous scene unfolded. Li Chen, standing in the middle of the corridor, seemed rooted to the spot, unmoved. This made them furrow their brows. Initially, they pushed lightly. Now, the head bodyguard and his 4 subordinates exerted all their strength to push, but Li Chen remained unmoved. "Get out of the way. Hurry up." The head bodyguard became anxious. Master Qiao Zixiong and the other big bosses were right behind. They were about to arrive. If they couldn't handle this properly, not only would they embarrass the master, but their own jobs as bodyguards might also be at stake. But Li Chen, upon hearing the bodyguard's words, remained motionless, as if in a trance. "Kid, a good dog doesn't block the way. Master Qiao wants to welcome an important guest, move aside. If you offend Master Qiao and the guest, you'll regret it." The 5 bodyguards were at their wits' end, resorting to threats against Li Chen. Having served in the military, they were physically stronger than most people. However, they found that even with all their might, they couldn't budge this young man an inch. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. If they had been polite, he might have moved aside, but these 5 bodyguards were arrogant and ruthless, which displeased Li Chen. Damn, which arrogant young master is this now? Like master, like dog. The surrounding bodyguards continued to be disrespectful. Seeing that they couldn't move Li Chen, they were about to resort to physical force against him. However, at that moment, Jiang Yu, who was walking towards them, suddenly looked up and saw Li Chen ahead. Stop! Jiang Yu ran over in a hurry. The 5 bodyguards originally intended to beat Li Chen, but upon hearing Jiang Yu's reprimand, they turned back to look at him in confusion. After all, they knew that Jiang Yu was the young master of Wan Heng, and even the master of the house, Xiao Zishong, had to show some respect. However, when Jiang Yu ran up to them, he didn't hesitate and started punching and kicking the 5 bodyguards. Damn it! You dare to hit my brotherly! Damn it! You dare to hit my brotherly! Jiang Yu was acting like a madman, attacking with fists and legs. Due to Jiang Yu's reputation and power, the 5 bodyguards hesitated to fight back for a moment, looking bewildered and screaming in pain. The onlookers had different reactions to Jiang Yu's sudden actions. The elite figures of the business world in the Magic City couldn't help but marvel. Look, young Master Jiang is indeed Mr. Li's younger brother. Those bodyguards are so short-sighted. How dare they insult Mr. Li? Young people should be more mature and restrained. These old folks watched the scene with smiles, calculating how to please Li Chen later. Xiao Zishong looked shocked at the scene before him. Why did young Master Jiang lower his status and suddenly attack the bodyguards? When did these bodyguards provoke young Master Jiang? And why did he call Li Chen his brother? Is this Li Gu referring to Li Chen? How is that possible? Isn't Li Chen just a small fry? When did his sister Yi make such a powerful friend? Jiang Wanxian was also puzzled. Although his son Jiang Yu was a bit reckless in his daily life, often causing trouble with female celebrities, he was still decent in business. Why did he suddenly behave so outrageously today? The elite figures of the business world were all watching. Where should I put my face? However, why did his son Jiang Yu call the young man in front of him Li Gu? Jiang Wanxian seemed to have a vague guess. However, publicly beating Xiao Zishong's bodyguards in front of so many people made their family lose face. After all, the behavior of a dog reflects the owner. Therefore, Jiang Wanxian hurried over. Son, stop. Upon hearing Jiang Wanxian's reprimand, Jiang Yu kicked the bodyguards in front of him fiercely before stopping. Li Gu, are you okay? Jiang Yu's suit was torn during the beating, but now he was showing concern for Li Chen. This made the onlookers even more amazed. Son, who is this? Jiang Wanxian couldn't help but ask curiously. Anyone who could make his son lose control like this and call him Li Gu must be extraordinary. The people behind them also pricked up their ears, listening carefully. Dad, this is Mr. Li Chen, who is acquiring shares of our group. Jiang Yu hurriedly introduced. What? It's really Mr. Li Chen. Jiang Wanxian was beyond excited. The reason he detoured to the Magic City this time was to meet Li Chen, but he didn't expect to meet him here. The elite figures of the business world in the Magic City were also shocked. They were all gaping in surprise. What did they just hear? Mr. Li acquired shares of Wan Heng. This insider information was too explosive. Judging from young Master John's attitude, Mr. Li must have acquired a considerable proportion of shares, otherwise why would young Master Jiang show such respect? These cunning individuals were already making plans in their minds. They must latch on to Mr. Li's thigh. Some were even considering if their daughters or granddaughters had similar ages to Li Chen. Xiao Zishong was also shocked to hear this explosive news. This kid actually acquired shares of Wan Heng. How is that possible? He wanted to win over Wan Heng Group to join his offline strategic business map tonight. Thinking back to his disdain for Li Chen before, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Mr. Li Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing his son's introduction, Jiang Wanxian hurriedly went over to shake hands with Li Chen. Uncle Jiang, nice to meet you. I am considered a brother to Jiang Yu, so you can just call me Mr. Li. Li Chen smiled lightly. That won't do. A son is a son, and I am me. You can just call me Mr. Li. Jiang Wanxian, a shrewd person, naturally couldn't take Li Chen's words seriously. The respect that should be given still needed to be in place. After all, this was Wan Heng's second largest shareholder. This Mr. Li could easily take out billions in cash to directly acquire shares of Wan Heng, which made Jiang Wanxian feel immense pressure. With one misstep, the empire he built could change hands at any time. Seeing Jiang Wanxian also address Li Chen as Mr. Li, the business elites were even more astonished. To be addressed as Mr. by the richest man, this was probably unique, right? At this moment, eager eyes turned towards Li Chen. They wished Li Chen could be their son-in-law. At this moment, Xiao Zisheng no longer had his previous arrogance and charm. Damn it! Can't compete with a woman. In terms of status, it seemed like he was losing too. Always being praised by everyone, his face was now as ugly as it could be. At this moment, a crowd surrounded Jiang Wanxiong and Li Chen as they arrived outside the private room. The restaurant staff had already cleaned up and set up a new table. In order to welcome Jiang Wanxiong's visit, Xiao Zisheng had also painstakingly invited a renowned international chef to cook and opened a bottle of decades-old vintage wine, as well as prepared various gifts to give to Jiang Wanxiong and his entourage. Mr. Li, let's go sit in the private room together, Jiang Wanxiong politely invited. Uncle Jiang, no need to be polite. You can talk, I'll go find my friend, Li Chen said, and he was about to leave. The business elites were speechless. Everyone else was eager to interact more with the richest man, to build relationships. How could Mr. Li casually refuse Jiang Wanxiong's invitation like this? Hey, Mr. Li, why are you leaving as soon as we meet? Jiang Wanxiong quickly grabbed Li Chen's arm to persuade him to stay. Someone just said this private room is his exclusive space and wanted to kick me out of this room. Li Chen recalled the unpleasant incident and spoke about it. Who dares to treat Mr. Li like this? Jiang Wanxiong's face turned cold instantly. Brother Li, someone dares to treat you like this. Tell me who he is. I'll go teach him a lesson. Jiang Yu also hurriedly spoke. Even the business elites couldn't help but be curious. This was a person even the richest man had to address as Mr. They hadn't even had a chance to flatter him yet? Who was so blind to actually target Mr. Li? This person? Right here. Li Chen glanced at Xiao Zisheng. Following Li Chen's gaze, everyone looked over. Xiao Zisheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This kid was cunning enough. He was actually waiting here. Zisheng, did you want to drive Mr. Li away? Jiang Wanxiong glared at Xiao Zisheng. Uncle, I didn't know he was Mr. Li just now. Jiang Wanxiong felt bitter in his heart. Who would have thought that a small fry was actually a dragon? I heard that your company is facing a bottleneck and wants to cooperate with us, Wanheng? Jiang Wanxiong said coldly, if you can't satisfy Mr. Li on this matter, then our cooperation is off. Compared to cooperating with some internet company, Jiang Wanxiong was actually more interested in industry. Moreover, Xiao Zisheng's internet company was just the second in line, not the leader. If Wanheng wanted to move towards the internet direction, they could easily build their own platform or directly cooperate with the top internet company. Therefore, Jiang Wanxiong was already indifferent to cooperating with Xiao Zisheng. And now that Xiao Zisheng had offended Li Chen, Jiang Wanxiong naturally was not pleased. The crowd of business celebrities were shocked to hear Jiang Wanxiong's words. They came here this time at the invitation of Xiao Zisheng, hoping to facilitate cooperation. If the cooperation is cancelled because of offending Mr. Li, it would truly be a loss. Xiao Zisheng did not expect Jiang Wanxiong to directly mention the cooperation and even use it as a threat. Thinking of his grand ambitions, he was unwilling and dared not act rashly. Mr. Li, it was all my fault before. I hope you can forgive me, Xiao Zisheng said with a bitter face, frowning, speaking solemnly to Li Chen. As a proud son of heaven, when has he ever been so humble? Seeing Xiao Zisheng's apology, Li Chen felt secretly pleased. However, on the surface, just now, your bodyguard wanted to hit me? Li Chen said coldly. You! Xiao Zisheng felt bitter in his heart. This kid still wouldn't let it go. He looked at Jiang Wanxiong, but Jiang Wanxiong turned his face away, not looking at him, as if he didn't even know him. He then looked at those business celebrities, but their eyes showed a hint of schadenfreude. Originally calling each other big shots, now no one was willing to speak up for him. At this moment, Shu Liang, who had just finished eating nearby, walked out from the private room. Hey, big brother! Shu Liang saw Li Chen in front of him, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. The celebrities in the Magic City were surprised to see Shu Liang. Jiang Wanxiong and Jiang Yu had just met Shi Chang during the day, so they had also seen Shu Liang. Shu Liang's father was the poet laureate of the Magic City. The poet laureates of the Magic City in the past had a high probability of becoming the highest leader of the Dragon Kingdom. But what did Shu Liang just call Li Chen? Big brother? Damn! Isn't this news too explosive? Shu Yu could accept being Li Chen's little brother, but how could Shu Liang also become Li Chen's little brother? For a moment, everyone's minds were a bit confused. After all, businessmen are still businessmen, how could they compare to power? Each of them, looking at Li Chen's status, couldn't help but regard him with more respect. Big brother, what's going on? Shu Liang curiously looked at everyone. Just now, someone who didn't know any better made me unhappy, Li Chen said indifferently. Who? Big brother. I'll help you take care of him, Shu Liang said sycophantically. Li Chen glanced coldly at Xiao Zisheng. With just one look, Xiao Zisheng broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Chu Liang, this guy was the overlord of the Magic City. Alright, you dare to provoke my big brother. Following Li Chen's gaze, Chu Liang stared at Xiao Zisheng. Without saying a word, Chu Liang slapped Xiao Zisheng 3 times in a row. Instantly, Xiao Zisheng's face swelled like a pig's head. Everyone was shocked and frightened. Chu Liang truly lived up to his reputation, being so ruthless with just one move. Xiao Zisheng wanted to resist, but he knew he was in the wrong, and facing Chu Liang's identity, he felt powerless. After all, offending the authorities would not lead to a good outcome. Now apologize to my big brother. Chu Liang kicked Xiao Zisheng in the leg, causing him to kneel in front of Li Chen. Due to Chu Liang's momentum and actions, many people in the restaurant came to watch. Those dining here were all influential figures, and now seeing Xiao Zisheng kneeling in front of Li Chen, the onlookers were excited and gossiping. It was estimated that after tonight, this scene would spread throughout the Magic City's wealthy circle, and Xiao Zisheng's face would probably have no place to hide. Xiao Zisheng, at this moment, lost all his elegance, with a swollen face, disheveled hair. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Mr. Li, I was wrong. But in the end, under Chu Liang's continuous scolding, Xiao Zisheng finally spoke with clenched teeth. Li Chen chuckled lightly. Pulling the Xiao sisters from the onlookers, he left the place. Shu Liang hurried to catch up. Zhang Wanxiang and his son exchanged a glance and quickly followed suit. The elite figures of the business world in the Magic City looked at each other. Should they also follow along? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining initial fame. The host has obtained a private jet. Relevant procedures have been placed in the system space. Oh my! Is this for real? As Li Chen was walking away, he suddenly heard the voice from the system and was surprised. A private jet, isn't that a must-have for top billionaires? With this jet, could he travel to any place in the world at any time? Just the thought of it was very exciting. However, just as he walked out of the restaurant, Li Chen seemed to remember something. Sister Ni Chang, Sister Fei Xue, have you seen Sister Ruobing? Since Ruobing went out to make a call, Li Chen hadn't seen her again. Ruobing. Li Chen, you call her so sweetly, Xiao Ni Chang said with an unhappy expression. Just now, she had a dispute with Ruobing's friend Xiao Zai, and she didn't know what was wrong with that girl, insisting on pairing Li Chen with Ruobing, which made her very angry. Exactly. Li Chen, brother. Sister is not someone you can call casually. Xiao Feishua also chimed in. Xiao Zai was so eloquent, she almost made her faint. Sister Ni Chang, Sister Feishua, you go ahead and drive back. I'll go look for Sister Ruobing. Li Chen said hurriedly. Are you going to meet Ruobing alone again? Xiao Ni Chang and Xiao Feishua frowned instantly. They had barely met a few times, and Ruobing's friend already considered Li Chen Ruobing's boyfriend. If they kept meeting like this, Li Chen and Ruobing might end up in bed together. How could this be allowed? Li Chen, we'll go back with you, Xiao Ni Chang quickly said. Xiao Feishua also nodded quickly. Alright then, I'll call Ruobing to ask where she is. Then we'll go back together. Just as Li Chen was about to call Ruobing, suddenly, a woman's crying was heard from a corner at the restaurant entrance. Looking over, under the streetlight, behind a big tree, a woman was crying. Wasn't this woman Ruobing? Li Chen hurried over. He saw Ruobing with red eyes, sobbing softly, looking as if she had been abandoned by the world, very pitiful. Ruobing, what's wrong with you? Li Chen asked with concern. Xiao Ni Chang and Xiao Feishua also walked over. Li Chen, my dad wants to marry me off to someone else for his business. Otherwise, he will cut off our father-daughter relationship. Ruobing, with tears in her eyes, looked up and saw Li Chen, crying even louder. What? Li Chen, Xiao Ni Chang, and Xiao Feishua were stunned. What era was this? Treating daughters as commodities? Upon further inquiry, Li Chen learned that Ruobing's mother passed away early, and because she was a girl, she was never favored by her father. She grew up with her grandfather and later her father remarried, having a younger brother. However, her grandfather, Qin Guanhua, also didn't particularly like his only son, so they separated early on. Qin Guanhua was devoted to medicine and hoped Ruobing would follow in his footsteps. As for that unfilial son, let him be. As neighbors, Xiao Ni Chang and Xiao Feishua already knew some details. After hearing more details now, they were also very angry. Ruobing, don't be sad. Let's figure out a solution together. Xiao Ni Chang, who had been fierce before, surprisingly comforted Ruobing. Ruobing, don't be afraid, we won't let you marry someone you don't like. Little brother Li Chen will definitely help you. Xiao Feishuat also hurriedly said. However, as soon as the words came out, she regretted mentioning her brother. Ruo Bing, rest assured. We don't need this old man. Li Chen also comforted. Just then, Jiang Wanxiong and his son came to Li Chen. Mr. Li, what do you think of this matter? I promise you here. From now on, Wan Han will never cooperate with Chao Group. Jiang Wanxiong hurriedly promised to Li Chen. Well, I don't care about these things, Li Chen said lightly. The next day, Li Chen, along with Xiao Nishan, Xiao Feishuet, and Qin Ruobing, arrived at the Magic City Airport. After negotiating with the airport staff according to the system prompts, Li Chen and his party boarded a private plane. This was the reward given by the system. The plane was huge, like a white giant bird ready to take off. The airport maintenance and parking fees alone cost 200,000 yuan per month. The airport had temporarily assigned 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants to serve this plane. Inside the cabin, Xiao Nishan and Xiao Feishue were very curious and excited. Although their family was wealthy, they didn't have a private plane yet. The interior of the plane was spacious, with 8 seats, a bar, a restaurant, and even a resting bedroom. The seats were large, with soft cushions and leather covering, very comfortable to sit on, and could be fully reclined, very enjoyable. Even Qin Ruobing was a bit excited. However, the thought of facing her irresponsible father made her somewhat worried. Fortunately, with Li Chen and the Xiao sisters accompanying her, she felt a little relieved. The 2 flight attendants who were temporarily assigned were also surprised when they saw the 4 of them. Those who owned their own plane were usually top billionaires over 50. But how old was Li Chen? Just in his 20s. Oh my! This was beyond being described as a wealthy playboy. What surprised the flight attendants even more was that the 3 beautiful women next to Mr. Li Chen were all stunning. Those who could be flight attendants on a private plane were all exceptionally beautiful. In terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, they were far superior to ordinary people. However, after secretly comparing themselves to the 3 women next to Li Chen, the 2 flight attendants felt a bit inferior and even jealous. Soon, the plane slowly took off, heading to Hang City. Xiao Nishang and Xiao Feishue looked at the white clouds outside the window, excited. Li Chen's little brother was really amazing. He had his own private plane shortly after coming to the Xiao family. They didn't need to come together this time. But the thought of Li Chen's little brother being seduced by Qin Ruobing made them feel the need to be on guard. An hour later, the plane slowly landed at Hang City Airport. Qin Ruobing's younger brother, Qinyu, had already received a call from his sister and was waiting at the exit. Besides a group of friends, there was also a well-dressed man with Qinyu. He was the person Qin Ruobing was going to marry, named He Fan. Because he was very wealthy in Hang City, he was called He Xiao. He Xiao, my sister is here this time, can we forget about the money I owe you? Qinyu asked with a flattering smile. Well, if your sister marries me, you will be my brother-in-law. The money you owe me before will naturally be written off. He Fan chuckled, looking quite pleased. Since seeing Qin Ruobing once, he couldn't forget about her. Little did he know that the beauty was about to be in his arms. How could he not be happy? Li Chen and his group got off the plane and walked directly out of the private jet's exclusive channel. Qinyu and He Fan were surprised to see Li Chen and his group. Damn! They didn't walk through the ordinary channel, but the exclusive one. Who could it be? When they looked closely, they found Qin Ruobing among the 4. However, who were the other 3 people next to Qin Ruobing? Especially Li Chen in the middle, made He Fan and his group envious and jealous. Damn! This kid is handsome. How come there are beautiful women around him one after another? Seeing Qin Ruobing walking out of the airport's exclusive channel, Qinyu hurried forward. Sis, over here. Qinyu, long time no see. Qin Ruobing looked at Qinyu approaching, frowned slightly, and responded indifferently. This cheap little brother, well-versed in eating, drinking, gambling, and always asking her for money. Ruobing, hello. I'm He Fan. He Fan, dressed in a flashy outfit, also eagerly approached. He stared unscrupulously at Qin Ruobing and the Xiao sisters. At the same time, he somewhat pretentiously reached out his hand to shake hands with Qin Ruobing. Ha! Qin Ruobing frowned. Her father had already told her about He Fan over the phone yesterday. He Fan was the man her father wanted her to marry. However, Qin Ruobing didn't like this arrangement. She looked at He Fan, who seemed weak, and was unwilling to shake hands with him. The Xiao sisters also felt uncomfortable as He Fan stared at them like a pervert. Seeing Qin Ruobing refusing to shake hands, He Fan's smile faded, and his hand hanging in the air became awkward. However, at that moment, hello. I'm Li Chen. Li Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed He Fan's hand. Who are you? He Fan was about to ask Li Chen's identity when he felt a sharp pain in his hand, piercing his heart. Ouch! Ouch! Let go, damn it! He Fan screamed in pain. His friends behind him were also shocked. Damn, how dare he shall bully him? Is this kid asking for trouble? However, considering that the newcomers came through the airport's exclusive channel, the group of lackeys didn't dare to act rashly. Don't stare randomly in the future. Li Chen let go, and He Fan fell to the ground, holding his hand that was almost deformed, glaring at Li Chen with resentment. You! Damn it! Who are you to interfere when I look at my woman? He Fan was furious. What did you say? Your woman? Li Chen was about to beat He Fan, but Qin Ruobing stopped him and disdainfully said to He Fan, I won't marry you. Give up on that idea. He. You say you won't marry? Your father owes my family 5 billion in business. With compound interest, it's almost 10 billion now. And your brother has spent millions in my club over the years. How will you compensate? He Fan said smugly. If you weren't somewhat attractive, do you think I would agree to marry you? He Fan said self-righteously. You! Qin Ruobing was speechless. What could she do with such a family? Do you think you're great just because you have money? We won't pay back that money. If you want it, go ask her father for it. Ruobing came this time to sever ties with her father. Xiao and I Chang stood up and rebuked. You say it's over? Your father has already put his fingerprint on the repayment agreement. You are already a member of our He family. He Fan chuckled. You! Qin Ruobing's tears were about to fall. Ha ha, isn't the kind of agreement you mentioned a violation of personal freedom? It's simply not valid. Qin Ruobing chuckled lightly. I don't care if it's valid or not. Anyway, Qin Ruobing, listen carefully. I, young master He, will have you. Even if your old man doesn't owe any money, I still want you. He Fan finished speaking and burst into laughter. His group of lackeys followed suit, smirking arrogantly. You! The Xiao sisters were speechless. These bastards were nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Li Chen chuckled. In an instant, his figure arrived. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air. The lackeys, who were still smiling, were now screaming in pain. He Fan's right hand, which had already been deformed, was now directly broken. Because Li Chen's skills were so unexpected, these people didn't even see who did it. But He Fan looked at Li Chen with great anger. Damn it, it must be him causing trouble. Just now, this person even deformed his hand. Get lost. Every time I see you, I'll beat you. Li Chen said coldly, rebuking. Kid, you've really stirred up trouble. Just wait and see. He Fan cursed and grumbled through the pain of his broken arm. But intimidated by Li Chen, and eager to go to the hospital to treat his arm, He Fan and his group helped each other and left in embarrassment. Qin Yu looked at Li Chen in surprise and couldn't help but ask, Sis, are these people your friends? Yes. Lead the way. Qin Ruobing just nodded. Soon, Qin Yu drove towards the Qin family. The Qin family lived in a detached villa on the outskirts of Hang City, with some wealth. Qin Ruobing's father, Qin Yuming, was once a playboy in his youth, owing a lot of emotional debts and disappointing Qin Guanhua's expectations of him becoming a doctor. However, Qin Yuming had some talent in business. He started by selling clothes and later opened a large garment factory, which was quite successful. But in recent years, with deteriorating internal and external environments, the profits from the clothing business had been declining, and the Qin family's factory had been losing money year after year. Qin Yuming, who thought the business would gradually improve, now owed billions. At this moment, Qin Ruobing entered the villa with Li Chen and the Xiao sisters. Qin Yuming and his stepmother Zhang Miao hurriedly got up to greet them. Qin Yuming had a slick appearance. Although he was in his 50s, he still looked like a handsome man. It's no wonder he had such a rich emotional history. Zhang Miao was petite and delicate, with the grace of a Jiangnan woman. Although she was in her 40s, she looked like she was in her 30s, well preserved. However, there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes. Ruobing, you're finally back. Seeing everyone come in, Qin Yuming walked up to his daughter Qin Ruobing, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Dad, how could you push me into the fire pit? Make me marry someone I don't like. Qin Ruobing was not at all grateful for her father's behavior and angrily questioned. Ruobing, how could I be pushing you into a fire pit? That young master from the He family is not only the son of a wealthy man, but also handsome and wealthy. Qin Yuming's crying stopped immediately, and he quickly explained. If you want to marry him, go ahead. I won't. The usually gentle Qin Ruobing was also very sharp. Qin Yuming needed to raise funds to reorganize the factory. Hearing Qin Ruobing's unwillingness to marry, he naturally became unhappy. Oh, Ruobing, your father is also doing this for your own good. Look, your father only has you as his daughter. It was not easy for him to find such a well-off family for you. Zhang Miaocai said. In fact, it was all thanks to Zhang Miaochui's influence that Qin Yuming could come up with the idea of using his daughter to pay off debts. The father of the Yi family son is the richest man in Hang City, and several uncles are even more remarkable. They have close ties with the government. If you marry into that family, you will definitely live a life of luxury and wealth. Zhang Miaocai spoke fluently and persuasively. Li Chen and his group were speechless. What kind of logic is this? You're making the dead come back to life. Clearly, they were just selling their daughter to pay off debts. The Qin family in Hang City. The more Zhang Miaocai spoke, the more absurd it became, causing Li Chen and his group to frown. Auntie, no matter how good the Yi family is, if Ruobing doesn't like it, Li Chen couldn't help but speak up. Oh, who are you? Zhang Miaocai just noticed the three people Qin Ruobing brought with her. At this moment, seeing Li Chen speaking up for Qin Ruobing, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I am Li Chen, and I came here this time to help you cancel this unreasonable engagement. Li Chen chuckled. You say cancel, then cancel. When Zhang Miaocai heard Li Chen say this, her face immediately turned cold. Do you think you can make decisions for Ruobing? Are you her parents? Who do you think you are? Zhang Miaocai's words were like a string of pearls, using all sorts of rhetoric, suddenly turning into a shrew. Li Chen and his group couldn't help but shake their heads. However, at that moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mute tag. When used on the target person will lose the ability to speak for 3 days. Would the host like to use this tag now? Damn it! Hearing the system's voice, Li Chen was ecstatic. This woman was all talk and no action, neither hitting nor scolding. Having this tag is just perfect. Use the mute tag. Target person, Qin Ruobing's stepmother. Li Chen silently recited. Suddenly, Zhang Miaocai, who had been chattering like a fly, seemed to forget how to speak as if she had encountered some kind of mental taboo. Normal words became aba. Seeing this abrupt change, everyone was shocked. Damn it! How did she suddenly become mute? Wife, what's wrong with you? Qin Yuming hurriedly asked. Zhang Miaocai kept pointing at her mouth. What are you saying? Do you want me to slap you? Qin Yuming didn't understand what Zhang Miaocai was trying to say. However, Zhang Miaocai kept pointing at her own mouth, as if she had gone mad. Could she be possessed? Son, come here. Hold your mom. Qin Yuming couldn't help but shout. Okay. Qin Yu looked at his mother's appearance, also surprised, and quickly walked over to support her. Hold her steady. Don't let her move. Your mom might be possessed. I'm going to slap it out of her now. Qin Yuming said as he started slapping Zhang Miaocai's face, trying to slap the so-called ghost out of her. Zhang Miaocai was truly speechless. She wanted to run away, but she was held tightly by her son. Under the continuous slaps, Zhang Miaocai was left in a daze, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, at the He family in Hang City, in the solitary courtyard by West Lake, He Fan returned with a group of injured men. Without exception, each of them had a broken right wrist and was wearing a cast-in bandage. 7 or 8 people walked together, a rather comical sight. From the main gate to the hall, it attracted the attention of the servants. Damn it! What are you looking at? Get out of here! He Fan vented his anger on the servants all the way. However, when he saw his father He Yuanjing in the hall, He Fan's fierce expression suddenly turned into a tearful one. Dad, your son was beaten today. You have to help me. What happened? He Yuanjing asked anxiously. Although the He family had 3 sons, the other 2 were already married and living elsewhere. Only this youngest son was still unmarried and most beloved by He Yuanjing. Who dared to touch He Yuanjing's son in Hang City? This is outrageous. Hearing his father's inquiry, He Fan quickly recounted how they were attacked by the people brought by Qin Ruobing this morning. Of course, He Fan exaggerated the story, saying how arrogant Qin Ruobing was and how they disrespected the He family. After listening to his son, He Yuanjing was furious, grabbed a teacup from the table, and slammed it on the ground. Humph! This girl from the Qin family has no shame. We, the He family, have already given her face by agreeing to marry their daughter. I can't believe they are so ungrateful. He Yuanjing, as the richest man in Hang City with a wide network and high status, knew that his son's story might be exaggerated. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that his reputation was challenged by a small family like the Qins. Han Gu, He Yuanjing called out. Here! Suddenly, a lean man in his 40s appeared in front of He Yuanjing. Tonight, teach those who heard He Fan a lesson. He Yuanjing, with an authoritative demeanor, ordered. Yes, Han Gu replied concisely. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's residence, Zhang Miao had been beaten into submission. Even her cries had stopped. The Qin household was in chaos. Li Chen, try this squirrel mandarin fish and Westlake lotus root. Qin Yuming eagerly served Li Chen. After some interaction, Qin Yuming grew fond of Li Chen. This young man had a charm reminiscent of his younger self, even surpassing him. He could handle 3 beautiful women effortlessly. This young man was extraordinary. This included his daughter Qin Ruobing, but Qin Yuming hardly cared, even imparting his past experiences in handling women. Qin Yu beside him listened attentively. Li Chen was speechless. Such eccentric father and son were rare. The conversation at the dining table made Qin Ruobing and the Xiao sisters blush, so they quickly returned to their rooms. Suddenly, Han Wu appeared in the room. Qin Yuming and Qin Yu were surprised. Who are you? Are you the one who hurt his son? Han Wu ignored the Qin family and looked at Li Chen. It's me. Li Chen remained calm at the dining table. Bold. With that, Han Wu swiftly left his spot and headed straight for Li Chen, leaving only a blur in his wake. He threw a punch at Li Chen's face. However, Han Wu's speed, in Li Chen's eyes, seemed incredibly slow. Li Chen effortlessly caught Han Wu's fist. Han Wu was shocked. His speed was his proudest asset since he started. Few could catch his fist. How did this young man do it? At the same time, a sense of danger rose in his heart, wanting to retract his hand. But it was too late. A crisp sound echoed in the air. Han Wu's wrist was broken. A sudden sharp pain struck, causing Han Wu to stagger back, clutching his wrist, looking at Li Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? The once dominant martial arts master was injured with just one move. This made him doubt life itself, and he no longer had the courage to attack again, because the punch just now was his fastest and strongest. Who are you? Han Wu asked in a deep voice. I am Li Chen. Li Chen sat on a dining chair, calm and composed. Li Chen? Han Wu seemed to have never heard of such a young strong individual before. Is it he Xiao who sent you? Li Chen asked casually. Yes. Go back and tell him that I want him to publicly apologize to Ruobing and cancel the engagement. What? Han Wu looked at Li Chen as if he was seeing a fool. Making the Yi family apologize, is this kid out of his mind? Although this kid's martial arts skills were good, even considered a rare martial arts genius, making the prestigious Hang City Yi family apologize was simply wishful thinking. Lost in thought, Li Chen suddenly moved again. Han Wu felt a sense of danger, but barely saw a blur pass by. There was another crack in the air. Han Wu's other wrist was directly broken. Fast. Too damn fast. Han Wu couldn't fully see Li Chen's movements, but the pain in both wrists made him grit his teeth. Get lost. Li Chen returned to his original position, reprimanding. How dare the Yi family make a move against him? He didn't mind making them suffer a bit. Han Wu hurriedly left, like a bereaved dog, without a trace of the demeanor of a martial arts master. That night, the night was clear and the stars were sparse. Li Chen intended to sleep with his clothes on. However, a figure quietly opened the door and entered Li Chen's room. Ruobing's sister? Although the room's light was off, Li Chen had the ability to see in the dark, plus the moonlight shining through the window, so Li Chen could clearly see that the person was Qin Ruobing. Qin Ruobing was wearing a silky camisole nightgown, her curves alluring, sparking endless imagination. It's so late, Ruobing's sister, why are you in my room? Li Chen was curious, but pretended to be asleep. Li Chen. Qin Ruobing called softly. Ruobing's sister, what are you doing here? Li Chen pretended to wake up. Moonlight shone on Qin Ruobing. Her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes full of emotions, and her nightgown revealing her fragrant shoulders. Li Chen, I don't want to marry He Fan. I want. Qin Ruobing's breathing was rapid, her face flushed, looking alluring and charming. She had never been in love before, let alone confessed her love first. But being pressured by her father this time, Qin Ruobing knew that if she didn't take the initiative, she might really end up marrying someone else. When she first met Li Chen, Qin Ruobing had already secretly admired him, and now, being alone together, she couldn't contain her feelings. She kissed Li Chen without hesitation. Whether it was due to her strong admiration for Li Chen or the intense night, Ruobing's actions became bolder. Ruobing's sister. You. Li Chen couldn't resist this provocation. Just as the two were about to have a passionate moment, the door suddenly opened with a creak sound. Qin Ruobing and Li Chen were shocked and quickly stopped their actions. Qin Ruobing even hid under the bed. Oh, Li Chen, you're not asleep yet? It was unexpectedly Ni Chang who came in. Ni Chang was wearing loose pajamas, which, despite being loose, couldn't hide her full bosom and long legs, shining brightly under the moonlight, looking quite sexy and charming. Sister Chang, why are you here? Li Chen was almost scared out of his wits. I can't sleep. Xiao Ni Chang said calmly. However, Ni Chang was looking around the room as if searching for something. This made Li Chen feel awkward. Thinking about the intense interaction with Sister Ruo Bing just now, Li Chen's face also blushed slightly. Ni Chang had just gone to the next room to find Qin Ruo Bing, but she found that Qin Ruo Bing was not there. Thinking that Qin Ruo Bing might be trying to seduce Li Chen, Ni Chang immediately rushed over. "Are there other people in your room?" Ni Chang looked around and seemed not to find anything unusual, which made her frown slightly. Could she be mistaken? Other people? Hearing Ni Chang's question, Li Chen and Qin Ruo Bing hiding under the bed couldn't help but be surprised. Hee, I was just asking casually. Ni Chang chuckled and sat in front of Li Chen's bed, locking eyes with him. This younger brother was becoming more and more intriguing. At first, she thought this younger brother was after their family's property, but now it seemed she was completely wrong. The ancient face cream provided by Li Chen had already caused a sensation overseas, and it was foreseeable how well-known and dominant Ni Chang's cosmetics brand would become globally. Whenever she thought that Li Chen had named this cosmetic after her, Ni Chang couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, being alone in the room with Li Chen, Ni Chang's emotions were also hard to suppress. Moreover, Qin Ruo Bing's presence made Ni Chang feel threatened. At this moment, Ni Chang gently took Li Chen's big hand. With a gentle and fiery gaze, Ni Chang was about to make a move. The door to Li Chen's room creaked open again. Ni Chang was startled. She quickly hid under the bed as well. But when she saw Qin Ruo Bing under the bed, and Qin Ruo Bing saw Ni Chang crawling under the bed, the two were surprised. Shoo! Qin Ruo Bing quickly covered Ni Chang's mouth to prevent her from screaming. Suppressing her anger, Ni Chang wanted to hear who had come in. The door opened, and this time it was Xiao Fei Shui who entered. Xiao Fei Shui had just seen her sister sneaking out in the night, so driven by curiosity, she followed her sister, only to lose sight of her at the door of Li Chen's room. Therefore, Xiao Fei Shui wanted to come in and find out what was going on. "Fei Shui, why is everyone not sleeping properly and coming to find me in the middle of the night?" Li Chen's brain was about to short-circuit. "Li Chen, did Ni Chang come in?" Xiao Fei Shui was full of doubt, wondering how Ni Chang had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ni Chang? No, she didn't come in. Why would Ni Chang come here? Li Chen acted as if nothing had happened. "Really? I was just following Ni Chang, and somehow she disappeared outside your room." Xiao Fei Shui was skeptical. "Fei Shui, you probably just saw wrong." Li Chen hurriedly interrupted Xiao Fei Shui's inquiries. However, at that moment, a mouse suddenly crawled out of its hole. "Oh, a mouse!" Qin Ruo Bing under the bed exclaimed. "Ah, I'm most afraid of mice," followed by Ni Chang's exclamation. The two women crawled out from under the bed in a hurry. "What? A mouse?" Xiao Fei Shui saw the mouse running out from under the bed and quickly jumped onto Li Chen's bed, hugging him tightly. The little mouse ran away in a flash. The three women looked at each other in surprise. "Ni Chang, Ruo Bing, you. Xiao Fei Shui couldn't believe her eyes, never expecting that the two of them had been hiding under Li Chen's bed all along. "Fei Shui, why are you hugging Li Chen?" Ni Chang immediately calmed down and said, "And Ruo Bing, why did you come to Li Chen's room so late at night?" "Ni Chang, weren't you also in Li Chen's room late at night?" Qin Ruo Bing retorted. For a moment, a hint of fire flashed in the eyes of the three women. "The He family in Hang City. What? You lost in one move?" Master He Yuanjing and Master He Fan have their eyes wide open. It's as if they're listening to the funniest joke. The great Hong Wu, a generation's master of southern martial arts, actually suffered a defeat so easily. How is this possible? "Master, that kid is extremely powerful. And he even said he would make young Master He apologize and break off the engagement with Miss Jean," Hong Wu truthfully reported. "What? This kid actually looks down on everyone." He Yuanjing's anger surged, his composure completely lost. "Damn it, how dare an unknown kid ask the Yi family for an apology? Who does he think he is? Humph, just because he's skilled in martial arts? What era is it now? Dad, since Uncle Hong's methods don't work, you should look at mine." He Fan smirked sinisterly, full of confidence in his plan. The next day, Li Chen slept soundly all night. Last night, for some reason, three women insisted on sleeping in his bed. As a result, Li Chen enjoyed a night of sweet dreams amidst various fragrances. Of course, he didn't do anything. If you don't believe it, ask the author. As soon as Li Chen opened his eyes, he heard in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the affection of three women, rewarded with the lion roar technique. Would you like to claim it now?" "What? Lion roar technique? The system is really getting more and more unpredictable. They can give this too?" However, Li Chen silently accepted. Then he woke the three women up. Watching the three women come out of Li Chen's room, Qin Yuming and Qin Yu were almost jaw-dropped. Although they knew there was some ambiguity among them, did this Li Chen guy play around so much? They actually did that last night. Ahem. Uncle, we didn't do anything last night. Seeing the surprised expressions of the Qin family father and son, Li Chen hurriedly explained. No need to explain. Young people, I understand. Xin Yuming gave Li Chen a knowing look and sighed that the younger generation was surpassing the older one. Li Guo, awesome. Xin Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Zhang Miao wanted to insult Li Chen. After all, Xin Ruobing hadn't married yet, and she slept in another man's bed. What if the Yi family found out? What about the money they owed? But she remembered yesterday's slap and didn't dare to act out now. After finishing breakfast together, the doorbell of the Qin family villa rang. Mr. Qin, you must repay the money today. Mr. Qin, if you don't repay the money, we'll sue you tomorrow. If you don't repay the money, we'll have the court seize your villa. A group of thugs-like people outside the door came to collect debts. Their voices attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, who pointed and whispered at the Qin family. The group of thugs even carried paint buckets and seemed ready to splash them on the villa door. Xin Yu hurriedly closed the door and ran back into the villa. Seeing this scene, Li Chen and the others couldn't help but frown. Damn! It's disgusting so early in the morning. Li Chen, what should we do? Qin Ruobing asked helplessly. After all, repaying debts was only right and proper. Even if the police came, they wouldn't listen. Ruobing, don't worry. I'll go talk to them. Li Chen chuckled. He opened the villa door. When the dozen or so thugs saw Li Chen, they all stepped back. Before coming today, He Fan had already warned them to be careful of a handsome young man who could break their wrists. Li Chen took a look. Wow! They're all learning to answer now. Are you guys here to collect debts? Li Chen asked them calmly. Yes, we are. We all have IOUs. When are you going to repay us? The lead thug, with a big gold chain and gold teeth, looking like a tough guy, was quite aggressive. Not today. Come back tomorrow. Li Chen said firmly. Tomorrow? Why tomorrow? You must repay today. As soon as Shihuij heard this, his face immediately turned cold. If you still can't pay the money, why not let Miss Qin from the Qin family obediently yield to our He Shao? He said, laughing arrogantly. The other hooligans followed suit with sinister smiles. I said tomorrow is tomorrow. Li Chen didn't hesitate. Clearing his throat, he shouted loudly at the group of hooligans. Lion roar technique initiated. Around Li Chen, waves of sound seemed tangible, directly spraying towards the hooligans. Immediately, these hooligans had splitting headaches, and their clothes cracked inch by inch. In an instant, even their underwear tore. Over a dozen ruffians were suddenly naked, a spectacular sight of little birds in a row. The scene lasted for 30 seconds. Li Chen stopped the technique. The group of ruffians had their eardrums torn, bleeding directly, clutching their groins, and fleeing in embarrassment. This made the onlooking neighbors burst into laughter. Li Chen closed the door. Suddenly, it was quiet around him. Back in the house. Li Chen, you better leave with Ruobing. Even if I don't owe them money, they won't let Ruobing go. I can see that He Shao has been eyeing Ruobing. Xin Yuming hurriedly advised. After all, the powerful Li family, with a stomp in Hang City, could make the city tremble. Even if Li Chen's martial arts were formidable, he was no match for them. Dad! You! Hearing his father speaking up for him, Xin Ruobing was truly touched. Ruobing, I owe you a lot over the years. I still have 300,000 in savings here. Take it and elope with Li Chen. Xin Yuming took out a card and said, Dad, I can't leave. If I leave, what will you do? Xin Ruobing had never felt fatherly love, but at this moment, she could see that Xin Yuming was sincere. Uncle, Ruobing, you don't have to worry. The Yi family dared to harm me last night and even tried to force marry Ruobing. I will make them pay. Li Chen said calmly. That night, Hang City Paradise Club. Li Chen entered the casino alone. He chose a dice table and started playing. Using Xin Yuming's 300,000, he kept winning continuously. In less than an hour, Li Chen had earned 1 billion. This surprised everyone in the casino. At the same time, more and more people gathered to watch Li Chen gamble and placed bets with him. The casino manager quickly called He Fan. He Fan rushed over. What's going on? He Fan questioned. This underground casino was making a fortune. They were the ones making money from others, but now someone was winning big and showed no intention of leaving. A person in the casino just won 1 billion and is still winning. He doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving, and our people can't tell if he's cheating. The casino manager wiped his sweat in a hurry. Less than an hour and already losing 1 billion. If this continued, he would be done as the casino manager. Can't tell if he's cheating. What does that mean? He Fan was puzzled. Normal people can't keep winning like this. After all, gambling is a game of probability. But this guy wins every round, so we suspect he's cheating. But our people can't figure it out. The casino manager explained quickly. Damn it! What's the use of you guys? He-fan scolded angrily. Send someone. Bring him here. He-fan ordered immediately. Soon, led by 2 security guards, Li Chen arrived at the manager's office. It's you! He-fan was almost jaw-dropped. It's me! What do you think? Surprised or not, expected or unexpected? Li Chen chuckled. In He-fan's shocked eyes, he sat boldly on the sofa in the manager's office. What? What do you want? He-fan pretended to be calm. The IOUs of Qin Yuming and his son, as well as your repayment agreement, must all be invalidated. Li Chen chuckled. That's impossible. He-fan was extremely angry. Usually, he was the one threatening others. When was he ever threatened by someone else? Impossible? Then I will make your casino completely collapse. Li Chen said softly. Hangcheng Paradise Club. How dare you? He-fan looked at Li Chen in surprise. Damn it! This kid actually dares to challenge the authority. Alright, you like gambling, don't you? You like playing dice, don't you? I'll gamble with you. He-fan said sternly. That suits me. Li Chen chuckled. Just wait. After He-fan finished speaking, he picked up the phone and made a call. Before long, an old man walked into the manager's office. This man had white hair and a sharp spirit, with only his middle finger and index finger on his left hand, which was quite strange. Uncle Seven, you finally came. He-fan walked over very obsequiously, warmly shaking hands with the old man. Xiaofan, what's going on? Uncle Seven asked. In fact, he had already retired from the world, living out his days in peace, not caring about the affairs of the casino. The casino manager beside him heard their conversation and was shocked. This person was the legendary Uncle Seven, Fong Luan. When the He family started in the underworld, this Uncle Seven was a senior figure who contributed greatly to the rise of the He family. It is said that Uncle Seven had won many notorious cheaters in the casino through his extraordinary dice skills, so he was known in the underworld as the dice god with 7 fingers. Uncle Seven, it's this disrespectful kid. He played dice and won $1 billion in the casino. He-fan pointed at Li Chen with a resentful face. Oh, Fong Luan looked at Li Chen expressionlessly. In his eyes, Li Chen was just a young kid. Even if he played dice well, could he surpass him? Young man, I advise you, take your winnings and leave. Don't come back here again. Fong Luan advised without expression. It sounded like advice, but it was more like a warning. After all, it's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. He was old and had long passed the time of fighting fiercely. Uncle Seven, you. Upon hearing Fong Luan's words, He-fan's face turned cold. This dam is $1 billion. How can Uncle Seven just give it away as he says? Let me go? Ha ha, tonight, if He-fan fails to meet my demands, I won't leave. Li Chen glanced at Fong Luan. Fong Luan seemed surprised by Li Chen's response. Good kid. You refuse the toast, you'll drink a forfeit. Damn it, he's given face and doesn't want it. Let you have dignity, you still push it away. Ha ha, let's have a showdown then. Fong Luan pinched his 2 fingers on his left hand and stared at Li Chen intently. Although he was old, it didn't mean he could be underestimated. In no time, the casino manager brought 20 dice and 2 dice cups. How about a game to determine the winner? Fong Luan said confidently. After all, since he started playing dice, he had never lost. Ha ha, sounds good. How do we play? Li Chen was naturally very happy. We each have 10 dice, whoever rolls the highest total wins. Fong Luan explained after some thought. Alright, but if I win, the debt owed by the Qin family to the He family will be written off. And He-fan must personally apologize to Miss Qin from the Qin family. Li Chen stated in advance. You, kid, you're too arrogant. He-fan's blood boiled. Damn it, isn't this bet too big? What, are you scared now? Li Chen provoked. What's there to be afraid of? I'll gamble with him. If he loses, I'll break his hands and feet, and tonight he must personally bring Qin Ruobing, that bitch, to my bed. What a tooth-gritting sermon. Young man, don't be too arrogant as a person. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing the bet between Li Chen and He-fan, Fong Luan couldn't help but glance at Li Chen. This young man in front of him was really clueless about the severity of the situation. Doesn't he realize who he's gambling against? Who knows who will be in big trouble? Li Chen chuckled. Alright, enough talk, let's see the results. With that, Fong Luan picked up 10 dice from the manager's desk and placed them in the dice cup, shaking it. After just a few shakes, the dice cup landed on the table with a snap. Fong Luan smirked triumphantly and slowly lifted the dice cup. To everyone's surprise, all 10 dice were stacked on top of each other, showing 6 dots facing up. 10 sixes, totaling 60 points. This could be considered the most perfect outcome in a dice game of comparing sizes. Fong Luan was confident that he could pull off this move. Ha ha, kid. Looks like you're going to lose this time. Remember to clean up Qin Ruobing and send her to my bed. Ha ha, He Fan laughed triumphantly. But Li Chen remained calm, picked up another set of dice, placed them in the cup, and shook it. Again, after just a few shakes, he placed the cup on the manager's desk with a snap. Fong Luan furrowed his brows. A seasoned gambler like him couldn't even tell the number on the dice Li Chen had just rolled. Li Chen slowly moved the cup aside, revealing that each dice showed 1/6, with all 10 dice showing 60 faces facing up. Suddenly, the room fell silent. How did these dice separate so neatly? How could they be so organized? Fong Luan's disdainful gaze turned blank. Even he, a legendary dice player, had never seen such a scene before. He Fan's smug expression instantly froze. How could this be possible? And the casino manager was as if he had seen a ghost. This kind of play was unheard of to him, let alone witnessing it firsthand. Do you have anything else to say now? Li Chen said calmly. But to the ears of the three men, it was like thunder. Li Chen's 10 dice all showed 60 faces, each dice showing 21 points, totaling 210 points, while Fong Luan's 10 dice were stacked with 6s facing up, totaling 60 points. Clearly, Li Chen had won. Li Chen's victory was so shocking that Fong Luan, He Fan, the casino manager, and a few security guards in the manager's office were petrified on the spot. Do you still have anything to say now? Li Chen said calmly. How is this possible? You're cheating. You tampered with the dice. This round doesn't count. He Fan, seeing Li Chen's victory, immediately denied it. Oh, so you're not admitting defeat? Li Chen chuckled. You tampered with the gambling tools. How can I admit defeat? He Fan smirked. Since they were all insiders in the manager's office, if he didn't admit defeat, what could Li Chen do? Do you think the same? Li Chen turned to Fong Luan. Fong Luan remained silent. Having won all his life, he never expected his undefeated myth to be shattered today, especially on his strongest dice. But to admit defeat would ruin his reputation for a lifetime. It seems like you're determined to deny it to the end? Watching Fong Luan's silence, Li Chen frowned. Kid, this is my territory. I advise you not to act recklessly here. He Fan was unreasonably aggressive. I didn't want to resort to violence. You forced my hand. Li Chen moved instantly, making a sudden move. Ah, my hand! Fong Luan cried out in pain, clutching his left hand, his face contorted in agony. Fong Luan's left hand had 2 fingers broken off. The bloody fingers fell to the ground. 7 fingers turned into 5. Seeing this scene, everyone in the manager's office couldn't help but shudder. He Fan even trembled and sat down on the boss's chair. Are you ready to admit defeat now? Li Chen took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He was filled with fear and panic. Bring the IOUs of the Qin family father and son. Li Chen stared at He Fan intently. At this moment, He Fan pressed the remote control under the table, and instantly a man came in. The man had no right arm, only a left arm, his face was stern, and a long scar ran vertically from the middle of his right eye. Seeing the newcomer, the security guards in the manager's office couldn't help but tremble. This man was the leader of the casino's thugs, Yen Xin. It is said that he was a desperado who committed a heinous crime in his early years and was taken in by the He family. Because of his violent reputation, he had done a lot of dirty work for the casino, so he was known in the underworld as one-armed Yen Xin. As he entered, there were more than a dozen thugs behind him, some holding daggers, some holding steel bars, and 2 holding pistols. Those who could work as thugs in the casino had seen blood, and under Yen Xin's leadership at this moment, the murderous aura was terrifying. Kid, are you causing trouble here? Yen Xin had just heard that Li Chen had won 1 billion consecutively. At this moment, his eyes were even more excited as he looked at Li Chen, sizing him up like prey. It had been a long time since he had fought, and his heart was itching with impatience. It's me. What's the matter? Li Chen looked at Yen Xin with interest. Yen Xin was wearing a black windbreaker, with 3 flying knives hanging from his waist, exuding a fierce momentum, like an unsheathed sword. Kid, you're dead. Yen Xin, kill him. He Fan saw Yen Xin come in, and the thugs were still holding guns, and he smirked. Kid, come on. Upon hearing He Fan's command, Yen Xin immediately threw the 3 flying knives at Li Chen. The 3 flying knives shone brightly in the light, carrying a fierce wind, heading straight for Li Chen's face, heart, and abdomen. Li Chen stood still in place, effortlessly catching the 3 fierce flying knives with a light hand. As he caught them, Li Chen didn't stop, but threw the 3 flying knives back at Yan Xian. Unlike Yan Xian's fierceness, Li Chen's flying knives were even swifter, leaving no time for reaction. Faced with the sudden arrival of the 3 flying knives, Yan Xian felt a sense of danger, but it was too late to dodge. The 3 flying knives stabbed straight into Yan Xian's armpits and crotch, barely piercing his clothes, but the momentum did not diminish, causing Yan Xian to retreat repeatedly, and the thugs behind him hurriedly avoided. Clang! 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 The 3 flying knives pierced through Yan Xian's armpits and crotch, sticking straight into the wooden door of the manager's office. Yan Xian was stuck to the wooden door like a paper man, unable to move for a while. Although he was not injured, the position was extremely humiliating. His second almost got crushed. He, who had always prided himself on playing with flying knives, never expected to be defeated by his own flying knives. Seeing this scene, He Fan looked embarrassed. He had already known that Li Chen was skilled in martial arts, but he had not expected him to be this powerful. You, kill him for me. Yan Xian was furious and shouted at his subordinates. 2 thugs with guns instantly pulled the trigger. 2 bullets burst out, carrying immense power, swish, swish, heading straight for Li Chen. Li Chen's figure was elusive, dodging the bullets, and instantly appeared in front of the 2 gunmen. The gunmen were shocked. They wanted to fire the second shot, but Li Chen didn't give them a chance, taking the guns from their hands. With 2 guns in hand, Li Chen held the gun in his right hand, pointing at He Fan, and held the gun in his left hand to intimidate the others. Don't move! Li Chen shouted loudly. Seeing the cold gun pointed at himself, He Fan was shocked. The people in the manager's office were even more frightened. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. The situation was instantly reversed by Li Chen. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mastery of divine-level firearms. Would you like to claim it now? Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The system really came just in time. What now? Do you have anything else to say? Li Chen had lost his patience. He Fan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, not daring to move at all, no trace of his former arrogance. He couldn't understand how Li Chen could dodge even bullets. Just then, a thug holding a dagger took advantage of Li Chen talking to He Fan, and threw a shiny dagger at Li Chen. The dagger flew straight towards Li Chen's face, with an unstoppable sharpness. Li Chen, being so sharp, saw the dagger coming and immediately pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet shot out, directly hitting the incoming dagger, greatly reducing its momentum, causing it to fall to the ground. Li Chen pulled the trigger again, aiming at the thug who threw the dagger, with another bang, hitting his left leg, causing the thug to kneel on the ground. Li Chen's hands didn't stop with the dual guns, shooting continuously at the remaining thugs. It seemed like a beautiful symphony was playing in the manager's office. Thugs holding daggers were hit in the hands by bullets, causing the daggers to drop one after another, screams echoing continuously. Seeing Li Chen daring to shoot easily in his godlike marksmanship, the others lost their courage to attack. He Fan was so scared by Li Chen's continuous shooting that he wet his pants. The next day, at the Hangzhou Marriott Hotel, guests gathered. Today was the day of the Hangzhou Centennial Investment Fair. Li Chen led the Xiao sisters and Xin Ruobing into the venue. Xiao Nishang wore an exquisite crystal long dress, Xiao Feishua wore a simple white dress, and Xin Ruobing wore a tight-fitting pink dress, the 3 of them dazzling. As soon as the 4 entered, they attracted everyone's attention, with an incredible turning heads rate. The Nishang brand has already attracted the attention of many investors, and naturally, there was a constant stream of people coming to talk. When they heard that Li Chen was the co-founder of the Nishang brand, the investors flocked to him like moths to a flame. Apart from Xiao Nishang, the most eye-catching were Jiang Wanxiong and his son. Since Jiang Wanxiong hurriedly met Li Chen 2 days ago, he had been very uneasy, fearing that he might anger Li Chen because of Xiao Zixiong's matter. Unexpectedly, meeting Li Chen again today, he eagerly approached to chat. Mr. Li, I didn't expect to see you again in Hangzhou. I'm really delighted. Jiang Wanxiong hurriedly went over to shake hands with Li Chen. Upon hearing that Li Chen and Xiao Nishang had jointly founded the Nishang brand, Jiang Wanxiong eagerly extended an invitation. Mr. Li, the Nishang brand has great potential. If you don't mind, we can completely introduce Nishang Cosmetics to the Wanhong Mall. Oh, is that possible? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Of course. This plan is a win-win situation. On one hand, it can attract customers to Wanhong Mall, and on the other hand, it can help Nishang Cosmetics to be distributed nationwide more quickly. Jiang Wanxiong explained shrewdly. That would be great. Xiao Nishang also nodded. With the support of Wanhong Mall, the Nishang brand could expand more effectively nationwide. Li Chen naturally didn't mind. Watching Xiao Nishang and Jiang Wanxiong eagerly discussing the details of their cooperation, Li Chen just took Qin Ruobing and Xiao Feishue to eat and drink at the buffet table. Just then, He Yuanjing entered the venue with He Fan. He Fan's arm was in a cast, his face severely bruised, and several front teeth missing, as if he had been severely beaten. He Yuanjing had experienced a nightmare last night. After Li Chen's fierce battle in the manager's office last night, he actually went to the He family's mansion alone, threatening He Yuanjing to attend today's investment fair and publicly apologize to Qin Ruobing. How can He Yuanjing endure this? So he mobilized his connections in the official family to try to get rid of Li Chen, but when he learned that Li Chen might be a secret guard of Longhua, the officials all retreated. He Yuanjing was even more frightened after hearing this. At this time, when he entered the venue and saw Li Chen and Jiang Wanxiong chatting eagerly, he was even more shocked. He dared not show any disrespect to the Qin family anymore. Halfway through the banquet, He Yuanjing led He Fan to apologize to Qin Ruobing in person, and He Fan knelt straight in front of Qin Ruobing. For a while, this gossip became a topic of conversation after meals. With the help of Xiao Nishang, Qin Yuming's clothing factory will soon be transformed into a cosmetics factory, becoming the production base of Nishang Cosmetics in Hang City. Just as Li Chen resolved the Qin family's affairs and was about to return to the Magic City, Xiao Yuqing's assistant, Rong Jia, suddenly called Li Chen. Li Chen, Yuqing is going to hold a concert in the capital, can you come and help? Rong Jia asked pleadingly. Yuqing's concert? Rong Jia, you know me, I don't like such lively events at all. Li Chen wanted to refuse. Don't rush to refuse, in a few days, it will be Yuqing's birthday, and Yuqing attaches great importance to this concert, so can you come and help? Rong Jia explained. Oh, Yuqing's birthday? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, then I'll go take a look. Great. Li Chen. Rong Jia couldn't help but be happy. Since Li Chen left the capital, Xiao Yuqing has always remembered him, even calling out his name in her dreams. As an experienced person, Rong Jia couldn't see Xiao Yuqing's feelings, so she secretly called Li Chen, wanting to invite him to the capital on Xiao Yuqing's birthday to relieve her lovesickness. Nishang, Feishue, Ruobing, in a few days will be Yuqing's birthday. I plan to go directly to the capital to celebrate Yuqing's birthday. Do you want to come with me? After hanging up the phone with Rong Jia, Li Chen asked the three women, Yuqing's birthday? Xiao Nishang thought for a moment and said, we just signed a cooperation agreement with Wanheng, and there are many things I need to do, so I'm afraid I can't go to the capital with you this time. Xiao Nishang said regretfully, little brother Li Chen, I can go with you. It's been a long time since I saw Yuqing. Xiao Feishue said excitedly. However, thinking that Xiao Yuqing used to compete with her when she was a child, Xiao Feishue was both looking forward to seeing Xiao Yuqing and wanting to see if she was still as domineering as before. Li Chen, I have to go back to the clinic, and Grandpa needs someone to take care of him, so I can't go to the capital with you this time. Li Chen had saved the Qin family this time, and Qin Ruobing had already decided in her heart that she would only marry Li Chen. She wished she could be with Li Chen all the time, but thinking of Grandpa and the clinic needing care, Qin Ruobing could only regret not being able to travel with Li Chen this time. Well then, I'll go to the capital with Feishue. After hearing the answers from the three women, Li Chen decided. However, at this moment, Qin Yuming and Zhang Miao were trying their best to keep Li Chen, treating him as if he were already a son-in-law of the Qin family, even insisting that Qin Ruobing accompany him to bed at night. This made Li Chen both laugh and cry. And the Xiao sisters naturally couldn't let Qin Ruobing monopolize Li Chen, so the three women slept in Li Chen's bed at night. A night of sweet dreams. After getting up early, Li Chen and the other three arrived at Hang City Airport. The private plane carried Xiao Nishang and Qin Ruobing back to the Magic City. Li Chen and Xiao Feishue took a commercial flight. In the business class, after stowing their luggage and sitting down, Li Chen and Xiao Feishue discussed what birthday gift to give to Xiao Yuqing. At this moment, a middle-aged man entered the business class cabin. While organizing his luggage, he couldn't help but look towards Xiao Feishue frequently. Unable to resist any longer, he stood up and struck up a conversation with Xiao Feishue. Miss, nice to meet you. I am the CEO of Jaha, Su Shicheng. Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry? Su Shicheng introduced himself proudly. Jaha was quite well known in the industry, and Su Shicheng had slept with countless women relying on the company's influence and the women's aspirations for fame. I'm not interested. Thank you. Xiao Feishue politely declined the greasy man's advances. The man had been staring at her since boarding the plane, making Xiao Feishue uncomfortable. Miss, don't reject so quickly, okay? Here's my business card. Su Shicheng said with a smile, taking out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Feishue. Thank you. No need. Xiao Feishue showed no intention of accepting it. Miss, are you not giving me face? Su Shiqing's expression turned sour. Why should she give you face? Li Chen stood up, glaring at Su Shiqing. Seeing Li Chen's imposing manner, Su Shiqing didn't dare to act out and obediently returned to his seat, looking defeated. Xiao Feishue couldn't help but find it amusing. In the business class, 4 more passengers entered. 2 were clearly attendants, while the other 2 were an elderly man with white hair and a young man. The attendants sat together, while the elderly man and the young man sat together. After the plane took off, the elderly man took out a folded chessboard and started playing chess with the young man. Since Li Chen was seated near the aisle, he could clearly see the 2 playing chess on the other side of the aisle. The game between the elderly man and the young man was not simple. Li Chen initially found it exciting, but upon closer observation, he realized that their moves were calculated and cunning. The battle on the chessboard quickly reached its climax. The elderly man had a chariot and a soldier left, while the young man had only a cannon and a soldier remaining. After staring at the chessboard for a long time, the young man finally said, "Sir, I have lost again." "Ha ha, ditching, you are still young. Having such chess skills is already very rare. In today's world, in terms of talent and intelligence, perhaps no one can compare to you." The elderly man laughed heartily, displaying the demeanor of a superior. "Old man, this young man has not lost yet." Li Chen suddenly interjected from the side. "What did you say?" The elderly man and the young man turned their attention to Li Chen on the other side of the aisle. They had just noticed Li Chen, but being engrossed in the game, they hadn't paid much attention. Seeing Li Chen's handsome appearance, they naturally became curious. "I said, the red side has not lost this game yet," Li Chen said seriously. Even Xiao Feishue beside them looked towards the 3 men. How could Li Chen's younger brother be giving advice on chess? Does Li Chen's younger brother also know how to play chess? "Young man, do you think the red side has not lost?" The elderly man looked at Li Chen with great curiosity. "I have thought about it thoroughly, this game is beyond saving." The young man sneered at Li Chen. He thought that Li Chen was probably just an ordinary chess enthusiast who knew a little about chess and was still in the early stages of excitement from learning. There is definitely a way out. Not only can the red side be saved, but it can also turn the tables and win, Li Chen affirmed. Oh, the elderly man's interest was piqued. Then, how should the red side move next to escape the predicament? The old man sat in a seat near the aisle, so after hearing Li Chen's words at this time, he held the chessboard with one hand and moved towards Li Chen. "Sir, why bother arguing with an ordinary person?" The young man sitting by the window inside was immediately displeased with the old man's behavior. "Hey, Dutching, calm down." The old man couldn't help but laugh. This disciple was good at everything, but too proud, to the point of being a bit arrogant. However, Li Chen ignored the young man's words and had already moved the chess pieces on the board, with the river-crossing soldier just pressing against the baseline. The old man was also immersed in the game, steadily advancing the chariot to checkmate. Li Chen then moved the cannon to protect the general, while the old man moved the soldier to the front. After a few moves, the old man and the young man named Ditching were shocked. The red chess pieces, which were already in a losing position, not only did not lose at this time, but with one more move, they could checkmate the black chess pieces. Moreover, during Li Chen's chess game, he did not pause to think at all, as if he had already predicted the old man's next move. The old man and the young man couldn't help but look at each other, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. "Young man, I lost." The old man stared at the chessboard for a long time before speaking. The young man was even more incredulous as he stared at Li Chen. Knowing the old man's strength well, he naturally knew that there were few who could defeat the old man in chess. The old man, with his strategic mind, who was famous as a brilliant strategist, actually lost to a passerby. Even the 2 followers couldn't help but be surprised to see the old man admit defeat. When have they ever seen the old man in such a state? Xiao Feishue was happy for Li Chen when she saw him win against the old man. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing, who was sitting not far away, saw the various expressions revealed by the group over a game of chess and couldn't help but look disdainful. What's so surprising about this? It's not like they slept with a beautiful woman or suddenly made a lot of money. They're just a bunch of bumpkins. Young man, impressive. I admire you. Just as the old man was about to suggest playing another round, the airplane's broadcast began to remind that the plane was about to land. The old man was somewhat regretful, but he handed a business card to Li Chen, hoping that Li Chen would find time to visit him. Li Chen naturally didn't care much about this. Li Chen and Xiao Feishue got off the plane and headed towards the exit. At this time, Xia Oyuking and Rong Jie were already waiting at the exit. Xia Oyuking was fully armed to avoid being harassed by fans, wearing a hat and a mask. With the release of one classic song after another, Xia Oyuking had firmly secured her position as the leading sister in the industry. "Sister, Li Chen, Seeing Li Chen and Xiao Feishue coming out, Xiaoyuking waved her hand in greeting. Xiao Feishue ran over and gave Xiaoyuking a big hug. During the hug, Xiaoyuking's mask accidentally fell off. At that moment, Su Zhiqing happened to pass by from behind and was stunned when he saw Xiaoyuking's face. Wasn't that the queen of the music industry, Xiaoyuking? And the girl on the plane just now called her younger sister Xiaoyuking? Do I need to ask her if she wants to enter the entertainment industry? Su Zhiqing couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped a few times. Xiaoyuking then gave Li Chen a big hug. As her delicate body was embraced, Li Chen smelled the unique fragrance emanating from Xiaoyuking's body and felt great. And this girl Xiaoyuking actually kept holding on to Li Chen without letting go, making Li Chen's face slightly red, and he felt a shameful reaction below. Sister Yuqing, you're too biased. How come you only hugged me briefly but have been hugging Li Chen all this time? Xiao Feishue protested unhappily from the side, and she clearly felt that Xiaoyuking was more excited when hugging Li Chen. As an older sister, how could she endure this? Just like when they were young, Xiaoyuking was still so exuberant, she needed to be suppressed. Ahem. Sister Feishue. I didn't do that. Xiao Yuqing's face turned red, quickly let go of Li Chen, put on a mask, and covered up. At this time, a group of soldiers in uniform entered the airport. In front of the exclusive passage, they stood in 2 rows. The old man playing chess and the young man happened to pass by the exclusive passage. Seeing the old man, the 2 rows of soldiers saluted quickly. This made everyone in the airport look over. The old man seemed quite angry about this, while the young man looked pleased. Seeing this scene, Li Chen and Xiao Feishue were also slightly surprised. The old man playing chess turned out to be a big shot in the military? Soon, Li Chen and Xiao Feishue arrived at the apartment where Xiao Yuqing lived with their luggage. Yuqing, you live here now. Upon entering, Xiao Feishue curiously looked around Xiao Yuqing's house. Hey, Yuqing, what's this? Xiao Feishue saw many photos of Li Chen in Xiao Yuqing's bedroom. Feishue, these are group photos. Xiao Yuqing hurriedly took the photos from Xiao Feishue's hand. These were taken when Li Chen came to the capital. Xiao Yuqing and Li Chen took them together. Humph. Stingy. I also want to take photos with Li Chen. Xiao Feishue took out a Polaroid camera from the luggage and pulled Li Chen over, taking one photo after another. There were pouting faces, peace signs, and funny poses. This made Li Chen laugh and cry. Because it was a Polaroid camera, the photos could be printed immediately after taking them. Soon, Xiao Feishue had several photos of her and Li Chen in her hands. Yuqing, I'll sleep with you tonight, Xiao Feishue said, sticking the just-taken photos on the other side of the bed. Sis. You. Xiao Yuqing was speechless for a while. Xiao Feishue, the third eldest among the Xiao sisters, often acted like a child. Are all art enthusiasts like this? Li Chen, tonight I'll host a welcoming party for you. I've invited my colleagues from the company. As one of the company's bosses, you should also meet your subordinates, Xiao Yuqing said to Li Chen. Okay, but does the company already have employees? Li Chen nodded, curious. Of course. Since you left the capital last time, our Muyu Entertainment has recruited a group of new people. Xiao Yuqing explained. I want to go too. Xiao Feishue naturally didn't want to stay home alone. Alright, as a boss, should I also prepare some gifts for the new employees? Li Chen thought for a moment and said. It's up to you, Xiao Yuqing said casually. In the evening, at the San Tunli bar. Inside a private room, Xiao Yuqing introduced the company's new employees to Li Chen one by one. Li Chen shook hands with each of them and gave them many small gifts. These were all items Li Chen bought during the day from the mall, such as branded cosmetics, designer bags, watches, iPads, with prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of yuan. This made the employees feel flattered and have a good impression of this young boss. Muyu Entertainment now has more than a dozen new employees. In addition to these newcomers, there are assistants, makeup artists, and company staff, totaling nearly 70 people. This made Li Chen sigh at the power of Xiao Yuqing and Rongjia. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Xiao Yuqing had already built up the company's team. After some polite introductions, everyone invited this handsome boss to the private room. Several newly debuted female stars even tried to get close to please him, but when they saw Xiao Yuqing's expression and were scolded by Rongjia, these girls backed off, not daring to make bolder moves. Inside the private room, everyone toasted Li Chen one after another, and the atmosphere reached a climax. At that moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. A young man came in, followed by a group of henchmen. The man was dressed in a flashy red floral suit, holding a bunch of roses in his hand. Yuqing, I didn't expect to see you here today. How come you're here? You didn't even give me a heads up. As soon as the man entered, he stared directly at Xiao Yuqing. Manager Shen, Our company is having a team-building event. Who knew you would be here? Xiao Yuqing glanced at the man and said casually, team building? Interesting. Shen Huan handed the roses to Xiao Yuqing, but she didn't take them. Rong Jia hurriedly stepped forward to receive them, which made Shen Huan furrow his brows. Yuqing, I'm looking forward to your concert. I've already pre-ordered 100 VIP tickets, Shen Huan said with a smile. Oh, Xiao Yuqing just nodded. What are you guys playing? Count me in. Shen Huan, feeling very familiar, wanted to join Xiao Yuqing's group. We're playing darts. A girl on the side said excitedly. Oh, darts? I'm familiar with this. Shen Huan was excited. Yuqing, how about we try something new? Shen Huan took a dart and started playing with it. How do you want to play? Xiao Yuqing asked. Usually when playing darts, we drink. This time, let's kiss instead. Whoever throws the dart and gets the highest score can freely choose someone to kiss, or make other requests. Shen Huan said playfully. How can we do that? Xiao Yuqing was speechless. Let's do it this way. I'll go first, Shen Huan said, and with a swoosh, he threw a dart. The dart landed just shy of the bullseye in the green center of the dartboard, not hitting the red bullseye directly, but still the second highest score in the dart game. Yuqing, your turn, right? If you don't hit the bullseye, then I can kiss you, the man said, laughing heartily. You, Shen Huan, you're being unreasonable. I haven't agreed to this yet. Xiao Yuqing frowned. He, how am I being unreasonable? If you don't want me to kiss you, you can hit the bullseye, right? Shen Huan chuckled. You, Xiao Yuqing was speechless. Shen Huan was the owner of this bar, and had an astonishing background, someone Xiao Yuqing didn't want to offend. Playing darts, right? Let me throw on behalf of Yuqing. Li Chen suddenly stood up, shielding Xiao Yuqing behind him. Who are you? Shen Huan was displeased, glaring at Li Chen with resentment. The one who will beat you, Li Chen said, took a dart from the side, and threw it towards the dartboard. The dart landed firmly in the bullseye of the dartboard. Full score of 50 points. Li Chen, you're amazing. Xiao Feishu sitting in the booth clapped excitedly. Xiao Yuqing's eyes widened. The company employees clapped one after another. Unexpectedly, this young boss was also a dart master. You, Shen Huan was also slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged. You said whoever wins can make a request? Li Chen looked at Shen Huan with interest. I won't kiss you, that's too disgusting. But how about this? I want you to strip naked and roll out of here. Upon hearing Li Chen's request, the employees in the booth couldn't help but burst into laughter. You, kid, how dare you ask me to roll out? Do you know who I am? Shen Huan said angrily. I don't care who you are. You proposed the game, now are you going back on your word? Li Chen chuckled. You, Shen Huan was furious. Without saying a word, Li Chen acted instantly. Shen Huan's pants were immediately pulled down, leaving him exposed and embarrassed. Grass mud horse. Beat him up. Shen Huan was in a big dilemma, immediately ordered the group of little brothers behind him. Inside the VIP room at Chituan Bar, a handsome man was half naked, enjoying massages from several beautiful women. These women were all well endowed and dressed in a particularly revealing manner. While the man was enjoying himself, he couldn't help but take advantage of these women, but they dared not show any dissatisfaction. Standing on the side was the young man named Ditching from the plane. At this moment, the door of the VIP room suddenly pushed open. Nya Xiao. Shin Zong was beaten by someone. Two security guards rushed in looking disheveled. Nya Yuanhan calmly raised his head to stare at the speaking security guard. Suddenly, he appeared in front of the security guard and threw a punch, sending the guard flying back and crashing into the wall of the VIP room, leaving a human-shaped dent. How many times have I said it? Knock before entering. Nya Yuanhan said coldly. Yes, we were wrong. Nya Xiao. The other security guard immediately broke into a sweat. Was Shen Huan beaten? Nya Yuanhan chuckled. A beating is good. It'll stop this kid from being too cocky. Then, after some thought, he said, just send a few people to retaliate. But we just sent over 100 security guards, and they were all defeated by the other side. The security guard said with lingering fear. What? Nya Yuanhan and Wan Diching were surprised. So many people couldn't win? Interesting. Let's go meet him. Nya Yuanhan and Wan Diching walked out quickly. At this moment, inside the private room, the employees of Muyu Entertainment were simply shocked. What did this handsome boss just do? He single-handedly defeated 100 people effortlessly. Is he a god of war? They were all dumbfounded. Outside the private room, the crowd was 3 layers deep. Suddenly, the crowd became restless. Prince Nya is here. Damn! It's Nya Xiao. This is going to be interesting. they saw Nye Yuanhan, who was 1.9 meters tall, entering the room. His eyes were sinister, full of arrogance. The crowd made way for him. Nye Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing entered Li Chen's private room. Seeing them, Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but tremble. Nye Yuanhan, known as the underground prince of Beijing, relied on his father's secret guard status to dominate Beijing. Xiao Yuqing had seen Nye Yuanhan once at a business cocktail party, where he got angry because a waiter spilled his drink and ended up breaking the waiter's hands. It showed how ruthless Nye Yuanhan could be. In the private room, Xin Huan had already been beaten by Li Chen, lying on the ground with blood flowing from his mouth and nose, several teeth knocked out, looking pitiful. Nye Xiao, you've come. Seeing Nye Yuanhan come in, Xin Huan crawled towards him as if finding a lifeline. Did you hurt Xin Huan? Nye Yuanhan's eyes were fixed on Li Chen, curiously sizing him up. Ruan Diqing beside him was secretly surprised to see that it was the kid who played chess with his master on the plane. Li Chen naturally noticed Ruan Diqing, but he didn't have any good feelings towards him. Are you here to avenge Xin Huan? Li Chen smiled lightly, staring at Nye Yuanhan. Daring to hit my subordinate. You've got guts. Nye Yuanhan's forehead veins bulged, and he made a move. A punch was thrown. Li Chen also threw a punch. The two fists met, carrying a fierce wind that stirred up the surrounding air, causing the onlookers to be swept away by the airwaves, unable to stand steadily. Boom! The thunderous sound shook the eardrums of everyone present. With one punch, Nye Yuanhan was shaken back 10 steps, barely stabilizing his figure. He covered his chest in pain, suddenly pu sound, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ruan Diqing beside him couldn't help but be shocked. Nye Yuanhan knew that he was the strongest among the younger generation in Longhua. Otherwise, why would he stand with Nye Yuanhan? However, what did he just see? The strongest Nye Yuanhan was defeated in one move. Nye Yuanhan was even more surprised. Among the dark guards, besides the general and his own father, no one could fight him. However, today he encountered a freak. He was pushed back 10 steps and spat blood. Strong. Too damn strong. Nye Yuanhan stared at Li Chen with excitement. In fact, even Li Chen was somewhat surprised. Since his debut in martial arts, besides Xiaomudyu, Xiazhang, and the red-haired woman, Nye Yuanhan was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, Li Chen had only used 30% of his strength just now. Just as Nye Yuanhan was about to make another move, Xiazhang rushed over and reprimanded, "Stop." Tonight, she also received a text message from Xiao Yuqing and came to meet Li Chen. Since escorting the clown and the red-haired woman into the capital, Xiazhang had been staying in the capital, taking care of the general. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the box, she saw this scene. Xiazhang. Nye Yuanhan was surprised to meet this woman here. Xiazhang always opposed him everywhere, ruining many of his good deeds. Sister Xiying. Li Chen was pleasantly surprised. Xiying. Xiafixu and Xiao Yuqing also hurried over. Nye Yuanhan. As a dark guard, you are not allowed to fight privately and bully ordinary people. Violators will be expelled from the dark guards. Have you forgotten? Xiazhang stared at Nye Yuanhan with deep eyes. Humph. Nye Yuanhan looked defiant, but he didn't want to escalate the situation. After all, Xiazhang and the general had a relationship like master and disciple. Kid, you hurt my people, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. With that, Nye Yuanhan left with Ruan Diqing. When Ruan Diqing left, he couldn't help but look back at Li Chen and Xiazhang. What did this young man just call Xiazhang? Sister? There was a hint of uneasiness in Ruan Diqing's eyes. In this way, what was supposed to be a good company team building event turned into Li Chen's personal battle show. Because everyone didn't have much fun, they ended up going to different places and singing karaoke all night. When Li Chen and the Xia sisters returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. Tonight, Li Chen drank a lot of alcohol, didn't wash up, and fell asleep groggily on the bed. But the 3 Xia sisters couldn't fall asleep no matter how they tried lying on the same bed. It seemed like they always had endless things to talk about when they were together. Are you saying that when you were at the Qin family, you, Nishang, and Ruobing slept on Li Chen's bed? Hearing Xiafixo's words just now, Xiao Yuqing and Xiazhang couldn't help but gossip. Oh, Nishang didn't let me say that. You can't tell Nishang. Xiafixo quickly covered her mouth and remedied. Just now, they were so excited in their conversation that they accidentally let it slip. Fei Shue, did you guys? Xiao Yuqing's eyes sparkled. What? Did what? Xiafixo blushed at the question, crossing her legs tightly. That, of course, that. Xiazhang reached out to tickle Xiafixo. Of course not. Don't think too much. Just lying together. Xiafixo dodged Xiazhang and Xiao Yuqing's teasing while trying to counterattack her 2 sisters. For a while, the 3 women fought in a group. The next day, the weekend. Li Chen woke up early according to his biological clock. After preparing breakfast, only Ziyi's sister got up, while Fei Shui's sister and Yuqing's sister were still sound asleep. Li Chen, do you know how dangerous it was last night? The one you fought against is the strongest among the younger generation of the Dark Guards. Xiao Ziyin sat in front of Li Chen, recalling last night's events, and couldn't help but remind Li Chen. The strongest among the younger generation? Li Chen smiled lightly, but considering Ziyi's sister's concern, he didn't want her to worry. Ziyi's sister, I will be more careful next time. Li Chen, after breakfast today, I will take you to meet someone. Xiao Ziyin, eating the sandwich made by Li Chen, said after some thought. Meet who? Ziyi's sister, is this person very important? Li Chen couldn't help but be curious. You'll know when you meet him. Xiao Ziyin didn't say much more, just focused on eating her breakfast. Since the arrest of the clown and the red-haired woman, Li Chen's explosive suit and his amazing combat power have attracted the interest of some people. Last night, Li Chen almost had a big fight with Nie Yuanhan, and it is estimated that this news will soon reach the ears of some interested parties. After breakfast, Fei Shui's sister and Yuqing's sister were still sleeping. Li Chen and Xiao Ziyin didn't wake them up, just left a note and went out. Xiao Ziyin drove a modified military vehicle, carrying Li Chen, towards an inconspicuous alley in the core area of the capital. An hour later, the military vehicle stopped steadily in front of a courtyard in the alley. Xiao Ziyin got off with Li Chen, greeted the old security guard outside the gate, and then went in. Li Chen frowned. The security guard just now actually smelled of alcohol. As a security personnel, this was unprofessional. The alley was unremarkable, but the courtyard was quite large, and the people inside looked very solemn. Li Chen even saw people practicing combat inside. After passing through several halls, Xiao Ziyin finally arrived in front of a courtyard. In front of the courtyard, there were two fierce-looking strong men. They were 2 meters tall, with a fierce appearance, like statues suppressing demons in a temple, and they had pistols around their waists, looking very imposing. After nodding to the 2 strong men, Xiao Ziyin took Li Chen inside. Inside, a group of people dressed like doctors were gathered around a man-made hot spring in the courtyard. In the hot spring, there was a burly middle-aged man sitting, his upper body naked, with various fierce scars on his back, some new and some old. What was even more chilling was a long scar across his heart on his chest, with blood seeping out faintly. The man seemed to be in a trance, sitting in the medicinal bath. Doctor, please treat the general. Beside the hot spring, an old man with white hair bowed earnestly. This man was the old man Li Chen met playing chess on the plain. Old Xing, you are putting me in a difficult position. I can only save the general's life for half a year. The doctor hurriedly helped Xing Tianyan up. You can't save the general? Xing Tianyan was surprised. He had finally managed to invite the doctor out this time, thinking that the general's illness could be treated, but he didn't expect the doctor to answer like this. Life and death are fated. How can I defy fate? Besides, the general already has various hidden injuries, and now he has been poisoned by the devil's poison. The doctor said helplessly, people say I have magical healing hands, but in fact, I just go with the flow. As he spoke, he took out a silver needle and started acupuncture. While everyone was focused on the general's condition, Li Chen and Xiao Ziyin were standing on the sidelines, and no one noticed their arrival. But when Li Chen saw the doctor needling, he couldn't help but frown. The physician's acupuncture technique is gentle and balanced, providing relief to the patients in the hot spring. However, for a complete cure, a more aggressive and bold approach is needed. How can the patient be fully healed? Li Chen, who was eager for challenges, couldn't help but ponder. As the physician was about to finish the treatment, Li Chen suddenly rushed forward and snatched the silver needle from the physician's hand. He swiftly pierced the Baihui, Suqi, and Higu acupoints. You young man. The physician tried to stop him in a panic. How could this young man suddenly grab his silver needle while he was still treating the patient? Xing Tianyan was also shocked. This was treating a general, not child's play. When Xing Tianyan saw the newcomer clearly, he was once again surprised. It turned out to be the young man who defeated him on the plain. Xiao Ziyin was also somewhat astonished. Why did Li Chen suddenly step forward to treat the general? She brought Li Chen here to see the general, and if they offended him, how would it end? However, due to Li Chen's sudden and swift actions, the others couldn't react in time, and he had already completed the treatment. The 3 additional needles he inserted seemed to resonate with the ones the physician had just used, causing a subtle vibration. Unexpectedly, wisps of black energy emerged from the general in the hot spring, and his pale face turned rosy. This is the divine spirit needle? The physician was wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. As a renowned healer, when had he ever witnessed such a miraculous scene? Xing Tianyan's heart was in turmoil. Could this young man also be skilled in acupuncture? Xiao Ziyin's eyes widened in surprise. Although she knew Li Chen had some medical knowledge, she never expected him to be so bold in his actions and achieve such good results. This both shocked and pleased her. The other white-coated individuals were equally dumbfounded. Initially, they had intended to reprimand Li Chen for his recklessness, but now they were all speechless. The general in the hot spring slowly exhaled a turbid breath and woke up peacefully. General Zhou Pochin in the hot spring gradually regained consciousness. As the highest leader of the Dark Guards, Zhou Pochin's spirit became rejuvenated, as if he had just had a long dream. Seeing Zhou Pochin open his eyes, everyone approached him, with the physician being the most eager. "Oh, General, the poison in your body has been completely neutralized." The physician checked Zhou Pochin's pulse and found it steady and strong, back to normal. This amazed the physician. He had never seen anyone completely eliminate the poison left by Qianmashu Ho Shuang. Yet today, it was done by a young man. How could this not be shocking? The usually reclusive physician couldn't help but gaze intensely at Li Chen. Thank you for saving me, physician." Upon hearing the physician say the poison was neutralized, Zhou Pochin quickly expressed his gratitude. "Oh, I only assisted. The one who truly detoxified you is this young friend." The physician pointed to Li Chen, not taking credit for himself. "Who are you?" Zhou Pochin looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression. "General, he is my younger brother, Li Chen." Xiao Ziyin stepped forward and introduced. "Li Chen? So it's you." Zhou Pochin couldn't help but laugh. The battle with the clown made Zhou Pochin notice Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen's exceptional talent at such a young age, Zhou Pochin couldn't help but admire him. At that moment, Xing Tianyan also greeted Li Chen, "Young friend. We meet again. Elderly gentleman. I hope you are well." When Li Chen entered earlier, he had already noticed Xing Tianyan, but everyone was focused on General Zhou Pochin, so Li Chen didn't approach. "Mr. Xing, do you know each other?" Zhou Pujuan became curious, wondering why Xing Tianyan and Li Chen seemed so familiar. "We happened to play a game of chess together before. And this young friend Li Chen won. I admire his skill," Xing Tianyan praised. The crowd couldn't help but be surprised. They had never seen anyone defeat the chief military advisor Xing Tianyan before. At this moment, after confirming that the poison on Zhou Pujuan's body had been completely removed, the medicine expert hurried over to Li Chen, tightly grabbing his arm, eagerly asking Li Chen to explain the specific acupuncture methods and techniques. Li Chen answered one by one. This made the medicine expert widen his eyes in amazement, nodding repeatedly. The crowd was stunned. The current medical god, the esteemed medicine expert, when did he turn into a student eager to learn? At this time, someone had already spread the news to the front yard, and soon many guards came to visit the general. However, what surprised them was why the general, the military advisor, and the medicine expert all looked at a young man with such excited eyes. In a secluded, elegant room, Nia Yuanhan was listening to Ruan Diqing's report. "What? You mean the poison on the general's body has been removed?" Nia Yuanhan's expression changed. He and Ruan Diqing had secretly planned to kill the general, push his father to power, and seize the leadership of the guards. But the poison from Qianmashu Ho Shuang was unexpectedly removed? This disappointed Nia Yuanhan greatly. Even Ruan Diqing was disappointed when he heard this news, but what surprised him the most was not the removal of the poison from the general's body. "Nia Xiao, the one who helped the general detoxify is the young man who had a conflict with you last night." Ruan Diqing was not feeling good when he heard this news. "What? That kid knows medicine too?" Nia Yuanhan's resentment towards Li Chen deepened. Qianmashu Ho Shuang is no longer suitable to stay in the capital and must be moved as soon as possible. Nia Yuanhan hurriedly said, "There's no need for that. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. As long as Ho Shuang stays in the capital and doesn't show himself, I think he will be safe," Ruan Diqing analyzed. At this time, when a group of high-ranking officials came to visit the general, Li Chen and Xiao Ziyin couldn't stay any longer, so they left. However, when passing by the martial arts field in the front yard, they were stopped by a group of Xiao Ziyin's junior brothers and sisters. They were very grateful to Li Chen for curing the general. After all, General Zhou Pujuan not only taught them on the battlefield but also served as their spiritual mentor. "Li Chen, this is Barbie Naza Loli." Xiao Ziyin pointed to a tomboyish girl and introduced her. It could be seen that Naza was only in her 20s, but she was about 1.9 meters tall. What was even more surprising was the muscles on her arms, bulging and swollen. Through the cute girl tank top she was wearing, one could vaguely see her abdominal muscles and strong back. She was clearly a violent loli. "This is the sniper Han Tao." Xiao Ziyin pointed to a young man wiping a long gun in his hand. Han Tao had a crew cut, a handsome face, a sturdy body, and a monocle over his left eye. As he adjusted the monocle, a glint seemed to flash across the lens. "This is the dual-wielding Du. Xiao Ziying pointed to another man. Du's long hair fell in front of his forehead, and a long scar ran from the upper right of his face to the lower left. Although this scar marred his handsome face, it added a touch of fierceness to Du. He also carried 2 long knives on his back, exuding a strong masculine aura. After the introductions, Li Chen also remembered Xiao Ziying's junior brothers and sisters. Sister Ziying. They all have nicknames. What's yours? After listening to the introductions one by one, Li Chen couldn't help but curiously ask Xiao Ziying, "What about this?" Xiao Ziying's face turned slightly red. Senior sister Ziying's nickname is the Black Witch. But it was Lori who took over the conversation, speaking with a face full of innocence and delicacy. Her voice was simply deadly sweet. "The Black Witch?" Li Chen was stunned. "Yes. Don't you know that senior sister always treats enemies cruelly like a demon?" Du's hoarse voice chuckled. "Yeah. Senior sister is also very fierce to us. She has no trace of a girl's modesty." Han Tao pushed his monocle and a cross-shaped flash passed by, speaking very straightforwardly. "That's how senior sister is. The nickname which suits her very well. Whoever marries senior sister will probably have a hard time." Other junior brothers and sisters all nodded in agreement, looking pitifully at Ziying's sister as if she had brought them misfortune. Who told you guys?" Xiao Ziying heard the words of these junior brothers and sisters, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Being spoken of like this in front of her younger brother Li Chen, how could she still have face? Saying she's like a demon? Saying she lacks a girl's modesty? Saying no one wants her? How could this be? Suddenly, veins popped on Sister Ziying's forehead, her teeth sharpened, and she could no longer contain her anger. In an instant, her figure flashed in front of the junior brothers and sisters. Immediately, each of the junior brothers and sisters fell to the ground, with large bumps appearing on their foreheads, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Li Chen was sweating on the spot. Seeing these junior brothers and sisters badmouthing her in front of Li Chen, Xiao Ziying was almost half dead with anger. However, senior sister's authority was still there, and soon everyone was obediently taken care of. "Li Chen, we're going to practice shooting. Do you want to join?" Han Tao warmly invited Li Chen. "Me? I'm most afraid of shooting." Lori on the side rubbed her arms, as if showing off her muscles, the muscles on her arms rising and falling together. With her sweet voice, it was simply irresistibly cute. "Don't be afraid. Lori, as a dark guard, you can't not know how to shoot." Xiao Ziying tried to comfort her as a senior sister. "What's so fun about shooting? It's even faster than my." Du was disdainful, his hoarse voice sounding like footsteps on autumn leaves in the sand. He was about to draw a long knife from behind to play with. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden explosion hit him. A large bump appeared on Du's forehead, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The junior brothers and sisters were sweating. "Let's go, Li Chen. Let's go to the firearms training ground together." Xiao Ziying clapped her hands confidently, as if trying to save some face as an older sister. "Sister Ziying, can I really go?" Li Chen asked. After all, he was just an ordinary person, not suitable for these dark guards and generals. "Of course you can go. Have you forgotten that I once gave you a shadow token? With this token, you can mobilize the resources of the dark guards." Xiao Ziying nodded, explaining. Moreover, the general had just instructed her to properly train Li Chen to become a member of the dark guards. Although Xiao Ziying wanted Li Chen to be an ordinary person, he was too extraordinary. After much thought, she decided it was best for Li Chen to join the organization. So that's what the token means. Li Chen understood. Thinking that he could soon play with guns, he was eager to try. Soon, everyone followed Xiao Ziying onto the elevator heading underground. The elevator descended several tens of meters before stopping, and the elevator doors opened. Li Chen looked up and saw what seemed to be a much larger space underground. Who would have thought that beneath this inconspicuous alley, under this huge mansion, there would be such a hidden world? From the looks of it, inside the underground space, besides the martial arts arena and firearms training ground, there were many other unknown rooms. There was also a guy who seemed like a mad scientist, apparently causing quite a loud explosion in his laboratory. This scientist was short, wearing round glasses, with hair blown all over the place, and a face darkened by explosives. However, Xiao Ziying and the others remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such sights, unfazed by the unusual. Moreover, in this huge underground space, many secret passages leading to the surface were also built. Li Chen couldn't help but marvel along the way. Soon, they arrived at the firearms training ground. Next to the firearms room, almost every kind of firearm was stored, from pistols to submachine guns, grenade launchers, shotguns, AKs, sniper rifles, M16s. From various handguns to heavy machine guns, almost everything was there. This left Li Chen speechless. Despite having obtained God-level firearms proficiency, he had only touched the most ordinary small handgun in the chapter on the big battle manager's office. Now, seeing so many firearms, he naturally felt excited. Ziying, can I choose a gun freely? Li Chen looked at Xiao Ziying expectantly. Of course. Li Chen, but I suggest you start with a handgun. Xiao Ziying nodded. This younger brother seemed to be good at everything, but he probably had never touched a handgun before, so it was better to start with a small one as a beginner. Following Ziying's advice, Li Chen chose a classic Desert Eagle. Others also chose their favorite firearms, and surprisingly, Lori chose a heavy machine gun, the minigun M134. This heavy machine gun had 6 long, thick barrels, Gatling rotary firing, with a theoretical firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. With his God-level firearms proficiency, Li Chen naturally saw it at a glance. But hey, big sister, aren't you afraid of shooting? Why did you choose a gun bigger than everyone else's? Lori, are you sure you want to choose this machine gun? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Well, this gun feels more comfortable to me. Lori nodded, carrying rows of large bullets on her shoulder. But aren't you afraid of guns? This is a heavy machine gun, it has tremendous power, right? Li Chen asked again. I'm afraid of shooting, not guns. Lori corrected him. What's the difference? Li Chen was puzzled. Of course, there's a difference. I always miss when shooting, but with this heavy machine gun, whether it hits accurately or not, as long as the rows of bullets sweep past, some will hit. Lori smiled brightly, praising herself for her cleverness. Hearing Lori's explanation, everyone was almost dumbfounded. Li Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead, realizing that Lori's fear of shooting meant this. However, Xiao Ziying was unhappy after hearing this and insisted that Lori choose a small handgun again. As the gun selection ended, and they headed towards the training ground, a black military vehicle arrived. The door opened, and 7 or 8 people got out of the car. The leader was a tall and burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man, robust in stature, was dressed in a sharp military uniform, with 2 revolvers holstered at his waist, draped in a large cloak, exuding a majestic aura. He also wore a black eye patch over his left eye, with 3 sharp scars visible from under the eye patch. From a distance, he looked quite intimidating. This man was none other than Nie Longhuan, Nie Yuanhan's father, the second leader of the secret guards, known as the One-Eyed Gun God. Nie Longhuan led a group of followers, passing by Xiao Ziying's side, couldn't help but stare at her. Xiao Ziying turned her head away, ignoring him. Which? You are becoming more and more disrespectful to me as your senior. No matter what, I am your superior. How can you not even greet me when we meet? Nie Longhuan rebuked with an indifferent expression. Humph. Nie Longhuan, don't think I don't know that you have always wanted to replace the general. But in my heart, the general is my only superior. Xiao Ziying said coldly. The position of the leader of the Dark Guards is for the capable. What is Zhou Pujuan? I will replace him sooner or later. Nie Longhuan said confidently, laughing heartily. I won't allow you to speak ill of the general. Xiao Ziying shouted loudly. When the disciples heard Nie Longhuan's words, they also glared at him angrily. Today we are going to use the shooting range here. You can use it after we finish. Nie Longhuan didn't want to argue further and gave orders to Xiao Ziying and the others. What if we don't agree? Xiao Ziying said angrily upon hearing Nie Longhuan's words. According to the old rules, let's have a competition. Whoever wins in marksmanship can use the range first. Nie Longhuan chuckled. If you want to compete, let's do it. We were here first. Xiao Ziying frowned. What? Are you afraid? Nie Longhuan's eyes sparkled. Xiao Ziying felt anxious. The disciples looked at each other. They might not lose in other aspects, but in marksmanship, even their sniper Han Tao on their side wasn't confident of winning. After all, Nie Longhuan's nickname as the One-Eyed Gun God was well-deserved. Comparing marksmanship with our deputy commander is like playing with fire in front of Guangdong. When our deputy commander was playing with guns, you weren't even born yet. Exactly. Why bother with this? Just admit defeat and give up the range. Nie Longhuan's followers behind him mocked arrogantly. I'll compete with you. Li Chen stood up at this moment. Li Chen, don't. He's the gun god. How can you? Xiao Ziying hurriedly grabbed Li Chen's arm. Li Chen patted Ziying's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Gun god? Interesting. Oh, you're a newcomer? Nie Longhuan asked when he saw Li Chen suddenly stepping forward. I'm Li Chen, Ziying's younger brother. Li Chen smiled lightly. Humph, Xiao Ziying's brother dares to challenge me directly. Nia Longwang was disdainful, then ordered behind him, San, go teach him a lesson. Yes. Lu Sanchen nodded quickly. As Nia Longwang's most talented disciple, known as the Little Gun God, he was extremely excited to face Li Chen. Lu Sanchen, the Little Gun God, looked excitedly at Li Chen, as if he was looking at prey. Being named by Nia Longwang and stepping forward made him very happy. He wore an auxiliary sight on his left eye, a cowboy hat on his head, a leather jacket, khaki pants, leather boots, a dagger on his left waist, and a double-barreled pistol on his right waist. Kid, you're still a newcomer. I advise you to just admit defeat. Lu Sanchen sneered at Li Chen. He, I'm not that easy to give up. Li Chen smiled faintly. How do you want to compete? He, ordinary shooting competitions are too boring. After all, in real combat, people don't just stand still. Lu Sanchen chuckled. The others nodded in agreement. So, let's have a direct showdown. LV Sanchen touched the dual pistols on his waist and adjusted his hat. A showdown? Upon hearing LV Sanchen's words, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. That's right, a cowboy-style showdown. Of course, if you are afraid, you can choose to surrender directly. LV Sanchen smirked, feeling no possibility of harm in this kind of duel. Cowboy-style showdown? How does it work specifically? Li Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. The specific rule is that two gunmen stand back to back, take 20 steps forward each, and after hearing the command, they can turn around and shoot freely. The side that falls first, losing combat effectiveness, will be the loser. LV Sanchen chuckled, seeming very familiar with this kind of competition. And if one side is shot dead midway, the other side doesn't have to take any responsibility at all. LV Sanchen spoke harshly to Li Chen. I understand the rules. Li Chen lightly laughed, eager to try. Li Chen, don't agree to him. Xiao Ziying hurriedly intervened. After all, Li Chen had never even touched a gun before. How could he play such a life and death game right away? Li Chen, just forget it. Loli beside also advised. Yeah, Li Chen, this guy is very skilled in marksmanship. You shouldn't compete with him. Han Tao also quickly advised. Seeing Xiao Ziying and the junior brothers and sisters advising, Li Chen also felt a warmth in his heart. These people really cared about his safety, that's why they were so anxious. But, he, Li Chen, was not someone to be trifled with. Kid, scared, huh? If you are, just surrender directly. Seeing the reaction of Li Chen and the others, Nia Longwang also smirked, looking disdainful. This kind of ignorant little guy dared to challenge him. Who did he think he was? Let's do it this way. I agree. Li Chen nodded, looking relaxed. You, Li Chen. Xiao Ziying was almost in tears with worry. The junior brothers and sisters beside were also very anxious. Could it be that the big sister's brother's head was rusted? The opponent is the Little Gun God. Sister Ziying, you don't need to worry about me. I am confident that I can defeat LV Sanchen. Li Chen hurriedly comforted everyone. Seeing Li Chen so determined, everyone was speechless. However, thinking that Li Chen had once caught a bullet with his bare hands, Xiao Ziying couldn't say anything more in front of so many people. Li Chen took out a gun holster, hung it on his waist, and inserted the Desert Eagle into the holster. Some junior brothers and sisters wanted Li Chen to wear a bulletproof vest and helmet, but Li Chen directly refused. Since LV Sanchen wasn't wearing any bulletproof gear, he naturally wouldn't either. Soon, everyone retreated, leaving the field to Li Chen and LV Sanchen. Li Chen and LV Sanchen stood back to back, each taking 20 steps forward, their hands already hovering near the gun handles, ready to draw at any moment. Fire! Nia Longwang suddenly excitedly gave the command. The two swiftly drew their guns and turned around. Li Chen held the Desert Eagle and immediately pulled the trigger towards LV Sanchen. LV Sanchen also swiftly pulled out the dual pistols on his right waist, but he was half a beat slower than Li Chen. Bang! Bang! Li Chen fired 2 shots, aiming at LV Sanchen's head and waist. LV Sanchen quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the 2 bullets fired by Li Chen. While falling, he also pulled the trigger, firing 2 bullets. Bang! Bang! The 2 bullets hit Li Chen's heart and abdomen respectively. Seeing the 2 bullets coming quickly, Li Chen quickly pulled the trigger, firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! Li Chen's 2 bullets directly collided with the 2 bullets fired by LV Sanchen. Bang! Bang! 4 bullets collided, sparks flying, losing momentum and splattering on the ground. LV Sanchen's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Is this newcomer? The speed at which Li Chen turned and drew his gun was obviously faster than him by a large margin. And this gun technique of bullets colliding obviously required years of practice to achieve. Nia Longwang also frowned slightly. LV Sanchin had only fired 2 shots, while Li Chen had already fired 4. As a gunman, every second counts. Li Chen's speed was too fast. Sniper Han Tao also praised Li Chen in his heart. Even if he were to enter the scene, he probably wouldn't be able to stand still like Li Chen and easily deal with LV Sanchin's incoming bullets. Xiao Ziying was even more surprised. Could a person who had just touched a gun do such a thing? This younger brother was so skilled the first time he touched a gun? The others were also very surprised. They didn't expect Li Chen to be this good. At this moment, LV Sanchin hurriedly stood up, with no hint of underestimation on his face. The moment he stood up, he fired 2 shots. Bang, bang. The bullets closely followed one another, traveling along the same straight-line path, directly aimed at Li Chen's chest. Interesting. Trying to hide the bullets behind like this? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Li Chen, on the other hand, fired 3 shots in a row, with the 3 bullets also following a straight-line trajectory, swiftly flying forward, directly attacking LV Sanchin's 2 bullets, one in front and one behind. Bang, bang. The 2 bullets in front and in the middle of Li Chen once again collided seamlessly with LV Sanchin's 2 bullets. And Li Chen's 3rd bullet, because the first 2 bullets cleared the way, had no obstacles and shot straight towards LV Sanchin's head. LV Sanchin was shocked. He barely dodged the incoming bullets by tilting his head, but the bullets still grazed his cheek, leaving a bloodstain on his face. Nia Longwang widened his eyes involuntarily. Li Chen had just fired 3 bullets in a straight line, completely ignoring the impact of the gun's recoil on the wrist. Most top gunmen could manage to fire 2 bullets in a straight line, but those who could fire 3 bullets in a row were few and far between globally. Could a newcomer really do this? Han Tao was also somewhat stunned. Li Chen actually fired 3 bullets in a straight line. He thought he must ask Li Chen for advice later. Xiao Ziying and the other junior brothers and sisters were even more pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect Li Chen to actually injure LV Sanchin. At this moment, taking advantage of LV Sanchin's momentary distraction from the cut on his face, Li Chen didn't stop his hands. Bang! Another bullet flew out. LV Sanchin's heart was filled with a sense of danger. But it was too late to evade. In the blink of an eye, LV Sanchin was hit in his right hand. Immediately, the double-barreled pistol in LV Sanchin's hand fell to the ground, blood flowing from his hand. LV Sanchin's face showed pain, hurriedly holding his right hand tightly. For a top gunman to be hit in the hand was simply a great humiliation for him. Bang, bang, bang. Li Chen fired 3 shots again. LV Sanchin's cowboy hat was knocked off. The belts on both sides suddenly split. His pants fell directly to the ground. In an instant, a SpongeBob SquarePants underwear was exposed to everyone. Oops. Xiao Ziying and the junior brothers and sisters couldn't help but burst into laughter. Loli quickly covered her face shyly, but she still widened her eyes and peeked through her fingers. Big sister, are you watching or not? Your behavior is really confusing. At this moment, the serious gun battle duel turned into a comical scene. LV Sanchin's face was lost. He quickly pulled up his pants, not knowing whether to go or stay, looking quite ridiculous. Nia Longwang's face was extremely embarrassed. This is so embarrassing that it's all been thrown to Grandma's house. Who the hell would have thought that LV Sanchin would actually lose to a newcomer today? Are newbies this strong now? You know, LV Sanchin is his proudest disciple. To make LV Sanchin look like this, isn't it like slapping him in the face? What surprised Han Tao even more was that after Li Chen took 20 steps, his feet had not moved at all from start to finish. Seeing Li Chen easily defeat the little gun god LV Sanchin, everyone was stunned. You lost. The shooting range is ours now. You guys stand aside first. Xiao Ziying's eyes glanced at Nia Longwang, feeling triumphant. You. Which? Don't be too arrogant. Nia Longwang was so angry that his blood was boiling. They had never lost in shooting before, right? But what's going on today? Is it because they didn't check the almanac before leaving? Nia Longwang really wanted to take out his gun and shoot him. But he was the one who suggested the competition just now, and now that his side had lost, if he backed out, it would ruin his reputation. However, LV Sanchin's embarrassing loss made him feel ashamed. Kid, do you want to try a shot at me too? Nia Longwang said, swiftly pulling out a revolver from his waist. Seeing Nia Longwang's move, everyone was shocked. The gun god was going to take action himself. Xiao Ziying was also surprised. She wanted to stop Nia Longwang's further actions, but Nia Longwang was too fast. Before everyone could react, Nia Longwang had already aimed at Li Chen and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet emitted a faint white smoke as it quickly shot towards Li Chen. Watching Nia Longwang's bullet coming, Li Chen also quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot by Li Chen directly collided with Nia Longwang's bullet. But an astonishing scene unfolded. Nia Longwang's bullet directly shattered Li Chen's bullet as if it were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, then his bullet continued along its original straight path, quickly shooting towards Li Chen. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Nia Longwang's bullet was obviously specially made to achieve this. If given enough tools, Li Chen could also make such bullets, but not now, right? Seeing the bullet coming quickly, Li Chen had no way to avoid it. Seeing this scene, Nia Longwang couldn't help but smirk. Before firing this shot, he had already anticipated this result. The bullet, with the momentum of thunder, shot straight towards Li Chen's forehead. Suddenly, Li Chen swiftly raised his left hand, lightly pinching the index and middle fingers together, catching the flying bullet. Seeing this scene, Nia Longwang's smirk turned into a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! This is really unbelievable. Another ruthless character like the general has appeared. Back then, in the struggle for the leadership of the Dark Guards, it was because the general could catch bullets with his bare hands that he always remained second best. Seeing Li Chen easily catch Nia Longwang's bullet, everyone was also shocked. Their mouths were wide open, stunned. However, Xiao Ziying had seen this before and only thought that her brother was too bold and daring. At this moment, Li Chen swiftly threw the bullet clamped between his fingers towards Nia Longwang. The bullet, wrapped in a fierce wind, shot straight towards Nia Longwang's face. Nia Longwang's heart was on high alert. He quickly raised the revolver to shoot the incoming bullet. Bang! The two bullets collided in the air, sparks flying, losing momentum, and finally falling to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Li Chen actually used his fingers to throw bullets back at Nia Longwang, and they were exchanging fire. Nia Longwang, on the other hand, no longer showed any intention of attacking. He put the revolver back into his waist with a frustrated look. "Kid, I'll remember you today." Nia Longwang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Let's go." Nia Longwang left with a group of disciples, looking unhappy. At this moment, the junior brothers and sisters snapped out of their daze and surrounded Li Chen. Led by Loli, they lifted Li Chen up, tossing him high in the air, catching him, and repeating the process. Watching the junior brothers and sisters' actions, Xiao Ziying couldn't help but chuckle. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the affection of the junior brothers and sisters, rewarded with the Jingchun Universal Building. The relevant documents have been placed in the system space for the host to view at any time. When Li Chen returned to Yuqing's apartment, it was already evening. "Li Chen, I'm going to the company tomorrow, come with me. As the boss, you should also check on your company." Seeing Li Chen return, Xiao Yuqing said hurriedly. "Sure." Li Chen thought since he had nothing else to do, he agreed. "I'll go too." Xiao Feishue also said quickly. "Feishue, are you going too?" Xiao Yuqing glanced at Xiao Feishue and said, "After we check the company, we have to rehearse on site. It might not be suitable for you to follow along all the time, right? Is Li Chen going to rehearse too? Is he going to perform with you?" Xiao Feishue's eyes sparkled. She also had dreams of being a star since she was young, but her singing talent was average, so she didn't practice as much as her sister Yuqing. "Yes, I plan to have Li Chen as a guest performer at my concert." Xiao Yuqing looked at Li Chen expectantly. Well, Li Chen wanted to refuse, but seeing Yuqing's hopeful eyes, he had to agree. "Okay then." "Great, Li Chen. The two of us performing together will definitely cause a sensation at the event." Xiao Yuqing danced with excitement. "Yuqing, I also want to be a guest performer at your concert. I'll sing with Li Chen." Xiao Feishue looked at Xiao Yuqing hugging Li Chen and quickly went to hug Li Chen's other arm. "Feishue, do you want to be a guest performer too?" Xiao Yuqing rolled her eyes. She knew her sister's singing and acting skills were just average. "What? Can't I?" Xiao Feishue pouted, her eyes showing a hint of fierceness as she looked at Li Chen. Feishue, I can help you write a song, okay?" Li Chen quickly responded. "Humph, that's more like it." Xiao Feishue was quite satisfied with Li Chen's response. She held onto Li Chen's arm tightly, raised her chin proudly, and looked at Xiao Yuqing. This made Xiao Yuqing speechless. There was a time when Li Chen only wrote songs for her. Now, there was another sister, Feishue. The next day, Li Chen drove with Feishue and Yuqing to Muyu Entertainment. However, to Li Chen's surprise, Muyu Entertainment's office address was actually in the Universal Building. Wasn't this Universal Building the reward the system gave him yesterday? Located in the second ring road of Jingchang, the Universal Building had a prime location, with a total of 70 floors. In a valuable area of Jingchang, such a building would cost at least several billion. The entire building was covered in beautiful glass on the outside, with brand new facilities inside, and even a reception desk on the first floor. Soon, the three of them entered. The Muyu Entertainment rental is located on the 20th floor. They took the elevator to the 20th floor. Xiao Yuqing led Li Chen and Xiao Feishua into the office area of Muyu Entertainment. Looking at the office area in front of them, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. The entire office area was only over 200 square meters, but it had to accommodate more than 70 employees, indicating how crowded and messy it was. Li Chen, this is how our early entrepreneurship looked like. And we don't have too much capital, right? After next week's concert, the company's finances should ease up, Xiao Yuqing explained when she saw Li Chen frowning. Hearing Xiao Yuqing's explanation, Li Chen nodded. It made sense. The company had hired so many people in such a short time, mostly newcomers, requiring significant resources in the early stages. Soon, the employees of Muyu Entertainment saw Li Chen coming in and came over to greet him. After all, the night before yesterday, Li Chen, the new boss, had given them a great shock. This boss not only gave generous gifts but also showed great strength. Clearly, he was not a simple character. Just then, a wealthy middle-aged man walked into their office area. Manager Lu, why are you here? Xiao Yuqing curiously stared at the wealthy middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was named Lu Fuqing, the property manager of the global building, also in charge of the building's rental fees. Xiao Superstar, starting next month, your rent will increase by 50,000 yuan per month. I'm just here to inform you, Lu Fuqing said with a smile. Ha, didn't you just raise the rent last month? Why raise it again this month? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Last month was last month. Next month is next month. If you can't afford it, you can find another place. Hearing Xiao Yuqing's tone, Lu Fuqing's expression changed immediately. You. Xiao Yuqing was furious. Although the contract stated that rent increases were not allowed, Xiao Yuqing, as a startup company, didn't want to move around casually. She had agreed to a rent increase last month, but she didn't expect another increase now. Isn't this bullying? At this moment, Li Chen looked at Lu Fuqing with a cold expression and asked, who authorized you to collect rent like this? Who authorized us to collect rent like this? We collect rent based on market trends. Is there a problem with that? Lu Fuqing replied with a smile. As an old hand here, he had dealt with countless companies. Dealing with a fledgling entertainment company was a piece of cake for him. Based on market trends? Based on market trends, you raise the rent by tens of thousands every month? Rong Jia couldn't stand it and questioned. In the past 2 months, only Rong Jia knew how hard Xiao Yuqing had worked. They had put in a lot of effort and time, finally setting up the company framework. They had encountered a lot of trivial matters along the way, and now that things had finally settled down, they were faced with such a disgusting situation. I will raise your rent every month. What can you do about it? If you can't afford it, get lost. Lu Fuqing's smiling face turned cold, speaking arrogantly. Hearing this, Xiao Yuqing and Rong Jia were about to explode on the spot. Wasn't he trying to drive their company away? The employees of Muyu Entertainment also couldn't help but glare at Lu Fuqing. Although the company was just starting out, under Sister Yuqing's guidance, each employee felt a strong sense of belonging. Everyone hoped to make a big impact in the company, but today they encountered such a despicable person. At one point, everyone was very angry. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly moved and grabbed Lu Fuqing's hand, exerting a slight force. Ouch! Ouch! Let go of me, you bastard! Lu Fuqing hurriedly spoke to Li Chen as he felt a huge pain in his hand. Tell me, who told you to do this? Li Chen questioned in a deep voice, increasing the force on his hand. It was obvious that a property manager dared to be so arrogant in driving people away because he was acting on someone's orders. It was ordered by General Gao. Lu Fuqing blurted out in pain, under pressure. General Gao? Which General Gao? Li Chen asked. It's Gao Jianming, General Gao. Lu Fuqing quickly explained. Gao Jianming? Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong couldn't help but exchange a glance. Li Chen released Lu Fuqing's hand and looked at Yuqing with a puzzled expression. Li Chen, Gao Jianming is the CEO of Genesis Entertainment. He once wanted to poach me, but I didn't agree. Seeing Li Chen's inquiring gaze, Xiao Yuqing explained. Genesis Entertainment is a newly established entertainment company in recent years. Although it has only been developed for a few years, it has many popular stars and is very powerful. It has already shown signs of surpassing the top 4 entertainment companies in the mainland. It is said that Genesis Entertainment is supported by the underground prince Niayuanhan, which has enabled it to rise rapidly in just a few years. However, it was unexpected that its CEO Gao Jianming would use such despicable means to suppress Xiao Yuqing's new company. At this moment, Lu Fuqing's hand was released, and he immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to call the security guards. Kid, how dare you touch me? You must have a lot of guts. Don't leave. The security guards will be here soon. Lu Fucheng glared at Li Chen with a cold face, rubbing his hand, feeling resentful. Since he became the property manager here, everyone who saw him in the global tower had to give him some face. He never expected to be controlled by a kid today. Leave? Ha ha, I want to see what you are capable of today, Li Chen said, pulling a chair over and sitting down confidently. You. Seeing Li Chen act like this, Lu Fucheng was speechless, but then he spoke fiercely. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Raising the rent is just an excuse. The security guards will be here soon, so you better leave today. Hearing Lu Fucheng's threat, Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong frowned. If the property management company here really did this, then their company would not be able to stay here anymore. But if they moved out immediately, where could they go? What do you think? Scared, right? This is all General Gao's idea. General Gao has immense power behind him. I advise you to move out obediently. Seeing everyone's unpleasant expressions, Lu Fucheng smiled and completely forgot about the pain in his hand. Li Chen, what should we do? Xiao Yuqing was so anxious that she almost cried. Yuqing, don't worry, I have a way. Li Chen hurriedly comforted her. At this time, the security guards in the building also rushed over. Mr. Lu, are you okay? The head security guard asked obsequiously. This kid just hurt my hand. Teach him a lesson. And today, Muyu Entertainment must move out for me. Lu Fucheng shouted loudly at the security guards. Mr. Lu, just watch. The head security guard was tall and imposing, with a fierce demeanor. As he spoke, he took out a baton and pointed it at Li Chen. You dare to fight with Mr. Lu? I think you don't want to live. The security guard said and struck at Li Chen. But Li Chen just chuckled and made a sudden move. Suddenly, more than a dozen security guards fell to the ground one after another. Lu Fucheng has seen all kinds of people, but he never expected to encounter someone who could fight like this today. This is unbelievable. Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? Li Chen chuckled as he looked at Lu Fucheng. Kid, behind Wanjin property are Director Gao and Prince Nia, so don't mess around. Lu Fucheng warned sternly. Li Chen picked up the phone, dialed a number, and made a call. As soon as the call connected, Li Chen said, I'm Li Chen. I'm at Muyu Entertainment now. You have 5 minutes to come over. After that, Li Chen hung up the phone and smiled at Lu Fucheng. Mr. Lu, right? Your property management team doesn't need to work here anymore. You've been fired, Li Chen declared. What? You're firing our property management team? Who do you think you are? Lu Fucheng was incredulous, wondering if this kid had a problem with his head. Who am I? You'll find out soon enough. Li Chen chuckled. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit with a group of subordinates came running over. Mr. Tao, what's going on? Lu Fucheng asked in surprise as he saw the man in a suit running over. Why was the building manager accompanied by a group of subordinates today? Who is Mr. Li Chen? Tao Jianhuo ignored Lu Fucheng and directly asked the crowd. I am Li Chen. Li Chen replied to the man. You are Mr. Li? Tao Jianhuo was slightly surprised to see that the other party was so young. You can check these documents if you don't believe me. Li Chen chuckled and took out a series of building transfer documents and his ID. Tao Jianhuo took them, carefully compared them with the documents he brought, and after confirming their accuracy, he said, Hello, boss. He hurriedly led his subordinates to bow. Seeing this scene, Lu Fucheng and the employees of Muyu Entertainment were all dumbfounded. Boss? They called Li Chen the boss? Mr. Tao, and you, what's going on? Lu Fucheng asked in disbelief. This is our new boss, Mr. Li Chen. He bought the global building yesterday. He is now the new owner of the global building, Tao Jianhuo introduced. What? The new owner of the global building? Lu Fucheng was speechless, with cold sweat running down his back. The management of the global building only hired Lu Fucheng's property management company to assist in the daily affairs of the building. The property management was completely subordinate to the building and depended on the management of the building for survival. And now this kid had become the owner of the building, so he could directly fire their property management team. Xiao Yuqing and Sister Rong were also stunned on the spot. What did they just see? Li Chen is the owner of the global building? The employees of Muyu Entertainment were all amazed and looked at Li Chen in astonishment. It's worth noting that the global building is a commercial office building with over 70 floors, each floor covering more than 2,000 square meters. In a prime location like the Second Ring Road in Beijing, its value is immeasurable. Even the total monthly rent collected is calculated in billions. Mr. Lu, right? Do I have the right to fire your property management team now? Li Chen smiled as he looked at Lu Fucheng. You. Lu Fucheng was speechless. At this moment, there was no trace of his previous arrogance. Seeing Li Chen become the owner of the global building, Lu Fucheng had nothing to say, his face pale, and he was about to leave. However, Li Chen spoke up. Wait, did I say you could leave? Why can't I leave? Lu Fucheng asked nonchalantly. Of course, you can leave. But before you go, make sure to organize all the accounts here for me. Li Chen sternly reprimanded. The way Lu Fucheng treated the tenants here, the accumulated power over the years, I don't know how many customers he has offended. Now that he wants to leave, he also needs to settle the accounts. You. Hearing Li Chen's reprimand, Lu Fucheng felt uneasy in his heart. He had been up to no good over the years. Soon, under Li Chen's orders, the supervisor here, Tao Jianhua, meticulously sorted out the property accounts. Not until this was done did they realize that Lu Fucheng had embezzled a lot of money over the years. With the police involved, he was probably going to have a taste of prison food. Soon, Wanjin property was directly cleared out. Li Chen held another meeting, directly removing relevant personnel, and posted a notice informing all tenants of the current situation of the building, promising that there would never be any more issues like irregular rent collection in the future. The murky atmosphere in the global building was finally cleared, and the people in the building were overjoyed. And under Li Chen's arrangement, Xiao Yuqing's company directly obtained the entire office area on the 20th floor, expanding from the original 200 square meters to 2,000 square meters. Naturally, the employees of Muyu Entertainment cheered. The cramped office space had now become spacious and bright, strengthening their determination to stay and work hard in the company. For a while, everyone's enthusiasm for work soared. After a busy day, night fell, leaving only Li Chen and Xiao Yuqing in the company, not knowing where Xiao Feishue had gone. Turning off all the lights, leaving only a dim light, Li Chen and Xiao Yuqing sat together. Li Chen, why did you buy the global building? Xiao Yuqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but stare at Li Chen. This younger brother always had unexpected behaviors. Was Li Chen buying the building for her? Yuqing, I just felt like it yesterday, so I bought it. Facing the curious Yuqing, Li Chen spoke. Li Chen, how should I thank you? Under the dim light, Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she gazed directly at Li Chen. Yuqing, no need to thank me. Besides, Muyu Entertainment is our company. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Looking at Yuqing's beautiful face up close, Li Chen felt like he could eat her up, and quickly spoke. No way? Close your eyes. Sister will give you a surprise. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from Li Chen, Xiao Yuqing's face blushed slightly as she spoke. Close my eyes? Why? Before Li Chen could think more, Xiao Yuqing leaned in and kissed Li Chen on the lips. Just as the two were immersed in the moment, the lights in the building suddenly turned on, and the employees of Muyu Entertainment and Xiao Feishue pushed out a cart with a large birthday cake on it. Happy birthday! Before anyone could finish the first sentence, they saw the scene in front of them and were stunned. What did they just see? Yuqing was actually kissing Li Chen. Under the bright lights, Yuqing quickly let go of Li Chen's arm. She had been too engrossed, so even a few seconds after the lights came on, she was still lost in the kiss. Thinking of her own crazy actions just now, Yuqing blushed with embarrassment. The employees were momentarily stunned, but immediately started clamoring, saying, Yuqing, kiss him again. Yuqing, kiss him again. This made Xiao Yuqing blush even more, feeling like her face as a boss had been shattered. At this moment, neither kissing nor not kissing, leaving nor not leaving, Li Chen was also embarrassed. He couldn't help but scratch his head and chuckle. These young employees were really something. Beside them, Xiao Feishue clenched her fists when she saw this scene. Yuqing was really lacking in manners. She had wanted to give them a surprise. You guys kissed secretly. At this moment, on the rooftop of the global building, a man in white clothes. At this moment, he was holding a sharp surgical knife, performing a minimally invasive craniotomy on an employee of Muyu Entertainment. This is a nano-electromagnetic chip. You can become my servant, this is your honor. He. There was a fake eye on his right eye, from which he poured out a microchip, and then put the fake eye back. There was a long scar on his mouth, as if a sharp blade had cut straight along his mouth. The whole face looked eerie, like a stitched monster. He. Go and complete your task. The man in white clothes was amazingly fast. Whether he was too skilled in this surgery or naturally gifted, he completed the surgery in no time. The employee of Muyu Entertainment suddenly opened his eyes, looking dazed, with unfocused eyes. Yes, master, the employee said in a deep voice. In the president's office of Genesis Entertainment. What? Wanjin property was kicked out of the global building? Cao Jianming could hardly believe his ears. Although he mainly focused on entertainment, he also operated this property company. This property company made a lot of money because it managed the properties of many commercial buildings, with the global building being the most profitable. Now that the business in the global building was gone, he was very displeased. General Gao, the manager of Wanjin property in the global building, Lu Fuqing, has been arrested. It is said that he embezzled a lot of money. I guess the police will come to ask you questions soon. The beautiful female secretary on the side reminded with a worried look. This Lu Fuqing is really incompetent. If the police ask about Wanjin property, just say that I was not directly involved in the management, Gao Jianming said indifferently. He just wanted to suppress Xiao Yuqing's new company a bit, hoping that Xiao Yuqing would come to him for help, so he could have some leverage over her. But things did not develop as he had expected. Soon, after the female secretary finished reporting, she left twisting her waist. Gao Jianming opened a hidden room in the president's office and entered. In the dark room, a man of medium build, with an unclear face, was tinkering with something at a table that resembled a chemistry lab. Hearing someone coming in, he looked displeased. When can I go out? Mr. Nia said that it's too risky recently, so you should keep a low profile. If you want women, I can bring them to you anytime. Gao Jianming was very humble at this moment. Women will only affect my judgment. The man buried his head back into the table. It was midnight. Genesis Entertainment, President's office. Gao Jianming slowly exited the hidden room, carefully closed it, then turned off the office computer and the room lights before leaving. Shortly after he left, in a room in the office, a figure emerged from the darkness, Li Chen. After celebrating the birthdays with the employees of Muyu Entertainment, Li Chen inquired about Gao Jianming's situation. Taking advantage of the night, he sneaked into the president's office of Genesis Entertainment. Li Chen wanted to investigate Gao Jianming's situation and then give him a harsh lesson so that he wouldn't dare to provoke Yuqing's company again. But he unexpectedly saw Gao Jianming entering the hidden room. Seeing Gao Jianming acting suspiciously, there must be something wrong in that hidden room. But Li Chen didn't dare to enter recklessly and alert the enemy. After some thought, he changed his appearance. Li Chen turned on the light in the office restroom, carefully comparing his reflection in the mirror to Gao Jianming's appearance. Satisfied, Li Chen nodded. He then walked to the main office, imitating Gao Jianming's actions by pulling open a painting on the wall, triggering a hidden mechanism that slowly opened a concealed door in the wall. Li Chen stepped inside directly, entering a dark secret room. A man with an indiscernible face was still busy at a desk filled with various chemical test tubes. The sound of Li Chen's leather shoes echoed in the secret room. The man at the desk, upon hearing someone enter, looked back in confusion. Upon recognizing Gao Jianming, he asked in a deep voice, "Why have you come back?" Li Chen was startled to see the man's face, which seemed to have been burned by sulfuric acid. The man's face was intermittently illuminated by the incandescent lamp on the desk, giving him a ghastly appearance. Despite Li Chen's mental preparation, he was still taken aback. "Oh, I forgot something. That's why I came back to check." Li Chen felt a sense of urgency internally but calmly spoke. However, with just these words, the man's eyes lit up as he swiftly grabbed something from the desk and hurled it towards Li Chen. Li Chen sensed danger as the object, resembling a sugar ball wrapped in thin paper, rapidly approached him. Li Chen quickly dodged it, and the object landed on the ground, emitting white smoke that corroded a large area of the marble floor. Was this a highly corrosive poison? Li Chen realized he needed to be cautious. If even a bit of it splashed on him, it could be fatal. The man, seeing his first attempt fail, threw another object resembling a sugar ball, prompting Li Chen to dodge again. Suddenly, smoke filled the room, plunging it into complete darkness. Li Chen covered his mouth and nose, wary of the toxic fumes. With his advanced medical skills, Li Chen recognized the smoke as a chemical toxin. In the darkness, using his eagle-eye vision, Li Chen saw the man hastily grab his backpack and attempt to flee the secret room. Li Chen chased after him, kicking the man as he tried to escape. The man evaded the kick and retaliated by striking at Li Chen, who managed to avoid the attack. Li Chen landed on the ground, facing the man. Both men were surprised by each other's skills and prepared for the next move. However, in Li Chen's eyes, his hands obviously have been soaked or contaminated with a highly toxic substance. While Li Chen was contemplating, ding, please defeat the 1000 Demon Hand Ho Shuang, complete the task, and the system will activate random rewards. Damn it! 1000 Demon Hand Ho Shuang? Could it be the person who ambushed General Zhou Prejuan? When treating the general last time, Li Chen had already heard of this person's name, rumored to be the top poison expert in Longhua. This damn guy unexpectedly encountered Li Chen here. Li Chen was speechless for a moment. He just wanted to stand up for Sister Yuqing, teach a lesson to that high General Gao Jianming, originally thinking he was just a small fry. Unexpectedly, a serious fugitive was hidden in Gao Jianming's secret room. I wonder what the relationship is between Gao Jianming and Ho Shuang. However, since the system has already issued the task, and this person is extremely cunning in every move, Li Chen naturally cannot let him escape easily. Under the night sky, moonlight spilled into the office. The two confronted each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, Ho Shuang once again struck at Li Chen's face. Li Chen dodged, and at the same time, Ho Shuang's other hand attacked. Li Chen dodged left and right, while Ho Shuang's hands moved swiftly and stickily. Coupled with the fluorescence on his hands, many afterimages were left in the air between his movements, like a thousand-armed guanyin. Although his movements were swift and magnificent, after a few moves, Li Chen had already seen through his tactics. This time, Ho Shuang's palm struck again, and Li Chen did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Ho Shuang's left wrist as it attacked, while Ho Shuang's right hand also swiftly attacked. Li Chen grabbed his right wrist. Ho Shuang was shocked. His 1,000 demon hands were directly countered. Even a top-notch expert would not dare to easily grab his hand, usually avoiding it. On the one hand, because his hands were soaked in poison for years, extremely toxic, ordinary people would die instantly upon contact. On the other hand, his 1,000 demon hands were incredibly fast, making it impossible for ordinary people to even see, let alone grab his hand. However, today this person directly grabbed his wrists. This person was not only extremely bold but also faster than him. "Who are you?" Ho Shuang's voice was as hoarse as if it had been scalded with sulfuric acid, extremely husky. He, I am Gao Jianming." Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Although this guy's appearance was disgusting, it didn't prevent Li Chen from seeing the shock in his eyes. He grabbed Ho Shuang's wrists and exerted force. Crack, crack. Immediately, Ho Shuang's wrists were broken, rendering his hands useless. "Ah, I will never coexist with you." Ho Shuang's piercing scream rang out, full of hatred in his eyes. He had put so much effort into cultivating such hands, never expecting them to be ruined in an instant. Li Chen continued without stopping, grabbing and forcefully breaking Ho Shuang's arms from the wrists, rendering them useless. Ah! Ho Shuang felt like he was experiencing a nightmare. He roamed the underworld, even the Longwa general had to fear him to some extent, and even fell victim to his poisonous hands. But he never expected to be defeated by a mysterious person today. But it wasn't over yet. Li Chen suddenly exerted force with his foot, kicking towards Ho Shuang's crotch. Ho Shuang felt a sense of danger and tried to dodge, but his arms were caught by Li Chen, leaving him with no escape. Moreover, Li Chen's kicking speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, another piercing scream came from Ho Shuang as he was kicked and flew away. He clutched his crotch, his face twisted in pain, his body curled up like a shrimp. Just now, the sound of eggshells breaking was clearly heard in the air. At this moment, Ho Shuang's face was extremely painful, his eyes staring at Li Chen with resentment. "Now I see how you can still harm people with poison." Li Chen looked at the fallen Ho Shuang with a smile. "Who are you?" Ho Shuang felt like he had suffered an undeserved disaster. He was fine in the secret room, so how did this person suddenly appear? "Me? He. Li Chen instantly changed back to his original appearance from Gao Jianming's face. "You?" Seeing Li Chen suddenly change his face, Ho Shuang could hardly believe his eyes. "I am Li Chen. You may not know me." Li Chen took out a bottle of red wine and a goblet from the wine cabinet next to him, and sat on the sofa gracefully. Facing the zombie-like face of the dark knight, it was indeed necessary to drink some wine to calm down. "Li Chen? It's you!" Ho Shuang was shocked to hear this, because Gao Jianming had told him yesterday that a person named Li Chen had removed the severe poison from the general. "Do you know me?" Li Chen took a sip of the red wine in his hand and looked at Ho Shuang. At this moment, Ho Shuang lying on the ground opened his mouth, as if to speak, but a poison needle suddenly shot out from his mouth, aiming quickly at Li Chen's heart. Li Chen was so agile that he naturally dodged it. The poison needle shot into the leather sofa where Li Chen had just sat, causing it to corrode and collapse suddenly. Damn it! This guy was in such a state, yet he still shot poison needles at him. Li Chen was instantly furious. He grabbed the red wine bottle and swiftly approached Ho Shuang. Seeing that his poison needle did not hit Li Chen, Ho Shuang was naturally very disappointed. However, a second poison needle was already aimed at Li Chen from his mouth. But Li Chen did not give Ho Shuang another chance to shoot needles. Li Chen suddenly grabbed Ho Shuang's hair, picked up the wine bottle in his hand, and stabbed it into Ho Shuang's mouth. Most of Ho Shuang's teeth were shattered by the wine bottle in Li Chen's hand. The wine bottle in Li Chen's hand continued to break several more. "Damn it! I'll make you stop using poison. I'll make you spit poison needles." Li Chen kept stabbing one bottle after another. Soon, Ho Shuang's mouth was smashed by Li Chen. His already extremely ugly face was now covered in blood. Finally, Li Chen stopped, and Ho Shuang had fainted. Li Chen released Ho Shuang, wiped his hands with a tissue, and called Ziyin. "Hello?" Li Chen, are you still awake? Xiao Ziyin was a bit surprised that Li Chen called her so late at night. She had just finished today's training and was about to go to sleep. Moreover, the general's injuries had already recovered most of the way, and the general had even told Xiao Ziyin that he would personally thank Li Chen again in a few days. She didn't expect Li Chen to call her at this time. Ziyin, I caught the 1,000-demon hand Ho Shuang. Li Chen went straight to the point. What? Xiao Ziyin was surprised. Li Chen explained the whole story to her over the phone. So you really caught the 1,000-demon hand Ho Shuang? After listening to Li Chen's story, Xiao Ziyin was no longer calm. Previously, the 1,000-demon hand Ho Shuang had repeatedly succeeded in assassinations, even ambushing the general, but the secret guards had spent a lot of effort and time without any results. Unexpectedly, Li Chen now said he had caught the 1,000-demon hand Ho Shuang. How could this not shock her? Yes, Ziyin, I have subdued him. We are now in the president's office of Genesis Entertainment. You should come over quickly. I think you need to investigate this Genesis Entertainment thoroughly. Li Chen hurriedly said. Okay, I understand. Li Chen, wait there, I'll come over right away. Xiao Ziyin hung up the phone and immediately took action. And at that moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Qiamashu Ho Shuang, rewarding the host with a set of villas in Shangjing. Ding. Reward the host with mastery of divine level poison. Ding. Reward the host with divine level voice changing technique. Hearing the system unexpectedly giving 3 rewards at once, Li Chen was overjoyed. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful this time. Shangjing Villa, this reward is not bad. Tonight is not Xiao Yuqing's birthday, it's next week at the concert, but today the staff celebrated Yuqing's birthday early for work. In fact, Li Chen hasn't figured out what birthday gift to give to Yuqing yet. This set of villas can be given to Yuqing. Moreover, she is already a top superstar. How can she keep living in an apartment? After all, the personal privacy of the apartment is too poor. As for the mastery of divine level poison, this is also very good. With the mastery of poison, Li Chen can easily make any poison. As for the divine level voice changing technique, that goes without saying. Just now when talking to Ho Shuang, although Li Chen tried to imitate Gao Jianming's voice, as soon as he spoke, Ho Shuang recognized that he was a fake Gao Jianming. With the divine level voice changing technique, this situation will not happen again. The divine level voice changing technique combined with the divine level disguise technique is simply seamless. Dress up as anyone in the future. After taking stock of this round of rewards, Xiao Ziyin and a group of dark guards also rushed over. When they saw Qiamashu Ho Shuang with both hands and arms disabled, his face and crotch dripping with blood, they couldn't help but feel scalp tingling. However, Li Chen himself was unscathed, sitting on the boss's chair as if nothing had happened, leisurely holding a high-footed cup and sipping wine. This made everyone marvel at Li Chen's strength while also feeling speechless. Li Chen, you are really not considerate enough. You have already taken down Ho Shuang without waiting for me to take action. Du with 2 knives looked at Li Chen dissatisfied, his hoarse voice showing some disappointment for not being able to kill Ho Shuang himself, and some admiration for Li Chen. In short, his words were full of sarcasm. Du drew out the 2 knives behind him and gestured towards Ho Shuang's hands. Hey, Du, what are you doing? Luoli, who was on the side, saw Du's actions and asked curiously. My collection happens to be missing a pair of poisonous hands, Du said excitedly. Looking at Ho Shuang's shining hands, he seemed to be appraising a piece of art. TSK. What's there to collect? With this effort, you might as well eat 2 more bowls of rice. Luoli said disdainfully. Du is good at everything, but he has a bit of a collecting obsession. Others collect stamps, food stamps, newspapers, or old books, but Du likes to collect things from his enemies, such as Iron Hammer King's hammer, Chain Lady's nail polish, Dagger Emperor's cigarette holder, and Dagger Killer's high heels. However, this time he actually wanted to crazily collect Ho Shuang's hands. Du, the criminal is not dead yet. You can't cut off the criminal's hands like this. Han Tao, the sniper next to him, pushed his monocle and a cross-shaped glint flashed across the lens. He rationally reminded. What's the big deal? He's going to be a dead man soon anyway. Du said nonchalantly. Listening to the conversation of the 3, Xiao Ziyin couldn't help but hold her forehead. Du, you are not allowed to touch him, Xiao Ziyin said, making a popping chestnut gesture with her hand. The younger brothers and sisters hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Senior sister, after his execution, you must keep these hands for me. Faced with the imposing senior sister, Du reluctantly moved his gaze away from Ho Shuang's hands. That's not allowed either. Xiao Ziyin decisively refused. This junior brother's behavior is getting stranger and stranger. In order to correct Du's bad behavior and make him listen to advice, Xiao Ziyin instantly exploded in anger, causing a big lump to appear on Duyu's head, with faint blue smoke rising from it. Seeing this scene, the junior disciples immediately fell silent. Li Chen was also speechless for a while. Ho Shuang on the ground had actually woken up a while ago and heard the conversation of the dark guards just now, but for the sake of his remaining dignity, he just closed his eyes and lay still on the ground. After Li Chen's bone-crushing beating, Ho Shuang was now desperate for a quick death. But who would have thought that the legendary master of dark hands would be discussed about having his hands cut off and preserved before his death? The next day, at the headquarters of the Dark Guards. What? Li Chen actually defeated Ho Shuang directly? When the senior Dark Guard leaders heard this news, they were shocked. You know, the Dark Hands have been rampant in recent years, acting mysteriously and never missing their targets. His dark demon hands were so terrifying that no one dared to engage him in close combat. It's unbelievable that Li Chen has defeated him now. How could this news not be shocking? But isn't Li Chen the doctor who cured the general? Even the medicine experts want to learn from him. How could he be so powerful in martial arts as well? Nia Longhuang was speechless. This kid is so extraordinary. Last time, catching bullets barehanded already amazed him. Now he has defeated the Dark Hands, the top poison expert. Even the general fell victim to the Dark Hands, but Li Chen unexpectedly defeated them. Doesn't this mean Li Chen is even more powerful than the general? Nia Longhuang couldn't help but raise his estimation of Li Chen's martial arts level in his mind. General, I suggest that Li Chen be classified as a top talent for training. Even consider grooming him as the leader of the new generation of Dark Guards. Xing Tianyan, the military advisor, stroked his beard thoughtfully, both shocked and impressed. When he met the chess-playing kid on the plane, he never imagined that he would excel in intelligence, medical skills, and martial arts. Such a genius must be cultivated. Upon hearing the military advisor Xing Tianyan's words, the generals were all surprised. Top talent? Leader of the new generation of Dark Guards? Isn't that too high a level? In the last battle with the clown, Li Chen made a great contribution. At that time, I wanted him to join the Dark Guards. Now that he has defeated the Dark Hands, Li Chen should naturally be classified as a top talent for training. Our Dragon Nation is fortunate to have such a talent. Zhou Pujuan spoke excitedly. In the last battle with the clown, everyone thought it was Xiao Ziying's credit, but only Zhou Pujuan knew the details. When Zhou Pujuan revealed it now, everyone was once again astonished. Meanwhile, Nia Yuanhan beside him was burning with jealousy. He used to be considered the most powerful among the younger generation of Dark Guards, but everything changed since Li Chen appeared. Li Chen not only surpassed him in martial arts but also cured the general medically. Such a genius must be eliminated at the first opportunity. Ruan Diqing's eyes were also flickering. Last night, after hearing that some Dark Guards had gone to the Genesis Entertainment Company, he quickly made a judgment and secretly sent people to kill Gao Jianming and other relevant personnel in advance, cutting off any connection between Gao Jianming and Nie Yuanhan. It was a risky move, but it paid off. If he hadn't made that decision in time, Nie Yuanhan and he would probably be in trouble. Just then, Xiao Ziying and the junior disciples brought in a prisoner. Everyone couldn't help but look at the prisoner. The prisoner was wearing a wrinkled suit, with swollen eyes and a haggard face, as if he hadn't slept all night. Seeing this person, Nie Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing couldn't help but shiver. The two couldn't help but look at each other, clearly seeing shock and fear in each other's eyes. The criminal turned out to be Gao Jianming, the president of Genesis Entertainment. Wasn't Gao Jianming already eliminated last night? How did he come back to life now? General, he is Gao Jianming, the president of Genesis Entertainment. The Thousand Demon Hand was hiding in his president's secret room at that time, and he also said that the Thousand Demon Hand colluded with members of the Dark Guards. Xiao Ziying reported. Oh, the Thousand Demon Hand colluded with the Dark Guards? Who did they collude with in the Dark Guards? Zhou Pujuan coldly looked at Gao Jianming. It's them. It's Nie Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing. They passed messages to House Huang. That's why House Huang could escape smoothly every time. Gao Jianming seemed to have made a big decision, trembling fingers pointing at Nie Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing. Hearing this, Nie Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing trembled. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Nie Yuanhan and Ruan Diqing turned out to be the masterminds behind the Thousand Demon Hand? If that's true, then this matter is no small matter. You son of a b************. Nie Yuanhan couldn't help but scold Gao Jianming. I'm a son of a b**********. It was you who cruelly killed my whole family last night, trying to clear yourselves. But I faked my death in the end, that's how I escaped. Gao Jianming retorted angrily. You. Nie Yuanhan was furious but couldn't refute. Nie Yuanhan. Ruan Diqing. Do you have anything else to say? Zhou Pujuan stared at Nye Yuanhan and Ruan Diching with an unclear look in his eyes. The strong pressure and the gaze of the crowd attacked Nye Yuanhan and Ruan Diching. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Humph. It was me. What can you do to me? You old immortal. You should have stepped down long ago. Unable to escape, Nye Yuanhan admitted directly. Beep. Hearing this, Ruan Diching slumped directly to the ground. This is over. Xing Tianyan glanced at Ruan Diching and couldn't help but sigh in regret. However, this was ultimately his disciple's choice, no one else to blame. Everyone was even more astonished to hear this. Nye Yuanhan and the Thousand Demon Hand collaborated to plot against the general. You traitor! Nye Longhuang punched Nye Yuanhan to the ground. Although Nye Longhuang wanted to become the leader of the Dark Guards, he hadn't reached the point of assassination. Even if he won, he wanted to win fair and square. But now, what had he become because of his son Nye Yuanhan's actions? With one punch, Nye Yuanhan not only fell to the ground but blood flowed from his head in an instant. You son of a b**********. It's all because of you. Nye Yuanhan glared at Gao Jianming with resentment. You admitted it yourself. Don't blame me for it. Just then, Gao Jianming chuckled, the swelling around his eyes disappeared, and his complexion improved. Actually, the real Gao Jianming was killed by you last night. Suddenly, Li Chen returned to his handsome appearance. Beep, the hall was instantly in an uproar. Damn! Isn't this Li Chen? What the hell, is this a transformation technique? Even these experienced generals were deceived. Zhou Pujuan and Nye Longhuang widened their eyes in disbelief. Li Chen was actually so extraordinary? Could he even perform such a miraculous transformation technique? Xing Tianyan couldn't help but praise inwardly. He hadn't misjudged Li Chen. Li Yuanhan was so angry that he spat blood. He, a genius, was defeated by such a trivial trick today. Ruan Diching was dumbfounded. He had been clever all his life, but was confused for a moment. He had not noticed any flaws just now. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Li Chen and Xiao Ziying couldn't help but exchange a glance. This plan had succeeded. Nye Yuanhan and Ruan Diching were finally caught. Those involved in the Dark Guards were also uprooted. Nye Longhuang, although innocent, could no longer stay at the Dark Guard headquarters because of his son's heinous crime. After some reorganization, the Dark Guard was restored to order. One day, Li Chen was invited to the Dark Guard headquarters. Xiao Li, today, we sincerely invite you to join our Dark Guard. Zhou Pujuan and Xing Tianyan spoke earnestly. Well, I'd rather not. I don't like being bound. Li Chen refused. Hearing Li Chen's response, Zhou Pujuan and Xing Tianyan smiled at each other. This is the general's token of the Dark Guard. With this token, you can be free from many rules of the Dark Guard. Zhou Pujuan presented a black token with a gold border. Furthermore, this is a top-level martial art manual that will enhance your martial arts skills. Xing Tianyan took out a top-level boxing manual, holding it as if luring a young beggar. The two men stared at Li Chen intently. Well, I just want to lie down like a salted fish. I won't join your Dark Guard. Li Chen refused without blinking an eye. This unexpected response left the two old men speechless. Xiao Ziying on the side couldn't help but cover her forehead. However, it was also good for Li Chen to live as an ordinary person. But what surprised Xiao Ziying even more was that after Li Chen returned, Zhou Pujuan and Xing Tianyan ordered her to capture Li Chen and make him join the Dark Guard at all costs. This left Xiao Ziying somewhat at a loss. 3 days before Yu Qingzhe's concert. Inside the Shuili Square Stadium, Xiao Yuqing and her staff were nervously rehearsing. Li Chen, who wanted to lie down like a salted fish, was also brought over. Despite frequent mistakes during the tense rehearsal, order was quickly restored after Li Chen's guidance. At that moment, Li Chen was looking at the concert program. Sister Yuqing, why do I have to sing more than 10 songs on stage? Li Chen said helplessly. The concert included a total of 30 songs, and Li Chen was asked to sing 17. He didn't want to be a star. At this rate, wouldn't it become Li Chen's solo concert? Li Chen, it's just 17 songs. They are all duets with me. Just accompany me, okay? Seeing Li Chen's reluctance, Xiao Yuqing hugged his arm and coquettishly pleaded. Is this still the elegant Sister Yuqing? Feeling the softness in his arm, Li Chen was somewhat swayed, but he still firmly refused. Too many. I'll sing at most 3 songs. 10 songs, Xiao Yuqing insisted. 4 songs, Li Chen thought for a moment. 9 songs, 5 songs. After some bargaining, they settled on 6 songs. All right, I'll only sing 6 duets with you. No more changes. Li Chen rubbed his forehead. I want to sing too. Li Chen, you promised to write songs for me. Xiao Feishue on the side watched the negotiation between the two, pouted, and somewhat angrily said, Feishue, I'm really sorry. I almost forgot about writing a song for you. I'll write it for you now. Li Chen quickly picked up pen and paper from the table and started writing. These days, I have been busy with the security guards matters and almost forgot about writing a song for Feishue. When the employees around heard that the boss was going to write a song personally, they couldn't help but come over to watch. Yukingji can rise quickly after leaving Tianyu. On the one hand, it is because of Yukingji's outstanding singing skills and reputation, and on the other hand, it is because Yukingji's partner, the boss, helped her create dozens of top classic songs in a short period of time. In the circle of lyric and song creation, Lycan has already gained a reputation in a short time. Seeing this young boss writing a song on the spot, all the employees wanted to witness his on-the-spot creation style, only to see, after Lycan held the ballpoint pen, there was no pause for thought on his hand. Brush, brush. Only the sound of the ballpoint pen crossing the paper was heard on the spot. In less than a minute, the music score and lyrics jumped onto the paper. The employees were somewhat surprised to see someone write a song like this for the first time. Let's not talk about whether Lycan's writing is good or not. At least in terms of speed, this is too fast. Just as Lycan stopped writing, Xiao Yuqing snatched it away. She looked at the music and lyrics on it, her eyes widened. Judging from her musical literacy, this song is definitely another classic song. Lycan, this song is amazing. Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but praise. This is the song Lycan wrote for me. Hearing Xiao Yuqing's praise, Xiao Feishue quickly snatched it from Xiao Yuqing's hand. Feishue, maybe you shouldn't sing with your voice. Xiao Yuqing struck back. Humph, Yuqing, you can sing Lycan's song. I can too. Xiao Feishue was unwilling. Watching the interaction between the two sisters, everyone was stunned. Under Xiao Feishue's persuasion, Xiao Yuqing finally agreed to let Xiao Feishue go on stage to sing this song. For this song, Lycan gave a few pointers, and Xiao Feishue practiced in a decent manner. Watching everyone busy in an orderly manner, Lycan relaxed. He went to a quiet audience seat, intending to take a nap. However, he found a person wearing a Muyu Entertainment employee t-shirt, who was furtively manipulating something in the audience seat. This caught Lycan's attention. The employee looked ordinary, with a somewhat dull expression. He seemed to be placing something under the audience seat, and after doing so, he walked towards another audience seat. Lycan quietly approached and found that the employee had just placed a C4 level timed bomb under the audience seat. Damn it! The way this bomb was set up made Lycan think of the Joker. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Lycan did not suddenly arrest the employee but quietly followed him. As the employee placed bombs along the way, Lycan quietly defused them. Soon, the employee had placed more than a dozen timed bombs throughout the stadium. And the locations were particularly well thought out. If they exploded simultaneously, they could probably blow up the entire stadium. And this guy even placed several bombs under the stage. This guy is insane. However, Lycan still endured without any action. After the employee finished work, Lycan quietly followed him all the way. The employee returned home normally. Lycan followed quietly. By now, the employee had finished washing up, turned off the lights, and was about to go to bed. Lycan had been hiding in the dark, seemingly without any accomplices. Just as Lycan was losing patience and about to arrest the person, a white figure suddenly entered the room from outside the window. Remember, the employee lived on the 7th floor. With the ability of eagle-eye vision, Li Chen clearly saw that the figure in white was wearing all white clothes, like a doctor in a white coat, with sparse hair on the head, wearing something like a diving mask on top of the head. The skin on the face was patchy, with different colors, as if made up of different skins pieced together, and there was a long scar cutting through the mouth along the lips. In the moonlight shining into the room, its appearance was extremely strange, like a stitched monster. Seeing the person in white coming in, the employee who was about to lie down and sleep suddenly sat up straight. Is today's bomb setup completed? The person in white asked with a smile. Master, all set up. The employee replied mechanically. Continue setting up tomorrow. Make sure the entire stadium is filled with our bombs. The person in white said, taking out many bombs from the white coat pocket. Yes, master. The employee replied mechanically. So, it was you who set the bombs. Li Chen suddenly walked out from the dark shadow of the room, his gaze fixed on the person in white. Hearing Li Chen's voice, the person in white and the employee couldn't help but tremble. They seemed to have not expected that there would be other people in the room. For a moment, both of them were shocked. In the darkness, Li Chen's voice suddenly sounded, making the person in white and the employee of Murain Entertainment tremble. The person in white suddenly swung his hand, sending a sharp surgical knife towards Li Chen. In the dark night, the surgical knife carried a fierce wind, sharp and unstoppable, attacking Li Chen's face. Li Chen quickly dodged to the side, and the surgical knife hit the wall behind him straight. The wall instantly cracked like a spider web from the point where the surgical knife struck. The person in white had already fled towards the window while throwing the surgical knife. Li Chen hurried to chase, but at that moment, the employee of Murain Entertainment suddenly leaped up from the bed like a zombie, directly attacking Li Chen. Li Chen sensed danger and punched the employee away, and in the moment of being hit, the employee's body suddenly exploded with a boom. Li Chen quickly lay down to avoid it, the violent explosion causing the entire building to tremble. Limbs and arms flew in the room, blood staining the entire room. Damn it! What the hell? Is this a human bomb? Li Chen was also shaken. If he had reacted a little slower just now, wouldn't he have been injured by the explosion too? At the same time, a series of question marks arose in Li Chen's mind. How could this employee suddenly explode? Clearly, he was an employee of Murain, but he seemed to be controlled by the person in white. And why were they placing bombs in the stadium pool? Several thoughts flashed through Li Chen's mind, and as he got up, the person in white had already escaped through the window. Li Chen looked around the window but could no longer see the person in white. Just when Li Chen thought the person in white had escaped, suddenly, Li Chen saw that not far away in the sky, the person in white was flying in the sky on a triangular hang glider, quickly escaping. Damn it! Flying in the sky. Li Chen quickly jumped out of the window, leaping onto the roof, stepping on a row of roofs, chasing after the person in white. In the dark night, Li Chen silently tracked. The person in white finally landed in a cemetery in the outskirts. It was already midnight, with the moonlight shining, the trees around the cemetery casting eerie shadows, and tombstones standing tall. Li Chen stepped into the cemetery. Suddenly, a withered hand emerged from the ground and grabbed Li Chen's ankle. Damn it! Startled, Li Chen quickly lifted his other foot and stomped on it. In pain, the hand quickly retreated underground. Then, a sharp long knife emerged from the ground again, attacking Li Chen once more. Li Chen grabbed the blade barehanded, pulled it up with force, and instantly a skinny man was dragged out from the ground. The man was dressed in black, with his face covered, only revealing two eyes, resembling a ninja from Neon Country. In the moonlight, the ninja man held a shiny oriental sword and slashed towards Li Chen. The man's swordsmanship was swift, but Li Chen was faster. In the blink of an eye, the ninja man was severely injured by Li Chen, covered in wounds and spitting blood. Strangely, the ninja man seemed to have no sense of pain, as he continued to charge at Li Chen despite his injuries. At this moment, the ninja man launched another attack, and Li Chen, sensing danger, kicked him away. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ninja man exploded. His body was torn apart. Damn it! Another human bomb? Li Chen couldn't help but be speechless. This is too insane. And it's not over yet. Suddenly, dozens of black-clad warriors emerged from underground, surrounding Li Chen. He, Li Chen, you're doomed today. A man in white appeared behind the black-clad warriors and spoke. Who are you? Do you know me? Surprised to hear the man in white call his name, Li Chen questioned. My name is Doctor. The clown and the red-haired woman are our subordinates in the Rose Society. Now that they have been executed, I will make you pay. The man in white looked at Li Chen with a fierce gaze. Doctor? Rose Society? As Li Chen was stunned, ding. Please defeat the stitched monster doctor, mission complete, system will activate random rewards. Damn it! The system appeared again. So you're another bomb maniac. Do you want to detonate a bomb at Yuqing's concert? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Bomb maniac? I like that name. Originally, I planned to bury everyone in the stadium. But you discovered it. The doctor looked regretful, but, since you're here, you shall die. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the group of black-clad warriors began to move. These warriors seemed to have no sense, as they showed no fear no matter how Li Chen attacked them. It was quite a challenge. What made Li Chen even more cautious was that they seemed ready to explode at any moment. And Li Chen still hadn't figured out the principle of their explosions. The warriors rushed towards Li Chen as if they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Boom! 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 These people exploded on their own. Suddenly, dozens of warriors turned into a blaze. Limbs and arms flew everywhere. This is the consequence of offending our Rose Society. The doctor looked pleased and was about to leave. Where are you going? I'm not dead yet. Li Chen's voice came faintly. You. The doctor turned back in astonishment, only to see the smoke from the explosions dissipate, revealing Li Chen standing unharmed in place. How is this possible? The doctor was incredulous, mouth agape. Li Chen suddenly struck, landing a punch on the doctor's face. Seeing Li Chen coming, the doctor quickly raised his scalpel to defend himself, but he kept retreating, on the verge of losing. "Kid, you forced me to this," the doctor roared. He took out a red pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Suddenly, the doctor's skin turned red, his whole face glowing red. "What is this?" While Li Chen was puzzled, the doctor raised his fist and struck at Li Chen. Li Chen dodged quickly, and the doctor's punch hit a tree behind Li Chen. The sturdy tree collapsed with a bang under the doctor's blow. "Damn it!" Li Chen found that the doctor's agility and strength had greatly improved, even reaching the level of Li Chen's 5 successes. Just then, the doctor's powerful kick came, and Li Chen's tenfold punch struck back. With a bang, the doctor let out a scream, the sound of bones breaking, and his leg bone directly fractured. Taking advantage of the doctor's stunned state, Li Chen's hands didn't stop. Continuous heavy punches struck the doctor, breaking his bones and causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. "How is this possible? I took the rose body pill, and I still can't beat him." The doctor lay on the ground, wailing. He was originally confident that he could defeat Li Chen, but he never expected to become the second clown himself. Watching the doctor's unwilling wails, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Do you have any other means? Bring them all out. You. The doctor was almost in tears. Before setting off for the Dragon Kingdom, the Rose Society's Demon Emperor had repeatedly warned himself to be careful, but he ended up being careless. This kid in front of him was too damn strong. Strong to the point of being terrifying. He wasn't even afraid of the Rose Society's exclusively developed body pill. "Since you have no means left, I have a few questions I want to ask you." Li Chen sat down next to the doctor, with a harmless expression on his face. At this moment, the doctor was covered in blood, with broken limbs, paralyzed on the ground, surrounded by a pile of severed limbs and arms, a scene as bizarre as it could get. What do you want to ask?" The doctor looked at Li Chen with fear, his brows furrowed in fear. "How do you control them?" Li Chen asked. This can't be said. It's a secret of the Rose Society," the doctor hurriedly said. You won't say?" Li Chen rubbed his wrist and looked at the doctor. "I really can't say." The doctor was sweating. Just now, Li Chen's fist had left an indelible impression on him. Faced with Li Chen's questioning, the doctor seemed to have made a difficult decision. With a bite of his teeth, he said in a twisted face, "The people of our Rose Society will avenge me. Kid, you're as good as dead." The doctor's body swelled up again. Damn it! Li Chen's warning signs rose in his mind, and he quickly avoided it. With a bang, the doctor's body exploded into pieces. He actually self-destructed. Li Chen was speechless. What kind of Rose Society is this? They're simply a bunch of terrorists. They easily resort to human bombs. And at that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Stitched Monster Doctor, rewarding the host with the Divine-level computer hacker skill. Ding! Rewarding the host with a one-time Divine-level singing card. This card can set a specific target person, one-time use, valid for 24 hours. The card has been placed in the system space, and the host can use it at any time. Divine-level computer hacker skill? One-time Divine-level singing card? Li Chen felt dizzy for a moment, and a vast amount of computer knowledge rushed into his mind, making his understanding of computer network knowledge extremely clear. Damn! The system is really awesome. Digesting the knowledge in his mind, Li Chen smiled slightly. However, he turned to the bushes behind him and said, "Come out. Are you also with the doctor?" Hearing Li Chen's voice, a black-clad figure stood up from the bushes. "Friend, don't misunderstand. I was just passing by. I am a messenger of the dark web," the black-clad man explained hurriedly. "A messenger of the dark web?" Li Chen was full of question marks. The black-clad man handed Li Chen a USB flash drive. "You'll know when you plug the USB into the computer. Welcome to join the dark web." With that, the black-clad man swiftly left. Looking at the USB flash drive that the man in black had just handed to him, Li Chen curiously examined it, but it seemed nothing special. At this moment, due to the continuous explosions just now, police cars were already rushing over. Li Chen hurriedly called Xiao Ziying. After briefly explaining the situation, Ziying couldn't help but be amazed. "Li Chen, are you saying you just defeated the doctor?" Another midnight call from Li Chen. Xiao Ziying was already asleep, but upon hearing Li Chen's words, she was wide awake. "Yes, Ziying, please come quickly, the police have surrounded me now. I can't leave," Li Chen hurriedly said. Seeing rows of police officers surrounding him with tense expressions, Li Chen found it hard to explain for a moment. "All right, wait for me." Xiao Ziying quickly put on her clothes, drove a military vehicle towards Li Chen's direction. When Xiao Ziying arrived, the police had already taken Li Chen into the police car. After some communication, the police released Li Chen. Sitting in the car, after Xiao Ziying clarified the details of the incident, she couldn't help but sigh. The thing she feared the most had happened. The Rose Society had actually retaliated against Li Chen. Ziying, what kind of organization is the Rose Society? Li Chen asked curiously. Before the stitched-up doctor died, he mentioned that the Rose Society wouldn't let him go, which made Li Chen want to find out more about it. Li Chen, this world is not as peaceful as ordinary people think. Beneath the calm surface, there are many deep-rooted forces, and the Rose Society is one of them, Xiao Ziying said solemnly. Hearing Xiao Ziying's words, Li Chen nodded. After encountering the Dark Guards, he had clearly seen many powerful figures unknown to ordinary people. The Rose Society is an old underground organization in England, combining trade and assassination. They even control the royal family and politicians. They have a huge influence in England. Xiao Ziying explained further. I see. Li Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Controlling trade, carrying out assassinations, manipulating the royal family and politicians, it showed the strength and ambition of the Rose Society. Li Chen, the Rose Society always seeks revenge. Be careful in the future. If you're willing, join the Dark Guards. At least it will make things easier for you in the future, Xiao Ziying quickly advised. Seeing Ziying looking at him expectantly, Li Chen finally nodded. Alright, I'll join the Dark Guards. At least after joining the Dark Guards, there would be a layer of identity protection, and he wouldn't have to face the embarrassment of being surrounded by the police today. When Li Chen returned to Yuqing's apartment, it was already 3 a.m. Li Chen, who had planned to go back to his room to sleep, found Xiao Feishue curled up on the sofa in the living room, still not asleep. A lonely floor lamp shone on Feishue, highlighting her loneliness and melancholy. Feishue, why are you still not sleeping? Li Chen walked over and sat beside Xiao Feishue. Li Chen, why did you come back so late? Xiao Feishue raised her eyes and asked. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Li Chen didn't want Xiao Feishue to worry, so he casually lied. You can't sleep either? Is it because of the concert? Xiao Feishue empathized. The concert? Li Chen looked at Xiao Feishue in surprise. Yes. I'm so nervous. This is my first time performing on stage, you know? Yuqing said the 20,000 tickets for the concert have been sold out. Xiao Feishue's face was full of anxiety as she said, tomorrow, 20,000 people will be watching the concert. Just thinking about it makes me extremely nervous. I see. Li Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Feishue had found out about the bomb in the sports arena. Feishue, you need to conserve your energy now. After daybreak, I will help you polish your singing skills. You can definitely do it, Li Chen hurriedly advised. Really? Li Chen, you can't deceive me. Xiao Feishue hugged Li Chen's arm. Of course it's true. Feishue's sister's singing skills will definitely be extraordinary. Li Chen hugged Feishue's shoulders and chuckled. Relying solely on Xiao Feishue's voice for practice, at most, it would be slightly better than an average person, barely reaching the level of a professional singer, and time is tight now. However, the system just rewarded him with a divine-level singing card, which he could use tomorrow to let Feishue taste her wish. In the dimly lit living room under the night, the two embraced each other. Xiao Feishue's cheeks were slightly red as she held her younger brother Li Chen's body. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from Li Chen, she felt secure. In Li Chen's arms, she fell asleep sweetly. After a night of fermentation. Dark Guard headquarters. What? Li Chen defeated the stitching monster doctor again last night? The major generals were once again astonished. Just a few days after defeating the 1,000 demon hands, Li Chen actually defeated the famous doctor? In fact, when they received the report from Xiao Ziying last night, even Zhou Pujuan and Xing Tianyan were slightly surprised. But what made them happy was that Li Chen finally agreed to join the Dark Guard. At this time, in England, at the headquarters of the Rose Society. Upon hearing the news of the stitching monster doctor's failure, a high-footed glass filled with red wine suddenly fell from the throne. The glass fell on the carpet, shattering all over, staining the carpet red. The servants standing on both sides of the throne quickly bowed their heads, trembling. Fuck doctor. This idiot. I told him to be careful. The result is a complete failure. Offending the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guard. How can we continue our operations in the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Surprisingly, a red-haired, blue-eyed beauty on the throne angrily scolded. As the 10th generation queen of the Rose Society, she had consecutively failed in the Dragon Kingdom, which made her lose face. Underground Dark Web Forum. A post was prominently pinned to the forum's homepage. The title of this post was, Stitching Monster Doctor Falls. Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guard Strikes the Rose Society. This news was posted by a forum user with the ID name, Dark Web News. This news had just been released, and immediately a group of people logged in to view it. And the cost to view this news was a whopping 5,000 yuan. In less than an hour, several thousand people eagerly purchased it. The post detailed the fight between the doctor and Li Chen, accompanied by a short video of the fight at that time. The dark web users were engrossed and amazed by what they saw. People left numerous comments below the post. Damn! The famous doctor actually fell. Yeah? How could the doctor lose to an unknown person from the Dragon Kingdom? What a pity! I wanted the doctor to help me make a few made puppets. Who is this Li Chen? Is he really that powerful? It seems he's from the Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guard. Being able to defeat the doctor, he must be very powerful. Looking at the enthusiastic discussion among the dark web users, a bespectacled beauty couldn't help but smile. Then she instructed her subordinates behind her, give a warning to the red-haired demon empress. Tell her not to harass Li Chen anymore. Madam, what are you doing? We, as the dark web, are a neutral organization and never get involved in specific disputes among dark web users. Why are you doing this today? The female assistant behind her spoke strangely. Ha! The bespectacled beauty turned her head to look at the female assistant behind her. The assistant was sweating profusely. I founded the dark web single-handedly, and I can shut it down immediately. What I want to do, you can also inquire about it? The bespectacled beauty's tone changed, scolding coldly. I was wrong. Master. The female assistant sweated profusely. What's wrong with the master of the dark web today? Since joining the dark web, the master of the dark web has warned her from the first day not to get involved in the specific disputes of dark web friends. However, today the master of the dark web actually wanted to break the rule she had set for herself. Xiao Yuqing got up early today, thinking of going to the kitchen to find something to eat. As a result, when she passed by the living room, she suddenly saw Li Chen and Xiao Feishui embracing each other, sleeping soundly on the living room sofa. Xiao Feishui's drool was even more flowing a lot on Li Chen's chest at this time. Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but support her forehead. Aren't these two too arrogant? This is her own apartment after all, and the two of them are actually hugging and sleeping together. Isn't this too casual? No wonder when she woke up this morning, she didn't see Feishui's sister in bed. It turned out she and Li Chen slept on the sofa. Li Chen, Feishui's sister, how can you do this? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but frown and shout loudly. Xiao Yuqing's shout suddenly woke up Li Chen and Xiao Feishui. Xiao Feishui, who was originally drowsy, saw herself lying in Li Chen's arms at this moment, her hands actually hugging Li Chen, and not far away, she was stared at by Xiao Yuqing straight, which made Xiao Feishui's cheeks instantly red. She hurriedly got up and ran back to the bedroom. Li Chen was also a bit embarrassed. Last night, he was tired too, and unexpectedly fell asleep all of a sudden. Yuqing's sister, we are. Li Chen hurried to explain. Humph, Li Chen, you don't need to explain. Xiao Yuqing turned and walked into the kitchen, not listening to Li Chen's explanation at all. Yuqing's sister, let me do it. Li Chen hurried over, wanting to help make breakfast. Humph, smelly, go take a shower. Xiao Yuqing covered her nose, not knowing if she was angry or really smelled something on Li Chen, and then drove Li Chen out of the kitchen. Li Chen had to return to his room, take off his clothes, and take a shower. While sorting out his clothes, he found the USB flash drive given by the man in black last night. Ha! Forgot to ask Sister Zine. What exactly is the dark web? Li Chen thought as he held the USB flash drive in his hand. The man in black said to insert it into the computer to understand the dark web. Let me try it. Li Chen opened the laptop in the bedroom and plugged in the USB flash drive. Immediately, a browser interface opened automatically on the computer. There was a dark login interface on it. In addition to the name field and password field, as well as the login button, there was also a small registration button. This interface is simple. Li Chen chuckled and clicked on register. The interface changed instantly. It displayed the nickname field and password field. What nickname should I write? Li Chen thought for a moment, then typed in the nickname, Blood Hand Butcher, password. Click register. The pitch-black interface showed registration success. At the same time, it logged into a brand new interface. This interface was also very simple, with Dark World Network written in the upper right corner. Below the 5 words Dark World Network were a row of small words, assassination and treasure snatching, your weapon for walking the rivers and lakes. In the upper left corner were user settings and language selection. Li Chen found that he could switch to over 150 languages. That's impressive. Most websites only offer a few mainstream languages at most. In the middle of the web page, the hottest posts were displayed at the top. Among the pinned posts, Li Chen was surprised to find a post titled, The Fallen Stitching Doctor. The Dragon Kingdom's Dark Guard strikes the Rose Society. Damn! Can this also happen? Li Chen clicked to enter and found that to view the content of this post, he needed to pay 50,000 yuan. However, out of curiosity, Li Chen registered an overseas virtual bank account, deposited 100,000 into this account, and bound this virtual bank account to this dark web ID. After paying the fee of 50,000, Li Chen began to view the content of this post. Li Chen was surprised to see that the post detailed many aspects very thoroughly. Damn! This dark web is amazing. Was this post published by the black-clothed person from yesterday? Looking at the rows of comments below the post, Li Chen couldn't help but smile lightly, realizing that he seemed to be famous on the dark web. Who would have thought that this doctor would also be famous on the dark web? Exiting this post, Li Chen returned to the main interface. Below the hot post, there were 3 major sections: task release, black market trade, insider information. Li Chen clicked into the task release section. Inside, there were rows of task information, including assassination tasks, tracking tasks, security tasks, and more. Damn! Are they openly posting assassination tasks like this? Li Chen exited task release and clicked into black market trade. The interface displayed some buying and selling information, including requests for weapons and offers to purchase various items. Li Chen even found a post that was looking to buy the bodies of strong individuals. Damn! These perverts? Why do they need dead bodies? Li Chen exited black market trade and clicked into insider information. Rows of posts appeared before him. In addition to the pinned post about the stitched-up monster doctor, there was also a post about the secret guards of Dragon Country. Curious, Li Chen clicked into it. After reading through them all, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This dark web is amazing. It's like a third country independent of others, seemingly not bound by any laws, where information and tasks like murder and smuggling can be freely posted, with the only requirement being money. You need money to view information and to post tasks." Just as Li Chen was about to investigate the specific IP address of the dark web, there was a knock on his door. "Li Chen, we still have rehearsal today. Hurry up." Xiao Yuqing's voice came crisply. "Okay, Sister Yuqing, I'm coming." Li Chen shut down the computer and walked out. By now, Xiao Yuqing had prepared breakfast. It was a simple sandwich. Unexpectedly, Yuqing's cooking skills were not bad. Even Xiao Feishue praised her. "Sister Yuqing, I suggest you take a break this morning. Your concert is tomorrow night. Our rehearsal is almost done," Li Chen said to Xiao Yuqing while eating the sandwich. "This?" Xiao Yuqing seemed hesitant. "I'll focus on helping Feishue with her singing skills today. She will definitely amaze you at the concert," Li Chen quickly added. "Well then, let's take a break this morning." Xiao Yuqing had been tired these days, her nerves stretched tight. "This morning, I'll take you to a place," Li Chen said after some thought. "What place?" Xiao Feishue asked. "You'll see when we get there." After quickly finishing breakfast, Li Chen took Xiao Feishue and Xiao Yuqing straight to the Shangjing villa. Li Chen was driving Yuqing's Mercedes. The road was clear all the way. However, while waiting at a traffic light, a red sports car suddenly scraped against Li Chen's black Mercedes from the side, knocking off the side mirror. "Oh!" Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue were both startled. At this moment, the 2 women in the red sports car were also surprised. They hurriedly stopped the car, got out, and looked towards Li Chen's car. Both women were young and beautiful, at least an 8 out of 10. One was wearing a red dress, and the other was in a tank top and hot pants. Seeing the 2 women getting out of the red sports car, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh lightly. These female drivers, definitely road killers. Beside the traffic light while decelerating, his car got scratched. It's really frustrating. I wonder what those 2 were doing just now. Li Chen also hurriedly got out of the car. "Are you guys okay?" Li Chen hurriedly asked. "What are you doing? Can't you drive?" The woman with suspenders on the opposite side angrily questioned Li Chen. Damn it! Li Chen was speechless. "What the hell? Clearly, you scratched my car with your car, and you're asking me what I'm doing? Are you mistaken?" At this moment, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue also got out of the car. "It's you guys?" Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but glance at the 2. The woman in a red dress is named Yi Qing, who used to debut with Xiao Yuqing, but now Xiao Yuqing is already a queen of the music industry, while Yi Qing is still an unknown star who relies on being sexy to gain attention. Naturally, Yi Qing is very dissatisfied, even extremely jealous of Xiao Yuqing. In their previous company, Yi Qing often opposed Xiao Yuqing, so when these 2 enemies met, they were naturally very jealous of each other. The other woman in suspenders and hot pants is named Gu Tongtong, a somewhat famous internet celebrity and Yi Qing's best friend, whom Xiao Yuqing had met before. "Oh, it's Yuqing's sister." Yi Qing saw Xiao Yuqing and couldn't help but mock. "I wonder why I'm so unlucky today." "Yi Qing, watch your mouth. Clearly, you scratched our car. Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but get angry. Yeah, clearly, you scratched our car. How can you be so shameless to accuse us first? Xiao Feishue couldn't stand it and spoke to the two women. Fine. I can't argue with you. Let's just settle it with money. Gu Tongtong said, throwing a stack of banknotes on the ground, as if she were giving alms to beggars. As Yi Qing's best friend, she naturally knew Xiao Yuqing, but both of them were not as famous as Xiao Yuqing, which made Gu Tongtong and Yi Qing equally jealous of Xiao Yuqing. At this moment, their actions seemed to be aimed at humiliating Xiao Yuqing. Exactly. You're a queen. Being a big star is so great. Yi Qing vented her jealousy. Hearing what the two said, Xiao Yuqing walked over angrily and slapped each of them across the face. Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong didn't expect Xiao Yuqing to be so fierce, daring to slap them directly. For a moment, they covered their faces, at a loss. However, Li Chen and the other two ignored them, got into the car, and drove away. Soon, the car arrived at Shangjing Villa Community. After reporting their names at the security gate of the community, the property manager hurried over. The property here is also owned by the developer. Shangjing Villa is located in the 4th Ring Road of Beijing, close to the Summer Palace, with beautiful surroundings, making it a quiet place in the bustling city. Just 1 square meter costs over 200,000. Not only is it unaffordable for the average person, only the rich and powerful can live here. Even during the opening, it was sold to people in the wealthy circle. Ordinary people with money may want to buy, but probably can't afford it. The system helped Li Chen directly purchase Villa No. 1 here. How could the property manager not be shocked? You are Mr. Li Chen? The property manager, a middle-aged man, was followed by a group of staff. Yes, it's genuine, Li Chen said, taking out the property deed and ID card. After comparing them, the property manager handed them back with both hands and directed his subordinates. Under his guidance, Li Chen slowly drove to Villa No. 1. By now, the property had already laid out a red carpet and placed confetti and ribbons by the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I didn't know you were coming today, otherwise I would have welcomed you properly. The property manager was busy and bent down to open the car door for Li Chen. You're welcome. Li Chen was quite satisfied with the property arrangements. Here are your keys. The door locks have electronic fingerprint recognition, and you can also enter a password to unlock. The property manager introduced. Li Chen took the keys and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the villa in front of them, Xiao Feishue and Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes. As the fireworks at the door went off, Li Chen led Xiao Feishue and Xiao Yuqing inside. At this time, a red sports car arrived at Villa No. 2. Getting out of the sports car were Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong. Seeing the red carpet and fireworks in front of Villa No. 1, they couldn't help but look curiously at Villa No. 1. Someone has moved into Villa No. 1. Yi Qing couldn't help but ask. Yes. Brother Jiang said that Villa No. 1 is the best located villa in the neighborhood. Those who can afford Villa No. 1 are not just wealthy. Gu Tongtong nodded. As they chatted, they entered Villa No. 2. At this time, Jiang Yu was wearing headphones and playing games on the computer. He was unaware of what was happening outside the door. Brother Jiang, we're here. Yi Qing enthusiastically hugged Jiang Yu from behind. Jiang, have you missed us? Gu Tongtong handed over the pearl milk tea they had just bought. You two are still obedient. Jiang Yu pinched Yi Qing's cheek and patted Gu Tongtong's backside. Hey, Yi Qing and Tongtong, why do you have red handprints on your faces? Enjoying the service of the two beauties, Jiang Yu curiously asked. Brother Jiang, we encountered 3 jerks on the road. They crashed into our car and even hit us. Yi Qing immediately complained with a look of grievance. Yes, Jiang, those 3 people are really hateful. They even insulted you. Gu Tongtong chimed in. Damn, there are people like that, bullying my women. Jiang Yu suddenly looked angry and was about to ask who had hit them. At this moment, the butler of the villa walked over from outside. Young master, someone has just moved into Villa No. 1. The old butler said respectfully, because Jiang Wanxian had previously reminded him that if someone moved into Villa No. 1, he should remember to bring some small gifts to pay a visit. After all, those who could live in Villa No. 1 were not ordinary people and must be befriended. Has someone moved in? Who is it? Upon hearing the butler's words, Jiang Yu casually asked. He was more concerned about standing up for the two beauties and had no time to care if anyone had moved into Villa No. 1. However, since the old butler had served their family for many years, Jiang Yu still showed respect. The old butler replied, according to the property, it seems to be surnamed Li, called Li Chan or something. What? Li Chen? Brother Li? Jiang Yu was shocked. Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jiang Yu's surprised expression, Yi Qing curiously asked. Jiang, are you okay? Gu Tongtong also asked. Jiang Yu ignored the two's inquiries and suddenly stood up. Uncle C, bring out the few bottles of Laomatai that we've kept hidden at home. I'm going to pay a visit to Villano. 1. Jiang Yu said solemnly. What? Young master, this? The old master said those bottles of liquor are his life. I dare not casually use them, Uncle C hurriedly advised. He had thought of just sending some gifts worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but now the young master suddenly wanted to give away the old master's most beloved liquor. If the old master found out, it would be a matter of life and death for him. He didn't know if the young master was being enchanted by these two vixens, always acting recklessly. Who knows what trouble they might cause again. This young master is good at everything. He just knows how to attract women. As an elder, he must advise him a bit. Fourth uncle, don't worry. If my dad asks, just say it was me who took it. Jiang Yu, however, looked like he was not listening to advice. Young master, how can this be done? There are only 5 bottles left now. That's the 35-year-old Lai Maotai, each bottle worth at least 5 million. You must think twice. The old housekeeper fourth uncle, seeing Jiang Yu not listening to advice, hurriedly talked about the value of Lai Maotai, hoping that Jiang Yu could reconsider and change his mind immediately. This kind of wine is no longer just a valuable item, it is simply the best wine. Drink 1 bottle, lose 1 bottle. Just take it to the auction house and maybe each bottle can be auctioned for 7 or 8 million. This damn it! How can it be given away casually? Wasting money! Wasting money! Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong on the side were shocked to hear the words of the old housekeeper. This wine is so valuable. It turns out that young Master Zhang's family has hidden a lot of wealth. You old man! Zhang Ji's affairs. Can you, a housekeeper, manage them? Are you the master, or is Jiang Gu the master? Yi Qing followed Jiang Yu's lead and looked disdainfully at fourth uncle. She had long been annoyed by this fourth uncle, always hovering around Jiang Yu as if monitoring them like a thief. Seizing the opportunity, she naturally spoke with extreme malice. Exactly. Exactly. You old man, hurry up and do as Zhang Zong says. Gu Tongtong was not to be outdone. This old housekeeper has never shown them any good face, so if she doesn't put him in his place now, when will she? Hearing the words of the two fox spirits, fourth uncle couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. This damn pillow talk. The young master is bound to be defeated by women. In fact, even Jiang Yu frowned upon hearing Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong's words. Although he coveted the beauty of the two women, fourth uncle had watched him grow up since he was a child. How could these two women speak ill of fourth uncle? But he also understood that these two were speaking for him, so he couldn't scold them for the time being. However, Jiang Yu still reprimanded, both of you, shut up. How can you speak to fourth uncle like that? At the same time, he comforted fourth uncle, don't take it to heart. I didn't make a mistake. I live in Villa No. 1. He is indeed an important business partner. If you don't believe me, you can call my dad and confirm. Alright. Hearing Jiang Yu speak up for him, fourth uncle felt slightly relieved. He picked up the phone and called Jiang Wanxiong directly. After a conversation on the phone, fourth uncle was almost shocked. Jiang Wanxiong not only asked him to send all 5 bottles of Lai Maotai from the cellar, but also to send several precious koi fish from the living room aquarium. Damn it! 5 bottles of Lai Maotai, conservatively estimated to be worth 25 million. And the several koi fish in the living room aquarium are Jiang Wanxiong's most beloved treasures. Each one is extremely valuable, with the cheapest one being auctioned for 1 million, so these koi fish together are worth at least 10 million. Sending Lai Maotai and precious koi fish, fourth uncle's heart was in turmoil for a while. However, the master and the young master unexpectedly had a surprisingly consistent reaction, so fourth uncle felt relieved, at least Jiang Yu was not acting recklessly. In no time, fourth uncle took out the 5 bottles of Lai Maotai from the basement and scooped out the several koi fish from the living room aquarium. Young master, everything is ready, fourth uncle said busily. Jiang Yu nodded and was about to walk out with fourth uncle. Jiang Gu, can we go too? We also want to see. Yi Qing held Jiang Yu's arm and coquettishly said, You want to go? Jiang Yu glanced at the two of them, not too pleased. After all, they were going to meet Li Gu. If these two women said the wrong thing, it would be a loss. Manager Jiang, just take us there. We promised to play your favorite positions at night, is that not enough? Gu Tongtong also hugged Jiang Yu's arm, letting her chest press against Jiang Yu's arm. Oh, really? All kinds of positions? Jiang Yu chuckled, his eyes full of playful intent as he stared at the two. But you have to be gentle. Gu Tongtong and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, their faces blushing. Since the person living in the villa across the street was so valued by Zhang Wanxiong and his son, they naturally wanted to make a connection. Maybe the person there was even more powerful than Jiang Yu. By then, they could just dump Jiang Yu directly. Fourth uncle listened to the three of them talking with a speechless expression. Young master, color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Don't let them enchant you. Alright, let's go together. But you two, don't speak carelessly later. If you offend the person in the villa across the street, you won't be able to make it in the entertainment circle. Jiang Yu finally nodded, but also gave the two a stern warning. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were both stunned. Is it that serious? Who exactly is the newcomer in the villa across the street? This made them even more curious. At this moment, Li Chen was wandering around the villa with Xiao Feishuat and Xiao Yuqing. This villa covers an area of nearly 500 square meters, with yards in the front and back, totaling 4 floors. The front yard is planted with various precious trees and flowers, while the backyard even has a large swimming pool. The walls are high and the privacy is excellent. The interior decoration is in an elegant and atmospheric European style, with a lot of taste. Various high-end brand furniture and appliances have been arranged inside, even the bedding in the bedroom is complete. Because the property is regularly maintained, the villa is very clean and tidy. The property manager even mentioned that if Li Chen needed it, they could provide a 24-hour villa butler. It seems that this villa is basically ready for move-in. The three of them walked around the villa, and Xiao Feishuai and Xiao Yuqing were full of admiration. From the upstairs, you can even see the scenery of the nearby summer palace. Both the location and the overall decoration style of this villa were very satisfactory to the three of them. Yuqing, do you like it? Sitting on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, Li Chen couldn't help but look at Xiao Yuqing. Li Chen, did you buy this? Xiao Yuqing asked curiously. Tomorrow is your birthday. This is the birthday gift I'm giving you. Do you like it? Li Chen asked lightly. For me. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Xiao Yuqing was almost shocked. If a man is willing to buy a house for her, then that means. In the morning, Li Chen and Xiao Feishuai were sleeping together, which made Xiao Yuqing a bit angry. But now, seeing that Li Chen wanted to give her a villa, not only did her anger dissipate, but her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Li Chen. Since knowing Li Chen, he not only successfully helped her terminate her contract with Tanyu Entertainment, but also composed over 30 classic songs for her, which further boosted Xiao Yuqing's popularity to its peak. She understood that all of this was thanks to Li Chen. At this moment, Xiao Yuqing could no longer contain her feelings for Li Chen. This scoundrel has been wanting to surprise her all along. As she spoke, Xiao Yuqing took the initiative to walk over and kiss Li Chen on the lips. Xiao Yuqing's whole body was almost hanging on Li Chen, and the two of them kissed passionately. Xiao Feishuai beside them also blushed. Do you treat me as if I'm invisible? And how did Li Chen give a villa to Yuqing? I need to hurry up and have my birthday too. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang, abruptly interrupting Li Chen and Xiao Yuqing's passionate kiss. Yuqing, I'll go answer the door. Li Chen's face also turned slightly red, realizing that he had been too engrossed just now. Who could it be ringing the doorbell at this time? Could it be the property management? Li Chen walked out to open the door, only to see Jiang Yu with Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, as well as fourth uncle standing outside. Before opening the door, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong even touched up their makeup briefly, thinking they might hook a big shot. However, the moment they saw the man who had clashed with them that morning, their smiling faces instantly froze. Li Gu, I didn't expect it to be you? Seeing Li Chen opening the door, Jiang Yu walked up excitedly, looking at Li Chen eagerly. Oh, Jiang Yu, you're here too? Li Chen was also slightly surprised. Yes, Li Gu, we are neighbors. I live right across. Jiang Yu pointed to Villa No. 2. Due to the ringing doorbell, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishuai also curiously approached the villa door. When Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong saw Xiao Yuqing, their faces changed from shock to embarrassment. Oh, are these two your sisters-in-law? Jiang Yu had met Xiao Feishuai in Magic City and Hang City before, and now seeing Xiao Yuqing, his eyes widened. Xiao Yuqing is a top singer in the music industry, and under Wan Hang's entertainment company, they are in the same circle, so Jiang Yu also knew Xiao Yuqing. Seeing such a big star following Li Chen, Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire Li Gu. The two beautiful women next to Li Gu completely overshadowed Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishuai blushed. Yes, these are my two sisters, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishuai. Li Chen introduced. Brother, I understand. Jiang Yu looked like he understood everything. Playing the game of brother and sisters? Or is Li Gu playing tricks? Li Chen was speechless. What do you understand? Li Gu. These are two female stars I just met recently. Zhang Yu pointed to Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong behind him. Oh, so they are your people. Li Chen's expression turned cold. Li Chen had seen these two women when he opened the door just now, so naturally, he didn't look pleased when they were mentioned. Li Gu? What's wrong? Did they offend you? Seeing Li Chen's change in expression, Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Yu was in the business world and had met countless people, so he was naturally good at observing words and expressions. These two women hit our car this morning. Not only did they not apologize, but they also spoke rudely to us, Li Chen explained. Ha! Zhang Yu's expression immediately turned cold as he stared directly at Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong. Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were sweating. How could things turn out like this? The car they hit in the morning turned out to be the car of the new owner of Billionaire. 1. Thinking about what they said to Mr. Li this morning, the two of them couldn't help but regret deeply. Jiang Gu. We didn't mean to. Yi Qing's face changed 3 times in a row, her voice trembling. Jiang Zong. You can't just listen to his side of the story. Gu Tongtong tried to remain calm. Humph. My side of the story? Do you want to go to the basement and see our car again? The car's rearview mirror is still hanging. Li Chen was speechless. These two women are really unbelievable. You two bitches. Hurry up and apologize to Li Gu. Hearing Li Chen's words, Zhang Yu no longer doubted him and directly slapped them 4 times. Fourth uncle on the side twitched his mouth. The young master's strength was too great, but fourth uncle felt relieved. These two vixens really deserved a beating. They always bewitched the young master. Jiang Zong. You. Gu Tongtong didn't expect Jiang Yu to act directly. Jiang Gu. How could you treat us like this? Yi Qing also covered her face, looking aggrieved, tears swirling in her eyes. Kneel down. Apologize to Li Gu. Otherwise, you should stop mixing in the entertainment industry. Zhang Yu was ruthless in his reprimand. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were thunderstruck. Not allowing them to stay in the entertainment industry. Wasn't this ruining their livelihoods? Yi Qing looked to Xiao Yuqing for help, but Xiao Yuqing turned away. Zhang Yu slapped and kicked them, causing Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong to kneel on the ground, blood streaming from their mouths. Uncle C watched with satisfaction. These two vixens are getting what they deserve. The property manager had intended to come and give Li Chen some new potted plants to win favor with the new homeowner. However, upon arriving at Villa No. 1, he witnessed this scene. The property manager was also shocked. Zhang Yu's actions attracted the attention of the surrounding villa owners. They were curious about who the owner of Villa No. 1 was, but now they saw this scene. The son of the Dragon Country's richest man from Villa No. 2 was trying to please the new homeowner of Villa No. 1 by beating his 2 female companions. Who exactly was this new homeowner of Villa No. 1? Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were on the verge of tears. They never expected the owner of Villa No. 1 to be the man they had clashed with earlier that morning. They knelt on the ground, crying and apologizing, but Li Chen ignored them. These two were only bowing to Jiang Yu's power. If they were sincere in their apology, why didn't they do it earlier? These women, relying on their looks, were too proud and arrogant. Li Chen didn't want to indulge them. Li Gu, I don't even know these two from now on. Zhang Yu assured Li Chen, seeing his impatience. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong cried even louder, regretting deeply. Li Chen just nodded. Zhang Yu gestured to the property manager nearby, who hurried over. Escort these two women out and never let them back into the community. Zhang Yu ordered. Yes, young Master Jiang. The property manager replied promptly. He then instructed the 4 security guards to remove Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong from the community. Jiang Gu. You can't be so heartless to us. Yi Qing cried out in desperation. She, who was always proud, had never suffered such humiliation before. Jiang Zong. We were wrong. Please spare us. Gu Tongtong pleaded. These two had been taking advantage of Zhang Yu's favor in the company, but today's sudden change left them unable to cope. However, Zhang Yu remained cold-faced, ignoring the women's pleas as the security guards dragged them away. From then on, they were probably out of the entertainment industry. After all, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were under contract with Wan Hang's entertainment and live broadcasting companies, so firing them was a breeze. After dealing with the two, Zhang Yu and Uncle C handed over the potted plants and the fish tank containing several koi to Li Chen and the Xiao sisters. After some warm pleasantries, Zhang Yu and Uncle C bid farewell and left, closing the door and returning to the villa. Li Chen, I didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so accommodating to you? Xiao Yuqing asked excitedly. Yi Qing, who had always opposed her, was unexpectedly dealt with today. I just bought some shares of Wan Hong. Li Chen nodded, indifferent, as they were all given by the system. Wan Hong shares? Xiao Yuqing was slightly surprised. Her younger brother, who had not been seen for several months since leaving the capital, had actually established a relationship with the richest man in the dragon country. Li Chen, little brother, when it's my birthday, you have to give me a gift too. Watching Xiao Yuqing and Li Chen flirting with each other, Xiao Feishue couldn't hold back anymore. Feishue, on your birthday, I will definitely give you a better gift. Seeing Xiao Feishue looking at Li Chen with envy, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Really? Too bad my birthday is in winter, it's still far away. Xiao Feishue instantly felt happy, looking forward to time passing faster. After another round of viewing in the villa, Xiao Yuqing was growing more and more fond of it. Compared to her 3-bedroom apartment in the capital, this villa was simply amazing. However, tomorrow is Xiao Yuqing's concert, and she is not in a hurry to move in. She plans to move in after the concert. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Yuqing's heart, rewarding the host with 10% of Wan Heng's shares. Li Chen was speechless upon hearing the system's voice. An assistance system? How did it turn into a dating system? And why does it keep involving Wan Hong? This time, it's another 10% of shares, adding to the previous 20%, he now owns 30% of Wan Heng's shares. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Siren returned to the second villa, making Jiang Yu quite nervous. Uncle Si, do you think Li Gu will be mad at me? Jiang Yu asked with concern. He shouldn't be, right? The young master handles things decisively and has already cut ties with those two vixens, Uncle Si analyzed sagely. Besides taking care of Jiang Yu's daily life, Uncle Si had seen many big scenes in business and had a sharp eye. Let's talk to Dad about this later, Jiang Yu suggested after some thought. Good idea. Uncle Si agreed. By the way, Li Ji's car seems to have a broken rearview mirror. It's not safe to drive on the road. Later, lend him our Rolls-Royce, Jiang Yu added. In the afternoon, Li Chen drove the Rolls-Royce with Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue to the Shui Lifeng Sports Center. It was the final rehearsal for Yuqing's concert. At this point, all 20,000 tickets had been sold out, putting immense pressure on Xiao Yuqing. Leaving Tianyu and going independent made other entertainment companies wary, waiting to see her fail. So for this concert, Xiao Yuqing must succeed, not fail. Li Chen and Xiao Feishue were also busy behind the scenes. Xiao Feishue was feeling overwhelmed. Li Chen's songs were classic, but her singing skills were lacking. Now she had to practice hard. At that moment, a group of people led by Wu Yanyan walked towards the stage. Seeing them, Xiao Yuqing and the employees of Muyu Entertainment were shocked. The leading woman, although in her 50s, still looked elegant and charming. This woman was the former queen of the music industry, Na Fei. At her peak, she was no less than the current Xiao Yuqing. Although she was older now, she still had a loyal fan base. Yuqing, I heard your concert is tomorrow. Why didn't you invite me to sing? Na Fei said with a stern face, seeming angry. Yeah, why didn't you invite me to Yuqing's concert? A middle-aged handsome man stepped forward. Seeing him, Xiao Yuqing was surprised again. This handsome man was the legendary singer Zhang Yuhua, once known as the king of the music industry. Yuqing, and me. You didn't invite me to accompany you? Another sweet-looking girl spoke up. Seeing her, Xiao Yuqing's eyes trembled. This sweet-looking girl was none other than the internationally renowned piano prodigy, Mo. Famous people stood up one after another and greeted Xiao Yuqing one by one. This made the employees of Muyu Entertainment look puzzled. Xiao Yuqing was full of question marks. Previously, she had contacted several senior and rookie singers to help with the singing, but they all refused for various reasons. As for the reason, Xiao Yuqing later figured it out. Because these artists are all signed under other entertainment companies, and these companies do not want Muyu Entertainment to develop. In this situation, Xiao Yuqing naturally found it difficult to invite famous guest singers. However, now one powerful superstar after another is competing to be Xiao Yuqing's guest singer, which momentarily baffled Xiao Yuqing. At this time, Jiang Yu walked in, and the stars quickly made way for him. Sister-in-law. These are all artists under Wan Hang. If you need them, feel free to use them, Jiang Yu said generously. Originally, Wan Hang Entertainment did not have so many top stars, but recently, Gao Jianming's Creation Entertainment went bankrupt, so Wan Hang quickly absorbed a group of high-quality stars from Creation Entertainment. Hearing Jiang Yu call her sister-in-law in front of so many people, Xiao Yuqing blushed and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Li Gu. Jiang Yu then eagerly walked towards Li Chen. Isn't this setup too grand? Li Chen pointed to the group of stars. Aren't they here to cheer for sister-in-law's concert? Jiang Yu scratched his head and chuckled. In fact, the stars under Wan Hang were also puzzled. Their boss Jiang Yu was so proud. Why was he being so nice to the handsome guy in front of him? Who is this handsome guy? At this time, the genius piano girl Moer stood up. Are you the piano prince? Moer excitedly approached Li Chen and turned into a little fangirl. Where was the demeanor of a genius pianist? Piano prince? Jian Yu and the other stars were puzzled. Yes, it's him. There was a video circulating online of this big brother playing the piano. I've watched it hundreds of times. It's so unforgettable. Netizens have called him the Beethoven of our time. Moer said excitedly. Didn't expect to be recognized by you. Li Chen chuckled. When Li Chen first met Xiao Yuqing, he personally played a piano piece, which was recorded and uploaded online. Later, Li Chen even named that piano piece Yuqing. This piece was also uploaded by Xiao Yuqing to Penguin Music and was loved by many people. Hearing Li Chen's admission, the stars were surprised. Jian Yu was even more astonished. Being a music lover, he had also watched that piano performance video before and was very impressed. But he never connected Li Chen with the music industry. Hearing Li Chen's confession now, Jian Yu couldn't help but be amazed. In the evening, back at Yuqing's apartment, Li Chen opened his computer again, wanting to log into the dark web to investigate. After several attempts, Li Chen found that the dark web used very advanced technology, virtualizing IP addresses, making it impossible for him to crack it for the time being. So Li Chen had to give up for now. Li Chen wanted to open the USB drive used to log into the dark web, but he didn't have the right tools at hand. So he decided to wait until after Yuqing's concert to make a plan. After quickly glancing at the dark web messages, Li Chen, who had a busy day, fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as Li Chen opened his eyes, he silently recited, "Use the one-time divine singing card. Target person, Xiao Feishui." Yesterday, after meeting several celebrities, Xiao Feishui's pressure suddenly increased. These celebrities were either top-tier stars or second-tier stars with exceptional singing skills. This made Xiao Feishui, who did not come from a professional background, feel very inferior. Although Li Chen kept encouraging her and Xiao Yuqing said she would not replace her singing program, Xiao Feishui still doubted herself and feared the stage. If it weren't for the 24-hour usage limit, Li Chen would probably have used it on Xiao Feishui yesterday. At this moment, with Li Chen's silent chant, Xiao Feishui, who had just woken up, suddenly trembled. Her voice seemed to have undergone some kind of baptism, instantly feeling extremely comfortable. Xiao Feishui hurried to the mirror, and after humming a few times, she was instantly delighted. Li Chen, Yuqing, I feel like my voice has improved, Xiao Feishui said to Li Chen and Xiao Yuqing. Voice improved? Xiao Yuqing wanted to encourage her on the surface, but she didn't believe it in her heart. Singing skills require long-term practice. How could significant progress be made in just a few days of practice? Yuqing, Li Chen, listen to me sing. Xiao Feishui immediately sang the song Li Chen had written for her. As the first sentence was sung clearly, Xiao Yuqing was stunned. It was too beautiful. Xiao Feishui's voice was simply perfect, even better than what she sang. Yuqing, Li Chen, what do you think? After singing, Xiao Feishui asked eagerly. Too amazing. Feishui's sister. Xiao Yuqing opened her mouth wide, looking incredulous. She was truly amazed. Feishui's sister. You will amaze the audience tonight. Li Chen also couldn't help but praise. Yes, I will do my best. Time hurried to 8 o'clock in the evening. By this time, the Shulafang Stadium was packed. Not only were the seats in the audience full, but many people were also standing directly. Heads were moving, various colorful flags were waving, electronic signs and glow sticks were everywhere in the stadium, and the audience's emotions were extremely high. Under the arrangement of the lighting designer, as soon as 8 o'clock arrived, all the lights in the venue suddenly went out, leaving only a beam of light shining on the stage. In the center of this beam of light, a piano slowly rose from the bottom of the stage, with Li Chen sitting beside it wearing a mask from the masquerade, his fingers lightly moving, and the piano sound slowly rang out, the melody as ethereal and distant as flowing water. This piece seemed to have a kind of magic, instantly quieting the noisy crowd in the arena, as everyone leaned in to listen. It was a piano piece they had never heard before, and the performer was wearing a mask, covering most of his face, adding to the mystery. As the piano piece deepened, Xiao Yuqing slowly stepped onto the stage from the backstage, her ethereal singing voice also rang out. Another beam of light converged on Xiao Yuqing. Today, she appeared in an elegant bright evening gown, shining under the light. Her appearance immediately caused the audience to scream repeatedly. Various electronic signs and glow sticks were waving continuously. What surprised the audience even more was that Xiao Yuqing was singing a song they had never heard before. This song was sometimes high-pitched, sometimes deep, stirring people's emotions. The audience couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, especially the seamless combination of the piano accompaniment and Xiao Yuqing's singing voice. Next, Xiao Yuqing sang one classic song after another. During the performance, the singing god Zhang Yuhua and the heavenly queen Na Fei also appeared to sing, giving the audience a visual feast. But what amazed them even more was the songs sung by Xiao Feishuei. Not only were they unheard of, they were unexpectedly beautiful, and her interpretation was spot on. The audience even felt that Xiao Feishuei's songs were even better than Xiao Yuqing's. What pushed the concert to a climax was during the duet between Xiao Yuqing and Li Chen. Originally, according to the rehearsal, it should have been just a hug. As a result, Xiao Yuqing, whether it was due to singing emotionally or her head going blank, unexpectedly, she impulsively kissed Li Chen fiercely. This made Li Chen, who was performing at the time, directly dumbfounded. It also led to continuous screams from the audience. Throughout the concert, every song was a classic, with no dull moments. After 30 songs, the concert should have ended. However, the audience unexpectedly did not want to leave, even repeatedly requesting an encore. Helpless, Xiao Yuqing had to sing 3 more songs in a row before the audience was satisfied. Finally, the concert was successfully completed as scheduled, and Xiao Yuqing's popularity soared to its peak. The audience all felt that this concert was simply amazing. They faintly felt that this concert would definitely become a classic, worth reminiscing for many years to come. The high-definition video of the concert was also uploaded online, sparking continuous discussions. Because Li Chen wore a mask throughout the concert, and because all the songs performed by Xiao Yuqing were written by Li Chen, the identity of the lyricist and composer Li Chen became even more mysterious. People on the internet began heated discussions. Damn! Is this Li Chen so awesome? All the songs at the concert were written by him alone. Simply amazing. Even more amazing is that every song he composed is a classic. I heard he is a partner at Muyu Entertainment. Yes, I guess he must be Xiao Yuqing's lover. No way. Under these discussions, there were also some discordant voices. Li Chen is just a gigolo. He's being kept by Xiao Yuqing. Xiao Yuqing and Li Chen are a pair of debauched harlots. Xiao Yuqing once used her body to climb up the ranks. Muyu Entertainment is a den of debauchery, a talented but immoral scum. Li Chen has even slept with a female star. I can testify. Yeah, it was Li Chen. On a dark night, I was walking home alone, and then this person did that to me. For a while, these negative comments spread like wildfire. This almost made Li Chen dizzy. Xiao Yuqing was even more furious after seeing this. Words are formidable. A multitude of voices is like melting gold. It was obvious that these attacks were targeted at Muyu Entertainment. Li Chen, look at these people, they have nothing better to do. They are slandering and spreading rumors. Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but say to Li Chen, it seems like they are organized. Li Chen also frowned. Although he didn't care about gossip, portraying him and sister Yuqing as demons, how could this be allowed? Are you saying they are internet trolls? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Very likely. Li Chen nodded. The comments and posts of these people seemed like they were copy-pasted, clearly organized to defame them. What should we do? Should we also hire internet trolls? Xiao Yuqing also had some understanding of these methods in the entertainment industry. Forget it. It's not worth hiring trolls. Let me handle it, Li Chen said, picking up the computer and starting to operate it. Based on the comments left by these people online, he used web crawling technology to collect and analyze them. In no time, Li Chen discovered that these people all came from the same IP address. After some hacking, Li Chen successfully infiltrated the computer at that IP address. After gaining control of the computer's camera, a screen suddenly transmitted back. Sitting in front of the camera was a fat guy. This fat guy was busily operating the computer, continuously posting. Damn! It turned out to be a dead fatso. Li Chen remotely opened a blank TXT document on the fat guy's computer and typed, "Fat guy, stop it. I found you." At this moment, the fat guy who was frantically sending messages online saw a TXT document automatically open on his computer screen, with the above words appearing on it. In an instant, the fat guy's actions stopped, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. His computer was actually hacked into by someone? Seeing the surprised expression of the other party through the camera, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle and typed remotely again, "Don't be surprised. I have hacked into your computer. Speak. Who asked you to smear Li Chen and Xiao Yuqing?" Seeing another message on the computer screen, the fat guy was obviously stunned. However, the fat guy quickly reacted. He could handle the business of Internet Water Army, so he was not to be trifled with. He quickly typed on the TXT document, "Who are you? Do you know you are breaking the law right now? Hacking into someone else's computer is a serious crime. You'll be sentenced." Sentenced? Ha ha, come and catch me. Do you have any evidence? Seeing the fat guy's threatening tone, Li Chen confidently replied, With his god-level hacking skills, he had already disguised his IP address before hacking into the fat guy's computer, making it almost impossible to track him down. Seeing Li Chen's retort, the fat guy was speechless for a moment. Are hackers nowadays so arrogant? Aren't hackers supposed to be low-key? This hacker is probably just a show-off. Just a kid who casually uses intrusion scripts written by a great god. He. Let me teach you a lesson. Saying that, the fat guy started to trace back. After all, he made a living on the internet, so he had some hacking skills. He even developed several batch sending software specifically for the Water Army, which was highly favored by Internet Water Army. Soon, the fat guy used a nearby laptop to open a command prompt window, ping to check the opponent's IP, and traced it along the IP. However, the fat guy found that the IP pointed to a zombie computer, not the real IP address of the opponent. Following the zombie computer, he searched but found nothing. Damn! Is this hacker so awesome? Fat guy, don't waste your time. Li Chen typed remotely. In fact, all of the fat guy's actions were already under Li Chen's monitoring, and the fat guy had no chance of finding him. But the fat guy didn't listen to Li Chen's advice, and continued to track and search, but each time he came up empty-handed. Either it was a virtual IP or a relay station. For a moment, the fat guy was sweating profusely. He considered himself to have some computer skills, but he never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent today. Seeing the fat guy not giving up, Li Chen typed remotely again. So your name is Yuan Hao. Your business seems quite lucrative. You've already saved 30 bitcoins. Do you believe that with a click of my mouse, your Bitcoin account will be empty? Just after a search, Li Chen found out that the fat guy's name was Yuan Hao, and he had 30 bitcoins in his online account. One bitcoin was worth about 200,000, so 30 bitcoins were around 6 million. He never expected this fat guy to have so much money. It seems he's doing well in the Internet Water Army business. However, he messed with Li Chen today, so it's his bad luck. Who are you really? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the fat guy immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly typed a response. Even his hands were trembling as he typed. If the other party had said this earlier, the fat guy might not have believed it. But after trying various ways to trace back and failing, he was completely convinced of Li Chen's skills. The other party is obviously a super skilled hacker. And the fact that they quickly found out his real name and Bitcoin account, it's clear that the other party is not a good person. At this moment, Fatty immediately wanted to shut down and disconnect from the network. It's so terrifying. He, who relies on the internet for a living, unexpectedly finds the internet extremely scary today. Damn it! Aren't you awesome? So what if you hack into my computer? I'll shut it down directly. Cut off the network cable. Let's see how you operate. Just as Fatty was about to shut down, several lines of text suddenly appeared on the screen. Shutting down and disconnecting won't help. Your Bitcoin account username is Fatty, and the password is, I've transferred all your Bitcoins away. If you want them back, cooperate honestly. Watching the lines of text flash by, Fatty couldn't help but be shocked. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That's all his belongings. Fatty immediately logged into his Bitcoin account on his laptop, only to find that the account was truly empty. Not a single Bitcoin left. Finally, he realized the terrifying power of the hacker on the other side. Brother, spare me. That's all my belongings. Fatty hurriedly typed to beg for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy? Speak up. Who asked you to smear and defame Muyu Entertainment? Li Chen smiled slightly and immediately asked by typing. Although transferring Fatty's bitcoins was a bit unethical, this person was openly spreading rumors and defaming, which made Li Chen hate him. Bro, each profession has its rules. If I say it out, you probably won't be able to mix in the Water Army circle in the future. Fatty hurriedly begged for mercy. He still wanted to struggle a bit, but Li Chen didn't give him a chance. Your affair. Your wife doesn't know about it, right? I don't mind sending the video of you and your mistress to your wife. Just now, there was an unexpected gain on Fatty's computer, which made Li Chen have to give Fatty a lesson. Of course, the passionate video made Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue next to him blush, and the two had already run to another room. Seeing the words Li Chen typed, Fatty almost knelt down. No, brother, can't I just tell you? Please don't tell my wife. Fatty was almost in tears. How did he become so unlucky today? How did he provoke such a powerful hacker? Who? Li Chen was brief and to the point, with little patience left. If Fatty still didn't speak up like this, he wouldn't mind going to the other party's real address to teach him a lesson. Because just now, through the search, Li Chen already knew his specific address. It's just a bit far from the capital, so it would take some time to go back and forth. Bro, it was Jaha Entertainment that asked me to do it. Please don't say it was me. Fatty was now at a loss, trembling hands typing back to Li Chen. Jaha Entertainment? Li Chen was full of question marks. It was General Su from Jaha Entertainment who asked me to do it. I don't know anything else. I was just doing it for the money. Please spare me, big brother. Fatty begged for mercy. He was on the verge of kneeling directly on the keyboard. Delete all the defamatory information. I'll refund your bitcoins, Li Chen ordered. Yes, brother. I won't defame Muyu Entertainment anymore. Please let me go. Fatty was completely convinced. Get to work. Delete the information. Li Chen reprimanded by typing. Yes, brother. I'll start deleting right away. Fatty didn't dare to resist anymore and immediately got busy. After a satisfying round of hacker operations, Fatty finally gave in and helped delete the negative information. At this moment, watching Fatty busy, Li Chen left the computer desk and walked towards Xiao Yuqing's room. Originally, they were planning to move today, but they didn't expect to encounter such a sudden news event. Sister Yuqing, are you okay? The defamatory rumors online should be deleted soon, Li Chen said to Xiao Yuqing. Really? Xiao Yuqing couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. Li Chen, just now, that fat guy, was so disgusting, Xiao Feishue said with lingering fear. Although Xiao Feishue and Xiao Yuqing had just caught a glimpse, they saw inappropriate images on the computer. As soon as Xiao Feishue spoke, the sisters blushed and looked at Li Chen. What are you looking at me for? Li Chen was speechless. Feishue, Yuqing, it was an accident just now. Don't worry about it, Li Chen said. Li Chen, you must not turn bad like him. Xiao Yuqing's eyes sparkled, lost in thought. Exactly. Li Chen, you must be good. If you really can't resist, I can also help you. Xiao Feishue blushed, her voice barely audible. Although her voice was low, it was clear to the three of them. Hearing Xiao Feishue's words, Xiao Yuqing also looked boldly at Li Chen. Li Chen couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Women's focus is really different from men's. Just by watching a short video, they came up with so much. Li Chen was speechless. The topic was already way off track. Feishue, Yuqing. Li Chen wiped his sweat and tried to steer the conversation back, saying, Do you know Jaha Entertainment? Who is their general manager? The fat guy just said Jaha Entertainment wants to discredit us. Jaha Entertainment? Xiao Yuqing's eyes became serious. Jaha Entertainment is one of the top 4 entertainment companies in the country, but ranks last. The CEO of Jaha Entertainment is Su Zhicheng. However, I don't seem to have any grudges with Jaha Entertainment. Li Chen, could this General Su be the creepy old man we met on the plane to Beijing? Xiao Feishue recalled. At that time, he even asked her if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. It's him. Li Chen immediately searched on his phone and confirmed that it was Su Zhicheng. Damn it. He deserved a beating on the plane, and now he's here to smear Muru Entertainment. He's asking for trouble. Yuqing, since we have no grudges with him, could Su Zhicheng be targeting Muru Entertainment just to suppress us? Li Chen curiously asked. It's possible. After all, mutual suppression and covert tactics are common among entertainment companies. Xiao Yuqing had hoped to rest after the concert, but then this happened. Yuqing, no matter the reason, since Su Zhicheng is against us like this, I won't let him off the hook. Li Chen didn't ask for specifics. He couldn't tolerate being smeared as lewd and Muru Entertainment being labeled as a den of vice. At this point, Li Chen returned to the computer in the bedroom. Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue followed, wanting to see how Li Chen would fight back. They were amazed by Li Chen's hacking skills when he invaded the fat guy's computer earlier. They didn't expect Li Chen to be so talented. This reminded them of Knight's sister Xiao Jingxian. Xiao Jingxian has been particularly fond of electronic products since she was a child. At the age of 5, she began to dismantle various electronic products. By the age of 7, she had successfully invaded the school's homework system, helping her sisters modify their homework scores. At the age of 10, she became a headache for the Xiao family, and was even warned by the national security to be low-key since then. After graduating from studying abroad, she stayed abroad for development. According to her, she is now a top architect in a well-known internet company. Thinking of this sister, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue couldn't help but feel a headache. This sister has always been extremely domineering since she was a child. In addition to her love for electronic products, she also enjoys martial arts just like Xiao Muyu and Xiao Ziyin. This time, Xiao Yuqing's birthday, she originally wanted to invite all her sisters to gather together, but everyone seemed to be busy with their own matters. However, Xiao Yuqing also received blessings from all her sisters. Even her mother Xiao Qinghong and stepfather Li Jianqi sent blessings videos. At this moment, Li Chen just sat down in front of the computer and saw a message on Fatty's desktop. Big brother, All negative news about Muyu Entertainment has been deleted. Can you return my bitcoins? Damn! Were they all deleted so quickly? Li Chen was amazed. He casually searched online and found that any negative news about Muyu Entertainment was gone. Is it so clean? This fatty is quite capable. Looking at the camera, Fatty looked nervous and expectant. Li Chen couldn't help but curiously replied remotely, "Sure. How did you delete these negative news so quickly?" Suddenly seeing text appearing on the desktop again, Fatty almost cheered. He thought the hacker would never visit again. In case the other party really took away his bitcoins, he would really have no way to get them back. "Big brother, you finally appeared again. I have deleted all the negative news about Muyu Entertainment. Please be kind and return my bitcoins. I bow to you here." Fatty hurriedly replied. "You haven't told me how you deleted them so quickly?" Li Chen calmly typed. "This? This is an industry secret." Fatty hurriedly chuckled and replied. You won't tell me? I dare not. Of course, I can't delete them so quickly by myself. But I have a team of online commentators, so as soon as I received your order, I contacted my part-time online commentators from all over the country, so these negative news were deleted so quickly. Fatty typed proudly. "So that's how it is." Li Chen nodded after hearing it. It seems that this Fatty is a relatively professional leader of online commentators. Li Chen also made a note of him, in case he might need to contact this Fatty in the future. While typing, Li Chen returned 20 of the 30 bitcoins to Fatty's Bitcoin account. "Fatty, I'm returning 20 bitcoins to you, but you have provoked me this time. I'll keep the remaining 10 as a punishment for you." Li Chen chuckled and quickly replied. "What? Big brother, please don't do this." Upon hearing Li Chen's reply, Fatty was almost in tears. However, Li Chen had already exited the remote control of Fatty's computer and no longer paid attention to him. Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue next to him saw Li Chen's smooth operation and were amazed. Although they didn't play bitcoins, they had heard of them. One bitcoin was worth at least around 200,000, so 10 bitcoins would be 2 million. And Li Chen's younger brother could easily access other people's accounts, which was simply amazing. At this moment, Li Chen's hands were still busy with operations. Before long, following the network cable, Li Chen arrived at Su Zhiqing's office computer. Under the remote control of the camera, Su Zhiqing's office suddenly appeared on Li Chen's computer screen. In front of a large and bright office desk, Su Zhiqing and two female celebrities were captured by the camera. These two female celebrities turned out to be Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong. In broad daylight, the three of them were actually doing that in the office. Seeing this scene on the computer, Li Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Is Su Zhiqing really playing like this? And Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, since they left Jiangyu, unexpectedly hooked up with Su Zhiqing so quickly. This guy is really fast at hooking up. At this moment, seeing this scene, Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Feishue blushed and hurriedly ran away. How come every time her brother invades, there are scenes like this? This also left them speechless. The scene was extremely sensual, the two women were passionate and unrestrained, and Su Zhiqing was on the verge of ecstasy and death. But the specific details can only be understood, not described. At this point, feeling the terrifying gaze of the auditor, the author shivered in fear. Watching the blood-pumping scene, Li Chen chuckled and immediately started recording the scene. "Damn it! Weren't you all saying we were promiscuous women? I'll let all netizens see who is really promoting debauchery in broad daylight." Soon, the passionate moment on the computer screen passed quickly. After Li Chen recorded it, he anonymously uploaded this passionate video to major online media platforms, hiding the IP address. Of course, for the videos uploaded to mainstream media to pass the review, he made appropriate cuts and mosaic privacy protection, but on other websites, he directly uploaded it without any censorship. As the video was uploaded, it caused a huge sensation. Damn! So exciting! Damn! This is Su Zhiqing, the CEO of Jaha Entertainment. Ha! One of the women looks like Gu Tongtong. Isn't she the popular anchor under Wan Hong Live? It seems Gu Tongtong has been released by Wan Hong. Is the other one Yi Qing? It really seems so. Please, uncensored video link? +1. Please share the uncensored link. Due to the rampant spread on the internet, news about Jaha Entertainment quickly climbed the hot search lists of major online platforms. The world is going downhill. Shocking scandal at Jaha Entertainment. CEO of Jaha Entertainment in a passionate encounter with two women. What's the reason? Two women meet with the CEO of Jaha to climb the ranks. Is this a moral decline or a deviation of human nature? Let's see Su Zhiqing, the CEO of Jaha. Li Chen was also stunned by these hot search terms. These media outlets were always eager for sensational news, constantly trying to publish explosive news to attract attention. At this moment, they were like flies buzzing around a cracked egg, extremely excited, creating one sensational headline after another. Without Li Chen's embellishment, these media outlets had already pushed Jaha Entertainment and Su Shiqing to the pinnacle of public opinion. At this moment, in the CEO's office of Jaha Entertainment, Mr. Su, something big has happened. The female secretary hurriedly pushed the door open. The female secretary was holding a tablet and was about to hand it to Su Shiqing. Seeing the flustered look of the female secretary, entering without knocking, Su Shiqing frowned slightly, looking displeased. "Don't you understand the rules?" Su Shiqing said coldly. He was currently embracing Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong. After yesterday's passion, the three of them were in a very intimate phase. "Mr. Su, take a look at this." The female secretary ignored Su Shiqing's reprimand, glanced at Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, and then handed the tablet to Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing pushed away Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, took the tablet handed to him by the female secretary. As soon as he saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is? Line by line of hot search news entered his eyes. Su Shiqing's pupils suddenly widened. "Mr. Su, what's wrong with you?" Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong next to him looked at Su Shiqing with curiosity. "Mr. Su, you're on the hot search. All major online media are spreading like crazy," the female secretary also said in panic. She knew this boss, who usually spent a lot of money and had some scandals reported before, but they were all settled with money, having little impact on Jaha Entertainment. But this time? Never expected it would cause such a huge sensation. How is this possible? Su Shiqing hurriedly clicked into the specific details of these news. Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong also crowded around. In the details page of the news, all that entered the eyes were criticisms and attacks on Jaha Entertainment, Su Shiqing, Yi Qing, and Gu Tongtong, and the news even included a mosaic video of him, Yi Qing, and Gu Tongtong. The comments section below the news was even more lively, with some comments even including specific and censored video links. Su Shiqing clicked into one of these uncensored links. In the interface that appeared in the web player, the full process of his, Yi Qing, and Gu Tongtong's intimate activities from yesterday was presented. Even the lewd sounds in the video echoed throughout the office. Seeing this, Su Shiqing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How could this be possible? Su Shiqing, who had been through many battles, although he spent extravagantly, usually did a good job of keeping things confidential. But this time, he was unexpectedly reported on such a large scale. This was really unbelievable. And who recorded this video? Was the camera direction possibly from his own computer's webcam? Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were even more pale. Although they were willing to do such things, they didn't think it was a big deal, but being exposed so blatantly in public was like a death sentence to them. Since being kicked out of Wanheng a few days ago, these two women not only did not give up on developing in the entertainment industry, but also immediately clung to Su Shiqing using their beauty. Originally, they hoped to rely on Su Shiqing's Jaha Entertainment to make a comeback, but now, such news and videos had come out unexpectedly. It was estimated that no entertainment company would dare to use them again in the future. At this time, Su Shiqing's phone rang. Su Shiqing looked at the number. It was actually a call from a metropolitan news reporter. He quickly rejected and hung up. Then, a call from a Beijing entertainment reporter came in, and he quickly rejected and hung up again. But his phone kept ringing incessantly, mostly from those wanting to interview him. Su Shiqing was getting increasingly annoyed and finally turned off his phone. "Mr. Su, what should we do now?" Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong looked at each other, both showing deep fear. Su Shiqing, after all, was a seasoned boss who had been through many ups and downs. He was not a fool. Let professionals handle professional matters. He had to find out who recorded the video. Su Shiqing picked up another phone and dialed out. "Hey, Fatty, I have something for you to do." Just as the call connected, Su Shiqing spoke. "Mr. Su." Fatty obviously didn't expect this call from a stranger to be from Su Shiqing. "Yes, help me find out who posted those scandalous videos online. Also, use your team to counteract the negative news," Su Shiqing ordered. This? Fatty had obviously seen the news and even had his own guesses. "What? You don't want to? How much do you need? Just name your price." Su Shiqing did not doubt his preaching. After all, to solve a problem, one must find the person responsible. He wanted to know who did this so he could resolve the crisis. "Mr. Su, this is not about money. I dare not take on this task. Also, I can't do what you asked me to do to discredit Muyu Entertainment. In the future, I will no longer take on any tasks from your company. I'm sorry, Mr. Su." After the fat man finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Damn! Not making money even with money? Su Shiqing was full of question marks. Previously, Su Shiqing wanted to discredit Muyu Entertainment, partly to vent for Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, and partly because competitors were always enemies, so he wanted to suppress the popular Muyu Entertainment. Moreover, the online water army was very secretive and basically wouldn't be discovered as the mastermind behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, the water army leader, the fat man, directly refused now. In addition, the fat man said he dared not investigate and would no longer take on their company's business. What does this mean? Is their company a hot potato? Why wouldn't they take on any business that came to them? Just as Su Shiqing was considering whether to hire some skilled hackers to investigate, the door of the CEO's office was pushed open again. A wealthy woman walked in aggressively. Yun Jia. The female secretary hurriedly bowed, silent as a cicada in winter. Wife. Su Shiqing saw the newcomer and immediately stiffened. Su's surname. Look at how these two vixens have bewitched you. The internet is already flooded with news of your scandal. Yun Jie saw Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong, becoming even more furious. As she spoke, she scratched with both hands. Wife. Stop. Stop. This is the company. Pay attention to the influence. Su Shiqing dodged in a hurry. But Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong were not so lucky. Faced with Yun Jie's authority as the main wife, Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong dared not resist for a while. In an instant, the two of them were disheveled, their faces scratched by Yun Jie. Wife, please, stop. Su Shiqing scolded in a hurry. All right, you did something shameful, and you want me to stop. Hearing this, Yun Jie was about to explode. She and Su Shiqing immediately started fighting. And because when Yun Jie came in, she didn't close the door to the CEO's office, so now a group of Jaha employees came over to watch. Yun Jie's hands were relentless, biting, hitting, and scratching. Su Shiqing's face was scratched bloody, his suit torn, his gentlemanly appearance completely ruined. At this moment, he was on the verge of tears. When did the always high and mighty Mr. Su ever encounter such a situation? Taking advantage of the public opinion attack, suddenly many female celebrities stood up one after another to accuse Su Shiqing of assaulting them. It's unclear whether these female celebrities were seeking attention or if there was truth to their claims. In any case, overnight, Su Shiqing found himself at the center of public outrage. After analyzing the data on Su Shiqing's computer, Li Chen discovered that Su Shiqing was also evading taxes. After another round of revelations, Jaha Entertainment was sealed by the police, and Su Shiqing was arrested for a serious investigation. It is estimated that Su Shiqing will be having a taste of prison food. During this period, Zhang Yu also gave Yi Qing and Gu Tongtong a severe beating. But at this point, Li Chen was no longer concerned about the specific details. On this day, Li Chen found a moving company to help Xiao Yuqing move to a villa. After a busy period, everything was finally settled. Brother Li Chen, you are so good to Yuqing. Xiao Feishue looked at the villa, feeling extremely envious of Xiao Yuqing. Sister Feishue, do you like it? Next time, I'll give you one too, Li Chen said. Okay, you promised. Xiao Feishue smiled playfully. Leaving Xiao Feishue and Xiao Yuqing to clean up in the villa, Li Chen drove to the nearby computer city. He personally purchased components and assembled a top-of-the-line desktop computer for himself, while also buying a high-end laptop. As a hacker, technology is crucial, but hardware configuration is also important at times. Boss, do we have a tool to open this USB drive? Li Chen took out a dark web USB drive and curiously asked. Young man, we can't open this. This USB drive is made very advanced, completely integrated. The boss of the computer city took a look but shook his head. Alright then. After paying for the computer, Li Chen left. It makes sense, if a dark web USB drive could be easily opened and cracked by any computer shop, the dark web would have been finished long ago. Back at the villa, Li Chen installed his favorite Linux operating system on the new desktop computer and tried it out. Then, he started studying the dark web USB drive. Firstly, it was a metal-integrated USB drive, all black and very compact. The type of metal used was unknown. What surprised Li Chen even more was that even without the computer being connected to the internet, as long as the USB drive was plugged in, he could access the dark web. This USB drive clearly had its own internet connection function. This was amazing. Could it be that the creator of the dark web had their own satellite communication station or used some technology to intercept ground communication stations? Unfortunately, he couldn't open the USB drive to find out. Li Chen was also afraid that forcibly opening it would damage the components inside. However, the dark web was so mysterious and secretive that even opening the USB drive might not necessarily yield useful information. For a moment, Li Chen was at a loss. It seemed that he could only crack it through software. With a plan in mind, Li Chen immediately started writing a program. Since the dark web could send information, it must also be able to receive it, and if it could receive information, it could definitely be traced, just taking some time. Following this idea, in no time, Li Chen developed a real-time tracking program. He activated this tracking program on the new desktop computer and installed a program on his phone to connect to the new desktop computer, allowing the new desktop computer to continuously track the dark web on its own. After a busy day, he took a shower. At the dark web headquarters. Alert! Alert! Unidentified signal source detected. Alert! Alert! Unidentified signal source detected. The girl with glasses pushed her glasses and stared at the dark web backend. Interesting. Is someone doing pre-intrusion detection again? The girl with glasses typed on the keyboard. She didn't seem too concerned about this kind of detection. After all, over the years, countless hackers had tried to probe the dark web, but none had succeeded. In the villa, Li Chen had just finished showering, only to hear the computer alerting him of successful detection. Damn! He actually traced the signal source of the dark web. Li Chen quickly sat in front of the computer and started operating it. Alert! Alert! Dark web under attack. Alert! Alert! Dark web under attack. The dark web headquarters was in chaos. The employees were all shocked. How could this be possible? Since the establishment of the dark web, besides the dark webmaster successfully simulating an intrusion, no one else had ever been able to breach the dark web. What's going on? The dark web mistress with glasses was also trembling. She quickly operated on the keyboard. Li Chen had already invaded the dark web server. At this moment, the girl with glasses also traced back to Li Chen's computer following the intrusion signal. Gaining control of Li Chen's computer camera, the image of Li Chen shirtless suddenly appeared before the girl with glasses. Li Chen? Li Chen also knew hacking techniques? For a moment, the girl with glasses looked stunned. Known as the #1 person in the hacker world, when was she ever so surprised? Dark web headquarters. Sir, what should we do now? The female assistant asked in a panic. She had green hair tied up, bright eyes, looking very much like Bulma from Dragon Ball. Immediately shut down the server power. Xiao Jingxian finally came to her senses. How could this stinky little brother invade your sister's website? What is going on here? This? Upon hearing Xiao Jingxian's command, the female assistant was momentarily stunned. The world's #1 hacker, the dark webmaster who rules the internet, forced to shut down the power? No one would believe it if it were said. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Xiao Jingxian quickly reprimanded. Yes, the female assistant hurriedly replied. Villa No. 1, Li Chen's room. Ha! Someone actually invaded my computer. Li Chen, who had already infiltrated the dark web server, suddenly found his computer also showing alerts. Li Chen chuckled and swiftly operated on the keyboard. It turned out to be a computer from the dark web IP address range. Could it be a counterattack from the dark web? Immediately, Li Chen gained control of the intruder's computer camera. Suddenly, the screen showed the intruder's image. Damn! It's actually a girl? This girl had fair skin, wore round glasses, no makeup, tied up her black long hair high, looking very capable. Fadley seemed even more beautiful than his sisters. Of course, mainly because it was so unexpected. Who would have thought such a stunning girl would be hacking? For a moment, even Li Chen was stunned. After experiencing the beauty of several sisters, he thought his threshold had reached its limit. But unexpectedly, he was still amazed by the beauty on the computer screen. You. The girl on the other side also noticed Li Chen's intrusion. Because the girl was wearing headphones, her surprised voice also entered Li Chen's ears through the network cable. Xiao Jingxian never expected to meet her cheap little brother in this way. For a moment, she was at a loss. Should she be excited? Or angry? Listening to the girl's surprised voice on the screen, you. Li Chen couldn't help but smile. He turned on the microphone on his computer. Little girl, you're quite good. How dare you invade my computer? Li Chen chuckled. You. Xiao Jingxian's brain was short-circuited. She had thought of many possible scenarios for meeting her cheap little brother, but she never expected this kind of encounter. I won't play with you anymore. Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, Li Chen found it amusing. He disconnected the remote control of the girl's computer and also cut off her intrusion. He had planned to quickly download the dark web server data, but suddenly found that the dark web server had been disconnected. Damn! The other party was ruthless. They directly unplugged the network cable, turned off the power. Suddenly, Li Chen felt bored. It was just a small attempt. It actually succeeded. However, that girl just now really amazed Li Chen. Could she be a member of the dark web? On the other side, Xiao Jingxian was speechless. What did this stinky little brother just call her? Little girl? What's going on? Xiao Jingxian was at a loss. Filled with anger, she looked blankly at the computer screen and chuckled. The female assistant and the other employees who were originally in a hurry were now waiting for further instructions after shutting down the dark web server power. Seeing the expression of the dark webmaster, they were all stunned. What's wrong with the usually rational dark web lord today? Why is he angry one moment and laughing the next? When has the dark web lord ever acted like this? Dark web lord, are you okay? The female assistant couldn't help but ask with concern. Is it because his mindset is unbalanced due to being invaded for the first time? However, Xiao Jingxian ignored the assistant's caring words. She was still immersed in the screen just now. At that time, Li Chen's younger brother was shirtless, showing off his muscles, looking very manly. Was this brother just taking a shower? How did he suddenly invade the dark web? Did the dark web messenger give him the dark web flash drive before? A series of question marks flashed through Xiao Jingxian's mind. Dark web lord. Dark web lord? Are you listening to me? Seeing the dark web lord not responding, and even blushing, the female assistant hurriedly called out. After repeated calls, Xiao Jingxian finally came to her senses. Dark web lord. What should we do now? Hearing a response from the dark web lord, the female assistant finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, other female employees also looked at Xiao Jingxian. Take a day off. Restart the dark web tomorrow. Xiao Jingxian sat in her seat, swiveling the chair. What? The female employees were full of question marks. The workaholic dark web lord actually wants to take a break? What? Didn't you all hear me? I said take a day off today. Xiao Jingxian scolded again. Yes. The employees quickly nodded in agreement. The female assistant looked as if she had seen a ghost. Why did she feel that the dark web lord had become abnormal after this invasion? At this time, dark web users from all over the world were wailing. They had just logged into the dark web to browse messages. How did the information suddenly cut off? After a brief network interruption, a line of text appeared on the dark web interface. Dark web takes a day off today. Server maintenance in progress. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! No way! Since the establishment of the dark web, when has it ever taken a break? I was in the middle of completing an important transaction, and now you want to take a break. Unbelievable. Shutting down the network for a day? Isn't it said that as long as the earth doesn't explode, the dark web won't close? Today is not even the weekend? What kind of break is this? Dark web users couldn't help but complain. Some heavy dark web users even felt a bit crazy because of the sudden shutdown of the dark web. On the top hacker forum, a post was prominently featured. Dark web successfully invaded for the first time. The invader seems to be from the Dragon Country. Seeing this top post, the hackers were curious and clicked to view it. Since the specific invasion process was not detailed, the hackers scratched their heads and left comments below the post. Damn it! The dark web was actually breached. How is that possible? Exactly. I've tried many methods before. Basically, the dark web is unsolvable. You've tried many methods? I've been trying since the dark web appeared. No success. Even if you can successfully invade, it would take decades in terms of algorithms. This post is just to hype up, deceive people's eyes. Let's disperse. Most hackers in the community felt that invading the dark web was nonsense. However, if they were told that it was Li Chen's program that completed most of the invasion steps, these people would probably be shocked and bow down, calling him a master. Of course, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to explain these things. After all, this was just a game under Li Chen's curiosity.